The Last Savior is the most realistic VR game, where everyone chooses a companion spirit. Spirit ranks ranged from 1 to 9 stars, but everyone dreamed of a 9-star one. When Kan Young-hoon summoned, the system returned something strange. His spirit rank was off the scale. A guy appeared before him, who seemed like an ordinary person. In reality, he was a hardcore gamer who died during a playthrough and was stuck inside the game. Now he is the protagonist's spirit, and Kan Young-hoon is just a casual player who just wanted to have fun. And so the hardcore and the casual ended up on the same team. But the premise changes everything by asking what happens if those opposites must stay together until the very end. One of them can only laugh bitterly at the thought, already feeling cursed by the situation. Even so, the two are set on the same path, linked by a challenge neither can avoid. That path leads into a futuristic VR system, where entering the game feels like crossing into another world. The young man settles into the machine, trying to steady himself as he prepares to log in. He tightens his fist, showing a mix of nerves, resolve, and anticipation. Then he commits himself, deciding it is finally time to begin. The story declares its true focus: two gamers striving for the top. The narrator introduces himself as Kan Young-hoon, a 23-year-old who likes games as much as any ordinary man his age. He defines himself specifically as a casual gamer, someone who jumps from one title to another instead of dedicating himself to just one. To him, that makes perfect sense, because there are too many great games in the world to spend all his time on a single one. Even when he does stick with something for a while, it is only temporary before his attention moves on again. He recalls that about 18 months earlier, the company Nox launched the world's first true VR game. It was a massive MMORPG backed by 11 years of development and an enormous billion-dollar budget. With that kind of investment, expectations for the game were immense from the start. But despite all that hype, the project collapsed disastrously instead of becoming the revolution people expected. Then, exactly a year later, an unknown company suddenly released a new game called Flash Savior. Seeing it for himself, Young-hoon realizes the rumors were true and is stunned that it actually exists. Others remain skeptical because the game offers almost no information, making it look like another doomed release. Young-hoon feels differently, regretting that he ignored it before and finding his curiosity rapidly turning into real interest. He explains that half a year earlier, after a certain incident left him mentally exhausted, he had been drifting aimlessly for a while. About 3 months after recovering enough to play again, he tried to return to gaming and was pulled back into the scene. At first he only heard people marveling over some unbelievable gaming news, which immediately caught his attention. The shocking event turned out to be a report that someone had died while playing, making the whole community uneasy. As the story spread through searches and posts, he learned that a player of LS had died, turning rumor into something disturbingly concrete. Even with a bad feeling about it, he refused to quit over fear and convinced himself the danger might be exaggerated. He brushed off the risk, deciding there was no point worrying before anything had actually happened to him. With that reckless resolve, he put on the headset and committed to diving back in. Once inside, he was stunned by how immersive the game world felt and began taking it in with excitement. He tested the controls and his own body in the space, cautiously checking how real the sensations were. The realism hit harder than expected when he smacked himself and felt the pain directly. That sting confirmed the game could reproduce physical sensation far more vividly than he had imagined. The world even presented bizarre mascot-like figures, and the absurd polish made him wonder if the rumors about alien developers were somehow true. Comparing this experience to older games, he concluded LS made everything else look embarrassingly primitive. His admiration was interrupted when something bright suddenly appeared nearby. He turned and found a glowing machine materializing in front of him. The object revealed itself as a gleaming draw machine built around pure chance. Realizing it was basically a gotcha device, he was both underwhelmed and suspicious. Still, curiosity won out and he stepped closer to inspect it. After checking it over, he discovered there were no controls at all and concluded the machine only accepted coins. He inferred that this must be where players obtained their patron spirits, the companions tied to progression. The game's explanation confirmed that every player receives one patron spirit through a random draw, making luck the foundation of each account's future. That system immediately made him uneasy, because too much seemed to depend on blind chance. He remembered all the money he had wasted on games before and nearly backed off, knowing it would be easier to quit now than relapse into spending. But he talked himself into staying by reasoning that LS was still one of the fairest luck-based games around. What reassured him was the strict limit: only 100 total patron draws, even for paying players. The rules went further by locking each account to a retinal identity, preventing people from rerolling endlessly for a better start. He also recalled that failed resets carried severe penalties, making it clear the game forced players to live with their luck. Before committing, he opened a player guide to understand how the patron spirit system actually worked. The guide explained that LS had two major draw systems, one for patron spirits and one for skills, and that both mattered together. Veteran advice warned that while skill draws could help early on, long-term success depended far more on getting a strong patron spirit. He accepted the conclusion that securing a good patron spirit was essential if he wanted a viable start. So he stopped overthinking and decided to take his shot. A system prompt unlocked his inventory command, and he immediately used it to prepare for the draw. His inventory produced the coins needed for the lucky draw, confirming he had the required currency. He took one of the coins in hand, ready to gamble his future on it. As he recalled that high-rank patron spirits triggered special effects starting at 6 stars, the stakes suddenly felt much higher. He reminded himself that almost nobody ever reached the top tier, trying to keep his expectations low. Even so, his nerves betrayed him as the moment of truth arrived. He inserted the coin and set the machine in motion. The machine answered with an explosive burst of light far more dramatic than he expected. As the smoke and energy cleared, he realized something unusually powerful was happening. He stared in confusion, trying to understand whether the effect meant he had hit something rare. Then multiple blazing golden coins erupted outward, confirming the result was no ordinary pull. The spectacle left him frozen in disbelief as he understood he might have landed an exceptional draw. He finally blurted out that it had to be a jackpot. The golden radiance intensified, making the rank of the reward impossible to ignore. Remembering the color code, he realized gold meant a 7-star patron spirit. His disbelief instantly turned into giddy excitement as he struggled to accept that he had pulled a 7-star so easily. Riding that high, he proudly went to chat and announced that his 10 pull had given him 2 7-stars, asking if that was good. The replies mocked him as an obvious braggart, and he snapped back at the hostile crowd. He pushes aside his earlier worries and turns his attention to the summoning system in front of him. Deciding to see what appeared, he reaches out and activates the result. The summon erupts with explosive force, flooding the space with light. The sheer intensity catches him off guard as the reveal begins. He stares back in surprise, impressed by the dramatic entrance. 3 patron spirits stand before him, and he realizes these are the candidates he has to choose from. As he inspects them, their profiles show they are all notable 7-star figures, but none seem especially unique compared with what he expected. Even so, his mood lifts as he starts scheming over the possibilities. He throws himself into the choice with exaggerated enthusiasm, ready to trust his luck. He makes another selection to trigger a fresh reveal. A second burst of summoning energy crashes down around him. This time 2 especially imposing 7-star spirits appear, Chow Chow and Roland, making the decision even harder. He immediately recognizes that these are serious high-tier pulls and struggles to decide which one deserves his pick. Outside opinions only make things worse, with others praising both choices so strongly that his confusion turns into frustration. He starts to fear that even these celebrated options might not actually be the best possible outcome. His attention shifts to the remaining draw coins, and a riskier idea takes hold. With a grin, he heads back to the machine, tempted to keep rolling. He knows choosing now would make his previous patron spirits vanish, but he still hates letting them go. Then his greed hardens into resolve. He flourishes the coin dramatically, fully embracing the gamble. He hypes himself up as if this reckless move is part of his identity. Abandoning the 2 7-stars, he decides to risk everything on another chance. He tries to call it rational luck management, but in truth he is giving in to gambling fever. Convinced that fortune is on his side today, he commits to the next pull. He charges ahead hoping this reckless bet will finally bring him a 9-star result. The machine processes the draw while he waits, tense and breathless. The outcome crushes his excitement, and he immediately regrets chasing the gamble. He explodes in anger when the entire batch turns out to be low-rarity trash, making the sacrifice of 2 7-stars feel unbearable. Looking at the growing pile of failed pulls, he is left speechless by how badly his luck has collapsed. After venting, he admits that this disaster is his own fault. Still, since he has already ruined the situation, he decides he might as well continue and see what the game gives him. Another summoning sequence begins, but this one feels different from the start. The arrival cuts through the space with an unusual, almost ominous force. He senses immediately that this summon is not behaving like the others. When the light settles, he realizes the game has at least left him one final promising result. A 6-star patron spirit named K appears before him in shining armor. He starts to talk himself into accepting K based on reputation, thinking this may be the sensible choice. But just as he reaches to finalize it, he suddenly stops. Something about the situation feels wrong enough to break his momentum. A new presence slips into the scene without warning. An unfamiliar modern-looking young man appears, identified as an 0-star named Kang Jinho, and the impossible result shocks him. Seeing the stranger's ordinary clothes, he realizes this patron spirit seems to come from the present era rather than some distant legend. He first suspects the system has glitched, but the more he looks, the more certain he becomes that this is something stranger than a simple bug. The newcomer's face stirs a nagging sense of recognition he cannot explain. He confronts the mysterious spirit in awkward silence, trying to place where he might know him from. Unable to trust appearances, he turns to the system for an explanation and assumes it will confirm an error. Instead, the data labels the spirit as Kang Jinho, gives no proper background or signature speech, and classifies him as a player with the rare designation irregular. That word changes everything, because he knows irregulars are exceptional beings who can surpass all normal genre limits. Realizing this bizarre 0-star may be far more valuable than any ordinary high-rank summon, he decides he has no choice but to take him. Jinho decisively selects O-star patron spirit Kang Jinho as his final patron spirit. The choice triggers a dramatic summoning as energy floods the empty space around them. A human figure takes shape from the light, materializing as the chosen spirit. The summoned man opens his eyes and steadies himself as if waking into an impossible situation. Yoon-hoon is thrilled that the spirit is truly alive and starts wondering what kind of patron he has obtained. The summoned man immediately breaks the mood by demanding to know what this absurd situation is. Yoon-hoon freezes, realizing his patron spirit is not some abstract entity but a real, bewildered person. The man tries to process the situation and repeats the claim back to himself. He confirms that Yoon-hoon chose him as a patron spirit in LS, and Yoon-hoon nervously introduces himself. Yoon-hoon treats the whole thing like a bizarre game glitch, but the spirit internally rejects that explanation and recognizes him as an irregular. Still trying to stay casual, Yoon-hoon shrugs it off and even wonders if he can redraw for a different patron. That suggestion alarms the spirit, who insists this cannot be a bug because LS explicitly identified him as a patron spirit on Jung-hoon's screen. Yoon-hoon argues that a player turning into an NPC obviously sounds like a bug. The spirit counters that this is unprecedented but not accidental, and he has proof. He reveals that Yoon-hoon is the player with the longest total playtime in LS history, surpassing even the devils. The claim lands with force as the spirit frames Yoon-hoon as a uniquely abnormal existence inside the game. Yoon-hoon is so unsettled by the rant that he starts edging away, deciding this patron might be completely unstable. He politely tries to end the meeting, saying he wants to log off, eat, sleep, and wake up for the Champions League final. That detail makes the spirit pause, sensing something is deeply wrong with the timeline. When Yoon-hoon says the final is on June 5th, the spirit realizes the date should still be March. A chill runs through him as he understands the discrepancy is too severe to dismiss. He urgently asks Yoon-hoon to think back to mid-March and remember whether any major incident happened, especially anything tied to LS or himself. Yoon-hoon is confused by the sudden interrogation and starts recalling that he had been idling after school and thinking about trying LS. That memory leads the spirit toward a grim realization connected to LS itself. He remembers a news report about a man who died in the middle of playing a virtual reality game. As the memory sharpens, he recognizes that the dead player being identified is himself, Kang Jin-ho. Yoon-hoon is stunned to hear that his patron spirit may be the very user who died while playing Last Savior. Jin-ho bitterly explains that after his death the country debated restricting virtual reality games, while he himself ended up trapped permanently inside the game as an NPC. Even so, Yoon-hoon hesitates, still trying to address him respectfully despite the impossible confession. Jin-ho notices that Jung-hoon's reaction is strangely muted. Yoon-hoon presses him, asking why he is so calm if everything he said is true. Jin-ho answers that this is manageable because he has already lived through worse. That answer only confuses Yoon-hoon further, because he cannot imagine anything worse than this. Jin-ho avoids explaining for now and tells Yoon-hoon to focus on choosing his skill first. The system responds at once and begins the skill drawing sequence. Power erupts around Yoon-hoon as the draw starts with far more force than expected. The summoning effect swells into a violent storm of light and pressure. Yoon-hoon panics, but Jin-ho explains that this is just a patron spirit skill roll, though it looks far more intense than normal. Jin-ho adds that the visual effect should match the patron rank, with 6-star draws appearing silver and 7-star draws gold. The effect keeps escalating into something that fits none of those known categories. Jin-ho realizes with alarm that the machine is producing no color at all, which should not happen. The abnormal draw becomes so extreme that the surrounding space seems to crack under it. Jin-ho starts connecting the anomaly to something Yoon-hoon said earlier. He asks Yoon-hoon to confirm that his patron rank was O-star, and Yoon-hoon realizes where this is going. Jin-ho concludes that patron rank and skill rank must combine, and the result is exceeding every known limit. The draw detonates in a blinding surge as the total reaches an unprecedented 10-star level. System messages announce a series of firsts. The first 10-star skill, the title the world's first 10-star skill, bonus incentives for leveling it, the title the world's first O-star patron spirit, and the removal of one patron spirit restriction. A final title, 2 firsts, appears, leaving both of them staring at the results in disbelief. They can only sum up the game as complete nonsense for allowing something this broken to happen. The system grants the 10-star skill unlock and informs Yoon-hoon that he can now inspect it through his status window, while Jin-ho begins explaining how to open that menu. A system window reveals that his hidden title grants a 10-star unlock skill and a patron spirit called Jin-ho, leaving him trying to make sense of what this absurd setup actually means. The next notice explains only that the skill can unlock things that are banned or restricted and will level automatically with him, which gives him power but almost no usable guidance. When he asks for more detail, he learns there is none, forcing him to accept that he will have to discover the skill's limits by trial and error. Even its most basic nature remains unclear, since he cannot tell whether the skill activates on command or works passively. His companion admits that in 10 years with the game he has never seen anything like this, turning confusion into a much bigger problem. That claim shocks him, because the game has only existed for half a year, exposing that the other man knows far more than he should. Pressed to explain himself, the companion awkwardly confesses that he is not an ordinary player at all. His smug expression makes it obvious he is enjoying the dramatic reveal more than he should. The protagonist demands a real explanation immediately, refusing to entertain nonsense unless it comes with answers. Once he confirms the protagonist knows fantasy time travel stories, the companion decides that is the easiest way to frame the truth. He finally states the core revelation: he came back from the future. The protagonist is left speechless, unable to process whether this is a joke or a disaster. A beat later, he realizes it is probably the latter. While the companion stays calm, the protagonist collapses into despair at how little of this situation makes any sense. The companion explains the stakes of his return. If certain conditions are not met, he is forced to start over from the beginning again. Those conditions are brutally simple, because failure to clear the game means another full reset. To prove he is speaking from experience, he reveals that he has already played through the game 5 times. He follows that with the worst part of all: every single attempt ended in failure. That confession leaves the protagonist grimly silent, caught between doubt and dread. He pushes back, saying this sounds even less believable than fiction, and demanding to know why he should trust any of it. The companion says belief is optional, but insists on one certainty and physically keeps him from walking away. The protagonist angrily resists the unwanted contact, but the companion barrels ahead anyway. He points to the protagonist's unique patron spirit as proof that this run has a trump card none of his previous attempts ever had. With that hope in mind, he promises to turn the protagonist into the strongest possible version of himself. The protagonist rejects the grand promise on instinct, unwilling to be treated like a helpless project. Ignoring the protest, the companion moves straight on to character setup, determined to take control of the run. The protagonist chooses the nickname Carpe, and the companion accepts it as their working identity. He grandly renames the patron spirit as the supreme being of heaven and earth, then shortens it to supreme, making the protagonist laugh at the ridiculous self-importance. Character creation completes, and the system immediately launches the tutorial as both of them brace for what comes next. The companion enthusiastically starts the tutorial while the protagonist is still amused by the absurd patron spirit name. A sudden transfer pulls them out of the setup space and into the actual game world. The protagonist arrives in a forest and realizes the tutorial has already begun. The companion welcomes him to the tutorial stage, confirming that this is their first live test. System Notices announce a survival challenge against 50 monsters, with rewards based on how long he lasts, and only 1 minute before the enemies appear. The companion explains that monsters will charge from the far side of the field, so survival depends on avoiding them in the forest rather than fighting head-on. Instead of panicking, the protagonist immediately asks what survival time counts as a strong record. The companion says the average is around 12 minutes and boasts that with his guidance and the protagonist's hidden advantage, they can take first place and collect every secret reward. That confidence makes the protagonist pause, not because he is convinced, but because he is already thinking past mere survival. Then he suddenly bolts away, ignoring the companion's attempt to keep explaining. As the system spawns 25 goblins and 25 kobolds and starts the countdown, he runs toward the danger instead of away from it. The companion panics and shouts that surviving the tutorial is essential for the final rewards, begging him to retreat into the forest. The protagonist answers that he fully intends to claim those rewards, just not by following the safe plan. He slides into position as a monster lunges, choosing to test whether the tutorial's enemies can be exploited instead of merely endured. While a goblin charges screaming, he calmly prepares a counterattack. He reasons that if everything in the tutorial is fair game, then the monsters themselves should be valid targets and sources of advantage. The companion can only stare, realizing the protagonist is about to gamble on a completely different interpretation of the tutorial. The gamble pays off when the protagonist drops the goblin with a single clean punch. The monster crashes down, and the protagonist stands over it, already seeing the tutorial as an opportunity rather than a trap. The system applies the title 2 first and boosts all his stats by 22, confirming that this unexpected kill triggered a major reward he did not know he could claim. With a dangerous grin, he decides that if the tutorial allows anything, then he is going to exploit every loophole it offers. As the tutorial ends, the protagonist reflects that one mistake would still mean real death, while the last goblins around him sense something is wrong. He collapses from exhaustion after forcing his way through the tutorial and realizes surviving this game will be difficult with his unstable companion around. When the final enemies fall, the system grants him a title for utterly conquering the tutorial. The game announces that he set a new all-time tutorial clear record and earns special bonus rewards, leaving him stunned by how far ahead he is. His companion privately compares that feat to his own hidden advantages and wonders how someone without those buffs could be this skilled, then asks if the protagonist has real martial arts experience. The protagonist casually denies being athletic and is pressed about whether his ability comes from other virtual reality games instead. He admits he spent half a year on Real Fantasia, and that answer makes his companion realize his monster fighting instincts likely came from there, even if he still mocks the game. When the protagonist notices the strange stare, his companion brushes it off by deciding they are both equally unhinged. The system begins distributing tutorial rewards, and the companion immediately recognizes that another unusual event is starting. A bonus reward appears, allowing the protagonist to choose one extra item from 3 random reward boxes. Faced with the unexpected chest, he hesitates at the idea of leaving such an important reward to chance. His companion explains that the chest must be smashed open to reveal the options, but the protagonist ignores most of the explanation and punches first. The first reward turns out to be an unidentified sword that cannot be properly judged without appraisal. His companion complains that while he has to grind endlessly for money, the protagonist keeps stumbling into valuable loot as if the game favors him. He explains that dropped weapons can come either appraised or unappraised, and the unappraised kind may carry extra hidden traits. The protagonist grumbles that even the bonus effects are being decided by a draw, making the whole reward system feel absurdly random. He takes his second chance anyway, hoping for another jackpot, only for the box to reveal an ordinary brick. His companion dryly notes that a brick is actually common enough to feel like a real game drop, while the protagonist fumes at such a useless result. Refusing to accept the disappointment, he smashes open the last box with force. When that one also produces a brick, his companion gleefully mocks his luck until the protagonist grabs him in protest. A third reward suddenly breaks the pattern and emerges in a burst of light. It is an unidentified egg, and even the system warns that its identity may remain unclear even after appraisal, making it far stranger than the other rewards. He chooses to keep the unidentified sword and the mysterious egg, and the system announces that the tutorial is ending and they will soon be sent to the beginner city, Ray Sign. Relieved that the long tutorial is finally over, the companion praises their rewards while joking that a game handing out this much should be shut down. That relief vanishes when an emergency alert interrupts the transfer and declares the egg a trap item. The system reveals the danger outright. The random monster egg is hatching. The protagonist panics as the egg cracks open in his hands before they can escape. The shell splits wider and the hatching reaches a point of no return. A violent burst of energy erupts from the egg and throws the protagonist back. He cries out in despair over his ruined guardian reward, while his companion can only marvel that his luck has somehow produced a trap instead. Even so, the companion urges him to hope for a weak monster and prepare to fight. Instead, the system announces the birth of a goblin warrior of the blood-stained Dusk tribe, an elite creature far beyond what should appear here. The companion immediately recognizes how bad this is and warns that nothing good can come from facing a monster with a title that ominous. He bluntly tells the protagonist that at his current level, victory is impossible. The goblin's mocking grin only enrages the protagonist further. Rather than retreat, he decides to fight with everything he has left. He hardens his resolve, refusing to let his life end in such a pathetic opening stage. With that decision made, he launches himself forward. He rushes the goblin head-on, trying to seize the initiative before fear can stop him. He commits to a full overhead strike with his bare hands as his only weapon. The blow lands hard enough to shake the ground and injure him in the process. For a brief moment, he dares to hope the desperate attack actually worked. That hope dies when the goblin glares back through the dust, barely affected. The monster retaliates instantly and blasts him away with overwhelming force. Its counterattack tears into his arm, leaving him wounded and clearly outmatched. His companion shouts that a level 1 player cannot possibly damage a level 35 elite monster, but the protagonist refuses to give up and insists on bringing it down anyway. Desperate for any advantage, he calls up his inventory in the middle of the fight. He pulls out the sword reward at last and grips it like his final chance. Armed now, he charges the goblin again with a reckless battle cry. Watching this, his companion suddenly remembers something important he should have mentioned earlier. The spirit berates its user for noticing too late, and the player finally decides that if he is going to die anyway, he might as well strike back. He tightens his grip on the red sword and commits to the desperate attack. Pushing past fear, he throws caution aside and resolves to gamble everything on one swing. His slash lands cleanly on the monster, turning his last stand into a successful hit. The spirit mockingly praises the effort and starts to promise a reward, only to be cut off by a sudden change. The battered sword erupts with energy as something hidden within it activates. The weapon is reclassified into a far stronger anti-greenskin blade, and its stats and special options surge upward. Realizing the item has transformed because of a hidden effect, he is stunned by how absurdly valuable it has become. While he celebrates, the spirit recognizes that he has triggered a benefit ordinary players never see and suspects his appraisal skill caused it. A forced warp countdown begins, and the spirit panics because there is still loot to collect before the tutorial ends. He tries to squeeze out the last possible moment by launching one more attack before the transfer completes. The final slash goes through as the warp effect overtakes him. He strains against the pull, frustrated that the tutorial is ending before he can fully capitalize on the kill. The teleport finally swallows him and removes him from the battlefield. He arrives in the starting town, leaving the tutorial behind for the main game world. The town looks so polished that new players are immediately swept up in excitement about quests and monster hunting. Around him, other players gossip about someone who seems completely wrecked by the tutorial. That someone is him, still shaken and brooding over what he gained and what he missed. He fixates on the 10 seconds he lacked to secure the dropped item, while his spirit can only marvel at how ungrateful he sounds. Reviewing his status, he confirms that his last attack connected, his level and stats rose, and he earned several rare titles along with the spirit itself. Once he calms down, he turns to the spirit and asks the question that matters most. He wants to know why the spirit is still with him after the tutorial despite rules that should have separated them. The spirit immediately guesses the answer. Its irregular status must be the reason. He cannot prove it outright, but he has a theory and tells the spirit to check its titles. A title reveals that the world-first O-Star patron spirit had one of its restrictions removed, explaining why it can remain by his side. Relieved, the spirit jokes that losing contact would have been unbearable, then asks to hear the strategy he had prepared for years. Even so, it admits it still does not fully trust his competence, prompting him to wonder what made it so suspicious. The spirit concedes that complete trust would be difficult, hinting that past experience has made it cautious. He responds by offering to prove himself through action instead of argument. As they walk through the busy town, he starts with a simple test of the spirit's game knowledge. He asks what a normal player should do first after finishing an online RPG tutorial, and the spirit gives the standard beginner routes. The spirit explains that players usually choose among easy starter activities like training tasks, beginner hunts, or the main quest. He agrees that this is how the game appears to work, with seemingly endless freedom for players. Then he shifts tone, preparing to show that this freedom can be twisted. The spirit is briefly lost, unsure where he is taking the conversation. It only realizes something is wrong when his point suddenly clicks into place. Their attention turns to a crowd where a guild recruiter is already gathering fresh players. The recruiter pitches his beginner guild as a safe and pleasant way for newcomers to experience the game. But one player pushes back, refusing to become a subordinate again inside a game. He declares that they should form their own guild instead of letting this one control them. Watching from the side, the protagonist notes that veteran players are already moving quickly to capture inexperienced newcomers. The recruiter drops the friendly mask and warns that refusing his guild could make progress much harder. That threat silences the crowd and exposes the pressure behind the offer. Someone challenges him directly, asking whether he is threatening player killing to force compliance. The protagonist explains that in a game with too much freedom, stronger players can monopolize resources or drive others out through violence. The spirit is startled, having expected open hostility rather than the recruiter's next move. Instead, the recruiter reframes himself as their protector, claiming his guild exists to keep beginners safe. To prove it, he cites the mutated horned reindeer quest, a famous early objective every beginner is told to pursue. The spirit is surprised such a quest exists, and the protagonist confirms it is considered the most efficient early game option. He explains the trap. The monster itself is manageable, but it spawns in the only place near the village where PK is allowed. A guild representative brings up LPG, a long-range player-killing guild that has recently become notorious. He explains that about a month earlier, LPG began targeting beginners in starter cities. Their method was to hide near reindeer spawn zones and wait for weak players to appear. Once a vulnerable target showed up, they struck from range before the victim could respond. The ambushed beginners were cut down without a chance, showing how ruthless the trap was. He sums it up bluntly. LPG survives by preying on newcomers. The listeners remain wary and challenge him to prove his own guild is any different from the predators he just described. In response, he offers free protection and help with quests so beginners can grow safely under his guild's support. But he reveals that this generosity comes with a condition in exchange for that protection. That catch immediately puts the newcomer on edge. The condition is simple. Beginners must hand over any leftover lucky coins in their inventory. Since those coins seem worthless to beginners, the demand sounds harmless at first, though he prepares to explain their real value. He reveals that merchants can buy those special coins at high prices, turning discarded beginner loot into a profitable business for the guild. The two newcomers realize they are hearing a polished scam dressed up as charity. Even so, the crowd eagerly accepts the offer, and the guild leader wins their trust with ease. After stepping away, one friend asks the other what he really thinks about the arrangement. He admits the pitch felt shady, but the factual parts of it were true. That leaves his friend wondering if the guild might actually be helping people after all. He rejects that idea and sees this instead as a chance to watch how powerful guilds exploit beginners. He also realizes the situation could become an opportunity to turn the scheme back on them. Amused, he frames himself as the kind of protagonist who punishes abusers of power, while his friend dryly congratulates him on the role. At that moment, an old farmer asks for help recovering a reindeer horn so he can save his damaged farm. The protagonist notes that even the village tip board is nudging beginners toward this task, making it the obvious next move. He decides to register for the quest, though he still wonders who will actually get the reward. At the hunting grounds, a crowd of players argues over turns because the reindeer quest gives far more experience than normal beginner jobs. His friend compares the overcrowded spot to a place with a line so long that waiting is almost pointless. Nearby, 3 smug players mock the people waiting and prepare to ignore the queue entirely. They brazenly cut in line, drawing immediate outrage from everyone around them. Instead of backing down, they make a ridiculous self-introduction as if they are celebrities. They proudly declare themselves the 3 Sus. Their theatrical posing only confirms to the onlookers that they are complete idiots. The trio rushes a reindeer and claims it under a crude finders keepers logic. Watching them, the protagonist guesses these are exactly the kind of solo players who refuse to pay the guild's coin fee. The 3 Sus coordinate their hunt, with one member drawing aggro so another can finish the kill. The finisher eagerly moves in, convinced the reindeer is already theirs. Hidden above them, the protagonist quietly takes position with his bow. He releases a shot at the perfect moment. The arrow tears into the would-be finisher instead of the reindeer, dropping him instantly. For a split second, the victim can only register confused disbelief. Then the pain hits and he screams. His companions panic and rush toward him as he collapses with a ruined leg. From cover, the protagonist keeps firing, pressing the ambush before they can recover. The remaining two are struck in quick succession and thrown into chaos. A larger volley follows, turning the skirmish into a full-ranged assault. The battlefield realizes arrows are raining down on them from above. The guild representative reacts fast, ordering everyone into formation to shield the beginners. His people immediately raise defensive barriers. The incoming arrows slam harmlessly into the protection instead of the crowd. As the danger passes, bystanders whisper that the attack must have come from LPG and privately conclude that joining Mammonism was the right choice after all. The crowd erupts in gratitude, praising Mammonism for saving them and strengthening the guild's image. Mammonism is pushed toward taking the quest, but his companion notices the suspiciously convenient setup and hesitates. The other man dismisses the concern, arguing that the obvious bait is exactly why it should not be ignored. He leads the way deeper in, insisting he would not send Mammonism into a pointless trap. With growing confidence, he reveals there is another place where the reindeer appear even more often. Mammonism studies him more carefully, sensing there is more calculation here than he first showed. As they move into the forest, the guide frames the danger as manageable and reminds Mammonism that his boosted stats make him far stronger than he realizes. He breaks down the numbers, pointing out that Mammonism's stats are far above normal for his level, and Mammonism admits the earlier arrow barrage had felt slow to him. That confirmation convinces the guide that Mammonism is ready to become something exceptional, and Mammonism eagerly buys into the idea. Elsewhere in the woods, hidden players receive orders to handle a beginner entering the forest, though their leader is uneasy about the situation. While walking, the guide voices that unease and starts re-examining the earlier ambush. He points out that the arrows fired at LPG were not all the same, especially the first two volleys. Those opening shots seemed designed to exploit the weak points of the three obvious targets. But the arrows aimed at Mammonism behaved differently, as if they were never meant to kill him directly. He realizes the whole encounter may have been arranged so Mammonism would block the arrows instead. That possibility makes him suspect their enemies are more coordinated and deceptive than expected, and he presses his own theory further. His conclusion is that Mammonism and LPG have effectively been treated as a team by whoever set the trap. The theory is immediately tested when he moves, confirming the attackers have been watching and waiting for an opening. A fresh volley slams into the trees, but he evades and uses the terrain to neutralize the attack. The hidden PK players are stunned that a supposed level 10 beginner can move like a veteran and instantly adapt to close combat. In the middle of the danger, he casually asks whether the game system records gameplay, already thinking beyond simple survival. Mammonism explains that the game does save footage automatically, and is baffled by why that matters now. The guide admits he is not a streamer, but hints that the recordings may become useful later, just as the PK warning confirms the fight is live. Before the attackers can react, he launches himself straight at one of them. His speed overwhelms the red-haired PK, who barely manages to raise a weapon before being closed down. The guide strikes first and hard, smashing through the man's defense and stunning him. He follows through without pause, driving the attacker off balance and taking complete control of the exchange. A second brutal hit lands, turning the ambush into an execution. The dying PK panics and begs for help, realizing too late that he is hopelessly outmatched. The system confirms the kill, making it clear the guide has no hesitation about sending PK players back to respawn. The fallen man's weapon drops to the ground as the fight abruptly ends. The remaining two attackers can only stare in silence at how quickly their ally was erased. Fear sets in as they accept that they have no chance against someone this dangerous. The guide corners one of them and coldly asks if he is the last one left, making it clear he intends to finish the job. The blonde PK immediately abandons any bravado and begs for mercy, offering all his items just to survive. The guide rejects the plea, reminding him that PK players never showed mercy to others and do not deserve special treatment now. He adds that the loot will drop anyway once the man dies, stripping the bargain of any value. The blonde attacker curses him even as he is killed, and the guide dismisses it without concern. With the threat gone, he matter-of-factly starts collecting the dropped items. Mammonism, now deeply unsettled and impressed, demands to know who this man really is and how a supposed ordinary player can fight like this. The guide downplays it by saying he only reached second place in a fantasy VR game, and presents that as the source of his skill. He explains that he once played a massively popular hardcore title called Luck, and was a top-ranked player there before quitting when it began consuming too much of his life. That old game used a cheap first-generation VR headset known as Mark I, nicknamed the Can. Its biggest flaw was terrible synchronization between the user and the machine. Because of that lag, players suffered sluggish controls and severe motion sickness just trying to use it. He reasons that if he could still place second under those conditions, then combining that experience with what he knows now may let him reach the top in this game. Acting on that thought, he decides Mammonism needs the newest premium hardware, while Mammonism protests that he cannot afford anything like that. The guide says he will handle it later and turns back to the loot, only to notice something unexpected among the drops. What catches his eye is not equipment, but a single coin. Memonism learns that PK deaths can drop ordinary miscellaneous items too, not just gear, unless those items are specially protected. That small rule change gives the guide a new idea, and he realizes it could transform the game completely. When Carpe hesitates over a coin, Rig notices and asks what is bothering him. Rig pushes him to think harder about how Memonism players would ever spend all the coins they were told to collect. Carpe recalls the beginner advice that said coins were better sold to potion shops than kept. Rig reveals the real issue by asking who wrote those beginner guides in the first place. Carpe is jolted into realizing the guides may not have been written by Rig at all. Rig makes it clear he would never post beginner guides for ordinary users in a game this competitive. He explains that the most trusted beginner guide was written by the Memonism guild leader, and disguised as the best guide despite being full of traps. Rig lays out how guides become powerful. Scattered early tips gradually gather into accepted community knowledge. Once enough players repeat and compile those tips, the guide gains authority. Eventually it stops being questioned and is treated as absolute truth. Rig says people write guides for many reasons, including attention, goodwill, or personal gain. In this case, the Memonism guild leader wrote his guide purely to profit from other players. Rig bluntly says people are easy to manipulate. Once players start trusting a guide, they stop treating it as advice and start following it like doctrine. That blind trust is even worse among serious gamers, so Rig is certain many players sold off all their coins because the guide told them to. Carpe wonders whether some players would ignore the guide and avoid the trap. Rig says the guild leader only needed enough obedient users to take the bait, and Carpe is amazed that one person's scheme shaped the whole situation. Carpe then asks how Rig managed to uncover all of this. Rig says the answer was simple. Someone in Memonism was bound to expose the guild's methods within a year. He reveals the key secret that everyone missed. The supposedly useless coins are actually required for a beginner-only hidden quest called the Peddler. Carpe is stunned to learn there was a hidden gorilla quest involved. Rig explains that the Peddler is one of the strangest hidden quests in the game. Its appearance is tied to a shifting event schedule rather than a fixed trigger. The quest NPC appears at different times and places each time, making it seem impossible to track. Rig adds that the NPC appears briefly and vanishes fast, but if found, it asks for a random number of coins from 1 to 9. Carpe points out that if the time, place, and coin amount all change, the quest sounds like pure luck and a contest over who arrives first. Rig corrects him. The changes only look random, because he never said they actually were. Carpe is left confused by that distinction. Rig brushes it off as complicated and reminds Carpe that, unlike him, Rig has years of repeated experience to notice patterns. Before he can explain further, an urgent report interrupts them. Memonism's members are being robbed blind. Inside the guild, Captain Young Woo-hyun demands to know what is happening. He learns they have already lost 10 members. The number alarms him because the damage is far worse than expected. Then he hears the real shock. Only one intruder has entered their territory. Woo-hyun panics at the thought that a single enemy caused all this and fears the punishment he will face from his superiors. Trying to recover, he decides the attacker must be using a smurf account and orders a response in kind. At that moment, someone approaches to answer the crisis. The newcomer announces that he has heard the news. It is Hanzo, the guild leader's top-ranked smurf account, eager for permission to eliminate the enemy. The others are exasperated by his obsessive role-playing, but they know they need his help. Swallowing his irritation, Woo-hyun formally asks Hanzo to lend them his strength. Hanzo grandly accepts and moves to act at once. But the moment he tries, he suddenly buckles in pain. The guild members rush to him as he drops to the floor. Hanzo insists it is only old injuries from his previous life resurfacing. Behind the act, he reflects that although he once reached the top 10 in the game, a bad patron spirit kept him from breaking into the top 20. He also remembers remaking his character and climbing back up, yet still carrying an unfinished obsession. That obsession is a legendary fighter known as the God of War, an extraordinary real-world player who appeared in the game like a myth. Hanzo recalls being completely defeated by that man in the arena before the figure vanished without a trace. Now, gripping his mask, Hanzo realizes he can feel that same overwhelming presence again. A masked assassin confirms his target has entered Last Savior and prepares to act. He treats the encounter as fate and vows to cross blades again, while nearby beginners fail to make sense of his ominous words. Remembering clearly, he begins recounting the night his mission started under a full moon. He slips through a curtain into that memory, setting the scene for the ambush. In the forest, two young players head out to hunt mutant creatures, one grumbling about carrying the other while the other wonders how a player named Daddy earns money. Hidden nearby, the assassin finishes placing a glowing flame trap on the ground. System notices confirm the trap is installed, will inflict burning damage, and may also cause the abnormal status burn. With the setup complete, he climbs into a tree and waits for his prey to wander in. He tells himself this harassment of beginners is only a job and that once he finishes this target, his contract with Mammon will be over. As the victims approach, he focuses on drawing one of them into the trap. The brown-haired player moves exactly where expected, talking casually about hunting mutant beasts for better loot. The assassin urges him on internally, convinced one more step will trigger the kill. The player steps onto the trap and springs it. Flames erupt around him, seemingly catching him in the ambush. Seeing the trap activate perfectly, the assassin moves in to finish the job. He drops from the tree to strike while the victim is still engulfed. But just as he commits to the attack, a system alert announces that the flame trap has been forcibly closed, stopping him cold. The target brushes off the surprise with unsettling calm instead of panicking. A red system sequence reveals that his skill unlock is activating, canceling both the flame trap and the burn status. The cancellation succeeds, and the player immediately questions why his mysterious 10-star skill can do this too. The assassin is left momentarily frozen by what he has just seen. He quickly regains his composure, deciding this is the perfect chance to prove himself by killing the target directly. He activates Kamikaze to boost his agility and rushes in with a sword strike. The player evades the slash at the last instant with smooth, practiced movement. The assassin is shaken that a supposed beginner dodged so cleanly. The player counters with a kick that knocks the assassin's weapon away. As the sword hits the ground, the assassin realizes the fight has turned against him. Recognizing the technique, he concludes only one person could use that skill properly and begins to suspect the beginner's true identity. Before he can finish the thought, he is struck down and cries out in pain. The victor coolly admits the ambush nearly caught him off guard. He reflects that without his health-related status he might have died, then refocuses on the more important discovery that his 10-star skill has another effect. He starts listing what he has learned about unlock, ignoring his companion's presence as he thinks it through. So far he identifies item appraisal, trap cancellation, and abnormal status cancellation, and is pleased by how useful the skill keeps proving itself. The assassin rises again and remarks that a game this large must have some hidden limit, revealing he woke up earlier than expected. Accepting defeat, he says he has no intention of testing his enemy's abilities further and is ready to die rather than lose more badly. Still, he asks for one final indulgence before death. He reveals that he recognizes the player as the great Hanzo, the death match champion from the same era. The player has no memory of him, and the assassin takes that as proof of Hanzo's stature while the player privately concludes long PK attracts only odd people. With death still looming, the assassin makes his true last request. He sends a friend request under the name Spiritual Sword Master and simply asks to be added. Dropping all dignity, he eagerly begs to become friends. Amused by the absurd turn, Hanzo can only laugh. Elsewhere, a giant serpent finally collapses after a brutal fight. A heavy weapon slams down beside the corpse, marking the battle's end. Mammon, guild master of Mammonism, coldly declares the stubborn creature dead at last. When told there is a problem in Lei Sin, he first assumes it concerns a guild or long PK rather than anything serious. As he checks the loot, he complains that the rare basilisk drop still has not appeared. Another member reports that someone may have interfered again, but downplays it as merely Hanzo losing. That name immediately catches Mammon's attention. He learns Hanzo was not truly defeated but logged out briefly and sent them a letter, which Mammon is now invited to read. After finally meeting the friend he had admired from Real Fantasia in Lhasa, the protagonist decides he will follow his lead from now on. He commits himself to that choice, seeing this encounter as the beginning of a new direction. Elsewhere, a captain is baffled by a strange promise from someone who vowed to repay a debt someday and told him to wait. He dismisses the speaker as an unbearable eccentric, while his subordinate awkwardly endures the outburst. Turning practical, the captain asks who currently commands Long PK and learns it is Captain Jung Won-hyuk. He orders contact with Jung Won-hyuk so the group can be moved or at least reduced, accepting that any uncovered areas will simply have to be ignored. Annoyed by the guerrilla quest drawing players in and gathering coins, he also orders more men into the village to report and eliminate anyone they missed. Even while complaining about wasting manpower on a beginner zone, he activates a newly obtained weapon. The item turns out to be a rare legendary axe with strong stat bonuses and extra effects, confirming it was a worthwhile purchase. When he asks whether the mysterious man who introduced the antique shop was important, the answer is only that the man is a weapon expert, which leaves him unimpressed. That vague explanation makes him pause in irritation. He decides the matter is harmless enough for now, dismisses his subordinate, and assumes even knowledge of the shop will not cause trouble. Before ending the exchange, he orders Jung Won-hyuk to submit a report. He goes further and cuts Jung Won-hyuk's bonus, while elsewhere the captain being punished is left humiliated and apologetic for failing to protect his men. At the same time, the protagonist completes a hunt by killing a mutant stag, earning its horn and receiving level-up rewards. Satisfied with the result, he and his companion prepare to return to the village and collect the reward. On the way, the protagonist notes that Long PK members have started moving in groups, making the situation more troublesome than before. He explains that while he used to handle 1 or 2 easily, coordinated attacks from 8 at once would be difficult. His companion eagerly assumes they will go after the guerrilla quest, but the protagonist points out that the NPC tied to it has not appeared yet, so chasing it now would waste time. Pressed on what they should do instead, he reveals he already has another plan. He gives a precise meeting time and location near the church in the central plaza, several hours later. Until then, he tells his companion to focus only on leveling in that area. As the companion agrees, he suddenly remembers to ask whether this game has optional or hidden main quests. The question surprises the protagonist, who wonders why anyone would assume it does not. He reveals that the person standing in front of him is the one who assigns those quests, leaving the other boy stunned that this was not mentioned sooner. The protagonist explains that in Lhasa, the familiar spirit usually handles the main quest, while inwardly finding his companion's attempt to change the subject irritating. He adds that despite the name, the main quest is not especially tied to the game's central plot, and is more like a growth mission handed out by the spirit. Because familiar spirits help players grow, people often try to get close to them in hopes of receiving better quests. The companion is put off by how much that resembles a dating sim, but learns he can still receive a quest directly from the protagonist. The catch is that he is currently too low level, and must reach at least level 10 before the main quest can be assigned. Accepting that, he asks to be power leveled and to keep experimenting with the unusual skill and points he has already gained. They set off to begin the next stage of training. When they arrive, the companion is surprised by how quiet the place is and expected a crowded hunting ground full of beginners. The protagonist explains that in a normal remote field, players would be everywhere killing ordinary monsters. Instead of elaborating, he tells the boy to take out the items bought from the shop. The companion obeys, though he still has no idea what this setup is meant to accomplish. The protagonist has him prepare 3 acorns and a bottle of water from the village plaza fountain, then instructs him to throw 1 acorn under a tree. The companion follows the order and tosses the acorn where indicated. That simple act immediately draws the attention of a hidden creature lurking nearby. A sudden disturbance erupts around the tree, catching the companion completely off guard. A hidden monster appears, a tyrant squirrel with glowing red eyes. As the companion panics at the absurdly oversized squirrel, the protagonist calmly explains that hidden monsters are dangerous but worth hunting, and that this trick is not common knowledge. The companion realizes this kind of hidden target explains why his level gains had seemed so poor from ordinary kills. Fired up, he attacks the squirrel with exaggerated zeal, treating the rare encounter like a chance to make up for lost progress. The kill pays off immediately, pushing him to level 5 and granting bonus stats and skill points. The squirrel drops a rare acorn ingredient, but the protagonist makes clear the real objective is not over and tells him to plant that acorn and pour the fountain water on it. The companion realizes the drop itself was only part of a larger hidden process. When he pours the water, the planted acorn reacts at once. The tree responds violently, as if something inside it is awakening or opening. Pleased, the protagonist praises him and directs his attention to a huge hole in the trunk, telling him to put his hand inside. He reaches the hidden entrance and triggers the dungeon's response. A system message reveals he has discovered the hidden dungeon King Squirrel's Nest, a hero to legendary dungeon for low-level entrants with boosted first clear rewards. His companion prompts him to explain, and he agrees to walk him through it. He casually admits he prefers obvious villains over hypocrites, setting a teasing tone before getting serious. He explains that dungeon monster ranks can be assigned randomly, though that is uncommon. As the system detects the player and begins appraising the dungeon, he clarifies that a higher rank mainly means stronger monsters. He says most people believe Lhassa's dungeons only have 6 ranks, from normal up to legendary. But he reveals there are hidden ranks above legendary, including epic and mythic, though they appear only rarely. His companion raises a hand like a student and asks what comes after mythic. He admits he still does not know the final rank himself. He explains that while clearing a hidden quest, he learned mythic was not actually the top. That quest gave him a clue that one more rank exists beyond mythic. Following that clue, he entered a dungeon to investigate further. Instead of a normal run, his body was trapped in the game as a ghost-like spectator, leaving him bitter about the experience. He brushes off the memory, tells his companion to worry more about staying alive, and waits for the appraisal to finish. The result comes back as legendary, confirming a highly dangerous dungeon with stronger monsters, a harsher layout, more traps and mutants, and a first clear bonus. The revelation makes him explode in frustration at how absurdly rare and punishing this so-called game is. Once he calms down, he warns that obtaining a legendary dungeon is not automatically a good thing. He reasons that the stronger the monsters become, the greater the chance of failing the dungeon. His companion agrees and notes that even organized parties can be wiped out in high-ranked dungeons. Even so, the companion asks whether he still intends to go in. He answers without hesitation that he does. Both of them commit to entering, even if the rewards turn out to be disappointing. As they move deeper inside, he points out that something about the dungeon's notification still feels off. He questions why the system treated his companion as the first entrant when he was the one who already knew this dungeon existed. His companion realizes that the first-time entry bonus implies someone else had effectively claimed prior knowledge or access. A sudden thought stops him as the implication becomes clear. The other man confirms he has figured it out. He explains the first reason: the dungeon only accepts players level 5 or below, and he had already surpassed that limit long ago. His companion jokingly accuses him of choosing weaker dungeons on purpose to leave the better one behind. He dismisses the joke and says there is a second, more important reason. Before he can finish, both are jolted by a sudden disturbance. A gigantic squirrel bursts into view, immediately proving the dungeon's threat is real. Its violent charge sends shock and debris through the cavern as the companion recoils in disbelief. He finally reveals the second reason: he had not been confident he could clear a unique rank dungeon or anything higher. The monster keeps barreling forward, and a system warning identifies its armor-penetrating attack as especially dangerous. The squirrel roars, showing itself to be far more ferocious than its name suggests. Sizing it up, the companion realizes he can match its speed but may struggle to inflict meaningful damage. The other man taunts him with a challenge, noting that a hitless clear would even earn a special title. That challenge sharpens the companion's resolve. He draws his sword and declares that he can do it. He launches into the fight as the squirrel activates Berserk, trading defense for even greater speed and attack power. While moving, he works out that the beast's armor penetration makes attacking its back or legs too risky. He adjusts his grip and prepares a more precise strike instead of a conventional one. With his kodachi ready, he commits to a direct, high-risk opening. He decides on the one vulnerable target that bypasses the monster's defensive advantage. As the squirrel lunges with its jaws open, he closes the distance at the perfect moment. He aims for the inside of its mouth, where its armor cannot protect it. Driving off the ground, he turns the dodge into an attack angle. He leaps straight at the charging squirrel, blade raised to finish the strike from within its open maw. A blinding finish confirms the fight is over. System messages announce that they have defeated the tyrant squirrel and earned level-up bonus points, leaving the pair stunned by how quickly it ended. The hoodie-wearing player eagerly asks if he should keep going, convinced he is close to understanding the trick. His companion can hardly believe the result. A few moments later, the shock lingers as they pause to process what just happened. While one of them keeps farming squirrels at absurd speed, the other fixates on the strange fact that the enemies are only dropping acorns. They suspect the increased drop rate is working, but only in the most underwhelming way possible. Before they can dwell on it, a glowing chest suddenly appears nearby. The veteran identifies it as a treasure box and explains that legendary boxes are the highest rank, though finding one in a dungeon is extremely rare. The hoodie-wearing player immediately treats it like a jackpot and rushes to open it, while his companion mocks how fast greed has overtaken him. He reaches for the chest without hesitation. The moment he touches it, something feels wrong. As the cave begins to shake, they abandon the chest and retreat to hide while they figure out what is happening. The disturbance intensifies deeper in the dungeon. A huge mutated squirrel bursts out, revealing that the chest was bait for something far more dangerous. The veteran recognizes it as a hidden boss, a special monster even stronger than the dungeon boss that appears only under certain conditions. The other immediately wonders whether killing a hidden boss means better loot. He is told hidden mobs may not drop items at all, but they can grant a large amount of experience, and even a title, turning the encounter into an irresistible opportunity. At the mention of a title, he decides instantly that he is fighting it. He refuses to let a rare title slip away. Ignoring the safer plan of studying its weakness first, he insists on taking it head-on himself. His companion is horrified, convinced this reckless choice will get him killed. The would-be fighter argues that instead of cautiously learning through repeated fights, he wants to approach the game on his own terms. For him, that means avoiding overthinking and simply enjoying the challenge. The veteran reluctantly gives in, though he is clearly exasperated by this kind of madness. He snaps that the creature is not an ordinary squirrel but a mutated one, and should be treated seriously. Then he notices something important near the monster, and realizes the situation has changed. A treasure box is strapped to the squirrel's back, making the hidden boss even more valuable than expected. That discovery instantly changes their priorities, and even the cautious one becomes eager to secure the prize. He quickly devises a plan, use the pile of acorns they collected to distract the squirrel by throwing them over its head. The acorns rain down, and the squirrel's attention is caught at once. When asked if its back is the weak point, the veteran tells him to look more carefully. He studies the creature in silence, waiting for the clue. The squirrel lifts its tail, exposing the true vulnerable spot underneath. The reveal is so absurd that it completely breaks the mood. He stares at the exposed weak point in disbelief, unable to accept what he is seeing. His companion, now fully committed to efficiency, bluntly orders him to stab it there. He recoils at the idea of winning by attacking a squirrel in such a humiliating place. The veteran drags him back to reality, reminding him that both the hidden boss and the treasure box will disappear if he hesitates. As if to prove the point, the squirrel starts to leave. Realizing he is running out of time, he curses and prepares to act. The squirrel turns hostile, its eyes glowing as the danger spikes. He lunges forward in desperation, forcing himself to follow through. With a tearful apology to the squirrel, he strikes the exposed weak spot. The system declares it a perfect critical hit on the hidden boss's weak point, instantly killing the mutant tyrant squirrel, awarding a level up, bonus stats, and the title Legendary Dungeon Conqueror. Even after winning everything he wanted, he can only apologize to the squirrel for the undignified way it died. As they move on, the veteran tells him to stop mourning a monster, and their bickering resumes with mutual insults. Then the veteran remembers the real objective and excitedly urges him to open the treasure box. He freezes, suddenly realizing something is very wrong. Both of them are left staring in confusion, unsure what happened to the box they fought so hard to get. The brothers discover the chest is locked and realize they need a matching key, creating an immediate obstacle. They pause and silently consider a risky workaround instead of accepting the lock. Both arrive at the same shameless idea and agree it is worth trying if it works. Ignoring doubts, the younger one reaches for the box despite a warning to stop. He gambles on his skill and commands the chest to open. The attempt succeeds, and the system confirms he has unlocked a legendary rank box. The box bursts open with violent energy, startling him with the force of the result. The shockwave clears, leaving the brothers staring at the open treasure in disbelief. They realize his luck-based unlocking skill is absurdly overpowered for a game that should depend on chance, and his brother warns him not to say that too loudly. To avoid wasting the best reward, they decide to test the skill on a lower rank box first. The trial box yields a piece of unidentified leather armor. His brother judges it decent but not enough to solve their problem, since they still need stronger appraisal results for undetermined gear. The younger brother pushes further, convinced the protagonist should not stay ordinary, and prepares to exploit the skill again. He loudly orders another unlock while his brother nervously jokes that this reckless abuse of the system is getting frightening. A new notice appears. The skill has evolved into an unrestricted 10-star version that can now appraise unknown items, proving the exploit is escalating. Shocked by the sudden upgrade, he is told to open his status window and inspect the change. His status confirms multiple first-time achievements and shows the skill has indeed become unrestricted. He opens the new skill details to see exactly what changed. The upgraded skill now appraises unidentified items, disables traps, unlocks treasure boxes, and even helps resist abnormal status effects and traps, though each use costs different amounts of MP. His brother dismisses the MP concern, urges him to appraise the armor immediately, and he agrees to spend the cost. He activates the skill again, this time to identify the armor. The item is revealed as a rare leather armor with useful speed and dexterity bonuses, and the younger brother excitedly equips it while praising the unbelievable luck. Satisfied with the test, they turn back to the legendary box and finally open it for real. Both brace themselves, expecting something extraordinary. Instead of a weapon or artifact, the legendary reward turns out to be a single egg. After the initial disappointment, and fear that it might be another trap, they decide to appraise it before judging its value. The appraisal goes through successfully. The egg is identified as a rare magical squirrel familiar named Tamias, confirming it belongs to a higher class of pet. His brother explains that magical squirrels are prized familiars, and this one could replace his current weak mythic pet while fitting him as a ranged attacker. Encouraged, he takes the egg and realizes he now needs attribute acorns to hatch it. He immediately commits to that next goal, while his brother is amazed at how quickly he has adapted to the game's logic. Before they can settle, a new disturbance signals that something dangerous is approaching. A hostile squirrel boss charges in, turning the hatching plan into an immediate fight. The younger brother lunges into action and calls for an acorn, trying to force the familiar-related objective forward even in combat. The battle devolves into frantic chaos as he desperately begs for the acorn, while his brother panics at how unhinged he sounds. The fight ends with the defeat of the dungeon boss, King Squirrel. System rewards cascade in. The dungeon is cleared, he reaches level 10, and he is told he can now receive a job by completing a familiar spirit quest. He is left speechless as the implications of the reward sink in. Among the drops, he finds several colorful acorns with different attributes, giving him the materials he needed. Faced with multiple choices, he becomes comically overwhelmed about which acorn to use. His brother tells him to stop overthinking, reminding him that job selection comes later after the familiar mission, when he will choose from 3 options. The younger brother studies him suspiciously, sensing he knows more than he is saying. Pressed for answers, his brother admits he is not a normal familiar spirit but an irregular one, which means he may not know the standard rules for assigning jobs. Still, he is confident about one thing: somehow he can probably just decide the job directly. The system immediately validates that claim by granting a job quest from the familiar spirit, maxing their relationship points, and auto-clearing the familiar quest with a reward. He stares at the new prompt in stunned silence as reality bends around his brother again. His brother laughs and calls him the perfect familiar spirit, delighted by how useful this irregularity has become. A job selection screen appears, and the younger brother collapses in apology as he realizes his brother had been right about basic skills leading to core jobs. Trying to recover, he explains that a player's job normally depends on the rank of their familiar spirit, and his own 0-star rank should severely limit the choices. But he adds that there may still be another route. Completing certain quests from an NPC can eventually unlock a different job. He learns that changing into another class is locked behind reaching level 45, which immediately makes the path ahead feel absurdly restrictive. Faced with that requirement, he rejects the idea of grinding as a farmer or fisherman and desperately wishes he could change the familiar spirit tied to him. His companion calms him down, promises better gear later, and urges him to focus on the urgent guerrilla quest first while storing their supplies. They head into the beginner city of Leysin to continue their search. In town, he notices a player delivering dog skin for a wolf hunting quest and realizes that players in this world are treated as messengers of gods. That thought leads him to connect familiar spirits with gods, and he remembers hearing that the antique shop can sometimes trigger unusual quests. When he asks about it, his companion confirms that NPC-collected antique quests can be random, but occasionally extraordinary. They spot the antique shop owner waiting outside the church, marked as someone important. The old merchant immediately offers a strange exchange, hinting that he is more than an ordinary shopkeeper. A hidden NPC quest appears, and despite his companion's exhaustion, they accept the antique exchange quest at once. Before they can proceed, he notices someone approaching through the brush and senses trouble. A group of players rushes in, furious that someone else took the quest first, and warning that accepting it so casually could get everyone killed. His companion identifies them as the Mammon Guild's bottom rankers and urges a quick exit before the situation escalates. Instead of going along, he abruptly refuses to continue the quest. The system cancels the exchange, leaving everyone stunned while the guild members rage at losing their chance. The merchant reacts as if a hidden condition has just been exposed and declares that the protagonist serves no god. That revelation triggers a hidden job quest, identifying him as a candidate for descendant of Sorcerer King. Recognizing the importance of what has surfaced, the merchant asks to speak somewhere private. The protagonist agrees, already suspecting he has uncovered something major. Pleased by his composure, the merchant prepares to reveal more. In an instant, the merchant transports them away before the others can interfere. The pursuing players can only panic as their target vanishes and their chance at the quest slips away. A magical barrier leaves the pursuers behind while the protagonist and his companion are carried elsewhere. They arrive inside a grand ancient hall, clearly separated from the ordinary world. The protagonist warns his companion to be careful, reminding him that NPCs may interpret player behavior differently than players do. The merchant introduces himself as Drikov Styan and formally welcomes the outsider on behalf of Akram. He explains that the earlier coin test was only the first step and confirms again that the protagonist serves no god. Drek frames gods as tricksters who tempt people with worldly power, and the protagonist realizes this hidden route may concern the true nature of familiar spirits. As he listens, the protagonist is struck by how much secret information has remained buried even after years of accumulated knowledge. Drek praises him for resisting the temptation that ensnared others. His companion nervously interrupts, trying to correct the dangerous misunderstanding. He blurts out that he actually does serve a god, nearly exposing the familiar spirit issue. Drek pauses to verify the claim, and the companion realizes too late that no registered familiar spirit can be found. Drek reveals he already sensed a ghost-like presence behind the protagonist, but dismisses it as something outside the category of proper familiar spirits. The system offers the true hidden job test, stating that only a player without a familiar spirit can become the descendant of Sorcerer King, and Drek declares him qualified. A second prompt reveals the scale of the opportunity, an epic rank hidden class tied directly to the main storyline. Drek begins recounting the history of the Sorcerer King, the figure at the center of this legacy. He explains that the Sorcerer King united the continents under ancient Akram 800 years ago and briefly brought peace. That peace ended when a mysterious invading force appeared, unleashing destructive magic. Drek identifies the disaster as an invasion by an entity no one had anticipated. The attack devastated the kingdom and shattered the Age of Peace. He reveals the invaders were not gods at all, but fake deities who disguised themselves as familiar spirits. The familiar spirits people trusted were actually outsiders, and their arrival tore the nation apart and caused mass death. In the middle of that chaos, the Sorcerer King managed to seal all the familiar spirits. But the king died, leaving only partial safeguards, and over centuries the seal began to crack. As the spirits returned, they rewrote history and were gradually worshipped as gods while preparing to consume the continent. Worse still, they now intend to use outsiders known as God's messengers as the tools of that conquest. Drek finally makes his plea directly, asking the outsider to help stop them. The next phase of the job quest appears, requiring him to defeat players who possess familiar spirits, and Drek is shaken to learn the protagonist has already met one of the conditions. Realizing this stranger has somehow advanced through the hidden trial by crushing ordinary spirit-bound players, Drek demands to know who he really is. Carpe realizes that after gaining illusion and then meeting the familiar spirit Gus must have become his second familiar, making better use of abilities that had been wasted in the city. An elder explains that he brought Carpe to this world because his talent would have been squandered otherwise, and now leads him to the place of the final trial. As they enter the ancient testing grounds, the elder begins revealing why Akram once fell to invaders. The decisive cause, he says, was betrayal from within. After that crushing defeat, Akram decided its future Sorcerer King must possess an unshakable mind that could not be seduced by outsiders. They arrive at the trial site, and the elder announces that this is where Carpe will be tested. Carpe is told to stand on the magic circle as the elder formally addresses him as the hero and prepares to explain the last test, leaving Carpe puzzled by the sudden title. The magic circle activates beneath him, and he learns the trial will last only 1 minute if he can endure it. The system declares that the long-forgotten ancient magic, capital Vices, has been triggered, while the elder calmly wishes the hero luck. The spell fully unfolds, surrounding Carpe with overwhelming ancient power. Watching the activation, Carpe's companion realizes the test has reached the highest 9-star difficulty, and fears Carpe is in serious danger. The trial strikes Carpe with all 7 deadly vice debuffs at once, crippling his skills, gear, vision, offense, defense, health, stats, and recovery. Carpe immediately understands why this trial is infamous. It is a brutal collapse of every advantage, not a fair exam. He concludes that only someone who can survive this absurd punishment deserves to clear the test. Instead of enduring it helplessly, Carpe activates unrestricted, instantly removing every abnormal status. The trial ends at once, and the system announces that the job change quest has been cleared. Further notices reveal that the hidden job descendant of Sorcerer King has evolved into Sorcerer Monarch, a mythical rank class, with rewards upgraded accordingly. Carpe is formally congratulated on successfully changing his job. He is left baffled that the supposedly impossible final test ended so easily once his countermeasure worked. The system confirms the Sorcerer Monarch class, adds exclusive skills, and grants him the title Myth for reaching mythical rank on his first attempt. His companion is stunned that Carpe achieved in one try what even top-ranked players struggle to obtain, while Carpe treats it as a lucky break tied to his past life. Carpe decides to inspect his new skills before anything else. The Elder can barely believe the result is real. Overcome with joy, he hails Carpe as the Sorcerer King. He goes further, proclaiming Carpe the new monarch and ruler of Akram, while Carpe awkwardly tries to stop the ceremony from escalating. The Elder then presents Carpe with a box and asks him to open it. Inside is a beautifully crafted item marked with an elaborate magical design. The gift is revealed to be Trigger, a legendary magic weapon once used by the previous Sorcerer King, and Carpe is told it can take many forms, including a wand. Excited by the weapon's rarity, Carpe wants to test it immediately in battle. The Elder refuses, warning that such a weapon should only be drawn against a truly powerful opponent. A new notice explains that Trigger is only the first of the Sorcerer King's artifacts, and that collecting the rest will eventually unlock the complete legacy. While the Elder says he will continue his own research, he reveals that he is investigating the Outsider's coins because they seem tied to the false gods worshipped beyond this world. Hearing that, Carpe realizes he may be able to help Drek with that problem. Elsewhere, the story shifts away from Akram to a modern high-rise. A blonde streamer lounges in bed, dismissing most game broadcasts as dull and unoriginal. While browsing videos, he notices a recording of the Mutant Horned Deer quest and assumes it is just another beginner upload. He expects low quality but still clicks, thinking even bad content can reveal what draws viewers. The footage immediately shocks him with a sudden, violent clash. As the fight continues, he watches in disbelief at a level of combat he did not think possible. He realizes the fighter on screen single-handedly wiped out an entire squad of long-ranked players and is stunned by the uploader's strength. Then he notices something even stranger in the footage. An NPC appears near the church, which should not happen there. That detail alarms him because the church is supposed to be where the guerrilla quest begins. Remembering that his brother had urged him to upload his own edited footage quickly, Carpe starts connecting the timing and implications. Back in the game world, a crowd gathers in agitation over a sudden rush to buy coins, and Carpe hears players blaming a newcomer for the chaos. He recognizes the disturbance as the work of Mammonism and realizes those profiteers are behind the market shakeup. His companion jokes that Carpe is already on his way to becoming a game streamer, but Carpe rejects the idea and stays focused on what matters. Instead, Carpe concludes that the coin market is about to swing wildly in supply and demand, and he studies the flood of messages about the NPC, the scarf coin, and the hidden location. When his companion points out that all of this began after Carpe's actions the day before, Carpe is caught off guard by how much influence he has had. A system timer appears, announcing that only 30 minutes remain, forcing them to move before the day's limit expires. As they reflect on how much has happened in a single day of play, Carpe finally remembers the larger reason everything has accelerated so quickly. As the connection nears its end, the familiar spirit suddenly worries about what will happen to him once his only player logs off. He explains that unlike other familiars, he belongs to no one else, so losing this player could leave him with nothing. The player panics at the shutdown warning and desperately clings to him, refusing to let him disappear. His fear spills out into practical worries too, since losing the familiar might undo his progress and even cost him his rare class. The familiar is shaken that the player actually cares and tries to hide it behind irritation at the melodrama. Even as the disconnect begins, the player keeps begging him not to leave and accuses him of being heartless for acting so calm. But instead of vanishing, the player finds himself safely back in town, relieved that the connection did not break after all. He reveals that he was pulled straight into the familiar's room, which catches the familiar completely off guard. The player confirms it was the same study the familiar used before becoming a spirit, complete with books and devices shaped by his old memories. That realization reassures the familiar that the place is genuinely his old room rather than some false imitation. Noticing the attention they are drawing, the player suggests they continue the conversation somewhere more private. They move into the forest, away from the crowd and the noise of town. There they notice an unsettling silence, with even the usually noisy long group nowhere to be seen, suggesting something broader may have changed. Since nothing seems immediately wrong, the player decides to inspect his status window. At his command, the system interface opens in front of them. The familiar reviews the player's information and is stunned by how much power he has accumulated for someone with such a low formal level. He calculates that the player's distributed points make him comparable to someone far higher level and warns him to hide his title if he keeps appearing in public. The player accepts the advice, and the familiar starts helping him manage the system more carefully. They move on to the skill window to see what his class can actually do. The list reveals several abilities, including a new one called Sorcerer Engineering. The familiar immediately recognizes it as an unusual job-exclusive skill and treats it as their most important lead. They decide to inspect that skill first and see what it can produce. The system reports that an item tied to sorcerer engineering is already in his inventory, prompting them to open it. The familiar is confused by the unexpected notice and pauses to make sure he understood it correctly. Inside the inventory, one of the attribute acorns begins glowing, marking itself as usable material. The system offers to synthesize the magic item through sorcerer engineering. That raises a new question for the familiar, who realizes the skill works through combining ingredients. Still unsure what he is dealing with, he opens the full system description for the skill. The explanation confirms it is a crafting type ability that can process magical ingredients into items and even improve the odds of better results. The familiar falls silent as he starts grasping how valuable and dangerous that kind of skill could be. He warns that once word spreads, major guilds will rush to recruit the player, but the player has no interest in being tied down and would rather keep clearing hidden quests alone. That answer feeds his self-image as someone strong enough to stand apart from guilds and handle everything independently. The familiar mocks that grand attitude, and the two briefly break into a playful exchange that eases the tension. The system then confirms that multiple ingredients in the inventory are available for synthesis, pulling the familiar back to the task. He quickly understands the interface and sees that he can place selected materials into the synthesis process. He decides to begin with a simple test using just 2 acorns. For the trial, he chooses 1 flame acorn and 1 ice acorn despite their opposing attributes. He activates the synthesis command to see whether the system can really combine them. When the process accepts the pair without issue, he freezes in surprise. After confirming he has 8 acorns total, he realizes the number of possible combinations is far greater than he first thought. That sudden possibility makes him stop and reconsider what he may have stumbled onto. He turns back to the inventory, now looking at the acorns with a more calculating eye. A new idea forms as he wonders whether every acorn might be a valid ingredient. He starts selecting more of them one after another to test that theory. Soon the system displays a full row of chosen ingredients and asks whether he wants to synthesize them all together. Watching this, the player is baffled that conflicting attributes can apparently be mixed so freely and begins to worry that the familiar is pushing too far. The player decides he needs to stop him before he recklessly throws every rare material into one experiment. But the familiar brushes off the warning, dismisses the player's old plans and weak class, and insists he no longer wants a useless familiar spirit. He coldly acts as if he is leaving, which sends the player into another frantic meltdown. The player grabs him and pleads for caution, urging him to test only 2 ingredients first because if the synthesis fails and all the acorns are destroyed, they will lose everything. He gleefully admits he set this up because he knew the other man would react exactly like this. With that confidence, he triggers the synthesis despite the other man's panicked protest. The system begins combining the materials while the reluctant participant realizes he can no longer stop it. Seeing the process truly start, the instigator becomes openly thrilled. The gamble pays off when the synthesis succeeds and upgrades a legendary elemental acorn into something even rarer. A bonus from sorcerer engineering pushes the ingredient higher still, transforming it into the epic fragment of primordial chaos. The new item appears in his hands, and even his tiny companion falls silent at the absurd result. The other man is stunned that an epic item was obtained so casually and starts questioning the logic of his own existence. An unseen observer reassures him that he is actually doing remarkably well on his own and only needs to keep going. That same voice declares the next step has arrived at last. It is time to hatch the egg. When he asks for reassurance, he is told he clearly no longer needs hand-holding. His companion turns back and reminds him that all of this progress came from the guidance he already received, including the role quest that led him here. Overcome with gratitude, he nearly bursts into tears at the praise. He responds by smothering his smaller companion with affection, only to be dryly called out for ruining the mood. Ignoring that, he accepts the system prompt and orders the egg to hatch. The system immediately warns that the ingredient used was abnormally high-ranked, causing the hatching data and even the species itself to change. Instead of an ordinary magic squirrel, a small black-furred creature pops out and chirps. His companion quickly adores the newborn, noting it is basically a magic squirrel except for the unusual black fur. The system then asks him to give the new pet a name. He is advised not to overthink it, though the teasing suggestion he receives is so bad that he rejects it on principle. After considering it, he settles on a name of his own. The pet is officially registered as Mukyang. Its status reveals it to be a primordial Tammy's with active passive abilities, and its delighted new master immediately starts doting on it. While fussing over the pet, he notices he has already reached level 10 and realizes that should mean he can finally leave the beginner area. He is told that level 10 qualifies him for a familiar spirit role quest and grants him the right to leave Lei Sin. To depart, he simply needs to speak with Chief Kedlak in the village center, who can send him to the mainland. Even so, he learns that many players now choose to stay longer instead of leaving immediately. When he asks why, the answer comes with an annoying smile. The reason is simple: this place is worth testing further. He is reminded that the game's most impressive skills and super costly swords are earned by players who push themselves. That argument instantly wins him over, and he eagerly agrees. He is warned that mainland quests are much harder, so some players prefer to master everything they can in Lacin first. He concludes that means hunting boss monsters, and is told that will serve as his graduation exam. The target is revealed to be the Nightmare of Lacin, a blazing hellbeast lurking in the hellbeast dungeon. With a branch pushed aside, they head out toward the dungeon. At the entrance, his guide announces that they have arrived. A crowd gathered before the cavern confirms the hellbeast dungeon is a major destination. He learns the area is packed because players come here to hunt hellbeasts and collect the essence of hellfire. When he asks where to start, he is reminded that he already destroyed the place tied to the mutant stag quest. Before they proceed, nearby players mention a popular bulletin video, catching his attention. He overhears them discussing the antique shop man quest and how the NPCs shown in the video were gone when they checked, suggesting the NPC locations may shift. That makes him uneasy, because if NPCs can move around unpredictably, joining the right party may matter more than he expected. His companion jokingly begs the now-noticed player to form a party with him, only to be dismissed as ridiculous. They move to the dungeon gate, where the system identifies the site as the Hellbeast dungeon. When he touches the entrance, a prompt asks whether he wants to enter. The system explains that parties are allowed, difficulty scales with party size, and this dungeon records clear times as a time attack challenge. He is directed to a nearby monument that tracks those records. He examines the monument more closely. A ranking display appears, listing solo and party clear times, and he quickly grasps how to read it. He then learns the question marks in the rankings simply mean those players chose to keep their identities hidden. The heavenly demon quickly guesses that the top record belongs to Mark, and Mark confirms it with amused approval. He notes that even after half a year the record still stands, with Tado Tashin holding second place at 13 minutes and 23 seconds. That name stirs recognition just as someone emerges from the dungeon. The crowd realizes a clear has just happened and rushes to see who made it out. A bespectacled man spots the person he was waiting for and mutters in relief that he has finally found the runaway mutt. The arrival turns chaotic as familiar companions are loudly called out one by one. The trio makes a flashy entrance, re-establishing themselves as a notorious group everyone recognizes. Mark checks the rankings, sees only familiar names, and finds his own results sitting at 17th. While others think about collecting the town reward and heading to the mainland, the scene shifts back to the ranking discussion. Mark is told that the ranking rewards are minor, but the real value is leaving a permanent record and making a name for himself before reaching the mainland. That appeal to pride and legacy gives him pause, and he starts considering a serious attempt. He is offered a chance to enter Hellbeast Cave alone, and chooses to take it. The system confirms him as a solo challenger, and begins transporting him into the dungeon. He vanishes in a flash and is sent inside. Once there, a warning announces that Hellbeasts will be summoned in 3 minutes and orders him to prepare for battle. As a countdown appears, Mark equips his weapons and accepts that there will be no place to hide in this test. His companion points out that this is the ideal place to measure his strength, while Mark casually stacks abilities and checks his pet's stealth movement skill. The timer races down to 0, signaling the start of the encounter. A gigantic Hell's watchdog Hellbeast is summoned, far larger than expected. The beast fixes him with a predatory glare and growls, ready to kill. Mark reminds his ally that Hellbeasts are weak to ice and orders Hyang to support him. The pet responds immediately and begins enchanting his weapons with an ice attribute. Mark combines that support with his 8 attribute magic system, fully imbuing his blade for the fight. He follows with a striking buff, boosting the physical damage he can inflict. As the final seconds tick away, he finishes his preparations and settles into attack range. The battle begins with the watchdog roaring and unleashing its overwhelming presence. The monster charges straight down the cavern at him like a falling inferno. Instead of panicking, Mark greets it almost playfully, treating the beast like a slow pet. He slips past its attack with ease, mocking its speed as he flips away from the blast. The watchdog is left visibly confused by how effortlessly he avoided it. Mark reflects that with his title and item bonuses, this fight may be too easy for him even without outside help. Angered, the beast tries to overwhelm him with its inferno breath. Mark addresses it again with casual contempt, drawing its attention while staying just out of danger. He openly ridicules the creature for relying on a projectile attack at close range, saying it only makes killing it easier. Using the opening, he bursts forward through the smoke and heat. He launches himself high above the beast, setting up a decisive downward strike. With full confidence, he vows to send the little dog back to its master. His empowered blade crashes down in a single explosive blow. The hit lands so hard that the system immediately starts issuing clear and reward notifications as the beast collapses. Mark realizes he may have ended the fight too quickly, and the dungeon is declared cleared. Outside, people still wait around the cave entrance, unaware that the run has already ended. A blonde adventurer debates entering without a full party because he cannot recruit anyone today. He regrets not persuading the beginner in rare armor he met earlier, thinking that even a fool could have served as a tank. As he continues rationalizing that idea, a sudden disturbance from the ranking area interrupts him. The crowd erupts in disbelief, trying to understand how the ranking board could have changed again so quickly. Drawn by the commotion, the blonde man heads over to see what happened. The moment he looks, shock hits him. The board shows a solo player in first place with a clear time of only 9 seconds, leaving him stunned. Back inside, the blue-haired companion addresses Mark, still processing what just happened. Mark brushes it off as an accident, while the companion scolds him for nearly getting himself killed, and Mark admits he only meant to test his skill, not finish the fight in one blow. After clearing the Hellbeast dungeon, he finds the rewards disappointingly sparse. Only rare Hellbeast leather and a rare essence of Hellfire, with no equipment at all. His companion explains that Hellbeasts are greedy creatures that rarely drop gear, so getting even these materials should be considered a decent haul. Before he can dwell on it, the familiar suddenly darts off as if it has noticed something important. The spirit returns convinced he has good instincts, and urges him to pay attention to what it found. It points him toward a hidden object, pressing him to recognize the opportunity in front of him. When he looks closer, he realizes the familiar is talking about an Easter egg hidden in the dungeon. The secret cache pays off immediately, giving him gold, an elemental recovery potion, and a beginner elixir of power. Delighted by the unexpected bonus, he drinks the elixir at once while his brother reminds him they still have work to do. As he enjoys the reward, he starts to ask his brother for something else, catching him off guard. His brother instantly senses trouble and tries to shut down whatever reckless idea is coming next. Ignoring that resistance, he insists they should keep digging through the area for more hidden rewards, turning the argument into a familiar clash between greed and practicality. The scene shifts to Layson, where the next stage of their journey begins. Walking through town, he reflects that the game feels alive because it recreates not just combat but the noise and movement of a real world. He now understands why Lhasa became so massively popular. What once seemed like overhype now makes sense to him as he starts seeing the game the way its devoted players do. He realizes Lhasa is more than monster hunting with magic and weapons. It is a full society, almost a second life. That realization becomes more serious as they prepare to leave the island for the mainland, where everyone can use psychic power and the stakes are much higher. His brother warns that on the mainland, even small carelessness can become dangerous, so he needs to understand the rules before they go. They arrive at the departure point, where the chief is supposed to send them across to the mainland. Before leaving, he raises one last question to the chief. He asks whether they can make the crossing within the year, while the area around them bustles with others preparing to move. His brother urges him not to get distracted because they are about to depart, then excitedly brings up a newly released familiar spirit app. He immediately decides to install it, unwilling to miss anything related to familiars. When asked what the app does, his brother explains that users cannot constantly summon their familiar spirits just to check on them. So the app links a Lhasa account to a spirit profile, letting players monitor familiar information through a separate service. It can even alert the user when the familiar finds them first, but despite the explanation, he dismisses it as unnecessary. They meet Lazen's chief, Kedlak, who welcomes them and confirms that they are really leaving town. Kedlak worries about how hard it will be to return once they leave, making the departure feel more final. Then the chief suddenly recognizes who he is. Realizing this is the hero who defeated the Hellbeast, Kedlak is stunned and openly awed by him. Refusing to let such a contributor leave empty-handed, Kedlak gives him a reward for clearing the Hellbeast dungeon, Carpenter Kellogg's gloves. With the gift given, the chief turns to the practical matter of opening the way forward for everyone waiting. A portal to Luana on the mainland opens, and they are told this is their route onward. He steps through the portal under the chief's blessing, leaving Layson behind. A moment later he lands on the mainland. In Luana, he is immediately struck by how different and grand the city feels compared with where they came from. His brother explains that Luana is one of Lhasa's top cities, crowded with people, attractions, and famous food. The mention of Luana's seafood sends his brother into eager planning, only for him to cut that fantasy short. He reminds his brother that before sightseeing, they still need to settle the matter of his promised special skill. His brother explains that ordinary skills can be learned through normal play, but special skills are different and far rarer. For players with familiar spirits, the special skill depends most heavily on the bond between player and familiar, which means the result will come from the two of them together. The familiar throws itself into the idea and demands a special skill immediately, while his brother starts regretting how embarrassing this partnership is. Still, his brother agrees to grant the skill, though he warns there is a catch. He braces himself and asks what the condition is. The answer is simple and ominous. The special skills level matches the familiar spirit's level. Since the familiar determines the result, his brother dryly points out that an unemployed man who poured his life into Lhasa is exactly the kind of spirit deciding his fate. Even with low expectations and plenty of sarcasm, they agree to try anyway and see what kind of zero-star skill this bond produces. His brother begins the transfer by placing his hand forward and activating the process. He concentrates hard as the skill assignment starts to take hold. A system window materializes in front of him, signaling that the special skill result is about to be revealed. A system message announces that his bond with his familiar spirit has reached its peak, clearing a special skill quest. He is awarded a new skill called Repeat and several first-time achievement titles, but the vague explanation leaves him confused about what the skill actually does. As he realizes one of those titles marks him as the first player to reach a former status value of 33, he starts wondering what kind of hidden condition could have produced it. The implication hits both him and his companion at once, and they are stunned by the possibility they have uncovered. He concludes that the title must point to Kang Jinho's return, turning the discovery into a major revelation. While his companion urges caution and suggests checking the skill details first, the only description they get is that repeat simply repeats, which helps almost nothing. The uselessly short explanation frustrates them, and even after confirming that this really is all the information provided, he refuses to accept it. Deciding the answer must come from experimentation, they agree to test the skill directly by hunting monsters and observing the results. They head to Luana's coast to begin practical testing. There, he attacks a merman with lightning arrow as part of the trial. The spell lands decisively, wiping out the target in a single strike. The kill is confirmed, but beyond the normal combat result, nothing immediately clarifies what repeat is meant to do. Even after leveling up from the fight, he is still no closer to understanding the skill. He keeps trying direct activation of repeat, but repeated attempts produce no meaningful answer. He also tests whether catching the same kind of monster again might trigger the effect, yet that line of thinking goes nowhere too. After exhausting several ideas, he gives up on blind testing for the moment, and agrees with his companion that pursuing the newly unlocked quest is a better use of time. The quest, Sorcerer King's Relic, explains that to learn about the Sorcerer King's legacy he must find an NPC named Gaius in the starting city. The next objective becomes locating Gaius, though the task seems annoyingly broad with only a name to work from. He starts asking around the city, and the search quickly turns into a clumsy but determined round of questioning. His companion watches with amusement and challenges whether he really wants to keep doing things the hard way. He admits the opposite is true, because he has been waiting for a chance to use his collection-oriented title or ability. That choice immediately pays off when new quest information updates on its own. The system marks Gaius on the minimap, and a local confirms that Gaius is the cemetery caretaker outside the West Castle Gate. Pleased that the shortcut worked, they stop wasting time and decide to warp east to west across the city to reach the cemetery faster. He uses the warp gate and travels straight to the western side. They arrive at the cemetery by the west gate, where the quest trail continues. Following the marker, he identifies a house that must belong to Gaius. He knocks and waits for a response. When the door opens, a strong lemon scent greets him before the resident does. The person inside immediately comments on the smell, making it clear the scent is intentional and overwhelming. He apologizes for intruding and explains that the lemon is far preferable to the odor of corpses that would otherwise fill a cemetery caretaker's home. The old man introduces himself as Gaius, confirming they have found the right NPC. When asked about the Sorcerer King's legacy, Gaius recognizes the subject and prepares to respond. Before he says more, his attention shifts to the glove the visitor is wearing, and his tone changes completely. Gaius is delighted by the sight of the glove, treating it as proof of an important lineage. He enthusiastically greets the visitor as a descendant of the Sorcerer King, effectively granting instant trust and access. The quest clears, he receives an intermediate skill pack, and the next stage of Sorcerer King's relic begins immediately. Gaius explains that the relic they seek was left somewhere not far away, prompting him to ask for the exact location. Gaius reveals that it lies at the very center of the cemetery. More precisely, the relic is hidden in Luana's crater. The next quest stage confirms that he has found both Gaius and the location of the Sorcerer King's legacy, and now must retrieve the relic from Luana's crater. Gaius recounts that the crater originally did not exist, that Akram secretly protected the king's relic there, and that the city and cemetery were later built over the site. That decision created a disaster, because the buried place began causing a serious problem. The relic's powerful mana turned the dead into undead, and the cemetery became increasingly dangerous as corpses accumulated. A new condition appears. To enter the ruins and retrieve the relic, he must first purify the undead-infested area by gathering special ingredients, while failure will strengthen the undead further. Gaius explains that he once came to manage the cemetery because no one else could handle the undead, and that only recently has the energy in the ruins weakened enough to make entry possible. He adds that with the right ingredients he can create an artifact capable of blocking that corrupting energy. The required materials are identified as a merman's scale and an essence of the sea, both symbols of purity drawn from the ocean. Although he still lacks a collection skill that would make gathering easier, he decides he will have to rely on drop rates and do it the hard way. Accepting the new objective without hesitation, he promises Gaius that he will bring back the ingredients. After accepting the quest, the two pause outside and turn their attention to what rewards the game has given them. The familiar spirit opens the inventory, and they decide to inspect the reward before doing anything else. A new skill pack appears, immediately raising their expectations. The spirit explains that skill rewards are usually random, unlike level-up skills that can be changed by switching class, and these cards can even be traded. He adds that each skill pack contains 5 cards. More importantly, only one of those 5 can be chosen, which makes the draw feel like a gamble. Treating it like a lucky draw, he eagerly decides to open the pack at once. 5 mystery cards are dealt out in front of them. He steels himself to make the pick. Hoping to avoid the low-rarity options, he chooses the second card from the left. The result is a mediocre 2-star skill, Charge Arrow, and his excitement collapses into frustration. The protagonist immediately asks whether a bad pick can be undone. As soon as the choice is made, the remaining cards vanish, confirming the selection is normally final. At that moment, the newly gained skill activates and presents an unexpected option to repeat. The spirit is caught off guard by what the skill seems to be offering. He realizes that repeat is not a normal combat skill at all, but something that can interfere with the reward process itself. The system clearly asks whether they want to repeat the draw. The spirit explains that game administrators would usually block this kind of abuse, but no one is intervening, likely because the game has only just begun. Seeing that loophole, the protagonist asks if they really intend to leave things as they are. The answer is immediate. They have no intention of settling for the first result. The protagonist presses for the exact rules, asking whether the set of cards changes and how many times repeat can be used. The spirit calms himself and prepares to test the skill carefully instead of rushing. A repeated draw produces the same lineup again, including the previous 2-star result and a 3-star mana recovery card in a fixed position. From that, the spirit concludes that repeating does not reshuffle the set or its arrangement. That means they can keep retrying until they deliberately choose the card they want, so he targets the 4th option next. He makes the new selection. The chosen card reveals itself with far more dramatic force than before. He pulls a 7-star skill, Holy Sacrifice, and erupts in disbelief at landing something absurdly rare. The protagonist immediately drops the joking mood and focuses on whether this top-tier skill is actually worth keeping. The spirit confirms that Holy Sacrifice is one of the strongest attack skills available to their class. But its power comes with a brutal cost. It consumes a large amount of MP, scales with that MP, and leaves the user's stats heavily reduced for a time. Just as they start appreciating the find, the spirit remembers there is still another catch. Holy Sacrifice is a one-time use skill card that destroys itself after being used once. Even so, he quickly shifts to the card's market value and checks what it might fetch on the exchange. The estimated price is around 5 million won, and the spirit is thrilled by how much money that could solve for them. After a brief moment of imagining what that money could buy, the protagonist cuts off the daydreaming and decides they should go earn it. They head for the auction house in the commerce district near Luana's East Gate. On the way, the spirit can barely contain himself over the idea of turning the card into 5 million won. He frames it as their first real chance at financial breathing room inside the game and credits the protagonist for making it possible. The protagonist notes that for a college student, that amount is hard to ignore. He then decides they should handle every urgent practical matter before anything else. He promises to secure enough money that the spirit will not have to worry about finances and can concentrate on the game itself. That promise completely wins the spirit over, leaving him openly dazzled. Their next priority becomes buying a game capsule, and the protagonist asks whether there is room for one at home. The spirit explains that he has effectively lived alone since middle school because both parents do overseas volunteer work and are currently away. The protagonist accepts that answer, though he is privately startled by how casually the spirit says it. Before purchasing the capsule, they agree to register an account with the auction house so they can sell the card properly. They arrive at the auction house and move inside. A receptionist greets customer number 137 and asks how she can assist. She explains that he can enroll his account there to use the auction house, and he agrees to begin the registration. At headquarters, the attendant begins the registration by having him place his hand on a crystal ball. The process is explained as part of LASA's direct cash trade system, which exists to handle real money transactions safely inside the game. He reflects that the game must be making plenty from skill sales and accepts that this is simply how the system works. When he touches the crystal ball, the registration starts immediately. The staff confirms his user information has been registered and tells him he can now list items at the auction house. He doubts the point of the measurement, but his companion reminds him there is usually some result. The scan finishes, and the attendant prepares to reveal the rank the crystal ball has assigned him. To his shock, she announces the highest rank, Black, leaving him struggling to process what that even means. They explain that players are sorted into 6 ranks, with Black at the very top. The rank is defined as a measure of how much impact a player has left on the game. His companion clarifies that the crystal ball reads a player's legendary footprint, and suggests only a handful of people in the world have ever reached Black. With the registration complete, headquarters grants him full affiliate benefits, and he can barely believe he has somehow entered that level of privilege. The attendant bows deeply, treating him as someone who may shape Los's future and asking him to keep enjoying the headquarters game. Leaving the building, he is struck by how unreal Losa feels, like stepping into an entirely different world. He calls out to his heavenly demon brother as they move on. Even with his new status, he knows rank alone will not get him the capsule he needs for free. He states the real problem plainly. The capsule is too expensive for them to buy. His companion smirks and reveals a secret source of funds, telling him to go to a certain place and take whatever he needs. That lead takes them from the game world back into the neon-lit city at night. Following the directions, he arrives at the location and checks whether this is really the place. He enters the code, starting with 163, to unlock it. As the lock responds, he braces himself for what he is about to find. The hidden compartment opens. He pulls back the cover and looks inside. The sight stuns him as he realizes his companion really stored something valuable here. Instead of a small stash, he finds an absurd hoard of cash packed inside, making him question his companion's sanity. He crouches over the stash in disbelief, surrounded by more money than he expected to see in one place. Still trying to accept it, he rummages through the pile and wonders if what he is seeing is even real. Among the cash, he discovers even more concentrated wealth in the form of gold bars. That pushes his shock further, because his companion did not just hide cash here but literal bullion. When he confronts him, his companion casually admits he hid a fortune in a gym locker room as if it were obvious. He explains the logic. Long-term gym members are hard to trace, making it a safe place to stash money, and insists the urgent priority now is buying the capsule. They head to the Korea headquarters capsule store to act on that plan. Inside, a luxury goods marketing manager notices activity picking up again. The manager grumbles that customer traffic has been abnormal for days and blames the disruptive Apollon free trial craze. Seeing another shabby-looking visitor arrive, he immediately decides to brush him off as another freeloader. He starts to send the visitor away by saying the Apollon free trial is already over. The dismissal turns openly insulting, but the visitor's mention of Apollon makes the manager pause. The visitor cuts through the condescension and states he is not here for a trial at all but to buy an Artemis. A rank scan identifies him as Carpe and confirms he holds black class, instantly overturning the manager's assumptions. The manager panics and stammers out that the black class status has been verified. Now fully in control of the exchange, he calmly asks whether the capsule can be delivered and installed that very day because he is ready to pay immediately. He adds that he will pay the full amount in cash. The narration explains that Artemis is the superior brother machine to Apollon, built through the same process but produced in only 3 units in Korea, all reserved for top developers. The story then shifts ahead to the completed delivery. Back home, his companion greets him and asks whether anything went wrong. He confirms the delivery and installation were finished in under an hour, then asks how things were on the other side. His companion says nothing important happened except that Inky stayed with him, and they conclude the creature likely remains as long as it can still be summoned. With the catching up done, he stretches and pushes them back toward their objective, securing the Sorcerer King's relic before the day ends. They launch straight back into action with a lightning arrow attack. At dawn, a sudden scream breaks the calm. Later, in Hayes' cabin, the protagonist arrives with the rare materials Hayes requested. Hayes is impressed that he managed to gather difficult ingredients like merman scales and ocean essence, taking it as proof of the king's descendants' exceptional ability. The protagonist downplays the praise, admitting he was mostly lucky, especially with the ocean essence. He reveals that his familiar Inky helped secure the missing piece, and he showers the creature with gratitude. A new familiar skill confirms Inky can gather nearby items from the owner's inventory and even collect materials independently, while the protagonist celebrates the upgrade. With the ingredients delivered, Hayes takes over the work himself. Hayes says forging the artifact will take about half an hour, and sends the protagonist to inspect a nearby pit while he finishes. The system turns that suggestion into a formal investigation quest centered on suspicious activity at the pit of Luana and undead inside it. He accepts the quest without hesitation. At the pit, he starts clearing the undead with fire magic. His attack wipes out another skeleton in a burst of flame. After cutting through several enemies, the investigation objective is marked complete. But when he looks ahead, he realizes the so-called pit is far larger and stranger than expected, more like a giant sinkhole. The completion reward pushes him to level 14, and he starts thinking ahead to the next skill pack. Even so, he cannot shake the feeling that the whole quest was unnaturally staged. His companion questions that suspicion, but the protagonist remains uneasy. Trusting his instincts, he decides they should return to the cabin for now. Before they can leave, something catches his attention. A priestess appears in the forest, surprising him because her presence here makes little sense. She greets them with easy confidence, as if she has simply crossed their path by chance. Pretending to be lost, she asks the protagonist for directions, and he answers without much suspicion. When she says she is hunting undead, he casually points her toward the cemetery where he found monsters. She quietly takes in that answer. Her grateful smile carries a hidden menace, making it clear she got exactly the information she wanted. As she moves on, the protagonist's unease sharpens instead of fading. His companion teases him about being distracted by her looks, but he insists the problem is something else entirely. He focuses on the scent she left behind and realizes it masks something wrong. The truth hits him at once. Beneath the citrus fragrance, she smelled of blood. Understanding they have been played, he bolts back toward Hayes. He drags his confused companion into a sprint and explains that the smell exposed the trap. The two race through the night toward the cabin. He crashes through the entrance, already fearing he is too late. Inside, Hayes has already been struck down, his blood spreading across the floor. The protagonist rushes to him in horror, while his companion follows. He finally understands that the investigation quest was never about the pit itself but about forcing this death to happen. The system confirms it. Hayes' death triggers the next scenario phase, and hostile forces against Akram are now free to move. Cradling the dying Hayes, the protagonist begs him to hold on. Hayes reveals the worst part with his last strength. Their hidden existence has been exposed. Knowing he is finished, Hayes offers a final gift and entrusts the protagonist with carrying out Akram's will. That gift becomes 2 quest items, a shard of the crystal ball of purification and a token needed to obtain the Sorcerer King's relic. A new urgent quest appears, ordering him to retrieve the relic before the invaders destroy it, with failure threatening to erase Akram's storyline entirely. He rises from Hayes's body with his grief hardening into resolve. His companion tries to dismiss the loss as just another game event and warns him not to get emotionally involved. That only enrages him further, because to him the enemy has now crossed a line by targeting the relic and everything tied to Akram. He heads back out at once, following the trail left behind. At the pit, he notices fresh footprints that were not there earlier and realizes the enemy deliberately guided them to this entrance. The system reveals the Pit of Luana as a time-limited event dungeon restricted to the Sorcerer Monarch path, confirming this was the real objective all along. Without wavering, he chooses to enter while his companion watches. A 2-hour countdown begins as the dungeon opens and pulls him inside. Carpe suddenly senses something unusual in the cavern and focuses on it at once. As he takes in the area, he realizes the dungeon is not behaving normally. System warnings reveal that the place is amplifying dark and immortal monsters, restricting his vision and suppressing his abilities. The debuff hits hard enough to stagger him, confirming the danger is immediate. He quickly relies on a purification crystal shard, using it to partially restore his sight and stats and admitting he would have been in serious trouble without it. A warning reminds him that this quest allows no mistakes, because a single death means total failure. He accepts the warning and steels himself to stay focused. Checking his status, he sees that even after the recovery his stats are still penalized, so he considers spending his unused points. His companion agrees that investing now makes sense, since their usual confidence will not help if they die here. Before they can settle in, a strange noise from deeper in the cavern interrupts them. Carpe immediately turns toward the sound, trying to identify the threat. A towering skeletal figure steps into view, making it clear they have been found first. The system identifies the enemy as a reinforced skeleton, and its red aura marks it as a stronger foe. Carpe recognizes the level gap but decides to test it with a ranged attack anyway. He casts Fire Arrow and sends a powerful blast straight at the skeleton. The spell detonates violently, but the attack does not end the fight. Carpe realizes too late that the monster protected itself with a shield. Even the skeleton is surprised that it managed to block his magic. Seeing ranged attacks fail, Carpe drops low and decides close combat may work better. He rushes in aggressively, aiming to bring the skeleton down before it can react. The charge is cut short by a sudden attack from another direction. Carpe is struck from the side and recoils in shock, realizing there is a second enemy. He identifies the new threat as a reinforced skeleton archer and curses the pair for coordinating like a proper tank and dealer. Even while under pressure, he jokes bitterly about the enemy composition and pushes forward. His patron spirit abruptly intervenes, warning that the priest they are chasing may already be acting and asking whether monster equipment can be destroyed. His companion confirms that shields can indeed be broken. Carpe instantly changes tactics, puts 20 points into magic, and decides to outthink the monsters instead of overpowering them. With his boosted magic, he fires another enhanced fire arrow at the shield bearer. This time the blast slams directly into the shield with enough force to overwhelm its defense. The shield shatters, stripping the skeleton of its protection. The two skeletons freeze in confusion for a moment, and Carpe takes that opening as proof they are finished. In a hurry and now fully in control, he prepares another attack while mocking the dungeon's creator for making such doomed enemies. He unleashes Fire Arrow again and wipes them out in a single explosive finish. The victory pushes him to level 15, and the system rewards him with a low-tier skill pack. He and his companion quickly assess the reward pool, noting that the pack can contain anything from 1-star to 7-star skills, though truly top-tier pulls remain unlikely. Carpe immediately opens the pack, determined to gamble on a useful ability. Already pleased with himself, he decides to abuse his repeat ability until he gets the result he wants. He repeatedly rerolls the draw, burning through attempts until a better card appears. The final result is Calling Thunder, a 5-star electric skill with a chance to paralyze, and he accepts it without hesitation. A timer reminds him they have little time left, forcing him to stop farming and move on. He shifts his footing and prepares to leave the battle site behind. Carpe decides they should head out immediately. His patron spirit notes that someone is probably already waiting for them ahead. She appears relaxed and amused, but her reminder reinforces the urgency of the chase. The group resumes moving through the cavern toward their real objective. As they walk, Carpe returns to the main question of the quest and confirms they are still hunting the invader. He wonders whether that invader could be another player acting under the guidance of a patron spirit. The patron spirit dismisses that as unlikely and explains that some NPCs can also be chosen and backed by patron spirits, implying the priest may be one of them. His companion agrees that an NPC culprit makes more sense, since a player would be unlikely to reveal themselves so openly during a scenario event. He adds that in Lost System it is safer to hide information from other users whenever possible, and since the truth will not matter later, secrecy is the smarter choice for now. The story opens by framing itself as a guide to dragging an uncooperative casual player into the real plot whether he likes it or not. Inside a cavern, the strategist immediately sees through the hero's disguise and notes that his gear and abilities make him impossible to hide. As the cave shakes, he dismisses side concerns and insists that the only thing that matters is reaching the end objective. They discover a slightly open hidden door and realize this must be the route they were searching for. The hero pushes through the glowing entrance, deciding it is time to confront the main scenario directly. On the other side, a strange ribbon of light drifts through a cathedral-like chamber, signaling an ominous presence. He enters and finds a woman waiting calmly above the hall, as if she has been expecting him. She confirms that expectation at once, greeting him as the hero and making clear his arrival came earlier than planned. Her inhuman eye reveals that she is no ordinary guardian but something dangerous and unnatural. She admits she was growing impatient enough to destroy everything and leave, but now praises him for arriving before the time limit expired. The hero finally understands the timer's purpose and deduces that the coffin she guards is probably the Sorcerer King's relic. The woman agrees the coffin holds something precious and says it would have been a waste to abandon it. His companion notices that she has changed her plan, choosing to stay and confront them instead of departing. She answers that she is at least courteous enough to ask the owner's permission before taking what is inside. Without further warning, she raises her weapon and shifts from conversation to combat. A system alert identifies her as Minades the Radicalist and marks the start of a boss battle as she mockingly asks for the key to the coffin. The strategist warns that the deep red in her status marks a massive level gap, enough that one mistake will get the hero killed. Even so, the hero charges first, trying to overwhelm her before that difference can matter. His sword meets her weapon in a violent clash, but she stops him cleanly. She is amused by his speed and effortlessly tightens her grip, showing she still controls the exchange. He forces another attack through sheer aggression, refusing to back off. She bats the strike aside and sends him reeling, proving that direct offense is not enough. A system notice makes things worse by declaring his hero-ranked blade critically damaged and unusable until repaired. Staring at the boss in disbelief, he asks if this opponent is even meant to be beatable. One look at her predatory smile gives him the answer. This is no normal NPC encounter but a monster disguised as one. His companion confirms it, and explains that she was deliberately designed to be unbeatable. Instead of giving up, the strategist points out a detail the hero has overlooked. He directs attention to the center of the coffin, and suggests the token from Heia's should fit there. That realization hits the hero immediately, shifting the goal from defeating her to reaching the coffin. The strategist clarifies the win condition. They do not need to kill the boss, only retrieve the relic by getting to the coffin somehow. The hero grasps the situation at last and understands that proximity to the coffin is the real objective. He starts to outline a plan to lure her away long enough to create an opening. Instead, the strategist abruptly summons Inky, producing a familiar to assist. When the hero questions the move, the strategist cuts him off and says his first idea will not work. The boss remains poised and watchful, still guarding the coffin with complete confidence. Pressed for alternatives, the hero asks the obvious fallback question of whether the monster can at least be damaged. The strategist decides that hurting her is simpler than stealing her attention and moves in to test that route himself. The hero protests that there should be an easier method, but the strategist ignores him and commits to the attack. As he closes in, he openly mocks the hero's casual player mindset and prepares a more serious play. System buffs stack rapidly as Inky casts a spell. Dark Affinity is infused into a legendary glove, and a striking enhancement boosts his physical damage. Having piled on every buff available, the strategist launches himself forward and bets everything on one rush. The boss notices his gaze and is irritated by how focused and unsettling he has become. He discards his damaged weapon entirely, signaling that he intends to fight barehanded. She laughs at that choice and rushes to punish what she assumes is a suicidal, weaponless charge. Her confidence breaks the instant she realizes his fist is already inside her guard. Too late, she understands that his speed has carried him straight into her face before she can react. He spends bonus stat points on agility mid-assault, and drives a barrage of blows into her at point-blank range. The system confirms the gamble worked. Because she is holy type, his counter damage lands critically and stuns her for 4 seconds. Even while furious at being touched, she still refuses to let go of her weapon, so he knows disarming her is not an option. With the stun window open and no better plan left, he commits fully and unloads everything he has into her body. The white-haired woman realizes her opponent has exploited a weak point, slowing her down, and her anger turns vicious as she vows to tear him apart. She lunges in a furious sweep, but the young man keeps taunting her, refusing to be intimidated by her rage. He answers with fire arrow, trying to break through by force before she can overwhelm him. Her purple barrier flares and swallows the attack, showing that his spell still cannot touch her directly. When the blast disperses harmlessly, he understands his attack has again been nullified by her defense. He recalls that her auto-magic shield is a rare passive skill that blocks mid-tier attacks and only drops briefly before regenerating. At the same time, he notes that his own elemental arrow also has a 5-second cooldown, forcing him to fight around the same timing window. Watching the countdown, he admits there was a safer way to finish the objective, but he chose the riskier path on purpose. Treating the danger like a game, he commits to bringing her down through a plan instead of backing off. He throws himself into motion, using speed and positioning to set up his next move while the shield timer runs. As soon as he can, he fires another fire arrow to keep pressure on her. She dismisses the effort as pointless and blocks it again without concern. He counts down the remaining seconds until her shield returns, carefully timing his next action to the shrinking gap. With 3 seconds left, he activates an added function of Magic Ordnance Enigma to cast without incantation. He immediately switches elements and drops an ice arrow from above, using the new option to vary his attack pattern. She calls him foolish, and the glint of the blue gem at her neck hints that she has already seen through the smokescreen tactic. Laughing, she reveals her Dragon Eye artifact lets her see through concealment and read an opponent's equipment and skills. He finally connects the dots and realizes the necklace is the artifact that has been making his tricks ineffective. Confident that he has exhausted his magic, she presses the attack and tries to corner him with her scythe. She moves in to finish him, convinced he has no resources left. He interrupts her certainty by activating something unexpected, making her question when he prepared another source of power. Grinning, he reveals he still has magic available right at hand. On his count, a hidden ally calls down thunder onto her, catching her off guard and breaking her composure. A system notice confirms the lightning strike, and he gains access to an 8-star lightning spell skill as the hit lands. The small creature Inky is revealed as the source of the thunder, and he praises it for executing the setup perfectly. Though shaken and hurt, the woman reassures herself that her shield will soon regenerate and reduce the damage she takes. She judges him weaker than herself and believes her high HP will let her endure until the shield returns. Before she can recover, he suddenly appears right in front of her, shocking her with the speed of his follow-up. He spends points to obtain a new skill and immediately commits to using it in the middle of the clash. A dark sphere forms overhead, and she recognizes too late that he has triggered a dangerous sacrificial explosion skill. He explains to himself that the skill converts his HP and MP into damage, then calmly pats her head as if the outcome is already decided. Pulling back with a blazing strike prepared, he promises to send her straight to her god. He unleashes the attack with mocking reverence, turning the finishing blow into a taunt. The explosion of light and force engulfs her, and her scream marks the moment she is finally overwhelmed. System messages confirm her defeat, his level up, and a new title for killing an unbeatable enemy. With the battle over, he reflects that his stats are cut for a while from overusing skills, but he still turns to the loot with satisfaction. Among the drops, he finds the Radicalist Scythe, a unique warrior priest weapon with strong stats and several combat bonuses. He also claims the Eye of the Dragon necklace, a legendary artifact that reveals enemy stats and grants extra MP and intellect. He notes that both items are extremely valuable, especially because warrior priest gear is rare and the necklace is the same artifact that exposed him earlier. His companion agrees the necklace is exceptionally useful even outside combat, though its current options are already impressive on their own. As they examine it, a new skill window appears beside the necklace, signaling that it can interact with another system. The system explains that his magic engineering can enchant compatible items, and he decides to try enchanting the Eye of the Dragon. The attempt fails immediately because he lacks the required materials, including cat's eye gems, swamp drake eye gems, and a tear of Ariadne. When he asks about Ariadne, his companion explains that it is both powerful and extremely rare. Learning it comes from the Spirit King of Water, effectively a boss monster, makes him drop the idea for now. Accepting that the necklace upgrade must wait, he moves on to inspect the main coffin they came for. He uses a crystal key or tool to unlock the coffin and trigger its mechanism. The coffin rumbles open, releasing light as the seal finally breaks. He pries it wider with eager anticipation, expecting the true reward to be inside. Instead of something grand, he finds a wooden mannequin and a red gem, leaving him staring in disbelief at whether this plain object is really the relic. The young man decides to inspect the new skill card more carefully, sensing it may be important. The system rewards him with a rare 9-star skill tied to the Sorcerer King's descendant, expands his magic engineering range, and even creates a new title around sorcery puppets, leaving him stunned by the sudden windfall. Reading the details, he learns Dreadsure puppetry was made by the Sorcerer King to build an army after humanity betrayed him, and that it massively boosts puppet abilities, allows him to use the king's powers, and shares a portion of all familiars' experience with him. While a bystander rants about how absurdly unbalanced such a game system is, he ignores the complaint and focuses on the key point. The skill's mention of puppets must mean something concrete. As the quest for the Sorcerer King's relic is declared complete, something in the cathedral reacts before he and his companion can leave. The companion notices the disturbance a moment too late, confused by the sudden shift. A new quest begins linking to the next event, and the companion urgently warns Carpe that danger is directly behind him. A figure rises wreathed in hostile red energy, and immediately demands to know whether Carpe is the one responsible. The awakened being reveals she has just emerged from ages of slumber, and accuses him of killing her precious apostle as another quest event starts. She bitterly complains about awakening in such a miserable place after millions of years, then probes whether he is truly a remnant of Akram. Rather than deny it, he challenges her to act on that assumption. Taking his answer as confirmation, she rises higher and judges the world to be in ruins. She slams down with overwhelming force, turning that judgment into immediate violence. Blaming Akram for the world's collapse, she declares that he should bear responsibility and attacks in earnest. Facing a monster far beyond what a normal player should handle, he grimly jokes to himself that this may be the end, though he hopes the finished quest will at least stay cleared if he dies. He glances up at the enemy while bracing for the worst and mentally prepares for death. The spirit gathers a massive blast and condemns his calmness as an insult, vowing to kill him immediately. Her power descends in a crushing column aimed straight at him. He flinches, convinced the attack is about to land. At the last instant, the relic in his hand flashes with a new response. The spirit stone reacts to the presence of a powerful patron spirit and channels that force into the puppet. A radiant armored woman appears in a burst of power and intercepts the attack before it can kill him. The hostile spirit is shocked that anyone would dare oppose her. The newcomer dismisses her as a heretical spirit unworthy even of a proper introduction. With a single counterstrike, the knightly woman blasts the attacker away across the cathedral. Reeling from the blow, the spirit realizes in disbelief that Akram's lingering power is still this strong. She tries to insist this is not the end and prepares to continue the fight. Before she can finish, the summoned knight cuts her down decisively. The victor coldly states that someone like that spirit has no right to speak Akram's name. Once the threat is ended, the knight rises and turns her attention back to Carpe. He gets his first proper look at her, and is briefly distracted by how striking she is. She formally identifies herself as Titania the Radiant Knight, the Sorcerer King's first blade, while he privately notes her looks. Her grand introduction catches him off guard rather than impressing him. She explains that she awakened here under Akram's guidance, while he internally complains that the situation is suddenly turning into an overfamiliar plot twist. Ignoring his confusion, she presses him for an answer. When she steps closer, he stumbles back awkwardly and tries to slow things down. Panicking, he starts to protest before she can make the obvious assumption. She asks if he is her master, and he immediately rejects the cliché even as the scene follows it exactly. Realizing she is serious, he shifts from panic to cautious engagement and focuses on her name. She repeats that she is Titania, the Radiant Knight. Then she explains that using her full name in battle would be cumbersome. She asks him to call her Tina and addresses him as her liege, which he accepts with weary resignation. Once the introductions settle, he questions her origins and asks whether she is a marionette created by the Sorcerer King as a homunculus. Tina confirms that his understanding is correct. She explains that the Sorcerer King poured all of his essence into enchanting 7 marionettes. These 7 were his closest attendants and protectors until the final war involving the patron spirits. Her account evokes the lost era of those elite guardians who once stood beside the king. She reveals that she herself was the first of the 7 to be created. After hearing the explanation, he concludes that the Sorcerer King must have known in advance that he would eventually gain the summoning class. From that, he sums the Sorcerer King up as someone who prepared for everything and could do a bit of everything. The blonde woman catches him staring and challenges him to explain himself. His companion quickly tries to clarify to his liege that the tiny blue being is not a dangerous spirit, while the spirit angrily rejects being treated like some wild creature. When the woman prepares to strike first, he urgently stops her and explains that the spirit is actually a reincarnated person trapped inside a spirit's shell. The immediate danger passes as the tense confrontation gives way to a calmer silence. After hearing the explanation, the woman accepts the situation, and his companion awkwardly admits that calling it an accident is a generous way to put it. The blue-haired spirit reflects bitterly that he has been reduced from a loyal envoy serving his liege to this humiliating state. To his surprise, the woman formally bows and apologizes to the fallen envoy. He is delighted by how easily she accepted him, while his companion is disgusted by his shameless excitement. A system notice announces that clearing the Conjurer quest has linked him to the next quest. His access time runs out, so he logs out with plans to continue the next day. He returns to his real room, still adjusting to the abrupt shift back to reality. As he looks around his ordinary room, he wonders again how this strange connection between worlds even works. He realizes the blonde woman has followed him into reality as well, and she mistakes his bedroom for the military envoy's office. Her sudden presence sends him into a panic, while she coolly points out that she is obviously there because she came after him. Overwhelmed, he can only complain that people keep barging into his room and driving him insane. Then something else catches his attention and interrupts his panic. A new system message explains that because his number of familiars has increased, the room feature is now unlocked, creating a resting space for familiars that he will manage and improve. Staring at the notice with the woman beside him, he struggles to process what is happening. The next day begins outside in the city, shifting the focus back to his ongoing quest. The area is crowded with players preparing for a rare dungeon, and the sudden surge of people makes it clear something important is about to happen. His companion arrives to meet him, and he notes that the protagonist is late. The protagonist greets him with exaggerated affection just to annoy him, and the act works perfectly. As they move out, a system prompt appears asking whether he wants to enter the rare class dungeon, the Pit of Luana. He realizes this new dungeon is what the cleared quest has transformed into. He explains that finishing the previous quest converted that place into a normal dungeon, confirming how the world updates after his actions. His companion is more stunned by the newly unlocked room and demands to know how he somehow became its manager. He admits he has never heard of such a feature either, which only deepens the mystery. Seeing no one nearby, He decides to open the status window and show proof instead of trying to explain it. He selects the newly added room option. The system reveals that the room opened only because he had unknowingly fulfilled several hidden conditions tied to familiars and high-level completions. His companion is stunned that he had already met every requirement, while he dryly reminds him that not everything revolves around his expectations. Rather than argue further, his companion decides the best explanation will be to see it directly. A new prompt states the room can be visited once per day, and he accepts the invitation to enter it. They are transported away in a rush of light. They arrive before an enormous mansion, revealing that the room is far more than a simple chamber. His companion is left gawking at the absurd scale of the place, and the protagonist enjoys finally showing him why he reacted so strangely earlier. The shock only grows when his companion spots Tina and Inky casually working the garden like residents of an estate. The protagonist can barely believe the word farming applies to his familiars now. Tina happily welcomes her liege back while standing in the garden with Inky perched beside her. She explains that Inky wanted acorn trees, so she was helping with the planting. Inky waters the crops, and the protagonist realizes the room is also meant to build affinity among familiars through shared activity. He accepts the absurdity as long as they are enjoying themselves, while already thinking the room's future upgrades could make this place even more useful. They continue the tour, learning that the room includes a training area and a laboratory to improve familiars' experience and skills. It also contains gardens and orchards for producing magical and basic materials. Beyond that, there is even a mine for gathering metal resources, showing how broad the facility really is. Tina proudly summarizes that the space contains a wide variety of specialized locations. She opens another section, hinting that this next place will matter most to her liege. The reveal leads them into a workshop, and the scale of the production area catches them off guard. His companion is impressed and suggests that while they are here, the protagonist should try crafting something himself. He agrees, realizing that his sorcerer monarch class can function as a production profession as well, making the workshop another powerful advantage. He warns that this difficulty is unusually high and says the fastest way to understand it is to try it firsthand. A system window explains that he will forge with a low-tier iron ingot reward, but because he lacks a registered blueprint he must choose from a limited set of basic items. He selects a gold-plated sabaton, and before he can prepare himself the system starts a 5-second crafting countdown. As glowing targets appear around the material, he panics because the game demands action without properly telling him what to do. By the final second, he is still scrambling to guess the rules and wonders if he is supposed to strike the marked points. When crafting begins, he gives up on understanding the mechanic and decides to hammer through it by instinct. He wildly pounds the timing prompts, landing a mix of successful and failed hits as the minigame races on. His first result is a broken low-tier ingot, confirming that careless forging ruins the material. Refusing to accept failure, he keeps trying and begs for one more chance as more poor hits pile up. At last he finds the rhythm well enough to earn an excellent finish, and the workshop settles after the burst of light. The system confirms he has successfully crafted a magic tier item called a pretty well-made gold plate sabaton, and notes that this is his first equipment craft. That first success grants him the title beginner blacksmith, and he celebrates finally getting a real result. Pleased with himself, he prepares to continue making the rest of the set now that he has the process down. Instead, the system reveals a new reward for scoring over 90%. He can now use rune carving, a sorcerer monarch exclusive enhancement skill. Before he can process that discovery, Tina arrives and formally asks him to follow her. As she leads him away, she explains that although the Sorcerer King excelled in many fields, his true specialty was something else entirely. She opens a separate workshop and reveals that specialty to be rune carving. The system instructs him to place the crafted equipment on the workstation to begin engraving it. It then says he must carve with the sorcerer's pen and that the resulting rune effect will be random, leaving him confused about the tool itself. He spots an ornate red pen-like instrument and realizes that must be the required implement. Tina takes over the explanation from there, and he gratefully lets her guide him through the unfamiliar process. She begins by having him pour in the special workshop reward solution, explaining that its magical purity determines its color, with purer mixtures shifting towards silver. Next she tells him to draw the solution out of the beaker and into the pen. As the pen fills, she instructs him to keep repeating the transfer until it is properly loaded. Only then does he fully grasp the absurdity of the method. Rune carving is done with what is essentially a fountain pen. He starts tracing glowing rune lines onto the equipment, committing to the delicate enchantment step. Tina warns that a single wrong stroke will destroy the item, but her confidence in him only makes the challenge feel like another game mechanic for him to enjoy. He completes the rune, and the system rewards him with the rune crafting title, increased item rank, added stats, and a new myth-grade crafting rank. Reviewing the finished sabaton, he sees that the random rune granted healing and boosted multiple attributes, proving the enhancement was a major success. Excited by his progress, he asks his companion if he can finally enter the private room feature tied to him. He is allowed in, but instead of some grand fantasy chamber he finds an ordinary modern-looking room, which leaves him baffled. His companion explains that once the room function unlocked, something strange appeared there, and he felt it was important to show him. He waits for the explanation, still not understanding what could possibly be so unusual. Then the sight of it hits him hard enough to leave him momentarily blank. What has appeared in the room is a mysterious capsule-like machine radiating system energy. He rushes to inspect it, and wonders if this means the room can access more system functions, but for now the device remains inactive. A room status window explains that the space can host installable facilities that grant items and buffs, though many features remain locked until the room and player level rise. Disappointed that the status screen says nothing useful about the capsule, he is interrupted by an offer to hear something more interesting. He is told that the machine can access the internet, which instantly grabs his full attention. The catch is that it only connects to LS-related content, such as forums and channels tied to that world. His companion then pivots to a more practical matter by reminding him of his goal to become an internet streamer. He asks whether the Hell Beast footage they discussed earlier was ever uploaded. The answer is yes. The best scenes were edited into a video and posted on channel LS under Supreme TV. When he checks the numbers, he is stunned to find the upload already pulling hundreds of thousands of views, with other related videos performing even better. The comment section is even stranger, filled with worshipful fans, gameplay-style questions, and even a business contact asking him to reach out. Overwhelmed, he struggles to make sense of the sudden attention and the bizarre tone of the audience. His companion explains that the business message is from a management company, and that successful streamers are often recruited so professionals can handle editing, promotion, and other support. Seeing the convenience, he seriously asks whether he should let someone else manage those tasks for him. That suggestion makes his companion stare at him in disbelief. With theatrical confidence, he declares he can handle it all himself, and the protagonist instantly gives in to the idea. Carpe hesitantly asks if he is truly being helped, offering to handle internet-related tasks whenever the other man logs out. The other man reassures him that if Carpe can succeed, he is willing to risk everything to support him, reminding him of their earlier connection. Carpe is overwhelmed by that level of loyalty, but the promise is repeated firmly enough that he starts to believe it. Unable to contain his gratitude, Carpe throws himself into an ecstatic hug and fully accepts the alliance. The helper admits he is getting too emotionally invested in this strange situation and begs not to be dragged any deeper into Carpe's bizarre fate. The story shifts to Luana Village, where Carpe begins acting on their plan in the game world. He heads out alone through the village, preparing to make progress now that he has support. After registering his auction items and repairing his Greenskin Slayer gear, he decides it is time to start taking quests. His first attempt is blocked when the system refuses to let him start the Sorcerer King's relic because his level is far too low. His companion bluntly points out that Carpe cleared a level 35 quest at level 17, so being underleveled now is the price of skipping the normal progression. Carpe accepts that he is still 8 levels short of the next major quest and asks where he should start fixing that gap. Reviewing his build, he realizes his only usable combat technique at the moment is Elemental Arrow. That leaves him with a clear weakness. He urgently needs another attack skill. Once the goal is defined, the answer becomes obvious to him. He chooses the Sea Cavern quest as the next step. The quest is famous in Luana as a beginner-friendly but highly rewarding attraction, though it comes with an unusual condition. To enter Sea Cavern, players must form a party of at least 2 users, making it feel less like a normal quest and more like a social trap for loners. Carpe immediately dislikes the idea of teaming up, since users are effectively the enemies of his hidden profession, and the requirement reminds him of Tina. He recalls the ancient history of the Sorcerer King's empire, the Traitor War, and the patron spirits whose betrayal destroyed that kingdom. A system profile confirms that Tiztania the Radiant Knight is one of those ancient homunculi, complete with powerful growth-oriented abilities. That revelation makes Carpe focus on one danger in particular. Tiztania was directly involved in the Traitor War. If any surviving patron spirit recognizes her, his secret could be exposed through her existence alone. He worries that another patron spirit identifying Tiztania could trigger serious consequences he cannot predict. Trying to calm him, Tiztania insists he does not need to burden himself with that fear. She explains that she was one of the 7 puppets created at the very end of the war and carried out a stealth attack, so almost no one should know her face. That answer reassures Carpe enough for him to accept the risk, as long as she is comfortable with it. Even so, he laments that such an exceptional companion has to start all over again from level 1. Tiztania reports that her non-combat mode greatly boosts both HP and MP recovery, and Carpe decides they should head straight to the cavern. They move under the bright seaside sky toward the quest area. At the entrance, they find many players openly recruiting healers and party members for the cave run. Carpe searches the crowd, thinking the place he needs should be nearby. He spots the noisy gathering around the recruitment area and checks whether that is the right place. Before he can proceed, a little girl begs him to find her lost pendant and offers her treasured cards as a reward. Carpe casually accepts the side quest, even as the girl dramatically pleads for divine help. Watching Tiztania's ordinary appearance, he remarks that she seems completely normal on the surface. He quietly asks why users gave her extreme nicknames like the Angel of Luana and the Devil. His companion notices the question and invites him to say what he has figured out. Carpe concludes that her quest rewards must have been wildly inconsistent, making her either beloved or hated depending on what players received. He imagines the split reputation clearly, Some users celebrated top-tier rewards while others were furious after getting almost nothing. When he tries to enter Sea Cavern, the system again stops him, reminding him that the dungeon cannot be entered without a party of at least 2 players. He tests whether his special authority can override the restriction and attempts to unlock it manually. The attempt fails, so he concludes that whatever cheat-like privilege he has does not extend to bypassing dungeon entry rules. With no shortcut available, he resigns himself to finding another party member. He lowers his standards and decides he only needs someone useful enough to clear the cave quickly, with no further obligations. At that moment, a stranger approaches and politely asks whether he is looking for a comrade. The stranger addresses him by the title God of War, instantly catching Carpe off guard. When Carpe turns, he finds a masked figure who greets him like an old acquaintance and claims they are finally meeting again. The newcomer acts absurdly delighted by the reunion, treating it as fate rather than chance. He insists their bond from a previous life cannot be broken, then smoothly asks whether Carpe has found any decent party candidates. The masked man offers to help as a gesture of reunion, and Carpe bluntly asks if he wants to team up, leaving the stranger momentarily speechless. A masked ninja urgently calls out to the so-called God of War, catching the young man off guard. The young man starts to deny knowing him, then suddenly realizes who this stranger must be. He remembers the ninja as the player from LPG who once got crushed by him in battle. The ninja confirms the recognition and explains that he has already severed ties with LPG, presenting himself as an independent ally. The young man notes that this approach is not about revenge and confirms the ninja truly intends to help him. The ninja says their objectives now point toward the same goal, making cooperation the sensible choice. The offer makes the young man pause and reconsider. The ninja proposes they team up with someone he has already fought before, while the young man dryly recalls that the fight was one-sided. Even so, he quietly concludes that this odd ninja would actually make an ideal partner. He judges the ninja's combat style to be straightforward and dependable. He also remembers that defeating this eccentric player had helped unlock the sorcerer monarch profession, making Hanzo more useful than he first seemed. He agrees to join forces, and Hanzo is so thrilled he can barely believe it. Hanzo dashes off to prepare at once, promising to return properly for the quest. While waiting, the young man opens his status and starts distributing the many points he has saved. After finishing, he is warned not to reveal his status window carelessly because it could expose too much to others. He notices he still has plenty of skill points and considers investing in puppetry, reviewing the Dreadsure puppetry skill tree. He decides that passive buffs are less valuable than pushing his strongest high-rank abilities, so he improves magic engineering and elemental mastery instead. Hanzo returns, gratefully invites him into a party, and the young man accepts as the system confirms the new team. Seeing Hanzo's listed class leaves him baffled. He is stunned to learn that this supposed ninja is actually an archer, while Hanzo cheerfully takes the lead anyway. Together they enter the Sea Cavern, a dim dungeon filled with strange light. As they walk, Hanzo asks whether the God of War knows anything about the dungeon, only to learn this is his first visit too. Hanzo immediately takes it upon himself to explain the area. He warns that the cavern's monsters are stronger than those on the surface, attack first once they notice intruders, and are backed by hidden traps. Before the explanation is even over, something rushes toward them. The young man notes that the enemies appeared almost on cue, proving Hanzo's warning correct. A system alert identifies the threat as 3 hard-shelled large conchs. Rather than panic, the young man sees a chance to test the Eye of the Dragon and activates the item. The analysis window reveals the conch's basic stats and confirms how the artifact displays enemy information. Hanzo dismisses the monsters as manageable and asks to handle them himself, and the young man lets him. Hanzo launches into battle with theatrical confidence. He doubles down on the act, fully embracing his ninja persona. With exaggerated flair, he begins a summoning technique that makes his partner question how far the performance will go. The answer is a summoned white ferret named White Snow, a hero-rank pet that appears at his call. Hanzo orders White Snow to fire an air cannon at the conchs. The ferret unleashes a powerful blast that surges straight through the cavern. Watching closely, the young man realizes Hanzo neutralized the conchs' attacks by flipping their shells over first. The overturned monsters wobble helplessly, and he admits Hanzo handled the setup well. Hanzo closes in with twin blades to finish the opening he created. Convinced he has the fight won, Hanzo prepares his finishing move. He strikes with a lightning-charged sword technique called Thunder Flash Blade. The attack crashes down repeatedly, smashing through the conchs in a burst of force. The young man praises Hanzo's flashy performance, and Hanzo eagerly asks him to look forward to the next fight. Not content with that, Hanzo has his familiar Inky call down another lightning attack named Lightning Arrow. The electric follow-up finishes the battle, and the system reports that Inky's bond and lightning affinity have increased while the young man levels up. Pleased with the result, the young man compliments Hanzo's pet and notices the doll in his pocket, prompting Hanzo to explain his puppeteer profession. He keeps the explanation vague, saying only that he carries the doll because he likes to be prepared for whatever might happen. Their advance brings them to a fork in the dungeon. Hanzo explains that the right path is the one they need, while the left leads to the dungeon boss. Hearing that, the young man immediately suggests killing the boss first for the larger rewards. The group decides not to provoke the cave's boss monster since they only need the pendant, though one companion is clearly terrified by the creature. The protagonist agrees that avoiding a fight is the sensible choice, especially because the boss is dangerous in more ways than one. But their reckless companion immediately senses excitement and refuses to let the matter drop. Ignoring the warnings, he moves closer to inspect the creature, while the others panic and beg him to stop. His approach only makes his companions more frantic as he rustles toward the monster despite their pleas. The moment he notices movement, the group realizes too late that the boss has found them. The giant Slater locks onto the player, turning a cautious retreat into an unavoidable boss encounter. All three men break into open panic as the danger becomes immediate. The monster charges, forcing them to brace for impact. Before it can hit them, a sudden burst of light signals an intervention. A powerful strike crashes into the boss and knocks its assault off course. Tina steps in to shield her liege, declaring that no enemy will get past her while she stands. The protagonist is briefly rattled by the monster's sheer size, even if he tries to downplay it. Meanwhile, his companions prove nearly useless under pressure, with one shutting down in fear and the other spiraling over his hatred of bugs. Using Tina's observation that the outer hide is extremely tough, the protagonist activates Eye of the Dragon to analyze the boss. The scan reveals the giant Slater's status and skills, including a boss-only defensive ability and no equipped items. He quickly infers that the exclusive armor skill functions like an automatic shield that hardens the monster against attacks. He learns that quick attack will make the boss far faster and able to move on walls and ceilings once its health drops low, making the later phase especially troublesome. The analysis also confirms that piercing and magic penetration will be heavily reduced, so straightforward armor-breaking attacks will not work well. Realizing brute penetration is a bad plan, he decides to use something that delivers raw force instead. He casts Lightning Arrow, channeling electricity into a direct offensive strike. The spell slams into the giant Slater in a burst of crackling energy. The attack dissipates, leaving him waiting to see whether it mattered. He checks the result, already suspecting the damage may have been disappointing. The boss has barely been scratched, confirming that his first attempt was almost ineffective. He immediately has Inky use Calling Thunder to follow up, but even that only chips away a little more of the boss's health. Accepting that he needs time to wear it down, he asks Tina how long she can keep the monster occupied. Tina answers without hesitation that she can hold the line indefinitely, and will not let it reach him. Confident in her reliability, he commits to a longer setup, and promises to repay her. With Tina engaging the boss, he launches into motion to begin his plan. He decides the first step is to cut the monster below 30% health before its second phase becomes unmanageable, and he invests more points into magic to boost his damage. His magic increases as he skids into position around the boss's massive body. He unleashes another lightning arrow, this time with greater power behind it. The repeated strikes steadily shave the giant Slater's health down, bringing it closer to the threshold he wants. Tina keeps the boss focused on her, redirecting its attention and preserving the opening he needs. Even as one companion admits he has no idea what the protagonist is planning, the protagonist is pleased because the setup is working and the finale is near. He calls to Tina for one more piece of information, asking whether there is any gap in the monster's exoskeleton where a blade could slip through. She studies the boss's shell closely, searching for a structural weakness instead of trying to overpower its armor. From the way the plating is built, she concludes that a vulnerable opening should exist even if the armor is otherwise hard to damage. That answer is enough for him, and he switches equipment to Greenskin's Slayer to prepare a close-range finishing move. He dashes straight toward the giant Slater, committing to a risky assault on its body. Driving himself forward with a burst of effort, he uses speed and footing to set up a vertical approach. He leaps up along the terrain, gaining the angle he needs to reach the top of the monster's shell. Closing in on the armored back, he searches for the exact seam Tina identified. He spots the opening in the exoskeleton and realizes this is the chance he was waiting for. With the weak point found, he commits fully to the strike. He drives his weapon into the gap in the shell, bypassing the monster's outer defense. The giant Slater shrieks as he slides along its body, turning the successful penetration into a sustained opening. Knowing Iron Fist armor scales with magic, he boosts his magic again and summons Inky to stack even more power into the next attack. He finishes the combo with Calling Thunder and Lightning Arrow together, overwhelming the boss through the breached armor and finally killing the giant Slater. After reaching level 20, he is rewarded with a low-tier skill pack, and the success of using the sword as a lightning rod is affirmed. His companion explains that this milestone also boosts elemental mastery before heading off to claim the rewards, while Inky is left to handle the dropped loot. Inky proudly salutes with the discipline he apparently learned from Tina, showing he has become more than an ordinary pet. A new pet skill activates on its own, letting Inky gather nearby items into a separate inventory, which makes his uncanny competence even more obvious. With the fight over, the protagonist turns to check on Hanzo, who is still collapsed from the ordeal. Hanzo, ashamed of how badly he froze up, apologizes for showing such a weak side of himself. Pressed by guilt, Hanzo decides he can no longer hide the reason for his behavior. He begins a bizarre confession, claiming that as a child in America he was bitten by a poisonous spider. He clarifies that the venom itself was minor, but the incident left him with a severe allergic reaction and a lasting trauma, even as the absurd details confuse his listener. Hanzo explains that ever since that trip to the emergency room, his body locks up involuntarily whenever the fear resurfaces. The protagonist immediately dismisses Hanzo's apology and makes it clear he never expected him to face danger alone. Hanzo regains his dramatic confidence, declaring that a true warrior protects comrades, and the protagonist accepts the sentiment despite the cosplay theatrics. The quest completes, the little girl's pendant is obtained, and a warp gate opens so they can leave the sea cavern and return to Luana. As they prepare to head back, Hanzo thanks him sincerely and starts to reveal something important about his true identity. Before Hanzo can finish, the protagonist stops him with a hand on his shoulder. He tells Hanzo there is no need to explain himself any further. Instead of forcing the confession, he reassures Hanzo that there is nothing shameful about his act and parts with him warmly, promising they will meet again. He slips through the warp gate before Hanzo can properly respond, leaving Hanzo flustered and emotional behind him. Hanzo's last regret is not fear or pride, but that they never added each other as friends. Back in the outside world, the protagonist celebrates his success and thanks the gods for the outcome. He revels in the fact that he earned 2 skill packs at once, one from leveling and one from the quest reward. His self-satisfaction grows quickly, though his companion reminds him they still need privacy before opening anything. When he questions the need for secrecy, his companion warns that opening packs around crowds invites bad luck, revealing a surprisingly superstitious side. He accepts that logic enough to move deeper into the woods where they will not be disturbed. Hoping for a stronger attack skill than elemental arrow, he is ready to open the packs when another thought interrupts him. He suddenly notices something unexpected before he can continue. The surprise turns out to be Inky carrying a gleaming red card, and he realizes the pet somehow found a skill pack of its own. The system confirms it is a pet-exclusive low-tier skill pack, and his companion suggests that if a normal skill appears inside, Inky might be able to learn it. That possibility leads to a broader realization that NPCs, not just players, may also be able to acquire skills. His companion explains the rule. Players gain rewards every 5 levels, while NPCs only receive them every 10. Because of that difference, players usually end up with slightly more total skills over time. He learns even more of the game structure, including that reaching level 50 unlocks a second job class and a new tier of skill packs. When he asks about a third class, he is told it exists, but only at level 150, making the scale of the game feel absurdly large. His companion boasts that he once advanced all the way to a 4th class before losing his powers, underscoring how far ahead he used to be. Putting the bragging aside, the protagonist opens Inky's inventory and starts reviewing the boss drops, beginning with a rare crafting material from the sea cavern boss. Another drop appears as rare man-infused iron, and he is advised that the plus signs on item ranks only indicate better quality, not a different category. He also finds a high-level rare great sword, but since he already owns one from the same set, he considers selling it unless one of his familiars can use it. That prompts the reminder that pets and familiars need equipment too, making the world feel even more like a full game system. To prove it, the blonde knight demonstrates that gear can be assigned directly to a familiar. The sword is instantly transferred into her hands. Delighted by the gift, she vows to honor him through her future achievements, while he takes the devotion in stride. With the side discovery settled, he finally turns to the real event, opening the skill packs. He makes an overblown prayer to every god he can think of, desperate for a good pull despite being mocked for taking it so seriously. The first results are promising, granting upgraded haste, upgraded wind cutter, and an unexpectedly high-grade pet growth skill card. He is stunned that a low-tier pack produced a 6-star pet skill and starts to appreciate just how lucky the draw was. The second pack proves even better, yielding a patron skill pack loaded with multiple high-rarity options and bonus skill points, leaving him ecstatic. Once the excitement settles, his companion reminds him that level 20 means it is time to continue the next scenario quest for his job while gathering materials to upgrade the room. Checking the requirements, he realizes he has almost everything needed for the room upgrade except one final material, old bark. His companion points out that the missing bark can be found by hunting a specific named monster. He is directed to the sea forest hunting grounds at Luana Beach, where tree-like monsters called treants and field bosses provide the old bark that holds the sea. The target is identified as an elder treant, an old bark tree monster that promises a valuable raid. Rather than worry about the competition, the protagonist is excited by the challenge, while his companion warns that many others will rush the same boss. He points out that plenty of reckless players will try to seize the reward without caring about the consequences, making the race itself part of the problem. They decide to head back to the village first and prepare thoroughly for a solo raid before going after the monster. In town, he starts gathering side quests, first accepting a chef's request to collect sea shrooms from the eastern forest. He also takes a security quest to deal with treant monsters threatening the village outskirts. As they compare notes, they realize the sea forest is crowded with related quests, meaning many players are already being funneled toward the same area. That confirms the elder treant fight will become a contest over who is actually prepared and who is not. Before they can continue, someone unexpectedly addresses him with formal respect as a lord descendant. The sudden greeting catches him off guard, and he turns to find an elderly hooded man approaching with familiarity. The old man warmly confirms that the descendant is doing well, leaving the others baffled about why such a strange figure knows him. Seeing more people gathering, the old man urges them to move somewhere private before speaking further. The protagonist remains confused, unsure who this man is or what he wants. The old man leads him to the place where he first took the job trials, hinting that there is a reason he brought the Sorcerer King's descendant there. Once alone, he asks permission to address the descendant properly before continuing. He then kneels and formally offers Akram's greetings to the first sword of the Sorcerer King, revealing a rank tied to the protagonist's hidden lineage. That title makes the protagonist realize Tina must have been a legendary figure who served beside the empire-founding Sorcerer King. The old man becomes openly awestruck at the chance to witness such a legend with his own eyes. He gushes so excessively over Tina that even the protagonist has to remind him he is acting like a creep. Tina's visible disgust makes it clear the admiration is not welcome. Recovering his composure, the old man explains he came to deliver a reward item because the descendant has grown stronger. The reward turns out to be a level achievement gift box granted for reaching level 20. His companion explains that these milestone rewards are usually delivered automatically by a patron spirit, but this one was important enough for an NPC to hand over personally. The protagonist immediately guesses that a myth-class reward should be far beyond anything ordinary. With the teasing over, the old man tells him to stop fooling around and open it. He tears the box open at once, eager to see what Akram has sent. A burst of brilliant light erupts from the gift, signaling that the contents are exceptional. The flash is so intense it spills outward dramatically, underscoring how rare the reward is. Inside are Akram's special HP and MP potions, giving him immediate resources for survival and mana use. He also receives the magic robe of Akram, a hero-class outer garment that boosts mana recovery and reduces MP consumption for one chosen by Akram. More importantly, he gains several FB radars, unique consumables that reveal a field boss's location or respawn timer. Along with them comes the FB radar crafting blueprint, adding the device to his magic engineering options. His companion explains that the robe is a rare special potion-type outerwear item, more efficient than standard gear and unusually hard to obtain. He adds that the radar is even more valuable, since it can be used during boss raids and would make other players intensely jealous if they knew. The protagonist takes obvious pride in having advantages no one else can contest. He basks in the idea that being the chosen one naturally entitles him to absurdly good rewards. The old man is satisfied that the gifts pleased him and seems relieved the delivery went well. As he prepares to leave, the protagonist connects his visit to Haze's death and asks if that is the real reason Akram is moving now. The old man confirms that this was the first time their enemies have attacked so openly. He concludes that the attack means outside forces have finally noticed the Sorcerer King's descendant. That shocks the protagonist, because he believed only Akram should have known he was advancing toward the Sorcerer Monarch. The old man confirms his suspicion. There is a traitor within Akram leaking information. The revelation leaves them with the grim understanding that the threat is now internal as well as external. Afterward, the protagonist turns back to practical matters, deciding to visit a shop now that he has potions, while his companion asks if he still plans to hunt the Elder Trent immediately. He confirms the raid monster will be extremely strong, though not beyond what he can handle with the right preparation. His companion reminds him that raids in this world are designed for parties of 4, and anything larger requires forming a formal brigade. But creating a brigade is cumbersome, involving permission from a regional lord and taxes, making it effectively a bureaucratic paywall. That means a solo attempt is his only realistic option, even though it leaves him without a healer and forces him to rely heavily on potions to survive. So he asks the key question: how can he raise his damage enough to push through the raid before the lack of support overwhelms him? His companion answers with confidence that boosting his damage will be easy, implying he already has a straightforward solution. A young man is abruptly told to follow without explanation. He hurries after his companion, protesting that he at least deserves to know where they are going. They head into Luana's business district, moving deeper into the city. As they near their destination and prepare to turn at a crossroads, the younger man starts to ask what this is really about. A wave of heat and noise cuts him off, making it clear they have entered a place dominated by forging and fire. The ringing clash of metal confirms they are in the middle of active smithing work. His guide reveals this is Luana's famous blacksmith quarter, where craftsmen compete to prove the quality of their weapons. He explains that the street is packed with weapon, armor, and accessory workshops, while the younger man notes he already owns solid equipment. The guide makes it clear he did not bring him here for ordinary shopping and urges him onward to the real destination. Still confused, the younger man follows. He begins to suspect this place is connected to something more specific than simple commerce. His guide confirms that he is finally catching on. They enter the street of enhancements, where failed upgrades and anxious customers make the district's purpose obvious. The guide explains that enhancement is risky by nature, which is why so many shops exist to serve the constant demand from people trying to strengthen their gear. The younger man cuts to the key issue by asking how far enhancement can go with guaranteed success. He learns that perfect success only lasts up to stage 6 for hero class gear and below. For rare equipment the safe limit is even lower, so he wonders whether enough gold and weapons can solve everything. A blonde woman suddenly interrupts to correct him before that misunderstanding settles in. She explains that enhancement also requires a special resource called an enhancement stone, which can be bought or obtained from monsters. She recalls a noble family once famed for enhancement and forging, a name tied to high-class equipment. When she realizes that family is the one before them, she panics over having casually mentioned their decline, while the young man dryly spares her further embarrassment. He decides they might as well try a nearby enhancement shop, only for a furious outburst from inside to stop them. A customer storms out accusing the shop of ruining his equipment and abandoning him after a failed enhancement. The red-haired smith can only defend himself by saying the risks had been explained in advance. The customer dismisses him as incompetent and leaves, reinforcing the guide's point that ordinary enhancement shops all operate under the same odds. The guide then points out that this disgraced little shop is different from the rest and is exactly where they need to be. The defeated smith sinks into self-reproach over yet another failure until the young man approaches him. Asked if he can help, the young man requests a few enhancement attempts, and the smith hesitates at first. The moment he realizes he has a customer, the smith's despair flips instantly into eager enthusiasm. Before the young man can reconsider, the smith excitedly drags him inside and tries to smooth over his earlier humiliation. Once seated, the smith solemnly explains that his family's enhancement business has been passed down for generations. That history makes the young man connect him to the once-renowned noble enhancement family he had just heard about. The smith reveals what made his family special. Their method depends on a unique heirloom hammer. Their downfall began when his great-grandfather foolishly dropped the key to the box containing that hammer into the sea. The family spent a fortune trying to recover the key, but every attempt failed. Without the heirloom, their enhancement technique was lost and the family's status collapsed. Now the smith is reduced to barely surviving, crushed by the weight of that decline. As the story reaches its obvious turning point, the young man senses there's more here than a simple plea for business. A system window appears, identifying the smith as Carrie Vaughn Fergus and offering a hidden quest to recover the lost key in exchange for the family's greatest reward. The young man immediately realizes he has stumbled onto a hidden quest NPC and is delighted by the opportunity. He accepts the quest on the spot, agreeing to help Mr. Fergus. When his companion questions the fuss, he explains that this was not just a random encounter but a hidden quest trigger. He reasons that because the smith has been publicly begging for help, countless players must have received the same quest already. He imagines those players all chasing the reward through obvious methods like searching to see where the key was lost. Others likely tried bribing the smith or raising affinity, but none of it worked because the key itself remained the condition. With hundreds of millions of users having passed through Luana without finding it, he concludes everyone has been approaching the problem the wrong way. His companion presses him for the answer, and he admits he only caught a clue because of a special circumstance that would have made the location useless to him before. He narrows the mystery down, asking himself where the key could possibly have been all along. The sound of a bell triggers the realization just as the answer comes to him. At that instant, a sudden system-like reaction surges around him, as if his insight has activated something important. A local man realizes the adventurer's first time and Luana explains his confusion and decides he should have been told sooner. Rather than explain everything on the spot, the man asks the adventurer to follow him so the answer will be clearer. He leads him to the seaside, where the coast itself becomes part of the explanation. The adventurer is already irritated, sensing he is being messed with. His frustration breaks when the water suddenly surges unnaturally close. A colossal sea serpent erupts from the ocean, revealing the threat lurking just offshore. The guide casually identifies it as the sea serpent emperor, one of the 4 great catastrophes, and explains that it only rises to shake off parasites or bask. He reassures the adventurer that despite its title, the creature never comes onto land and will leave once it is done. True to that claim, the serpent slips back beneath the surface without attacking. Watching it go, Carpe recalls that the key they need is inside a man's stomach and checks whether that is still the plan. He confirms it bluntly, then treats the absurdity of the situation as almost routine. The explanation follows. The serpent is dangerous enough to count as a catastrophe, but not as an enemy that can simply be fought, so forcing it to cough up the key is unrealistic. Instead of pursuing the monster, Carpe decides on another approach. He asks Fergus where the family heirloom is kept and learns it is stored away in the family estate. Carpe asks to inspect it, and Fergus doubts that even a skilled lockpicker could do anything with a box that has already defeated experts. Carpe answers with confidence, claiming that lockpicking is exactly where he excels. They head into the old forge and storage area where the heirloom box has been kept. Fergus admits he abandoned blacksmithing after losing faith in his ability, though he still knows the place well enough to guide Carpe. He brings Carpe to the hidden access point. Fergus points out a concealed door set into the floor. He opens the mechanism to reveal the passage below. The hidden compartment rumbles open beneath them. Fergus directs Carpe down a ladder toward an iron gate deeper underground, and Carpe realizes just how deep the vault goes. They descend to the sealed chamber at the bottom. The heavy door opens onto the inner vault. Inside, Fergus confirms that this is where the family heirloom box has been stored. The box itself sits untouched and imposing, clearly treated as something precious. Carpe inspects it and learns it is a legendary heirloom chest that only the Fergus family's special key can open. He remembers his unlocked skill can open boxes, but realizes it consumes mana and he has already used it earlier that day. Alarmed, he checks the exact cost instead of guessing. The skill information reveals the problem. Unlocking a legendary target costs 500 mana. Carpe is relieved to see he has 490 mana, meaning he is only 10 short of what he needs. When Fergus notices something is wrong, Carpe downplays it and admits he is just barely lacking enough mana. Fergus immediately offers help by lending him an item for a moment. The item turns out to be a hero-class bracelet that raises health and mana, giving Carpe the extra points he needs. Carpe accepts the temporary loan through the system's rental terms and thanks Fergus. With the borrowed mana secured, he activates Unlock on the heirloom chest. The box opens, revealing the Fergus family's hidden key, while system notices confirm the quest is complete and the chest is no longer reserved for others. Overcome with gratitude, Fergus thanks Carpe as if he has saved the family itself, and Carpe awkwardly tries to stop the emotional outpouring. Once he calms down, Fergus asks for permission to repay him by forging a weapon. Carpe agrees and leaves the choice to Fergus, trusting his judgment. Fergus formally introduces himself as Curve Von Fergus and vows to reward Carpe as generously as his family can. He throws himself back into the forge with renewed purpose, and the system begins registering enhancement after enhancement as his old mastery returns. Carpe witnesses Fergus working at a level far beyond ordinary craftsman, and the system recognizes that he has seen a master whose defensive sense has permanently improved. When the work is done, Fergus says he made something specifically to complement the Enigma gear Carpe already wears. He presents the finished weapon, radiating power the moment Carpe sees it. The result is a legendary gauntlet called Demon Fist, heavily enhanced and packed with exceptional physical, magical, and skill-storing effects. Carpe equips it at once, delighted by how absurdly strong the hidden quest reward is. Later, the story shifts back outdoors under a bright sky as the journey continues. Carpe arrives at the next destination and announces that they are here. The two arrive in the sea forest and quickly realize the area looks more like open grassland than the dense forest they expected. As he studies the landscape, he concludes the trees must simply be spread farther apart and less crowded than he imagined. To make use of the trip, he opens his system menu and decides to search for a worthwhile target. Using the radar function, he scans the area for field bosses within range. The search reveals the Elder Trent has already been killed and will not respawn for nearly 2 hours, so he shifts to waiting productively. He picks up side quests to gather sea mushrooms and kill Trents, pleased that the local monsters are manageable enough not to threaten the raid. While thinking it over, he recalls how much he enjoys watching the public's reactions whenever he uploads a new video. A live stream begins with 2 flashy hosts introducing themselves and the latest news from the world of LS. At a restaurant, he keeps eating as the broadcast promises fresh updates and a major newcomer already stirring discussion in the community. When the hosts mention Heavenly Sword, he recognizes the name immediately and turns his attention fully to the screen. The program hypes Heavenly Sword as a top Korean pro gamer with extraordinary fame and influence. They present her as a dominant server leader whose small build still stands above many larger factions. The footage shifts to her combat showcase, where she moves with overwhelming speed and precision. The hosts focus on a faint golden gleam on her blade and speculate about what hidden property it reveals. They conclude the glow is not from her striking skill itself but from a darker gold effect that appears after all other sword skills are used. Her attack sequence continues, building toward a finishing move. She unleashes a sweeping strike that gathers immense power overhead. That power crashes down in a towering beam, overwhelming her opponent. The broadcast lingers on her calm confidence after the attack lands. The hosts reveal the real significance. Her unique sword Snowstorm has reached Class 10 reinforcement, a first for Korea. Viewers erupt in disbelief, realizing she now stands in a completely different league and may be climbing toward the world's top ranks. Still eating, he notes that Fergus is even more skilled than he first thought, since he owns an even higher class legendary weapon. The next segment introduces Supreme of Supreme TV, but the reveal hits him so suddenly he spits out his food. The hosts recap the rumors around Supreme, including whether he really soloed a giant gorilla and whether he is a fraud or a hacker. Just as they prepare to show his latest upload, the video opens with a giant cockroach charging into view. The audience inside the restaurant is instantly horrified by the sight. On screen, Supreme casually kills the cockroach, leaving the hosts staring in stunned silence. The restaurant erupts with disgust, complaints, and apologies from the broadcast as viewers are redirected to Supreme TV for the full clip. He can barely keep eating through the chaos and regrets having to watch that while at the table. Even so, he admits the attention generated by that night's broadcast has been enormous, and his companion smugly takes credit for it. As he equips his gauntlet, he argues that blurring the cockroach would not have mattered because people would watch anyway, and the stronger reaction may help even more. The mention of Tina brings the hidden blonde knight back into focus. He checks the comments and sees viewers are already fascinated by the mysterious blonde fighter and demanding to see her face. He immediately rejects the idea, deciding he already has enough attention and does not want to expose her further. Their talk turns back to gear, and his companion laments that the gauntlet could not be enhanced as well. He explains that because Fergus's enhancement method was one time only and all their materials were spent on the gauntlet, no further upgrades were possible. He remembers Fergus leaving for the capital to restore his family's honor and learn proper trade skills, since better enhancement materials can only be found there or near the sea. He also recalls learning that repeat works differently from normal enhancement, and only partially succeeded in their earlier test. Unlike ordinary skills, repeat appears to have no clear level cap, but its growth is uncertain and may depend on spending points to raise the original skill first. He reasons that because repeat is his first 0-star skill, its level likely rises with his character level through the title effect. With that settled, he decides they should head to the capital later for more enhancement work, though he is warned he should reach at least level 65 first. He agrees to make do for now with his title bonus and his class 12 weapon until he is strong enough. Then his attention sharpens as he senses the perfect targets for passing time have arrived. Sea trents emerge, announcing the appearance of the sea forest's tree spirits. His companion starts explaining that the monsters are slow, heavily defended, and fire-aligned because they absorbed the sea's energy, but he has already wandered off. Ignoring the lecture, he charges straight at a sea trent while it roars back at him. He bursts into motion, gathering momentum for a direct strike. He slams down with the gauntlet in a crushing blow that detonates through the monster. The system confirms the sea trent is down, and his elimination quest has begun progressing. Landing from the attack, he is thrilled by how powerfully the gauntlet hits, and immediately wants more. A sinister voice promises that everyone else will become dead meat, while Carpe is smugly told the world is his to take. Carpe throws himself into testing his strength, driving a punch forward with full force. System notices confirm he has cleared the Trent hunt and can collect the reward, but he realizes his leveling speed is still far too slow for what he wants. He awkwardly adjusts his gear and admits this kind of progression system works the way he expected. Reviewing the result, he notes that Demon Fist can trigger magic through physical attacks, but the weak Trents died too quickly to properly test it. His companion reframes the failure as useful progress, reminding him they still learned something important. More system prompts reveal Demon Fist is tied to the 3-star skill Elemental Arrow, while stronger skills like Wind Cutter remain locked by rank and level restrictions. That makes leveling his top priority, and Carpe falls into thought as the implication sinks in. A small pet suddenly gets his attention, breaking the serious mood. The creature, Inky, helps gather sea mushrooms, pushing the collection quest close to completion. Before moving on, Carpe decides to check when the Elder Trent will return. The tracker shows the boss will respawn in under 4 minutes. Seeing no other players around, Carpe recognizes he has a rare chance to face it uncontested. When questioned about going in without his family's protection, he answers without hesitation that he intends to do it himself. He knows the safer choice would be to follow the guide exactly and rely on a full party setup. Even so, he chooses to challenge the boss alone because he wants to prove what he can do on his own this time. He prepares himself as the respawn draws near. A surge of magic flares around him, and he admits that solo raiding carries a thrill he cannot resist. The forest erupts as the Elder Trent begins to return. The boss fully respawns before him, towering and furious. Carpe immediately activates Eye of the Dragon to analyze his opponent. The skin reveals a fully defensive boss loaded with earth, healing, and bark-based abilities, confirming this will be a battle of endurance. His companion spots a faint golden aura and warns that this is an elite version of the monster, stronger than normal. He explains it like the enhanced monsters they discussed before, and Carpe quickly understands the danger. Even so, Carpe squares up instead of backing down, while the explanation continues that the Elder Trent's kit is built to outlast challengers. The warning becomes more specific. The boss's attacks are manageable, but its healing and long fight stamina make it deadly if the battle drags on. Carpe goes quiet as he processes the real problem. Then he accepts it with a grin, because a long fight only matters to someone who cannot end things quickly. He bursts forward, deciding to overwhelm the boss before its endurance can matter. Buffs for striking power and speed activate as he commits to an aggressive opening. His companion compares his excitement to someone hyping up a pet, amused by how eager Carpe looks. The Elder Trent lashes out with massive limbs to stop his charge. Carpe slips through the attack and counters immediately, already judging the boss too slow to catch him. The exchange proves him right as he evades cleanly and lands the first real hit. The boss's health drops to 95%, and its pained reaction confirms Carpe can hurt it. That first success thrills him, and his confidence spikes. He raises his guard and taunts the Elder Trent, promising many more hits like that. The boss roars back in anger. It summons towering wooden spikes around the battlefield to trap or crush him. More branches and trunks sweep inward, turning the area into a killing zone. Carpe only smiles, certain the boss still cannot touch him at that speed. He answers with Wind Cutter, slicing through the incoming wood and clearing space around himself. Using the opening, he chains in another heavy strike and counts the combo as it builds. At that moment Demon Fist finally activates, and Carpe realizes he has triggered the magic effect he wanted. A large magic circle blooms around him as the stored skill is released. Flaming projectiles surge out in a sudden barrage. The fire slams into the Elder Trent, blasting through its defenses and dealing far more damage than his normal blows. System feedback confirms the linked skill ignored part of the enemy's defense and costs no MP or cooldown, while the boss's health plunges to 75%. The elder Trent responds by deploying a healing field and begins steadily recovering health. Carpe refuses to let the fight reset, rushing in with the promise that he will hit faster than the monster can recover. A wounded elder Trent stirs ominously in the forest, signaling that the fight is not over yet. The surrounding brush shifts as the battlefield grows tense with the monster's next move. The young fighter plants himself in front of the towering tree, ready for whatever comes next. He realizes the boss has entered a new stage and braces for a harder battle. His companion confirms that the Treant has begun Phase 2. The explanation starts. The Elder Trent battle has 3 distinct phases. Phase 1 is the ordinary combat state, but once enough damage is dealt, the boss restores itself and transitions into Phase 2. In Phase 2, the Treant spends 2 minutes drawing life from the earth, doubling its healing and recovery while becoming harder to interrupt. If allowed to reach Phase 3, it becomes a lethal burst phase that most teams cannot survive for long after enduring the earlier regeneration. Since he lacks disabling status skills, the only option is to kill the Treant before those 2 minutes pass. The Treant begins absorbing energy, and glowing particles gather around its body as the recovery starts. Its health rapidly climbs, proving the warning was no exaggeration. Rather than panic, he decides that 2 minutes is more than enough time. He immediately buffs himself, raising both strength and magic. Power surges around him as the enhancement takes effect. Using that boost, he launches himself straight at the Treant. He slams into the trunk with a barrage of heavy blows, driving the boss's health back down. Seeing the damage stick, he presses the attack with growing confidence. His relentless strikes stagger the Treant and interrupt its momentum. He activates Demon Fist, adding a magic effect to his melee attacks. As the skill expands his combat options, he realizes that increasing his stats also increases how many empowered hits he can unleash. Recognizing the perfect setup, he grins at the opportunity. He follows up by casting Elemental Arrow, combining multiple elemental forces into one attack. The spell crashes into the Treant with explosive force, shaking the forest. The boss's remaining health plummets from the last fragments of Phase 2 recovery to nothing. The Elder Trent collapses and is defeated before it can reach its final phase. System rewards pour in. He levels up and receives rare loot from the fallen field boss. He celebrates the victory with obvious satisfaction. His companion praises him for handling the fight so well. Back in the city, more notifications confirm the public order request is complete and grant additional gold, experience, and another level. Now at level 25, he notes that his raid and side quest progress lined up perfectly, and he is reminded that the relic scenario is about to begin, so he should upgrade his room first. As he considers the new quest unlocked at level 25, Tina suddenly pops out and addresses him urgently. She reveals that memories of the second relic have resurfaced. He realizes Tina's memories seem to return in stages whenever he reaches certain levels. Tina remembers that the second relic created by the Sorcerer King is an effigy. More specifically, it is the Mirage, the Doppelganger Phantom. A new quest window appears, identifying the Sorcerer King's second relic as hidden in a forgotten ancient forest, and warning that the hostile elves there must be won over to proceed, with failure worsening relations. The story shifts to broader context, emphasizing how famous the game has become for its scale and polish. Yet one mystery stood out to players above all others. No user had ever encountered an elf in the game, making their sudden relevance feel impossible and deeply suspicious. He points out the contradiction. If elves were never supposed to exist, why would a level 25 area be built around them? And where is this forgotten forest? Tina calmly answers that she knows the way there. Another memory explains the obstacle ahead. A powerful barrier surrounds the entire forest. But because the Sorcerer King once broke it, his descendant should be able to do the same. He thinks through his options and concludes that his unlocked skill may be the key to lifting the barrier. Before heading out, he decides to consult Drac, who told him to return once he reached level 25. Drac welcomes the decision and agrees immediately. He explains that the record left by the king mentions a special sword is needed to break the force field around the Forgotten Forest, and he offers something that can help. The system grants the blueprint for Spellbreaker along with 3 magic solutions, giving him the means to prepare that weapon. He leaves to test the materials by upgrading his room first, while Drac parts from him respectfully and promises to await their next meeting. With a confident nod, he moves forward toward the next stage of the relic quest. He meets every requirement to upgrade his room, and the system immediately begins raising it to level 2. The upgrade triggers a violent transformation, as the space reshapes itself with a deep rumble. As the progress climbs, the room expands into something far grander than before, leaving him stunned by how much it has changed. The new level unlocks a mine and an orchard, and the system also starts assigning workers automatically, choosing squirrels as the best local species. A swarm of squirrel workers appears at once, turning the upgrade into a functioning little economy. Seeing the workers arrive, he realizes the room is no longer just a shelter but a place that can now produce resources on its own. His companion points out the catch. The mine and orchard still are not developed, and the available resources remain random, while their farming space is limited. He falls silent, absorbing that his new role now apparently includes managing labor, as well as everything else. The system clarifies that he can delegate those duties to the room manager, which only makes the absurd title feel even more burdensome. His friend quickly volunteers to handle the settings instead, since he has little else to do besides editing videos, and the protagonist gladly accepts the help. With the room matter settled for now, he turns back to his real objective, reaching the workshop, breaking the force field, and seeing whether an FB raid can be launched. His allies agree to support him, and he leaves the rest in their hands as he heads out. He enters the workshop alone, ready to turn the room's new rewards into something useful. Examining a regular iron ingot, he notices the Magic Solutions refined products differ from ordinary iron and suspects these are special room upgrade rewards. Acting on that idea, he orders his magic engineering skill to add blueprints for a spell breaker. Once the system accepts the command, he commits himself to the craft. He begins forging in earnest, determined to create the tool that can finally deal with the barrier. Elsewhere, movement through the undergrowth marks the start of his trip toward the elves' hidden territory. His tiny night guide leads the way from atop a cat companion, confidently steering him deeper into the forest. He thanks both of them as they escort him, relying on their guidance to reach the destination safely. As they travel farther from the sea forest entrance without encountering a single monster, he starts to suspect they are nearing something unusual. The guide reveals the truth when they find a remarkable tree. This is the doorway to the elf village. He first assumes a recognition-blocking force field surrounds the tree, but the guide tells him he is looking in the wrong place. Confused, he follows her instruction and finally looks down. Instead of a grand entrance, he discovers a foxhole at the base of the tree. The guide matter-of-factly tells him that this tiny hole is the way in, which he immediately rejects as impossible for his full-sized body. She explains that the former Sorcerer King could use Minimorph to enter easily, but he has not learned that spell yet. With no magical shortcut available, she admits there is only one option left, and he braces for something unpleasant. Trying to reassure himself that the game cannot possibly be this realistic, he still sees where this is going. He ends up crawling into the hole anyway, miserable but with no better alternative. His friend hovers nearby and teases him while he struggles forward, making the indignity even worse. As he gets deeper inside, the cramped tunnel opens enough for him to move, and the fireflies and cool air make the passage unexpectedly bearable. Soon his guide spots light ahead, signaling that the tunnel is finally leading somewhere. He pushes through the last stretch and emerges from inside the giant tree. The moment he steps out, the sight before him leaves him awestruck. He realizes he has entered the Forgotten Forest, a radiant hidden realm unlike anything he expected. Yet the place remains absent from his mini-map, confirming that it is still concealed by some special interference. His guide explains that the true force field blocking entry lies directly in front of them. He studies the barrier and confirms that the village is protected by an actual force field. When he touches it, the surface ripples under his hand, proving it is a tangible magical wall meant to keep outsiders out. His friend suggests simply using Unlock, but he hesitates instead of gambling on it. He decides against that skill because its effects are too unstable to risk on something this important. He imagines the worst-case outcome. One bad use could blow the entire elf village apart and destroy any chance of making peace with them. Even his companion agrees that such a disaster would ruin everything, so he abandons the reckless option. Instead, he opens his inventory and summons the finished Spellbreaker, a unique dagger made to dispel magical effects and durable enough to resist even high-tier magic. Armed with the new weapon, he prepares to test it on the barrier. He resolves to proceed carefully and treat the problem like a normal tactical breach rather than a flashy experiment. Holding the dagger out, he brings its edge toward the force field. The blade slices into the barrier cleanly, and he senses the air inside feels fresher, suggesting the cut worked without causing damage beyond the opening. With the barrier breached, he immediately turns to his guide and asks her to lead him the rest of the way to the elf village. In the Forgotten Forest, Tina explains that the local mana is distorted, leaving an effigy like her with dulled senses and little ability to guide him. She apologizes for being unable to help further, but he reassures her that simply bringing him this far was enough. He stays confident despite not knowing the way, treating the situation as routine and hinting that trouble usually finds him first. To prove the point, he notices movement before anyone else does. Something hidden in the foliage closes in, confirming his expectation that enemies would come to them. A volley of arrows slams into the ground around him, forcing the encounter into the open. Before he can advance, an elf warns him that one more step will cost him his head. The elven guards make clear that humans are not allowed deeper into the forest, and order him to turn back the way he came. He immediately tries to defuse the standoff, insisting he did not come to fight. The elf leader dismisses his intentions as irrelevant, and says the only way to avoid conflict is to leave. He weighs whether talking will work, but a sudden flash interrupts the tension. The elf leader recognizes Tina at once, and is stunned to see her there after so long. Another elf, Crozet, joyfully greets Tina and marvels at how much she has changed since they last met. Watching the reunion, he realizes the elves know Tina personally, and the confrontation abruptly turns awkward instead of hostile. Tina warmly confirms the connection and prepares to explain who her human companion is. She introduces him as her liege and the successor to the Sorcerer King, prompting Crozet to bow and thank him as the village's savior. When he is confused by that title, Crozet realizes Tina has not yet told him the full history. Crozet explains that the elves once received immense help from the Sorcerer King 8 centuries ago, and many still revere him for it. He accepts the explanation, beginning to understand why the elves are treating him differently. Once he admits he came seeking the Sorcerer King's relic, Crozet eagerly offers to escort him to the village and says he will be welcomed. The smooth success makes him suspicious, but he starts to think retrieving the relic may be easy after all. That hope collapses when Queen Altair, ruler of the elves, flatly refuses to hand over the relic. She confirms the Sorcerer King left a relic there about 780 years ago, but her lack of cooperation immediately alarms him. Altair demands to know why she should ever give the relic to him, making clear that possession alone means nothing to her. He grimly notes that relic quests never go smoothly and receives confirmation that this is another troublesome one. The dispute continues in Altair's office, where she holds court over the matter. He argues that the decent thing would be to return an item to the person who came to claim it. That wording enrages Altair, who rejects the idea that the relic was merely being kept safe for someone else. He is left baffled by her sudden fixation on the difference between safekeeping and abandonment. Altair reveals that her resentment goes back to the Sorcerer King himself. She recalls the Sorcerer King as the source of everything that followed. According to her, he vanished for 20 years without anyone knowing whether he was alive or dead. When he finally returned, he casually shattered the force field protecting their village. Hearing that, the supposed heroic legacy starts sounding far less noble to the current successor. Altair says the Sorcerer King then tossed a tiny mana relic into the village and left, telling them to pass it to his descendant if one ever appeared. That careless act drew countless greedy monsters to the village as they tried to seize the relic. Even after centuries, Altair is still exasperated by the burden he left behind. She says the elves have had to pour enormous resources into village security for 800 years because of him. In her eyes, the revered Sorcerer King was really a selfish troublemaker who dumped his mess on them and disappeared. He quietly concludes that the former Sorcerer King created chaos and escaped responsibility, while Tina bristles at the insult. Trying to salvage the negotiation, he offers to take responsibility in his predecessor's place and asks what he must do to earn the relic's return. Altair is pleased by his willingness to shoulder the burden and quickly decides to put him to work. Ignoring his complaint, she assigns him a task: exterminate the sap beetles infesting the nearby forest. She explains that the beetles are troublesome because they damage the trees and threaten the forest itself. He accepts the mission easily at first, since the creatures are said to be large but not especially strong. Altair immediately undercuts that optimism by reminding him there are about 800 of them, exposing her so-called generosity as blatant exploitation. Even so, he formally accepts the quest, hoping that finishing it will raise Altair's approval enough to secure the relic. Altair orders Crozet to guide him safely to the forest so he can begin the extermination. Before he leaves, Altair adds that while he is out dealing with the beetles, she will be borrowing Tina. She makes her intentions plain by saying she and Tina have 800 years of catching up to do. Tina tries to throw herself into danger for Altair's sake, insisting she is the Sorcerer King's first blade, but he stops her before she can act recklessly. Altair's system notes that Tina's fierce loyalty is sharpening his control over her, while she vows to become stronger and more worthy of serving him. The scene shifts to a forest where Altair brings Carpe to a new hunting ground and identifies the area for him. He points out the sap beetles infesting the trees and explains the source of the problem. Altair reveals that the beetles are draining the trees of nutrients and orders Carpe to wipe them out. Carpe had expected Tina to accompany him, but instead Altair leaves him with a tempting support item and a teasingly comfortable setup. Left to himself, Carpe grows bitter that Tina did not even bother to follow him despite everything he has done for her. He approaches the first beetle and sizes up the task in silence. Deciding not to overcomplicate it, he readies his hand for a direct strike. Carpe lunges in with sudden speed, committing fully to the attack. His blow crushes the sap beetle in one hit. A system notice confirms the kill, and Altair explains that the beetle's thick shell resists ordinary attacks, meaning Carpe's raw physical power is already impressive. Altair is pleased that his judgment of the Sorcerer King's chosen player was right, and Carpe earns a small increase in Altair's favor. The successful hunt immediately pays off with level-ups and bonus points, proving the forest is highly efficient for grinding. Carpe quickly realizes the area is a jackpot because monsters are dropping around him faster than his bug can even keep up. A bystander finds Carpe's luck obvious, seeing that he has stumbled into an unusually favorable setup. The narration makes clear that Carpe has the Forgotten Forest to himself, so he can farm uninterrupted without competing with other players. With dense monster spawns and no rivals, he levels at an exceptional pace. Elsewhere, the story moves to the White Mountain level 130 hunting grounds, where snow buries the landscape. Someone arrives there in a swift vertical descent, signaling the entrance of a powerful figure. The newcomer is revealed as Gunther Lawler, the top-ranked ranger of the North America server, who has come to inspect the ice crystal. His attendant Kate greets him as he stands over a defeated icy beast and acknowledges her presence. Gunther invites Kate to take a turn, but she declines, reminding him that her profession is poorly suited to snowy terrain. Gunther jokes that he had hoped to watch another top-ranked player die, showing how casually he treats danger. Kate instead shares the real gossip. A striking new male player has appeared and is drawing intense attention after a video of him taking down the Trent all by himself. To prove it, she pulls up the footage of Carpe in action. The video focuses on Carpe's explosive movement and attack power as he cuts through the monster. Gunther watches closely, immediately intrigued rather than dismissive. His interest hardens into intent as he judges the unknown player worth paying attention to. He decides the man looks promising and asks whether they should move ahead with recruiting him, with Kate readily agreeing to support the effort. The story underscores how widely the video is spreading, drawing public attention and emotional investment from viewers. Gunther notes that once the clip went public, every guild began trying to recruit Carpe. Still, he remains confident enough to act immediately, already moving as if the target can be claimed. Kate is excited that someone genuinely interesting has finally appeared in LS. Gunther shares her anticipation, eager to see what Carpe will do next. The focus then shifts to the office of the guild Mamonism, where another faction is discussing the same rising player. Their captain mocks the failure to catch this promising newcomer and treats the situation as proof that the target is more troublesome than expected. A subordinate apologizes for the delay and reports in person. He explains that the uploaded videos reveal little beyond the fact that the target is male, fights with a sword enhanced by magic, and even has a pet. The captain orders him to keep searching and not let the lead go cold. Then the captain adds a second instruction, making the subordinate tense up for what sounds like a harsher command. Instead of elimination, the order is to recruit the player, leaving the subordinate momentarily confused. The captain reminds him that the public already adores this mysterious user, so trying to gang up on a lone upstart would only turn every major guild against them. Catching his breath, the captain changes topics and asks for an update on Choi Dizong. The report is glowing. Dizong has just cleared a difficult hidden class promotion quest and is expected to become even stronger once he obtains an Apollon. Dizong is presented as Mamonism's new star, a freshly adult prodigy with an 8-star patron spirit and a high attunement rating. The explanation clarifies that attunement measures how closely a player's in-game avatar responds to their real body's commands. Because virtual reality always introduces some delay, a smaller delay means a higher attunement score, placing elite players far above ordinary skilled gamers. The captain concludes that fate has favored them. Dizong's rise and Carpe's emergence together could make the guild far stronger if handled correctly. When he hears that a high-class item Carpe wants is already on the auction market for an enormous sum, the captain orders them to buy it outright. A flashback shows a subordinate being scolded for speaking on someone else's behalf, while the superior frames his own manipulation as generosity. The superior orders him to keep investing in a target and promises money will make her comply, and the subordinate obediently accepts the plan. Pleased with himself, the man boasts that buying loyalty is just another profitable investment, and that every kind of exploitation pays off. Back in the present, the protagonist reaches level 30 and earns a low-tier skill pack as a reward. His companion celebrates the rapid progress, while the protagonist notes that leveling this fast in the area should not be possible. They turn back to the Sap Beetle quest and check how far he still has to go. The quest window reveals he has only cleared 361 of 800 beetles, leaving him frustrated that he cannot finish today. His companion reminds him that even this pace is absurdly fast and that ordinary users would need far longer. As he starts to brush it off, a new alert interrupts him with unexpected news. The auction house reports that the items he listed have sold for a total of 4,130 gold, with no commission because of his black-ranked account. The sudden amount shocks him, and his companion tells him the number will seem even bigger once converted to real-world money. After realizing how massive the player base is, he decides to collect the payment when he returns to the village. He then notices it is already time to log out, surprised by how quickly the session passed. Before leaving, he plans ahead, deciding to open the new skill pack tomorrow and continue toward the Elder Treant and the Elf village. He parts from his companion with plans to meet again the next day in Tina's village. Elsewhere, tea is served in Altaire's office as a quieter conversation begins. Tina praises the tea, and Altair receives the compliment warmly. Altair falls silent, clearly weighing something more serious beneath the polite exchange. She admits she is willing to help if it means preparing against the return of Dreadshire, the threat they once failed to stop. Tina understands, but confesses she still wishes the Sorcerer King could regain the leg he lost in that past battle. Altair reassures her that his injury will recover soon, though Tina remains troubled. When Altair drifts into thought, Tina gently calls her back to the present. Altair studies Tina and remarks that her new appearance suits her, adding that she is relieved Tina now serves a master who treats her well. Tina gratefully agrees and includes the little fox among those who have been kind to her. The fox sleeps peacefully beside them, underscoring the calm Tina has found. A sudden flash signals that the outsider has returned to his own world. Tina recognizes what happened, and Altair confirms that his departure has cut their talk short. Tina excuses herself and leaves, promising they can continue the conversation another time. Another burst of light marks her exit, leaving Altair alone with her thoughts. Altair reflects that the outsider possesses a remarkable gift, though she suspects she may have pushed too far before he was properly introduced. Now alone, she sets aside the tea and turns her attention to a deeper concern. Looking out, she begins considering the second relic. Her thoughts focus on the sacred tree Rudram, a place tied to the kingdom's history and divine protection. She recalls that Rudram is revered as a blessing of the blue god and has been safeguarded by the royal line for generations. Beneath that sacred tree, she remembers, lies the Sorcerer King's second relic. The relic is Mirage, the phantom. The realization hardens her expression. She clenches her hand, resisting the urge to act too soon. Altair decides they still need more time before moving on the relic. A knock at the door interrupts her private deliberation. A knight enters to deliver a progress report to the queen. He reports that the descendant has logged out after hunting sap beetles and is expected to return tomorrow. Altair acknowledges the report and invites further judgment. She asks her advisors what they can tell her about the descendant's character. One advisor answers simply that the young man is both kind and strong. That assessment aligns with Altair's own hope that he will not become a danger to her people, though she remains cautious. She recalls that the tea from Rudram's leaves can completely dispel mind control magic. Because she feared Tina might have been manipulated by some malicious force, she deliberately made her drink it. Since Tina still acted of her own will afterward, Altair concludes the Sorcerer King's descendant is genuinely a good person. Satisfied, she decides it should be safe to entrust him with the relic. At court, the queen asks whether the descendant will need about a week to finish the extermination quest. Her attendant immediately corrects her, insisting the job will be finished by tomorrow instead. He explains that the descendant has already wiped out more than 300 bugs in a single day, leaving the queen stunned by how fast the hunt is progressing. Realizing the quest will end too soon, the attendant urges the queen to delay him longer, and he carefully asks whether she has a specific reason for wanting that. His question makes her tense up at once, as if he has guessed the truth. He bluntly suggests she still has feelings tied to the Sorcerer King she proposed to 800 years ago, and her flustered reaction all but confirms it. Embarrassed and furious, the queen throws him out while he mocks her for still acting childish despite her age. Once he is gone, she is left alone with her irritation and lingering feelings. She steadies herself and lets out a relieved breath after the awkward exchange ends. Trying to recover her pride, she dismisses his teasing as insolence, but her attention drifts elsewhere. Her gaze lands on a cluster of blue fruit, reminding her of the person occupying her thoughts. Elsewhere, a handoff begins as someone offers Sir Carpe an item. The attendant gives him a return scroll key to the queen's office and tells him to use it after the quest is complete. Carpe accepts the gift without complaint, and it is stored directly into his inventory. Before leaving, the attendant adds a warning not to wander too far from the marked hunting grounds. He explains that the nearby area has long been kept safe, but parts of the forest remain unexplored and uncontrolled. Although he trusts Carpe's ability, he stresses that dangerous monsters still lurk deeper in the woods, and Carpe agrees to stay mindful. Carpe pauses, taking in the warning and the strange quiet around him. He notes that the forest feels soothing on the surface, but that calm may be deceptive. As he and his companion move through the glowing woods, the hunt resumes. Thinking about the warning, Carpe decides to inspect the skill pack he obtained earlier before getting too distracted by the forest's hidden threats. He opens the pack, and several skill cards appear before him. Calling out to his rare card Repeat, he reflects on how absurdly lucky his recent streak has been. He studies a 5-star casting skill that can swap positions with a chosen target, realizing it has unusual tactical value beyond simple hunting. He concludes the skill is situational rather than generally useful, which prompts his companion to ask what kind of situation would justify it. Carpe imagines large-scale guild warfare, where forced position swaps could decide sieges and battles. He explains that the skill could instantly betray and displace an enemy captain, making it devastating in player-versus-player combat. His companion sums it up as the ultimate betrayal tool, and Carpe notes that such casting skills are extremely expensive on the market, even more than some 7-star abilities. That price leaves his companion baffled, since it clashes with what he thought he knew about the game's economy. Carpe moves on to the second card and discovers it is Wind Cutter, a 4-star skill. His companion immediately points out that Carpe already knows Wind Cutter and urges him to pick it anyway. When Carpe questions why he should choose a duplicate, the other man hints that duplicates can still be useful and tells him to trust the process. Carpe takes the card, and the system confirms both that he received Wind Cutter and that he already possesses the skill. A new prompt reveals that duplicate skill cards can be used to reinforce an existing skill, surprising Carpe with a mechanic he did not know existed. The explanation lays out 2 uses for duplicates: convert them into skill points or consume them to strengthen the same skill directly. When he learns reinforcement has a 99% success rate, Carpe is amazed that such a generous system exists at all. Deciding there is no reason not to try, he reinforces Wind Cutter and succeeds, boosting its damage and removing its MP cost. Delighted by the result, Carpe becomes openly enamored with the reinforcement system before his companion mentions there is still more to know. He explains that even non-tradable cards are not useless, because there is a way to process them too. He reminds Carpe that LS grants skill packs every 5 levels after choosing a profession, which led to a need for handling the flood of cards. To solve that, the game introduced a card combination system where players can trade in unwanted cards for a chance at a new one. The system became so obsessive that entire communities formed around it, with players practically rioting over cards. His companion jokes about how many people are consumed by that craze, while Carpe hopes to avoid ever getting dragged into it. Satisfied that his skills are now sorted out, Carpe decides it is time to return to the quest itself. He readies himself enthusiastically and declares that they should finish off the remaining sap beetles. Putting his upgraded skill to use, he strikes with force. The blow lands hard, sending power crashing into the ground. The quest counter jumps to 401 out of 800, and Carpe realizes he is halfway there, though the beetle's slow respawn rate is making the grind drag on. His companion agrees the respawn pattern is strange and points out that the creatures behave more like bees swarming around honey than ordinary bugs. That detail makes Carpe stop short, as he suddenly realizes the mention of honey may explain what is really going on. Sensing that what they need is nearby, the pair notices strange bugs and decides those creatures may lead them to the target. Carpe questions the idea, but he follows his companion's lead. One of the insects crawls deeper ahead, confirming they have a trail. The bugs suddenly take flight, making their direction even clearer. The cloaked hunter concludes they should simply follow where the insects are going. As the foliage stirs, they push through the undergrowth in pursuit. They find what they were looking for, and the hunter realizes the bugs have led them straight to a hidden route. The insects stream into a cave, revealing that this was the concealed entrance all along. The two move into the glittering tunnel and continue deeper underground. Inside, the hunter is delighted to find the walls covered with sap beetles and recognizes this as the correct hunting ground. He steps forward without hesitation, ready to turn the cave into an easy source of rewards. Seeing the sheer number of beetles confirms that the place is packed with targets. Because the surrounding trees are already ruined, he decides there is no reason to hold back. He plants a hand against the surface and prepares his attack. He unleashes Wind Cutter, sending slicing currents through the cave. The spell knocks beetles down in clusters around his feet. A system notice reports extra reinforcement for Wind Cutter and tracks rapid progress on the beetle extermination quest. He happily finishes off the rest, mixing brute force and magic while enjoying how effortless the farming is. For him, the cave feels like paradise because it offers easy kills and fast gains. The quest reaches completion, he levels up, and the system announces bonus points and a reward to claim later. Pleased with how easily everything worked out, he stretches and jokes that the game practically served the bugs to him. Then his mood shifts as he senses something wrong and starts doubting that the quest should have been this easy. Carpe points out the real problem. The beetles never tried to flee or defend themselves and instead rushed forward as if they had been driven out. That explanation makes the hunter take the danger seriously, and Carpe warns him to be careful now that he has already reached level 32. Carpe asks whether this is the point where they should retreat. The hunter refuses, grinning as he decides there is still one prize left, and declares they should catch the owner of the honey. They advance farther into the cave despite the warning signs. At the center, the hunter notes that the walls and floor are coated with bug remains, proof that something stronger has been feeding here. A strange haze and pressure begin to gather in the cavern. He feels the atmosphere change and realizes the boss encounter is about to begin. A massive shadow appears through the mist, and Carpe warns him to watch his step. Something huge starts chewing through the rock nearby, hidden by the thick fog. Unable to see clearly, the hunter suspects the boss has arrived but cannot identify it through the mist. He prepares to attack anyway, deciding he cannot wait for a better view. A system tip interrupts to warn that using a skill without calling out its name cuts its damage in half. The explanation adds that naming a skill can reveal it to opponents, creating a trade-off between power and secrecy. With no better option in the moment, he chooses to rely on silent casting despite the penalty. He uses Enigma magic to store Wind Cutter so it can be cast silently without that drawback. The system confirms the skill has been saved and can now be used through silent incantation with no penalty. Armed with that workaround, he immediately fires Wind Cutter into the mist. The blast tears through the cavern and slams into the hidden target with explosive force. But his confidence breaks the instant he realizes what he has actually hit. The creature revealed by the strike is not some burrowing beast but a giant blue praying mantis. The sight shocks him, because this boss is far more dangerous than expected. He pieces it together. If the mantis was lurking there, the shredded bugs must have been its leftovers, which means they have walked straight into a predator's lair. A red system alert identifies the enemy as an event monster, and Carpe activates a detection skill to inspect it more closely. The skin reveals the boss as Ice King of the West, Geyser's Fragment, already weakened but still carrying multiple boss-exclusive 8-star skills along with a praying mantis form. The hunter is thrilled by the absurd find, recognizing that they have stumbled onto a fragment of the Ice King himself. He tells Carpe to stay focused on the landing and not let his guard down, but Carpe flatly rejects the idea that they can handle this. Carpe warns that the hunter cannot beat that monster and urges an immediate escape. Carpe admits he still cannot understand the enemy before him and despairs that he may never beat it. A system alert reveals the creature has noticed him, confirming the fight is now fully engaged. The insect-like fragment moves first, preparing a mental attack. It unleashes mind control straight at Carpe in an attempt to seize him before he can respond. A hidden unlock triggers in time and strips away the mind-affecting status, saving him from being controlled. His companion laughs off the failed attack and reminds him that surviving the opening move means the real danger is only beginning. Trying to find an edge, Carpe is prompted to recall what the Eye of the Dragon can actually do. He remembers that the legendary item can expose an enemy's health, skills, gear, and even detect stealth. But the item has one crucial blind spot: anything at 9-star epic level or higher remains hidden. That limitation unsettles Carpe as he realizes the monster may be far beyond what he can properly read. He immediately suspects the fragment possesses abilities above that threshold, which would explain why he cannot assess it. The creature answers that suspicion by launching another attack instead of giving him time to think. Carpe realizes he has likely disrupted one of its techniques and fears he has only provoked it further. A wide storm of force begins to spread around them, turning the battlefield itself into a trap. The fragment's power sweeps outward like a freezing gale. Carpe braces himself as the storm closes in from every direction. Caught inside it, he recognizes the attack as something like a blizzard rather than a simple strike. He quickly understands this is a sustained area effect, not something he can just evade once. A warning confirms his health is steadily dropping even though the blizzard does not seem to count as a normal skill. At the same time, the ground begins freezing beneath him, turning the damage field into a movement trap. The fragment presses the attack without pause, intent on finishing him while he is pinned. A killing command follows, making clear the monster is now trying to execute him outright. The true threat is revealed as the ultimate 9-star skill Permafrost, which floods the area with overwhelming cold. Carpe watches the ice close in and realizes the attack is far more dangerous than he first thought. The frost locks around his legs, physically anchoring him in place. He understands that with his feet frozen to the ground, dodging the next blow is impossible. System notices pile-on. He is inside Permafrost's range. Frostbite will slow all movement if it lands, and even his cooldowns are being doubled. Knowing death is seconds away, Carpe reaches for his inventory in desperation. He calls for a scroll, gambling everything on a last-second escape tool. His hand closes around it just before the situation becomes unrecoverable. Another unlock activates, removing Frostbite and giving him just enough freedom to act. The ice detonates around him as the battlefield continues collapsing under the fragment's assault. Carpe forces himself through the chaos, refusing to die where he stands. The fragment fires a direct freezing blast down the center, trying to erase any remaining chance of escape. Carpe activates the scroll and warps away at the instant the attack converges on him. The deadly frozen arena vanishes, replaced by open sky as the teleport carries him out. He reappears elsewhere in a burst of blue energy, finally beyond the fragment's immediate reach. Only then does he let out a breath, realizing he survived by the narrowest margin. His body still trembles from the ordeal, and the lingering shock of nearly being killed. He collapses to the ground, overwhelmed by relief after believing he was finished. A recovery rune activates because his HP has fallen too low, and his companion notes that retreating was the only sensible move. When asked if he is alright, Carpe rises and tries to steady himself. He insists he is fine with forced bravado, masking how badly shaken he really is. Still rattled, he vows to defeat that fragment next time, while his companion privately concludes he has lost his mind. But before the moment can settle, the companion hesitates as if remembering something important. He grabs Carpe and urgently demands to know what that creature was, convinced Carpe recognized it. The tension spikes as he steps in even closer, refusing to let the question go. Carpe finally gives in and says he will explain what he knows. Before he can continue, Altair suddenly appears and calls out to him. Altair approaches and questions why he is off by himself, while a note hints she cannot perceive the patron spirit beside him. A nervous young man realizes the Elven Queen has personally come to meet him and jokes about the trouble she took for his sake. The Queen, weary of how reckless human sorcerer kings can be, summons him and his companions to speak formally. Back in Altair's office, she begins by rewarding him for the work he has already done. With a casual gesture, she calls up his system notifications to review his achievements. The notices confirm he cleared the Sap Beetle quest, protected his familiars perfectly, earned Altair's approval, and gained access to more of the Elven village's facilities. She adds a second reward by sliding a chest toward him, leaving him startled by the unexpected gift. Inside is a Nedge-grass bracelet, an elven item granted only to those acknowledged by the elves and able to draw on the life force flowing through the forest. He happily puts it on, and Altair explains that although it is only hero rank, its effects surpass the borrowed gauntlet from Fergus, and should serve him for a long time. She points out one especially useful function: the bracelet carries a hit spell effect. That effect gives him limited self-healing, making continuous hunting possible without relying on potions, though such an item is normally extremely rare. Elsewhere, a small blonde girl thanks Altair, who explains she chose this reward instead of a high-grade bow because it would be more useful to him. Once the rewards are settled, Altair turns the conversation back to the real issue. She asks whether he encountered Geyser's fragment while hunting the sap beetles. He confirms he tracked the insects into a cave and found the fragment there, stressing how absurdly powerful it was. Altair grimly admits that his survival was almost miraculous. She explains that the fragment he found belongs to one of the 4 catastrophes ancient beings feared even in legend. In the distant past, 4 world-shaking calamities were said to have arisen at the dawn of history. One of them was the sea serpent of the east. Another was the ice spirit of the west, alongside the hurricane beast of the south. The 4th was the blazing phoenix of the north. Altair recounts that each of them once devastated entire regions, leaving nations ruined, islands shattered, and battlefields turned into wastelands. Their legends are endless, and though reliable facts are scarce, their destructive impact is beyond dispute. What can be said with certainty is that their true power is far beyond ordinary understanding. The warning lands heavily on him as he begins to grasp what he actually stumbled into. Altair compares them to uncontrollable natural disasters, forces that act without any principle people can reason with. Because of that, all life lives under the threat that such catastrophes could strike again at any time. The scale of those monsters' violence makes clear why the world still fears their return. He can only mutter that it is amazing the world has survived at all. His liege counters that the 4 catastrophes were not only bringers of ruin and once even aided Akram. He is stunned to hear that monsters like those were ever considered allies. She explains that 800 years ago, during the war against the fake gods, the nearby blazing phoenix was one of the powers that made Akram's resistance possible. At that time, the 4 catastrophes and the 4 9-star and 15 8-star fake gods clashed directly. But the cost was severe, and even the legendary 9-star Hercules died in that conflict before he could ever become a patron spirit. The sheer scale of that history leaves the room reeling. His companion pieces together that Hercules' death explains why no one managed to summon him in the centuries since. The young man then asks what level monsters like the catastrophes would be if a 9-star patron spirit is around level 400, and Akram's estimate comes back at roughly level 700 to 800. The number is so absurd that he can barely process it, while his liege dryly notes that this is only the accepted estimate. He suddenly refocuses on the immediate danger, and realizes that a fragment of one of those monsters is still hiding in the forest. Alarmed, he questions whether Queen Altair is truly safe with such a threat so close. Altair refuses the idea of fleeing, explaining that elves cannot survive in a place cut off from the Tree of Life. To relocate their home, they would need a seed capable of becoming a new Tree of Life. That seed exists in the form of the fruit of Rudram. She says the spirit fragment should leave within a week, but she still wants to understand why it remains in such a weakened state. That remark reminds him of what he saw earlier through the eye of the dragon, and gives him a clue. He reports that the fragment's HP and MP were both only at 33%, suggesting it is still suffering from lingering damage. Altair connects this to the old war, when Dreadhire once entered the forest searching for materials to create his final effigy. During that time, Dreadhire helped the elves fight the Ice Spirit's fragment. The battle pushed the fragment to the brink of death in a massive explosion. Since then, the fragment has spent 800 years controlling sap beetles to gather the forest's mana and slowly recover. Altair concludes that because the fruit of the Tree of Life is a concentrated source of pure mana, the fragment has endured for centuries while recovering only about a third of its original strength. A spirit warns that the wounded Ice Spirit fragment will soon attack the elves' greatest elixir to heal itself. Faced with the crisis, the summoned player steadies himself as the weight of the situation settles in. The Elven Queen realizes she has no option left but to seek the Sorcerer King's aid again. She humbly appeals to Sir Carpe, asking him to save both her people and the fruit they depend on. A new quest appears, offering a second relic profession if he protects the fruit until it ripens, with severe penalties if he fails and extra rewards if he succeeds. Carpe notices this quest is unusual because it even outlines what happens if he refuses. His companion explains that the reward changes depending on the player's choice. The system makes the gamble clear, accept for a chance at greater rewards but risk losing everything on failure, or reject for a safer but lesser outcome. Carpe weighs the options and asks what Altair wants to do. Altair immediately leans toward taking the quest. Carpe accepts without hesitation, and Altair commits to fighting beside him. The queen is delighted, though for the wrong reason, already imagining the extra rewards buying her more time before the fruit ripens. When she asks only for protection, Carpe is surprised she is not demanding that he destroy the fragment outright. She admits the elves can barely hold the creature back as it is, and even with Carpe's help, killing it completely would be unrealistic. Since the fruit cannot be replanted once rooted, she only asks them to keep it safe until harvest. Altair accepts that logic but reveals he still has one concern. Carpe bluntly asks whether the elves would object if he simply killed the fragment anyway. The queen is caught off guard by how casually he proposes it. The quest updates with a deadline. They have 6 days and 17 hours to protect the fruit until it fully ripens. With the mission set, the scene shifts from the royal plea to planning their next move outside. Altair calls Carpe over as they regroup in the village. He questions whether Carpe is seriously considering taking down the Ice Spirit fragment himself. Carpe shrugs it off, admitting the boast came out almost automatically. He blames his own thrill-seeking instincts, while the queen is left baffled by how recklessly eager he sounds. Altair takes that answer in stride, already expecting Carpe to chase the dangerous option. Carpe decides to test an idea and see where it leads. He explains that the fragment felt fundamentally different from the ordinary monsters he has fought. He identifies the key trait behind that difference as permafrost. Recalling the battle, he focuses on how that power manifested around the fragment. He remembers that even a 9-star active skill barely managed to contain the fragment's overwhelming force. From that, he reasons that patron spirit rank and skill level always combine to a fixed total of 10. Altair follows the logic and points out that this would tempt players to try pairing a 1-star patron spirit with a 9-star skill. He confirms many users attempted exactly that when the game first launched, but almost all of them failed. The main reason was simple: a 9-star skill consumes an enormous amount of MP. Worse, such skills cannot even be used at level 1 and stay locked until the player gains a second profession. Altair adds that even surviving long enough to unlock one still leaves many practical problems. Carpe sums those problems up as needing the right class, matching stats, the rare equipment, and backup skills to support such a costly ability. Still, Altair reveals there is one exception above top-tier skills: the Express Rank Skill Pack, an extremely rare source of 9-star skills. He explains that a player can obtain one either through a lucky draw or by clearing a specific hidden quest. That catches Carpe's attention, and he asks Altair to continue. Carpe directly asks whether Altair knows how to unlock the hidden quest for a 9-star skill. Altair smirks and makes it clear he would not have raised the subject if he did not. Carpe immediately drops into exaggerated praise, trying to flatter Altair into revealing everything while Altair finds the display embarrassing. Altair steps forward, resigned to dealing with Carpe's antics. Carpe cuts to the practical next step: they should look for quests in the elves' village. Seeing the fruit still has time before ripening, he decides to use these days to gain as many levels as possible before facing the fragment again. Altair agrees with the plan but admits he is new to this place and cannot suggest specific quests. Carpe stays confident and says the elves will surely have work for them if they ask around. That proves true immediately, as an elf asks him to gather herbs from the forest, and the system marks it as a gathering quest. Another elf offers a hunting quest, warning that the ice spirit may be using mind control to command monsters in the depths, and the mention of Altair's name hints that this request may connect to him personally. The villagers explain that their queen often gets lost, so searching for her has become a routine problem. Carpe is asked to find the missing queen again, and though he is baffled by these absurd errands, he notes that the quest still promises worthwhile experience. The search begins in the elven forest. As the quest rewards register, Carpe receives a spirit elixir that boosts all stats for a short time. He also gains rare attribute stones found only in the elves' forest, useful for crafting equipment. A pair of master-made gloves that improve deafness is added to the haul, and Tina is delighted to be given them. The generous rewards make Carpe's companion point out that the queen must be far stronger than she looks, since quests tied to her pay so well. Carpe shrugs off the danger for now, more curious about the fragment they mentioned than worried about her strength. A new alert interrupts him before he can dwell on it. Another quest appears, ordering them to find Altair, and Carpe can only complain that a village queen should not be this easy to lose repeatedly. His companion dismisses the concern because the rewards are too good to ignore. They recall seeing Altair wandering around aimlessly earlier, reinforcing that she truly has no sense of direction. Even so, Carpe is still stuck on how strange it is. His idealized image of elves keeps collapsing as he realizes their queen is terrible at the very skills he expected her race to excel at. While searching, Carpe notices something nearby. A sudden realization makes him stop. He spots Altair hidden among the greenery. Carpe rushes to greet her, but quickly pulls back and tells his companion to stay concealed. Instead of ending the quest immediately, he decides to watch her first and asks his companion to trust him. When he asks where they are, his companion is confused because they are near the Tree of Life. That answer makes Carpe notice something unusual about the place. He pauses as the situation stops feeling like a simple search mission. He remembers that the Tree of Life lies north of the village, an area elves rarely visit, which makes Altair's presence here suspicious. Altair looks around carefully as if making sure no one is watching. Once satisfied, she heads into a hidden opening. Carpe immediately concludes that the queen is acting far too suspiciously for this to be accidental wandering. When his companion asks what to do, Carpe decides they have to keep following the quest and see this through. He leads the pursuit as the objective updates from finding Altair to bringing her back. Carpe reasons that whatever is inside may be worth discovering, so he commits to investigating. The two of them climb into the enormous tree after her. Inside, the system rewards Carpe for being the first player to enter the Tree of Life, granting him the title Blessing of the Tree of Life and a passive boost to mana and magic recovery. He proudly celebrates his luck and jokes that following Altair was obviously the right move. Deeper in, they reach a three-way split and realize Altair must have chosen one of the paths. Carpe studies the situation and becomes confident he can tell which way she went. He chooses the middle path by reading the footprints. As they proceed, his confidence holds. The air grows colder, and Carpe is reminded of the unnatural chill from the cave where he fought Geyser's fragment. That resemblance convinces him this cold is tied to the same kind of power. He starts to suspect that this hidden place may be where the fragment was meant to be all along. The tunnel opens into a vast, icy chamber filled with pale light and crystals. Carpe draws his companion's attention to something ahead. They find Altair lying atop a coffin in the center of the chamber. The coffin seems to be the source of the cold, and both of them are baffled that Altair would calmly sleep there after coming so far alone. As they watch, a glow begins around her hand, suggesting something has started in response to her presence. The coffin reacts as if some mechanism or ritual has been triggered. Recognizing a magic circle at work, Carpe orders an immediate retreat into hiding so they can observe safely. A giant mantis-like figure suddenly manifests in a burst of light and power. Carpe is stunned to realize Geyser's fragment has appeared here. Energy begins spiraling violently through the chamber, building into a concentrated vortex. From hiding, Carpe watches the swirling power and tries to understand what the fragment is about to do. Carpe suddenly realizes the enemy is forcing freezing air into the coffin instead of simply attacking it. Alarmed, he demands to know what happened to Altair and senses that the situation is far worse than it first looked. His companion reveals that Altair was never gone at all, because she had been turned into Geyser's fragment. Carpe struggles to accept it until he is told outright that the transformation was possible through a special skill. The truth is that the fragment possesses ultimate camouflage, an elite boss ability that lets it perfectly imitate another being. Carpe first interprets that as simple disguise, still not grasping how complete the deception was. He pieces together that the fragment must have hidden in the elf village while posing as Altair, though his ally warns that even that explanation is incomplete. That warning makes Carpe stop and reconsider the whole chain of events. Meanwhile, the real Altair is shown elsewhere, quietly manipulating cold power with deliberate control. She senses a critical moment approaching and prepares to act. Once she decides she has done enough, she turns and silently warns the hidden observers to stay out of her sight and hold their breath. She moves forward with careful intent, as if carrying out a plan that depends on secrecy. Carpe nearly panics at the tension, relieved only when he avoids being discovered. After the danger passes, the two decide to stop guessing and reassess the facts from the beginning. Carpe summarizes that Geyser's fragment disguised itself as Altair and was the one that tried to tamper with the coffin. But even as he says it, the sequence still feels wrong to him. He keeps circling back to Altair's cryptic remark that it was almost time, suspecting it is the key to everything. With no better lead, he decides the coffin itself may reveal what everyone has been hiding. Examining it closely, he notices the cold aura is still present, which means the fragment's actions affected it in some deliberate way. He finds no damage at all and realizes the fragment was not trying to destroy the coffin. Instead, the coffin looks as though it was being maintained or protected. That leads him to a breakthrough. Just like before, the coffin is missing its seal, and that seal must currently be with Altair, meaning it cannot be opened normally without her consent. Since normal permission is impossible, the two immediately think of bypassing the lock by force through Carpe's opening ability. They exchange a look and silently agree to try the reckless option. Both commit to the plan at once and decide to force the coffin open. Carpe activates his unlocking power. He throws himself into the attempt, eager to see whether the coffin will yield. The system confirms that unlock has been activated. The coffin responds and begins to open under the skill's effect. Even Carpe is startled that the impossible lock actually gives way. As the lid parts, he can barely process what he is seeing. Inside lies the real Altair herself, proving the one outside had been an imposter all along. The revelation leaves Carpe completely thrown off. Now the mystery deepens, because if the real Altair was sealed here, then the relic they were chasing is still missing. His companion studies the contradiction in silence, already moving toward an answer. He concludes he understands the situation, but insists they leave first because the battlefield is about to change. Carpe is baffled that he wants to retreat right after such a discovery. The explanation is simple. The scenario event matters more now, because the fruit of Rudram is nearly ripe. A system warning confirms they have only a little over an hour before the fruit fully ripens. The countdown becomes immediate and impossible to ignore. As the timer ticks down, they rush out to rejoin the main event. The moment they emerge, the scenario shifts into open crisis as the fragment's attack officially begins. An emergency alarm spreads through the village, and Carpe realizes the assault has started. The elves spot the incoming enemy wave and warn that monsters are advancing. Panic erupts as the villagers scramble to gather the children and protect them at any cost. The people desperately pray for salvation as the attack closes in. Flying monsters descend first, with the fragment looming among them as the center of the invasion. Ground troops follow, revealing that the fragment has brought a full army rather than a simple raiding party. Someone signals the defenders to prepare for battle. A commanding elf woman takes charge and orders archers and sorcerers to ready themselves immediately. The village barrier activates, forming a defensive shield against the oncoming swarm. From a watchtower, the commander reports that every elf capable of fighting has been assembled, though their numbers are still dwarfed by the monsters. Even so, she had expected the enemy to be weaker after earlier losses, and the scale of the assault unsettles her. The grim answer is that the fragment has gathered every monster it could command for this final push. Altair, now openly acting as queen, calms her subordinates and warns them that if the barrier falls, even the sacred tree's blessing will not save them from corruption. She steadies the village by redefining victory as simply surviving and protecting their land. Privately, she turns her thoughts toward the true player in this conflict, and wonders what the Sorcerer King's descendant will choose to do. That thought lands on Carpe, who is now being measured as a possible answer to the crisis. He watches the battlefield in tense silence, still trying to understand his role in it. At the front, the fragment roars and drives the monster horde into a frenzy. The defenders brace as the first impact shakes the line. The elves answer with a volley, fighting for their village, their families, and the sacred tree. Their commander orders that not a single monster be allowed through. She directs the battle efficiently, assigning archers to the sky and sorcerers to reinforce the barrier. Yet even while commanding, she keeps watching the fragment itself rather than celebrating the defense. She realizes the fragment is not personally pressing the attack and suspects its real target is the Tree of Life. Refusing to let that happen, she personally takes aim at it. Her shot strikes the fragment directly, and she mocks it as an easy target. But the impact only shatters a false body, proving the figure she hit was another decoy. She immediately understands the real fragment had been standing elsewhere all along. Her subordinate is left staring in confusion as the queen vanishes from the obvious battlefield. She has already slipped away into the forest, moving alone toward the true confrontation. There, she declares that this is the final day, as if she has been waiting for this exact endgame. She admits she always knew the fragment among the monsters was fake and now openly calls for the real geyser's fragment to reveal itself. She names her enemy directly and strips away the last pretense. The fragment answers with amused approval, pleased that she saw through the deception. It steps out from hiding and praises Altair for catching on so quickly. Its sudden appearance startles even the nearby observers, who had not expected it to emerge there. Carpe is confused by the timing, because he thought Altair had summoned him, while she clarifies that she had actually called out the fragment. The relic itself remains silent for a beat, as if waiting to choose its next form. Then it erupts with power and unleashes permafrost, openly rejecting Altair's challenge. Altair counters at once with fire, meeting the freezing attack head-on. Ice and flame collide violently, turning their duel into a clash of overwhelming elemental force. Rather than fear it, Altair is exhilarated by the fragment's monstrous power and checks that Carpe survived the shockwave. Carpe confirms he is safe, but notices that Altair's arm has been injured in the exchange. She ignores the wound and says his reaction confirms what she needed to know. Facing him through the smoke, she asks how long he has understood the truth. She stands firm despite the flames consuming her arm, showing that the injury means less to her than the answer. Carpe admits he figured it out 2 days earlier, when he followed her into the Tree of Life. At first he suspected only that the fragment had been impersonating her. But seeing the real Altair inside the coffin forced him to accept that the Altair before him was something else entirely. He explains the logic. If anyone other than the Sorcerer King's descendant had reached the relic, the quest should have ended, but it did not. So there could be only one conclusion: the Sorcerer King's relic was itself alive. He names that living relic Mirage, recognizing Altair as its current form. Mirage is revealed to be the second relic of the Sorcerer King, a doppelganger phantom. Its nature is to exist as an intangible being that can materialize and perfectly duplicate a chosen target, which explains the many clues Carpe missed in the elf forest. One of those clues was that the forest weakened mana and dulled Tina's senses, making it easier for the imposture to go unnoticed. Another was that Altair's behavior never fully matched the real one, and Carpe now asks why Mirage chose to wear her identity. Mirage refuses to explain yet, and says the answer can wait until after the fight. The fragment interrupts by swelling into a larger battle form and roaring that Mirage must be dealt with first. It demands the fruit of Rudram and threatens death if the relic is not surrendered. Mirage only smiles and tells Carpe to watch carefully. With open pride, Mirage prepares to show the fragment the true power of the Sorcerer King's doll. Carpe and Tina can only stare, unsure what ability Mirage is about to unleash. Mirage shifts position, setting the stage for a transformation rather than a simple attack. Tina explains that among the 7 puppets, Mirage has a special gift: it can become the enemy that a target fears most. The fragment instantly recognizes the implication and realizes Mirage is turning into Dreadsure, the ancient being it dreads above all else. A blue-haired armored man appears in Dreadshure's place, greeting the fragment after 800 years and making clear that he intends to finish what was left undone. Even in this recreated form, he calmly judges that less than half of his original power has returned. He still dismisses the fragment as beneath him and prepares to crush it anyway. The fragment rages at being looked down on by a mere human-shaped imitation. Carpe, meanwhile, is thrown off by how unexpectedly cocky Mirage's copy personality has become. Mirage attacks as Dreadsure, hurling a devastating strike meant to kill the fragment outright. Dreadsure laughs at the fragment's weakness, treating the duel like the extermination of a pest. The fragment blocks the blow with its bare hands and taunts back that Dreadsure cannot even touch it. Then it deliberately provokes Dreadsure by mocking the trauma of their battle 8 centuries earlier. That insult enrages Mirage's copy persona and pushes the fight into a more personal fury. The fragment answers with an 8-star spell, Blizzard Nova, detonating a massive freezing field around them. Dreadsure remains composed inside the storm, already preparing a hotter response. He counters with Calamity Inferno, sending overwhelming fire through the ice and tearing the spell apart. The resulting explosion rocks the forest and threatens to engulf everything nearby. Carpe panics that the whole village could be erased, while Tina dryly notes that this kind of collateral destruction is exactly what the real Dreadsure was infamous for. That only makes Carpe wonder how someone so catastrophically reckless ever became a king. As he watches the duel between beings at the peak of the same profession, the system rewards him with increased stats for witnessing mastery. Even while joking about the absurdity of learning from such a fight, Carpe admits he is completely outclassed and can do nothing but watch. Tina points out that the copied Sorcerer King has already displayed more than 30 master-level skills, which makes the spectacle almost impossible to believe. The scale of that mastery leaves Carpe wondering what level the real Sorcerer King must have reached. Tina explains that such absurd growth was possible because the Sorcerer King was born with heavenly body. That 9-star skill let him develop at a monstrous rate from birth. Its greatest advantage was doubling the skill points gained whenever he leveled up. Carpe envies the ability immediately, only to be reminded that his own hidden advantage is even more outrageous. Before he can dwell on that, the timer announces only 5 minutes remain until the fruit fully ripens, and Dredger decides to end the fight now. The fragment tries to seize control with ultimate stone cuffs, a binding technique meant to lock down Mirage's movements. Mirage recognizes it as a movement-sealing skill, while the fragment prepares to finish Dredger once he is trapped. But Carpe notices strange scars beneath the fragment's arm and blurts out the detail. Tina identifies them as the marks of the fatal wounds the real Dredger inflicted 800 years ago, wounds that have reopened in response to his mana. That confirmation tells Carpe exactly what Mirage is about to exploit. At the same time, the fruit finishes ripening, and the system declares the final 10-minute defense phase while the fragment smugly reveals it had been waiting for this moment too. The fragment senses something is wrong just as its old injuries begin reacting beyond its control. A sudden flash interrupts its momentum and throws the battle off balance. The fragment's body starts to split under the strain. It realizes in shock that the old wounds are forcing a change in its form. The fragment violently sheds its outer shell, abandoning the larger body it had been using. In that moment, its buried consciousness surfaces and reveals that it had always been a created being acting under commands planted by an unknown master. It explains that only after suffering a near-fatal injury 800 years ago did it awaken enough to question its own existence, and the pain forced upon it. Now, after centuries of agony, it believes the fruit of Rudram can rebuild its body and finally end that torment. Driven by that hope, it declares that obtaining the fruit will let it reach the peak of its existence. Carpe realizes the fragment has sacrificed size for speed and become far more dangerous in exchange. The transformed fragment also admits it has spent the last of its mana, meaning everything now depends on one final rush. With no power left for another spell, it launches itself straight toward the fruit and declares victory before anyone can stop it. Something slices through the forest as multiple figures rush toward the ripened fruit. The prize is revealed as a cluster of glowing blue fruit packed with life energy. One insect-like monster senses that immense power and claims the fruit for itself. A young man immediately rejects that claim, making it clear the creature will not take it uncontested. The insect is thrown off by a sudden interruption before it can secure the prize. A small hidden accomplice moves through the branches at just the right moment. The thief turns out to be Inky, a squirrel-like companion who has somehow gotten into the tree first and snatched the fruit. Inky pauses in front of the much larger insect, calmly holding the stolen prize. Instead of fleeing in panic, Inky starts eating the fruit, provoking immediate outrage. The young man uses Silent Walk to warp through shadows and chase after the stolen fruit. He reappears nearby in a burst of movement, closing the distance in an instant. At the same time, his underground ally Inky helps set up the maneuver, and he praises her perfect timing. His armored superior turns toward the commotion as the young man proudly treats Inky like the key to their plan. The superior realizes the descendant had prepared a way to protect the fruit and approves of the foresight. A system notice grants the fruit to the young man, but he complains that his inventory is full and explains he accepted this quest only because it was supposed to be easy. Stuck physically carrying the fruit, he grumbles that this complication is exactly what he wanted to avoid. He asks Inky to hold it a little longer, and she happily agrees while clutching the fruit. The insect erupts in fury at being outplayed by such small opponents. It dives to tear them apart, and demands the fruit back by force. The young man activates a buff despite its health cost, deciding the enemy must be weakened quickly before it can keep overwhelming them. His armored liege steps in to intercept the charge with a direct counterattack. A violent clash of fire and ice detonates around the insect as the battle escalates. Even so, the insect breaks through the exchange and slashes the young man, drawing blood and dropping his health. He survives the near miss, and realizes the monster may be smaller than before but is still dangerously powerful. Another explosive exchange rocks the area while he watches for an opening. He concludes this fight has become a chaotic aerial dogfight rather than the simple mission he expected. The insect pulls back just long enough to search for the fruit instead of pressing the attack. Its attention snaps to the real culprit, and it curses the squirrel for hiding the prize. It spots Inky at last and locks onto her as the target. The armored liege unleashes permafrost to stop the insect before it can reach her. The freeze catches the enemy, but the liege is affected too, leaving both sides briefly hindered. The young man quickly removes his own freeze status. Relieved his cooldown can still be reduced, when a warning comes that a larger threat is incoming. He instantly understands the situation is about to get worse. A massive impact crashes down from above, smashing into the battlefield. The shockwave hurls the young man into a tree, leaving him coughing and battered. He and his companion confirm they are still alive, but only barely. Looking up at the impossible quest area, he finally admits this mission was never meant to be cleared through normal combat. Even so, he starts to reassure himself that Inky still has the fruit. That thought turns into alarm as he realizes the fruit may no longer be secure. Inky suddenly faces an enormous looming presence that has somehow appeared right in front of her. The newcomer uses mind control and summons Inky to it, overriding her will. Under that control, Inky dashes forward with the fruit instead of protecting it. Their ally desperately calls for Inky to break free, but the command does not stop her. Inky reaches the target and places the fruit down at its feet. The insect exults, convinced victory is finally within reach. It reveals it had planned to retreat and wait for another chance, but now fortune has handed it success immediately. Seeing the fruit lying there, it believes the prize has fallen into its grasp with absurd ease. It declares that consuming the fruit will finally make it complete. Before it can celebrate, the young man cuts in and warns that the fight is not over yet. He reappears on the battlefield through another sudden movement, leaving the insect stunned and searching for where he came from. He grins, relieved that he had already prepared for this moment. He activates a 5-star skill called Castling, which lets him instantly swap places with his familiar. The ice spirit is stunned that he could evade in such an impossible way. Before it can recover, he appears at its blind spot and drives into attack. Dropping low, he credits his survival to the best kind of backstabbing skill. He launches himself forward at extreme speed, leaving the spirit scrambling to keep up. The ice spirit decides to endure the next hit and use the opening afterward, believing it still has time. Realizing the spirit is stalling to protect its injury, he equips a countermeasure and refuses to let it drag the fight out. He rushes again so fast that even the spirit cannot track him, while he opens his inventory for a spell breaker. He pulls out a rare dagger that dispels all magical effects on contact, though it can only be used 3 times. The weapon flashes to life as he commits to the finishing strike. He seizes the ice spirit and slashes through it with the dispelling dagger. Its frozen body starts to crack apart as it realizes too late that it is breaking down. The spirit shatters completely, still clinging to the fear of dying in that state. As the fragments scatter, the system confirms that he has defeated the event boss Ice Spirit. More notices follow, granting him a level up and the title Fragment Slayer, and he finally lets himself believe the ordeal is over. His companions run over in alarm, but he assures them he is fine. They praise him for actually bringing the boss down, leaving him awkwardly brushing it off. A composed woman approaches, and he is relieved to see Carpe safe as well. She commends him for protecting the fruit, and he thanks her while teasingly asking whether he should call her Altair or Mirage. She quietly takes possession of the red fruit, making it clear she will be keeping it. His familiar droops in disappointment, but she promises Inky a generous reward later. He tells his friend that protecting the fruit was worth it, especially if it means they can now claim the boss rewards. He points out the dropped loot hidden nearby among the trees. Excited, he eagerly moves in to collect the spoils. His friend agrees the reward matters, even if his enthusiasm makes him sound unhinged. The drop turns out to be a ring, some magic materials, and a single card, so they decide to inspect the ring first. The ring is a legendary item tied to the ice spirit fragment, boosting mana, ice damage, and cold resistance while adding freezing and restrained effects, which he judges to be a solid prize. His attention shifts to the card, which seems underwhelming at first glance. He complains that getting only 1 card instead of a full pack feels like a disappointing reward after everything they endured. His friend stops him and insists he is looking at it the wrong way. He explains that users hunt bosses precisely because their drops are better than ordinary rewards. Most of that value comes from exclusive equipment, but there is another reason bosses are coveted. A boss skill pack is extraordinarily rare, and even top players can go years without seeing one. That makes a boss tier skill pack effectively priceless. More importantly, a single drop skill card can hide inside it as a special piece of that pack. If so, the card would contain one of the boss's own skills, leaving him stunned. He immediately thinks of the Ice Spirit's fragment skills and realizes he might be able to claim one for himself. When he asks whether such boss-exclusive skills are restricted, his friend tells him the opposite is true. He can access the whole set. He starts hoping for the 6-star praying mantis form, but decides to inspect the final material first. The last item is a legendary white ice crystal, a dangerous catalyst filled with the Ice Spirit's lingering power and described as containing an energy of unimaginable existence. The moment he checks it, a trap item suddenly activates. A mark from Geyser's side brands him, and the system warns that the Ice Spirit, one of the 4 catastrophes, will now be watching him. Both boys immediately panic, with him demanding answers and his friend admitting he has none. Before they can process it, something ominous begins to manifest overhead. He recoils in terror as dark energy lashes out around him. Just as disaster seems certain, the system removes the curse, and both of them collapse in exhausted relief while he fumes that nobody warned him rewards could be this dangerous. After catching his breath, he forces himself to calm down and return to the last unopened reward. He steels himself, still wary after the trap. At last, he reaches for the card and decides to open the skill card. Carpe realizes he has earned the 0-star skill permafrost, and despite his brother's shock, he treats it as a major breakthrough. Reviewing his status, he sees his class and blessings have expanded his options so much that he now has a large reserve of points to spend. He decides not to waste everything at once and instead plans to save some points while mastering what he already has. Remembering how dangerous high-level attacks can be, he agrees that holding resources in reserve is the smarter choice. He also recalls an unopened low-tier skill pack from level 35 and considers finally using it. Before he can focus on that, The elves rush over in alarm to check whether the descendant and his companion survived. They explain the monster army suddenly retreated, and they are trying to understand whether the fragment escaped after the rear guard engaged it. The queen calmly reveals that the fragment did not escape at all, because they defeated it with the descendants' help. Carpe awkwardly downplays the praise even as the queen openly credits him. The queen immediately turns victory into action, summoning her attendants and ordering preparations. With the danger over, she declares that the kingdom will celebrate with a festival. The elves erupt into cheers, hailing both their queen and Carpe as the new sorcerer king. As the crowd celebrates around him, Carpe stands there absorbing the sudden shift in how everyone now sees him. He accepts that resisting the momentum of the moment is pointless. So he gives into the celebration for now and postpones opening the rest of his rewards until later. Far away at White Crown Mountain in Zenonia, a surge of icy power sweeps through the area. The strange current races across the frozen terrain like a signal or disturbance. Observers trace the phenomenon back to the east, where it entered the mountain. At the Ice Spirit Geyser, a hidden being realizes someone has removed its fragment. It explains the rule behind that fragment. Whoever destroys it should inherit its proper power, which means that person ought to be inside its realm of consciousness. Instead, the connection has been broken, proving that the one who took the fragment somehow escaped its control. Intrigued by this anomaly, the entity notes that it has rarely seen anything like it and becomes interested in the outsider responsible. Back at the Elven celebration, the crisis gives way to warmth, food, and a lively festival atmosphere. The elves bustle around preparing offerings and treats for their honored guests. Carpe's companion throws himself into the feast with obvious enthusiasm. Others happily join in, praising the food as if the festival itself were a blessing. An elf checks whether Carpe is enjoying himself, and he confirms that he is. As he accepts handmade apple pies and bottles of dew wine, system messages reveal the elves' gifts carry temporary buffs, making their hospitality materially valuable as well. Carpe gleefully realizes the elves' blessings are flooding his inventory with useful items, while his companion warns him not to say that too loudly. When asked about his changed clothes, he explains he switched before the festival because his previous outfit was ruined in the battle. He reflects that cleaning up the last monsters freed from the Ice Spirit's control had actually been easy. His companion bluntly points out that of course it was easy, since Carpe now has permafrost. That reminder makes clear just how much stronger Carpe has become after claiming the new skill. He then levels up to 38 and delights in the extra bonus points, feeling once again that the game keeps rewarding him at the perfect time. In the middle of the festivities, someone approaches him. Mirage interrupts gently, apologizing for pulling him away from the fun. She asks to speak with him privately for a moment. Carpe understands from her tone that this is serious and prepares to leave the celebration. The scene shifts as they move into a quieter, more secluded place. Mirage begins by setting aside ceremony and moving into a personal confession. She tells Carpe that Altair Woodguard had once been a benevolent queen, and that she first met her 200 years ago with the Sorcerer King. Mirage explains that after a war involving a fragment, 3 puppets, including herself, helped the Sorcerer Kings support Altair. Though the old fragment was overwhelmingly powerful, they eventually inflicted a fatal wound on it after a long battle. With that victory, peace returned to the village, and Altair and the Sorcerer King stood together in its aftermath. Carpe is startled by the mention of 3 puppets, realizing there may be another one besides Tina and Mirage. Mirage continues that once the Sorcerer King obtained the materials for another puppet, she encountered Altair again 20 years later. By then disaster had struck Akram, and Altair had lost her patron spirit in a devastating blaze. Mirage adds, with visible frustration, that the Sorcerer King left her behind there, while Carpe senses the story is building towards something important. Unable to bear the tension, Mirage abruptly shoves a box into Carpe's hands and storms off, telling him to keep it. Left staring after her, Carpe is shaken by how wildly unstable that exchange was, though he decides not to dwell on it and simply accepts the gift. Mirage explains that although she should have been condemned as a coffin descendant, Altair spared her and let her live freely among the elves. She remembers that mercy as the reason she was able to live happily for a time under Altair's protection. That peace ended when Altair's condition worsened, turning Mirage's gratitude into desperation. The happiness Altair gave her was cut short far too soon. Mirage learned that Altair had long been suppressing a chronic illness with powerful magic, but her body had finally reached its limit. Unable to accept Altair's death as inevitable, Mirage resolved to defy nature itself. She decided she had to repay Altair for the life and happiness she had been given. Holding on to that resolve, she committed herself completely to saving her. Mirage searched through ancient records for a cure and eventually found a possible answer. The text revealed that the first leaf sprouted from the tree of life could cure any disease in the world. But because the original first leaf was already gone, Mirage concluded that a new tree of life had to be born. Since waiting for the existing tree to bear fruit again would take 800 years, she chose a far more extreme path. She personally fed mana into the tree over time to force that future into existence. To keep Altair's body from decaying while she waited, Mirage preserved her in a lowered state using the cold power she had taken from the Ice Spirit. Hearing this, the others realized that Mirage's fragmented form and the freezing chamber were all part of that preservation plan. Mirage confirms it, saying she used the coldest energy she knew to hold Altair in stasis. Tina reflects that Mirage had the other elves preserve her power and start hibernating, and she praises Mirage for enduring so much alone for so long. Mirage gently rejects pity and insists she is content now that her long effort has finally reached its end. With that peace, she lowers herself beside Altair as if ready to let everything return to its proper course. Her strength fades, and even the smallest movement becomes unsteady. Mirage accepts that things will now go back to how they were meant to be. At that moment, a new light begins to gather where her long labor has led. The sudden burst startles the onlookers as the dormant seed reacts. They realize the seed of the tree of life is responding before their eyes. A fresh sprout appears, shining with unmistakable life. To everyone's shock, it begins growing at an unnatural speed. As the new life reaches completion, Altair's preserved body responds from within the coffin. Altair opens her eyes, immediately sensing that she has awakened somewhere extraordinary. Mirage, overwhelmed and disoriented, can barely process Altair speaking to her again. The moment recognition settles in, Mirage throws herself into Altair's arms, overjoyed that she has truly returned. Through tears, Mirage blurts out how hard she tried in Altair's absence, proudly insisting she protected the village and defeated monsters just as she was supposed to. Altair comforts her and acknowledges that Mirage really did save her, fulfilling the promise she had carried for so long. Watching the reunion, one of the observers wipes at his eyes and admits the sight of Mirage's true form and devotion is unexpectedly moving. Another tries to hide that he is getting emotional too. He gets called out for crying after being the one who warned everyone not to get attached to NPCs. His denial only makes the moment more obvious. Then system messages appear, confirming the quest's completion, Mirage's bond with the player, and new rewards and titles earned from saving the elves. The aftermath even spills into the wider world, where Altair's return becomes sensational news. Public reactions erupt with disbelief and excitement as people speculate over the miracle and what it means for the game's story. Amid that noise, the player is abruptly pulled away from the scene. Blue particles rise around the forest as the farewell begins in earnest. The group gathers in the sunlit woods and accepts that this parting is real. Altair tells Carpe she has one final gift to leave him. That gift is revealed as the second leaf of the Tree of Life, a legendary material that can greatly increase stamina or potentially grow into a new tree if planted. Carpe gratefully accepts the leaf, promising to make good use of it. Mirage then turns to Altair, determined to leave her with a promise of her own. She steels herself and raises her hand as if taking an oath. Mirage vows to destroy the fake gods so they can never trouble the elf village again, and to keep protecting Altair and the elves. With that declaration made, she runs off at once to begin carrying out that promise. As she leaves, Altair laughs softly and reflects that Mirage's 800-year devotion was more precious than anything, while the others realize just how deeply she had always been waiting for this reunion. The hero jokes to himself that the elf woman's sudden disappearance would be suspicious because she was too memorable to forget. He parts from Carpe with sincere gratitude, while she asks him to visit again. As he leaves, Carpe's final concern is for Mirage, showing she is still thinking about his safety. A drifting leaf marks the quiet pause after their farewell. The elf woman remains behind in the forest, watching him go as the moment settles. The wind picks up, carrying away the last calm of the goodbye. Back on his own path, he checks his status, sees he is close to level 40, and starts planning his next quest. His companion points him toward an ideal hunting ground that should push him to 40 quickly, and he eagerly accepts the lead. While preparing to gather a few things in Luana before leaving, he is interrupted by a sudden red system alert. An unexpected encounter begins as the ice spirit of the four catastrophes appears and takes interest in a quality within him it has never seen before. The spirit's presence crashes down on him with overwhelming force. He realizes he cannot move under the crushing pressure and struggles just to endure it. Instead of attacking, the spirit decides to reward him and sends a small gift his way. The gift becomes an item called the Sign of the Ice Spirit, a ring granted to someone acknowledged by the spirit and capable of borrowing its power once. The ring's power breaks the pressure binding him, and he drops to the ground in shock as the spirit departs. Left reeling, he can barely process what just happened to him. Looking at the ring on his hand, he understands the encounter left him with something real and valuable. The story shifts to Workshop Street in Luana, where he heads next. He studies the ring more closely, still trying to make sense of it. He wonders how he is supposed to borrow a spirit's power, and why such a being singled him out at all. His companion suggests the answer may lie either in the IO Star unlock skill he possesses or in the rare patron spirit tied to him. Unable to determine which explanation is correct, he sets the mystery aside for now. He refocuses on the immediate objective when they arrive at their destination. They are invited inside a workshop marked by a bell sign. The blacksmith Zeke greets him warmly, recognizing him as someone favored by higher powers. The hero asks Zeke to hear a request, and Zeke agrees. A quest appears, Essence of Wind, which requires recovering a special wind spirit from the Cave of Wind in exchange for rapport and a wind-related reward, and the hero accepts immediately. His companion warns him not to take the quest, surprising him. The warning comes with an explanation that this is not a private instance but an open-type dungeon. He learns that unlike instant dungeons, open dungeons are shared spaces where anyone can enter and compete for monsters and rewards, and the Cave of Wind is one of them. Zeke's request is also a multi-job quest in Luana, meaning it offers strong experience and rare item potential. The dungeon is especially coveted because monsters there can drop valuable wind gear pieces and set bonuses. Even if a full set is hard to complete, simply collecting the essences for Zeke can still pay off well. The real problem is that the Cave of Wind is currently controlled by the KD Guild. His companion makes it clear that entering without guild backing means becoming a target for abuse and extortion by the people holding the dungeon. Zeke can only send him off with grim irony, knowing exactly what kind of reception awaits. The hero's companion remarks that warnings alone will not deter someone like him. The hero takes that as confirmation that the dungeon is effectively PK territory and starts to grin. Checking the market chatter, he sees widespread outrage that KD's control has driven gear prices up and let them bully weaker players. That information helps him frame the situation clearly in his mind. He sums it up: other guilds seized the dungeon months ago, but KD has since monopolized it by force. Rather than being shocked, he dismisses it as the usual greed that infects competitive games. What actually excites him is that casual killers like these make perfect targets for payback. His companion is uneasy with how pleased he sounds, but the hero has already decided what matters most. If KD is blocking his leveling route, he resolves to go straight to them and remove the obstacle himself. He heads out at speed toward the canyon-like dungeon area. His arrival is announced by a sudden burst of light and force. Inside the dungeon, KD members are still complaining about losing a previous auction when the disturbance interrupts them. One of them notices an unfamiliar presence and mistakes it for a shadow before he can identify the intruder. The hero steps into view alone, and the guild members are stunned by the audacity of his appearance. A smug young man arrives already confident he can take advantage of the situation. He cheerfully asks to enter the dungeon, acting like an eager customer who just wants to level up. The bald gatekeeper is caught off guard when the stranger insists on being let in. Seeing someone obsessed with leveling, the guard tries to exploit him by demanding a huge entry fee under the excuse of a special discount. The newcomer briefly considers it. He immediately rejects the scam as absurdly overpriced. He walks off as if giving up, leaving the guard thinking he has been brushed aside. The guard realizes too late that the stranger is mocking him and turns hostile. He lashes out with a blade, trying to kill the man for insulting him. His attack is stopped effortlessly with a single finger, and his confidence breaks. The stranger counters in one motion and blasts him away. With a grin, he declares that any further violence will count as self-defense. The guard tries one more desperate strike. He is smashed aside again and left screaming. As the beaten man struggles up, the stranger coldly reminds him he was warned to back off. He flips the extortion around and demands the same 10,000 gold if the guard wants to keep living. Before that standoff can settle, something rushes past at high speed. Nearby, an orange-haired leader rallies his group, believing they are about to reach their target and should prepare themselves. He explains that scouts reported weak players near the dungeon entrance, and assumes defeating them will be easy because the guards were likely lowered by a speech. One follower praises him, says the speech inspired him, and reveals the leader's name is Jillian. Jillian frames the moment as his big break as a Channel L5 streamer. He recalls barely gathering enough players after memorizing a gamer's Guild War speech, but convinces himself this is finally his chance. He declares that today they will bring down the KD Guild. Even though public interest dropped after another streamer uploaded an elf-related video, he decides this smaller crowd will still do. Privately, he admits he mainly wants to escape his pathetic streamer life and become famous by crushing KD. His followers answer with enthusiastic support. Jillian whips them into a righteous charge, promising justice as they advance. But when they reach the expected battlefield, the area is empty. Jillian is stunned that the supposed KD targets have vanished before his audience. He quickly improvises, pretending the plan was always to reduce everyone's burden, while his followers remain impressed. Unsure what is happening, he looks around for anything he can still salvage. He spots dropped loot on the ground and decides he can at least collect that. Before he can, a squirrel darts in and starts stealing the items. When it runs toward a cave, the group decides to chase it. As they close in, someone suddenly spots figures ahead and realizes they have found their real targets. A crowd rushes in, and it becomes clear the monster did not come alone after all. The newcomers crash into Jillian's group, cursing them as intruders and forcing them to brace for impact. Jillian panics and orders everyone to attack at once. The clash erupts violently inside the cave. In the chaos, one blue-haired fighter knocks enemies down while complaining that the situation is unfair. He admits he usually hates when KD members and explorers steal monsters from him, but he loves this dungeon anyway. A call from deeper in the cave draws attention away from the brawl. Inside, the young man from the entrance kneels by the squirrel, realizes it gathered all the loot from outside, and rewards it with an acorn while praising it. A pink-haired girl formally tells her liege that she and Mirage will split off from him from here on. She insists it is more efficient that way, though Mirage clearly does not want to fight. When warned that danger is approaching, she politely thanks him for the concern and wishes her liege luck before leaving with Mirage. Watching them go, he fondly thinks of them as adorable and feels proud of how he raised them. He then senses movement behind him and turns toward a new threat. A dark-haired attacker springs in ambush with a glowing green strike, but the young man laughs it off as far too weak to matter. Meanwhile, others reason that the number of enemies fits what they expected from the KD guild, whose member cap is 150, and begin to grasp the scale of the confrontation. He explains that a guild size is capped by the leader's level, with higher thresholds allowing roughly 150, 300, or 500 members. He adds that the largest guilds complete guild quests to become guild leader guilds, forming a top tier of major organizations with executive guilds under them. The scale of that system sinks in, and the listener compares it to an enormous corporate conglomerate. Even so, the speaker notes that this particular top 10 guild probably is not that large, and they decide to keep moving. Before they can, hostile players identify their target and call for everyone to seize him. 2 attackers rush in confidently, convinced that sheer numbers will overwhelm even a strong opponent. Unbothered, he dismisses the ambush as mob play and prepares a response with a spell in hand. He pauses to explain the tactic. Players lure large groups of monsters onto a target, then vanish with teleportation or concealment skills so the monsters stay behind. The trap is completed by shadow clones and other tricks that leave the victim alone to die under the monster's numbers. He demonstrates the final step as the baiting players disappear through cloaking and hiding. One of the raiders smugly praises the setup, pleased with how efficiently they delivered the monsters. That compliment only cues the counterattack, as he reveals he was waiting for the mobs to be gathered for him. He unleashes permafrost, freezing through the clustered enemies in a single devastating burst. The spell detonates across the area and wipes out the possessed wind spirits all at once. System notices confirm the kills and a level increase, while he reflects that permafrost is a legendary ice spell powerful enough to erase players far above his level. A surviving raider panics, realizing an unknown player just stole their kill and may cost them death penalties. Meanwhile, the victor calmly enjoys the refreshed karma from the kills and decides the raid was worth even more points than expected. With the monsters gone, he turns to the loot and notes he will have to collect it himself because his companion is absent. A sudden commotion interrupts him and makes him look up. He recognizes the noise as fighting nearby and suspects it involves Tina and Mirage. He heads toward the disturbance to investigate. When he arrives, he is startled by the unfamiliar group gathered there. He finds several players engaged in a raid against a darkness-possessed boss. The enemy is identified as a mid-level wind spirit named Silpharuane, warped by darkness and crackling with hostile energy. Watching from cover, he realizes the raiders are close to victory and that the boss has only a sliver of health left, though he still finds their behavior suspicious. He judges them strong enough for the fight, yet something about the situation does not sit right with him. As he studies the battle, he concludes that the way they are fighting feels wrong. He quietly asks whether guildmates can attack one another, probing a possibility he has just considered. The answer is that normal parties only hold 4 people, and larger groups must be split into separate attack units. That matters because friendly fire is possible between different parties, and only special permission from the local feudal lord allows open guild warfare. Putting it together, he realizes the 8 raiders are actually 2 separate 4-person parties and activates a detection skill to inspect them. The scan confirms one fighter, Cromwell, is just a player with ordinary combat skills and equipment. Satisfied, he decides he has seen enough. As the raiders push to finish the boss, Cromwell steps up to cast Fireball while his allies urge him on. He launches the spell toward the target. But the observer tracks the cast closely, already anticipating the real target. He identifies the trick as silent incantation, meaning the caster can chain spells without obvious warning. A second fire spell is formed in secret. Instead of striking the boss, that hidden shot slams into one of Cromwell's own teammates. The victim erupts in anger, while Cromwell denies responsibility and insists he hit the boss. The rest of the group brushes it off as a miss and keeps pressing the raid, unaware of what is really happening. The observer sees through it completely. Carpe is using wind magic to alter the trajectory of Cromwell's shots after they are fired. One raider charges in again, trusting his allies to cover him. Another redirected blast comes in, proving the sabotage is continuing. The charging player is struck and sent crashing down in flames, finally exposing the pattern. Now the wounded raider accuses the others of using the raid as a pretext to steal the boss loot for themselves, and the group starts turning on each other. The observer reveals he deliberately pushed them into this collapse, boasting that a casual gamer like him prefers making enemies destroy one another. He follows through by dropping another attack into the chaos, ensuring the infighting escalates beyond repair. As treasure chests scatter around the battlefield, he steps forward to claim control of the aftermath. With the raiders broken and the boss nearly done, he smiles and prepares to add the final touch. A red, corrupted spirit hangs in the air before the young man, radiating dangerous energy instead of attacking outright. Its silence makes the encounter more unsettling, as if something is wrong beyond simple hostility. He notices a sudden light from his chest and realizes the creature's hesitation may be connected to him. A system alert identifies the reaction. The second leaf of the Tree of Life has released energy in response to the spirit. That power restores the being's mind, revealing her true form as the mid-level wind spirit Silpharuane. Freed from corruption for the moment, she thanks him and explains that the holy item he carries brought her back to her senses. Recognizing him as a human acknowledged by the elves, she urgently asks for his help. The relic turns her plea into a hidden quest: cleanse the wind spirits, and stop the dark energy before the demon crow regains strength and Luana is polluted. As she explains, she describes a world where humans live alongside many races and powers, from sword users to mages. That coexistence extends to beings from other realms as well, including creatures tied to the middle world and beyond. She names one of those realms as heaven, and its opposite as hell, the source of demons. The men are stunned that such overwhelming beings are involved in what should have been a low-level area. The sharper of the two recalls that demons normally only appear in special quests around level 200, which makes this situation deeply abnormal. When he reads that Luana will be ruined if they fail, he realizes the quest area itself is tied to a much larger problem. His companion confirms Luana is no minor place but a major region that includes both the beginner's village and the trade city of Rondinia. That revelation reminds them of the game's original storyline, which escalated a year after launch with a major demon invasion event. Silpharoin explains that the invasion event centered on demons pouring into the human world and players being tasked with driving them back alongside NPCs. It had been a blockbuster event where players were rewarded according to how many demons they defeated. Because the level cap was much lower then, the strongest players fought on the front lines while everyone else followed the event from afar. In the end, a warrior NPC defeated the demon leader and forced the demons to retreat, a simple resolution the players had mocked as cliched. But after that invasion, Luana was left tainted by dark energy, and became a dead zone where life could no longer survive. The destruction hit small guilds in Luana hardest, causing backlash even though the event remained popular overall. That backlash eventually led the administrators to rebuild Luana, turning it into a high-level city and later using it for another major event. Now the men are shaken to discover that the roots of that famous future disaster were hidden here all along. The implication sinks in that this hidden quest may be the buried starting point of everything that came later. He wonders whether clearing it now could prevent the demon invasion from ever happening. His companion cautions that the future may not change so neatly, since the demons might invade through some other city instead. Even so, the young man grins at the chance to become the kind of hero who stops a world-level catastrophe. He accepts the hidden quest without hesitation. As they move deeper into the cavern, water drips around them and the mission shifts from theory to action. Silpharoin warns that unless the source is stopped, the low-level spirits will keep being consumed by dark energy, and she herself is weakening from prolonged exposure. Though sane for now, she admits she will likely relapse into corruption soon if nothing changes. Realizing the urgency, he asks whether there is any way to stop it. She tells him there is, and points to a seemingly ordinary cave wall. When he reaches toward it, the wall proves to be more than stone. Silpharoin uses spirit magic to reveal a concealed entrance seal behind the rock. She explains that she had only been able to block the dark energy temporarily, and now they must go inside. Together they hurry through the newly opened passage toward the source. She directs him to the exact location, and he is struck by what he finds. Ahead of them, a violent mass of red energy crackles from within the cavern like a wound in the earth. The corrupted force intensifies, shaking the area and confirming they have reached the heart of the problem. Silpharoin tells him the only solution is to enter the crevice and destroy the demon core at the center before her condition worsens further. When he checks on her, she apologizes for burdening him and explains that spirits, being made from nature's energy, are easily contaminated by foreign power. He understands that the dark energy is not just harming the land but directly staining beings like her. She further explains that a demon core reshapes its surroundings into something like the demon world, which is why it is used during invasions of other realms. Because demon cores are extremely rare and always guarded, destroying one is never simple. He reasons that if the guardian proves too strong, they may have to focus on destroying the core itself rather than winning a full fight. Deciding speed matters most, he volunteers to enter the crevice alone and head straight for the core. Silpharoin bows and agrees to remain behind to cleanse the lesser spirits, entrusting the fate of the quest to him. The group prepares to enter the crevice, though the small knight reluctantly admits she still hates demons. Before they go, their leader stops them and reveals he has something important to hand over. He immediately recognizes what it is and is stunned by the value of the gift. The item turns out to be a radiant mid-tier skill pack, far better than expected. He recalls that exclusive skill packs can only be obtained through rare dungeon rewards, making this one an exceptional prize. He opens the pack, and several skill cards appear before him. The cards finish materializing, ready to be examined one by one. Excited by the haul, he orders the first card to be opened. The first reveal shines in rainbow colors, signaling an unusually high rarity. Even his companion, who has never seen such a display before, realizes this pull is extraordinary. Their banter gives way to open envy as they confirm he has drawn an 8-star card. The card is Radiant Order, an exclusive skill for Titania that massively boosts allies' offense and, at mastery, also strengthens their defense. The remaining cards prove less impressive, and the others complain that ordinary users would never get such absurd luck. Even so, he quickly sees the true value of the 8-star skill and decides it should be raised to mastery as soon as possible. The last card is only a 6-star riding skill, useful but nowhere near as rare as the exclusive one. He decides the best immediate use of the reward is to give the exclusive skill to Titania. Titania visibly wants the prize for herself and can barely hide it. He notices her longing, apologizes, and promises to make it up to her later. The transfer goes through, and Titania successfully learns Radiant Order. With the skill mastered and assigned, he activates his power and declares it is time to begin the dungeon run. A system notice confirms they have entered the special hidden dungeon inside the crevice of the world and asks for final confirmation. He accepts without hesitation and commits the party to the challenge. The scene shifts as the dungeon transports them into a harsh red wasteland. Crimson energy crackles around him as they arrive in the new domain. He expected something stranger from a hidden dungeon, but at first glance it seems like an ordinary battlefield. His companion warns him not to judge too quickly and tells him to look upward. Above them, a sinister purple mass forms in the sky. The mass condenses into a dark crystal-like demon core, radiating ominous energy. He immediately senses that the core is dangerous and likely central to the dungeon. A furious voice answers his suspicion as something enormous descends to challenge the intruders. The creature's rage becomes clear before it fully reveals itself. A massive bull-like demon appears and blocks their path, demanding to know who dares enter its territory. It identifies itself as a loyal servant of the local ruler and declares that anyone seeking the demon core must defeat it first. Seeing a straightforward obstacle, their leader is ready to handle it himself, but Titania steps forward and asks to take this fight. She explains that demons are simple to understand in battle and wants to test the swordsmanship and strength she has gained. He worries because she is only level 15 while this is a level 49 dungeon boss. Another companion argues that if she wants to fight, they should let her try and pull her back only if things go wrong. He relents, and Titania charges in, vowing she will not let him down. The size difference becomes obvious as the tiny knight faces the towering demon alone. The demon recognizes her as a homunculus and dismisses her as an easy kill. It lunges first, trying to end the duel in a single rush. A huge purple strike crashes down toward Titania with lethal force. She meets the attack head-on and cuts through it cleanly. The demon realizes she is far stronger than it expected. Titania emerges composed and confident, mocking the demon for underestimating a puppet. Watching her repel the blow, her allies are relieved and begin to understand that this dungeon suits her class perfectly. Titania presses the advantage, accusing the demon of relying on brute force while lacking real skill. She closes in and batters it at close range, refusing to let it recover. Ashamed that a makeshift knight can overwhelm it, she drives the demon back further while it rages at being looked down on. She unleashes Radiant Order, flooding herself with power and sharply increasing her attack and defense to finish the fight on her own terms. The fight ends in a violent burst as the low-level demon is overwhelmed and cries out. Its body breaks apart under the attack, confirming the demon's defeat. System notices reward him for killing the demon, granting level 40, bonus rewards, and enough contribution to advance his professional quest. Realizing the demon had been causing major trouble, he notes that the kill pushed him to level 40 unusually fast. The tiny spirit Tina formally tells him she is glad she could protect him. He praises her as a worthy lieutenant, and reaches down to reward her. When she wonders if he means a medal, he presents something better. The reward turns out to be a unique demon's badge, a special event item given to someone who defeats a demon and can be shown to high-ranking officials. He explains that demon hunts are part of an event, and that this badge is the event reward, one that only he can currently claim for an especially valuable benefit. Seeing the opportunity, he decides to make use of the badge immediately. Before leaving, he targets the remaining demon core to finish the dungeon cleanup. He destroys it with a fire spell, wiping out the last source of danger. The system confirms the core's destruction and announces that the dungeon will close, giving him only seconds before forced transport. A woman in black appears and thanks him, saying he has stopped the dark energy pouring from the crevice and saved them. When he asks whether things will now return to normal, she explains the land is already heavily polluted with dark energy. She warns that full recovery will take a long time because the contamination has spread too far. Even so, she stresses that his victory still matters because it prevented the situation from becoming even worse. She parts with gratitude, hoping to meet again, and vanishes in a flash. Her departure triggers more rewards. He clears her request, gains a large amount of Essence of Wind, and levels up again. His companion is stunned that he has leveled twice in minutes, while he smugly enjoys the streak. With the dungeon boss gone, he turns his attention to the remaining KD members outside. He decides to crush them so thoroughly they will never try to regroup, despite his companion joking that he is acting like the real demon. Outside, the KD men are already in chaos, attacking each other and screaming over who has any claim to the Cave of Wind dungeon. He is briefly confused by the disorder unfolding in front of him. Deciding the place is too dangerous and not worth lingering in, he casually leaves the mess behind. The system activates a transport scroll and sends him back to Luana. He arrives safely in the city through a teleportation circle. Back in town, he judges the dungeon hall decent and starts thinking about his next move. His current options narrow to 3 priorities: Seek the Blacksmith's Wind quest, renew his professional quest after reaching level 40, or use the Demon's Badge and Essence of Wind to meet Luana's feudal lord. He weighs the choices carefully. Remembering that the Lord's castle is the nearest destination, he settles on that route. He makes his decision to deal with the Demon's Badge first. He heads straight for the Lord's castle. At the entrance, the guards notice him approaching and become alert. They challenge him and demand to know his business. When he says he came to see the Lord, they block him and insist ordinary citizens cannot pass. The guards mock the idea that someone like him could casually request an audience with the Lord. Rather than argue, he cheerfully asks them to inspect what he is holding. The guards lean in, confused by the object. They recognize it as the demon's badge awarded for defeating a demon and are immediately shaken. Their superior arrives to investigate the disturbance. Once the badge is shown to him as well, he understands its significance at once. He apologizes for his men's behavior, and the protagonist brushes it off without making trouble. The officer promptly invites him inside and offers to escort him to the Lord personally. As he walks through the lavish castle, he notes how grand the place is. He realizes he is finally about to meet the ruler of Luana. He is brought before the Lord in a formal audience chamber. The feudal lord, Marquis Chris, says he has heard the news and admits he never expected a demon to reach Luana. Chris reveals how serious the threat was, saying Luana might have fallen into a deadly epidemic if not for him. The Lord expresses his gratitude, and the system responds by slightly increasing the protagonist's rapport with Marquis Chris. Carpe is thrilled because rumors say the Lord's castle hides a secret quest, a guaranteed unique class item reward, and even a path to a hidden class if he earns the Lord's favor. At the castle, the Lord explains that demons capable of shaking the whole human world are appearing, and he had Carpe summoned after hearing of the hero who saved Luana. The Lord orders his butler William to bring out a reward worthy of that achievement, and William immediately obeys. William reveals he prepared a little of everything since he did not know Carpe's tastes, making it clear the castle intends to reward him lavishly. The butler presents the gift with formal humility, urging Carpe to accept it. Carpe is stunned by the scale of what he is being given. The reward turns out to be 10,000 gold coins and, more importantly, official permission to create a personal attack unit under the Lord's authority. Overwhelmed, Carpe thanks them while privately realizing he has just received something far beyond his expectations. The Lord treats the matter as natural and even offers more help, saying he will meet Carpe halfway if there is anything else he can provide. Carpe pauses to think carefully instead of wasting the opportunity. A sly idea forms as he settles on what to ask for next. The scene shifts to the aftermath of a hard-won battle, with the ground still shaking from the conflict. Julian and his group celebrate their victory, relieved that they finally drove the Wind Cave monsters back. Julian basks in the praise, convinced he has pulled it off. Even though he notes it was strange that no one from the KD Guild showed up, he decides the win is all that matters. He immediately starts dreaming of wealth and fame, planning to claim the cave and turn it into content for his channel. That fantasy is interrupted when soldiers arrive with a direct order from the Lord of Luana. The area is under special supervision because of a demon sighting, and no one may enter without permission. The adventurers protest that there are no demons and accuse the authorities of trying to steal their hard-earned territory, but the soldiers warn that defying the Lord means arrest. Julian erupts in disbelief and frustration, furious that everything he just fought for is being taken away. Elsewhere, Carpe reflects on the new right to form a personal unit, and wonders if he should use it to build a battle team. A companion jokes that such a force might one day be useful in a raid or catastrophe, but Carpe brushes the idea off. Even so, he decides they should split up and grind levels before heading to the next hunting ground. Before he can leave, someone suddenly calls him the God of War, catching him off guard. The caller is Hanzo, who greets him like an old acquaintance. Hanzo cheerfully frames their meeting as an unlikely coincidence in all of Luana. Carpe immediately sees through the act and realizes Hanzo is ignoring common sense as usual. Hanzo says he is on his way to the Lord's castle because he received a special mission from the butler there. That mention makes Carpe connect the dots and recognize the butler as William. Hanzo cuts the reunion short because he must finish the mission before the day ends, and Carpe lets him go. Just as Carpe thinks he is free, Hanzo grabs him and stops him from leaving. Flustered and awkward, Hanzo struggles to say what he really wants. He steels himself internally, calling on his courage. With one last push, Hanzo asks the God of War for a favor. A system prompt reveals the favor. Hanzo, under the name Down with the God of War, wants to add Carpe as a friend. Hanzo nervously blurts out the request face to face, making the moment far more intense than Carpe expected. After sending it, Hanzo breaks down in emotional relief while Carpe stands there in baffled silence. Carpe admits Hanzo had him expecting something much more serious. He accepts anyway and agrees to be friends, sealing it with a handshake. Hanzo lights up with ecstatic gratitude at being acknowledged by the person he admires. He openly thanks Carpe for becoming his friend. The system confirms the request was accepted and notes this is Carpe's first time adding a friend, activating the Friends interface. The story then cuts to a grand hall, signaling Carpe's next audience. Drac has been waiting for him there, and welcomes him as though expecting his arrival. Drac remarks that Carpe reached this point sooner than expected and is growing at a monstrous pace. Carpe credits Drac for that progress and responds with sincere respect. Drac moves on to the next relic and first offers Carpe a small gift. When the box is opened, something radiant inside immediately draws Carpe's full attention. The moment he sees it, Carpe realizes it is no ordinary reward. It is an empty soul stone, a unique class item used to gather and seal a target's soul so it can later be collected and controlled. Drac adds that Carpe will likely also be interested in a magic liege's method for crafting familiars, hinting at how the soul stone may be used. After unlocking beginner puppet crafting blueprints through magic engineering, he realizes Drac has effectively handed him a path to field-ready puppets and thanks him for it. Drac makes clear that this is no small feat and openly acknowledges how extraordinary the protagonist's progress already is. He explains why controlling 2 puppets at once is supposed to be extremely difficult, yet the protagonist has already mastered it. The proof stands beside them in the form of his 2 obedient puppets, both already fully under his command. Drac is delighted less by the achievement's danger than by how adorable the puppets are, leaving the protagonist awkwardly watching his enthusiasm. Privately, the protagonist credits his success to unlock the relic that removed his previous control limit. With Mirage in hand, he can now command 7 puppets at once, confirming that unlock has expanded his capacity far beyond normal users. Even so, he stays practical and decides he can work around his current mana shortage until he acquires all the puppets he wants. Drac then turns the conversation to the next relic and reveals that the third one is also hidden in Akram. He warns that retrieving it will not be straightforward because the conditions surrounding it are unusual. The protagonist immediately presses for specifics, wanting to know what those conditions are and where the relic actually is. Drac answers carefully, building suspense before revealing the location. The relic is hidden in the basement of Akram's royal palace, which shocks the protagonist. Drac clarifies that Akram was once the former royal palace of the old kingdom of Ramark, a nation destroyed in a war against patron spirits and reduced to ruins. After Ramark fell, its survivors concealed the connection to patron spirits by changing the kingdom's name to Akram. The protagonist quickly understands that Akram is simply Ramark under a reverse name, a deliberate disguise to stay hidden. Drac broadens the history lesson, explaining that Akrox's balance was once maintained by 4 major powers across the continent. Those powers were St. Lugil in the north, Zenonia in the west, the Empire of Gilliant in the south, and the eastern federal state of Ruindiria, where users like Carpe begin learning the game's deeper systems. He frames Ruindiria as the next stage beyond the beginner city, the place where players build real knowledge before advancing again. Ramark, by contrast, was only a small country wedged between Gilliant and Ruindiria, which helps the protagonist place Akram in the larger world. Drac finally names the relic. The soul sleeping beneath the palace is Linder of Darkness, a death knight once powerful enough to command an army of death. The protagonist is stunned when Drac adds that Linda's soul stone has already been destroyed. That revelation changes the mission entirely, and a new quest appears assigning him to find a replacement soul capable of inhabiting Linda's body. His thoughts race as the implications of that task hit him all at once. The quest system confirms the body can still be reached, but only if he decides whether to save the large core soul or let it vanish. When he learns the soul will disappear if he cancels, he immediately decides it is too valuable to waste. Drac warns that simply inserting any wandering soul will not work. The replacement must match Linda's body well enough to use a Death Knight's physical traits and combat abilities. The protagonist grasps that this is really a compatibility problem, and that choosing the wrong soul would cripple the relic's potential. His companion notices the way he is staring and becomes suspicious, while the protagonist silently realizes the ideal soul candidate may already be standing right in front of him. Rather than push that dangerous idea yet, they move on and decide to stop by Luana first before dealing with the relic hunt. They arrive at the blacksmith shop, where their sudden appearance catches Zeke off guard. The protagonist presents the wind defensive materials he gathered and asks whether they are enough for a 5-set order. Zeke is impressed by both the quantity and the protagonist's skill, and promises to forge the gear quickly since the shop is quiet. Before getting to work, Zeke notices something unusual about the protagonist himself. He abruptly grabs the protagonist's arm to inspect him more closely, ignoring personal space entirely. What starts as a check turns into shameless admiration as Zeke rubs and squeezes his arm, fascinated by what he feels. Zeke concludes with delight that the protagonist is one of his own kind, someone who truly appreciates and builds strength through hard work. He gets so carried away praising blacksmith discipline that he nearly manhandles the protagonist in his excitement. Then another quest appears from Zeke, asking for help obtaining the Father of Wind so he can craft a new wind defense set, and the protagonist immediately accepts. His companion is baffled by how easily he keeps stumbling into useful quests, while the protagonist notes that Christmas events seem to be arriving early. A fresh system reward follows, unlocking engraving runes and revealing that creating additional equipment sets can now raise his class level, even toward rare and hero class gear. Remembering Zeke's request, the protagonist identifies the Father of Wind as Carpe and realizes his companion already knows where to find it. Carpe explains that the target lies deeper inside the Cave of Wind, beyond Harpy's Valley, where the Harpy Queen serves as the local boss. When the protagonist learns there is yet another quest tied to that area, his interest sharpens immediately. Carpe reveals that a rare medicinal herb grows only in Harpy's Valley. That herb is needed by Castle's head butler, who is desperately seeking a cure for his granddaughter's terminal illness. Seeing a chance to complete both objectives at once, the protagonist eagerly decides to tackle them together. Using a tracking device, he scans the area and locates the boss's position along with nearby danger markers. Following the reading, he heads into the indicated spot and confirms they have reached the boss's territory. But the silence there is wrong. He notes that the hunting ground is unnaturally quiet and deserted, with no other people around at all. His guide warns that this monster is unpopular for a reason and tells him to look up. The young fighter follows the instruction, confused by what he is supposed to notice. The sight above instantly puts him on alert. He realizes the harpies avoid ground combat by taking to the air. Feathers drift down as the flock circles overhead. From below, he sees how completely they control the sky. His companion explains that harpies are a nightmare for close-range fighters because they can evade attacks from above. The fighter understands that their mobility, more than raw strength, is what makes them troublesome. One of the harpies watches from above, ready to exploit that advantage. A harpy dives at him with a shriek, trying to strike before he can respond. The attack drops straight down from the sky at high speed. Instead of panicking, he grins and prepares to counter at the last second. He catches the diving harpy and slams it into the ground, turning its momentum against it. The impact leaves his observer startled by how easily he handled the attack. He dismisses the harpies as weak, and his guide dryly notes that everything looks easy when he can overpower it. With the warm-up finished, they move deeper into the forest to find the real target. His companion soon identifies the true boss they came for. A powerful wing beat announces the boss's arrival. The Harpy Queen appears, larger and more imposing than the others. His guide warns that unlike the lesser harpies, the queen uses magic and is difficult even for players who reach her. That only excites him, and he immediately gathers fire in his hand to attack first. He launches a fire arrow upward in a blazing rush. The flaming shot cuts across the queen's body, but instead of being hurt, she reacts with sudden confusion. Seeing him clearly, she is shocked to realize her opponent is a human. That discovery turns into hunger, and she relishes the thought of devouring him. She dives straight at him, claiming him as prey. He stays relaxed, already reading the pattern of her attack. The queen openly vows to seize him and eat him alive. Before she can follow through, he intercepts her charge with explosive force. The queen is rattled that her assault failed so abruptly. He closes in through the chaos before she can understand what happened. She realizes too late that he slipped past her attack and grabbed her legs. Using that hold, he smashes her hard enough to crack the surroundings. Coughing from the blow, the queen is forced to admit that this human is far stronger than expected. A system notice confirms he landed a critical hit and stunned the Harpy Queen for a second. He uses that opening to hammer her repeatedly without mercy. The queen can barely endure the barrage and recognizes she is being overpowered. Refusing to lose her prey, she activates a fascination skill to enthrall him. Empowered by the charm magic, she promises to make his death agonizing. He breaks the effect immediately, apologizing almost mockingly as he reveals her charm will not work on him. The queen is stunned that he freed himself so easily, while he brushes it off as luck. A shiver runs through her as she realizes she judged him completely wrong. From her perspective, he is no prey at all but a monster in human form. Fear takes over, and she decides her only chance is to flee. He refuses to let her escape and calmly aims a new skill at her. As she tries to get away, he casts permafrost and freezes her mid-flight. He instantly leaps in to capitalize on the opening. With a buffed strike that ignores much of her defense, he drives a devastating blow into her while healing himself. Battered and freezing, the queen panics that she is going to die under his relentless assault. A desperate aerial clash begins as the Harpy Queen lashes out, determined to survive. She beats her wings to regain control of the sky and create distance from her pursuer. Below her, the young man remains in position, watching for an opening instead of panicking. He realizes his risky plan has worked so far and that he is still alive. Relieved, the Harpy Queen believes she has finally escaped him and can avoid being killed. That confidence breaks when she senses something unexpected closing in. A sudden impact interrupts her retreat before she can react. The source is his pet, which appears harmless and cute enough to lower her guard for a split second. Using that distraction, the young man activates a spell and re-enters the fight at close range. The Harpy Queen realizes too late that he was never out of the battle and had only repositioned. He drops in behind her, making clear that he has come back to finish the hunt. With the advantage secured, he commits to ending the fight immediately. The Harpy Queen panics and tries to stop him, now fully aware she has lost control of the encounter. He seizes her at point-blank range, locking her in place before she can escape. Their collision sends them crashing downward in a violent, uncontrolled fall. Caught in his grip, she struggles in pain as the descent tears through the air. He stays calm through the chaos, waiting until the exact moment to force the finish. At his command, the Harpy Queen is driven down into the water below. The impact kills the field boss, and the system confirms the Harpy Queen's defeat. Exhausted but victorious, he notes that the fall cost him health, though using her as a cushion kept him alive, and he receives a level up plus a quest item called Feather of Wind. His companion criticizes him for not trying harder to recruit the boss after beating her, but he admits he changed his mind at the last second. He explains that he had hoped for a monster intelligent enough to be reasoned with. Thinking back on earlier event bosses, he recalls that the important ones shared a key trait, intelligence. He weighs what that pattern means for the larger quest in front of him. He concludes those bosses were trials meant to lead him toward the Sorcerer King's relic. Even so, he admits there is still too much uncertainty, and that he can only keep moving forward. Setting the speculation aside, he turns to collecting the spoils from the battle. The loot includes a pet item, the Scarf of Tempest, which boosts a beast-type pet and can add wind and thunder resistance. Pleased by the rare drop, he immediately chooses to equip it to his pet. The pet is dressed in the scarf and looks delighted with its new gear. His companion points out how lucky he is, since pet equipment is extremely rare and highly sought after, while he is too charmed by the pet's appearance to care about anything else. With the area cleared, they decide to wrap up and return to their remaining objectives. Back in town, gratitude comes in the form of an eager handshake as someone celebrates what he accomplished. An elderly man thanks him for tracking down the criminal who stole Ichiro's grass and for saving his granddaughter. The quest is completed, the butler's hidden problem is resolved, William the butler is restored to full health, and the young man earns a 7-star expansion skill pack. A blacksmith reacts with delighted surprise that the task was finished so quickly and feels vindicated for trusting him. As promised, the blacksmith hands over the blueprints he needed. The blacksmith sends him off with a blessing, and the request is marked complete. The system confirms he now has every blueprint for wind defensive gear, and can begin crafting through magic engineering. He returns to his room, where his companion reminds him that the mine and orchard rewards were stored there and suggests checking them. He decides to open the 7-star expansion pack first, and a sudden flash signals a new item. The system reveals it is a replacement item that can substitute for one missing requirement in a room upgrade. Reviewing the upgrade conditions, he notices he still lacks the Flower of Vitality, and realizes this new item can cover that gap. He quickly understands that this is exactly what he needed. The replacement item is identified as the second leaf of the Tree of Life, and he chooses to use it for the room upgrade. The upgrade process begins as the system rapidly advances through completion. When it finishes, a new growth appears in the room, transforming the space. The system announces a new facility and manager skill, explaining that a young Tree of Life has been created and will strengthen the room as it grows, leaving him stunned that Moon can be used this way. Reading the details, he learns the tree can improve worker recovery, raise room durability, increase income, and boost HP and MP recovery, while his small companion eagerly asks to see the Tree of Life too. The childlike companion reaches toward the glowing leaves, and the system notes that the tree is already perceiving him. He is startled when the system singles him out personally. A new title recognizes him as the Master of the Tree of Life, boosting his stats and granting a once-a-day full recovery blessing that will grow stronger with the tree. The others fall silent as they take in how absurdly valuable the reward is. The realization hits them that he has obtained a rare growth-type title. He can barely believe he earned something this powerful from an epic-level quest and immediately fixates on how broken the recovery effect is. Instead of dwelling on the relic, he decides the room upgrade matters more and checks what the next requirements are. The upgrade demands a higher player level, fur from the forest cat, and the great tiger's leather, and his companion quickly assures him the tiger material is already within reach. They also notice a new manager-related feature that sounds familiar, so they decide to inspect it. The room can now appoint one affiliated familiar as manager, but unlocking that function requires a special request, with Heaven and Earth, Inky, Tiztania, and Mirage all listed as candidates. He assumes unlocking such a useful system will be difficult. Instead, the system overrides the normal conditions and force unlocks manager skills for every eligible familiar at once. Heaven and Earth gains an experience-boosting manager skill, Inky learns one that improves berry growth and manager effectiveness, and Tiztania gains a chivalry skill that strengthens and protects allied familiars. Mirage receives a Tree of Life support skill that scales with room level and manager count, making him realize the whole system could become extremely profitable if used well. Overwhelmed by the flood of mechanics, he is told to think of it like a management game. His friend offers to handle the room's functions so he can focus on his own work. He is caught off guard, but the burden is clearly being taken off his shoulders. The familiars are sent off to help organize things, leaving him free to move on. He accepts the support with quiet relief. Thankful, he resolves to do what he can in the meantime. He heads to the workshop area to see what the upgrade changed. The upgraded room announces new workshop functions, including smelting mid-tier iron ingots and a crafting system whose difficulty scales against standard equipment. That last condition makes him pause, sensing a catch. Seeing 2 hammers confirms his suspicion that crafting will involve a more demanding process than simple forging. The system explains that the wind defense gear blueprint needs mid-tier iron ingots and essence of wind, then orders him to place 2 ingots on the anvil. He realizes the crafting method resembles the rhythm game he once struggled with and braces for a humiliating challenge. Determined not to be the same failure as before, he steels himself to overcome it. He takes a breath and commits. When the timing prompt comes, he answers it without hesitation. He throws himself into the crafting sequence, matching the rhythm with full force until the process completes. The attempt succeeds, and he proudly declares the job finished. What emerges is the hero class set item he had been aiming for. Tiztania praises his workmanship like that of a master craftsman, and he accepts the compliment with satisfaction. His friend is impressed too and points out that if this set is already useful after only a second profession, the effort will pay off later. He agrees, though he also knows unique class and legendary class gear will be vastly harder to make. With the set item complete, he turns to the fixed 7-star skill pack he has been saving. He theatrically prepares to open the precious pack despite knowing how much is riding on it. Because there is only one card and no second chance, he forces himself to hope for something exceptional. He finally opens it. The pack grants him the 7-star skill Wind Blast. After confirming it is a wind spell that creates a storm in a chosen area, he learns it is a top-tier core skill for wind mages thanks to its power and short cooldown. Even so, he hesitates instead of celebrating. Since he already knows a wide area spell and has a similar skill type, he decides the new spell would be wasted on him. At Inky's urging, he chooses to transfer Wind Blast to the familiar instead. The transfer succeeds, and Inky immediately dashes around excitedly to show off the new power. The others cheer Inky on, while Tiztania admires how far Inky has advanced and quietly hopes to catch up. Hearing that, he offers Tiztania the equipment he used before so she can wear it until she levels up. Tiztania is deeply moved and gratefully accepts the gesture as a great honor. He then considers what he can do for Mirage as well. When reminded that a doppelganger can copy equipment after reaching a certain level, he decides to get Mirage an accessory later instead, which Mirage happily accepts. With crafting finished and the skill pack opened, he looks ahead and starts considering the next step. The story opens in a prosperous walled city as the group arrives at a major urban center. The protagonist steps forward to report back after carrying out his instructions. He explains that he listed unneeded items for auction and bought several useful things in return. He reflects that his dark rank status gives him unusually broad auction privileges, making the process far easier. But one important goal failed. There was no skill card available for Tina. Tina pretends not to care and claims she can manage without it, even though she is clearly disappointed. The awkward silence grows until his companion pushes him to do something about Tina's mood. He gently tries to lift Tina's spirits instead of letting her stay discouraged. To reassure her, he promises to bookmark the auction and buy the skill card for her the moment one appears. With that settled, the group decides it is finally time to leave Luana and check the warp network in the commercial district. They also choose to handle the forest cat quest on the way so they can clear another task at the same time. At the warp station, a portal is activated before them. The attendant welcomes them, startled by their sudden arrival at the service point. Seeing the protagonist's low level, the attendant warns that warping to another location could be dangerous for him. The protagonist insists on going anyway, saying he wants to see more of the world and will retreat if it becomes too much. The attendant accepts and brings up a list of destinations for him to choose from. He selects the Kingdom of Ramark. He pays the 5 gold fee without hesitation. As the warp begins, he is warned that the trip may cause some dizziness. The attendant sends him off with a blessing as the teleportation fully engages. The transfer carries the group through a surge of magical light. They arrive in Ramark, and the protagonist takes in the place while his companion dryly questions whether it matches his expectations. His companion reveals that Ramark feels familiar because he has been here before and little seems to have changed. He explains that he spent time in Ramark after his third revival and that the kingdom is well known among LS users. That mention catches the protagonist's attention and makes him realize there is more history here than he knew. His companion notices something nearby and calls his attention to it. The protagonist sees the local townspeople gathered in the street. Their silence and expressions make it clear the newcomers are being met with open hostility. His companion explains that Ramark once belonged to Akram before falling during an invasion by patron spirits, so locals naturally glare at users tied to those same blessings. He adds that because the kingdom's mana is weak, NPCs here are partly hostile toward players, which scared most people away when the world first launched and left the area sparsely populated ever since. The protagonist absorbs the explanation and understands why the atmosphere feels so unfriendly. A hooded local directs them to seek the Palace of the Wind if they want to find the kingdom's ruler, saying the brooch they carry should get them inside. Taking that advice seriously, the protagonist decides they should head to the palace first. They make their way to Ramark's castle, which looms over the city despite the kingdom's decline. Inside, a guard receives them formally and asks them to wait while their presence is handled. The protagonist settles into the waiting room as he considers what he has walked into. He recalls how quickly the brooch drew attention and realizes he may have underestimated Drax's importance. His thoughts shift from the brooch to the state of the kingdom itself. Looking around, he notes that the castle is smaller than he expected. He concludes that the modest palace is another sign that Ramark is in poor condition. Then a familiar voice greets him sooner than expected, and he immediately recognizes it. He jolts upright in shock and blurts out Drax's name. A white-haired nobleman welcomes him to Ramark and addresses him as descendant. The protagonist returns the greeting, realizing he is being treated with unusual respect. The nobleman asks for a moment, so he can request an audience with the king. Before that can happen, an older armored man bursts in, calling for Drax and announcing that the descendant of the sorcerer king has arrived. The nobleman tries to calm him and asks how he learned this so quickly, while the protagonist is left confused by the sudden commotion. Both the protagonist and his companion are thrown off by the old man's intensity and wonder who he is. The answer comes with weight. Despite Ramark's hostility toward users, This man once protected the kingdom from the 4 catastrophes and is known as Jillian the Sword. His reputation is placed in full context when the 4 catastrophes are identified as the strongest beings in Akrux. The narration identifies a handful of figures just below the continent's absolute peak, placing the 4th Almighty among the strongest people alive. That 4th Almighty turns out to be Jillian the Sword, Ramark's strongest NPC, and he immediately takes an interest in the newcomer. Without ceremony, the old general invites the protagonist into a direct talk, treating him with surprising familiarity. He apologizes for the abrupt approach and asks the Sorcerer King's descendant to indulge him for a moment. Caught off guard, the protagonist can only stare in confusion. He barely manages a hesitant greeting as he tries to process what is happening. The general abruptly shifts from conversation to a challenge, deciding they should settle things with a fight instead. A quest window appears explaining that Jillian has shown unusual interest, and earning his acknowledgement will make the next quest easier while failure will make it harder. An observer notes that Jillian's habit of testing people is actually a sign of approval, though his methods are a problem. The protagonist realizes he has been dragged into one of Jillian's infamous trials. Jillian admits he cannot judge the descendant of the Sorcerer King by reputation alone, and demands that the young man attack first and prove himself. From the sidelines, someone estimates Jillian should be around level 200 and warns that winning is impossible, so survival should be the real goal. Even knowing the gap is absurd, the protagonist steels himself rather than surrendering. He takes a fighting stance and resolves to go down resisting. Jillian is delighted to see the same stubborn spirit he associates with the Sorcerer King. That resemblance excites him, and he decides the test is worth taking seriously. He draws his sword in a single swift motion, turning the atmosphere from playful to deadly. The challenge begins in earnest as the protagonist launches forward to show what he can do. He commits fully to the attack, trying to strike before fear can slow him down. His opening move is a fire spell, sending a flaming projectile straight at Jillian. Jillian cuts through the attack effortlessly, erasing the spell with one swing. Before the protagonist can recover, Jillian's counter-pressure surges toward him with overwhelming speed. The force of it sends the young man flying, making clear how hopeless the power gap really is. He tries to recover midair, but Jillian's blade controls the exchange so completely that even evasive movement is shut down. The protagonist lands and scrambles to keep his footing, already pushed onto the defensive. Realizing brute force will not work, he prepares to try again with a different approach. Before he can mount another real attempt, the bout ends with a decisive impact. To his shock, Jillian declares that he has passed. The protagonist is left stunned, unable to understand how that counted as success. Even the onlookers are thrown by the verdict. Jillian explains that the test was never about damage. The young man's speed, judgment, and instincts under pressure were exactly what he wanted to see. The protagonist, still dazed, struggles to accept that he was being praised. Jillian concludes that Ramark still has hope if someone like this exists, and he decides the boy is worth teaching. That realization rekindles the old warrior's purpose, making him abandon thoughts of retirement. As rewards arrive for surpassing his limits, the protagonist gains boosts to strength, deftness, and another attribute, while catching his breath. He had assumed Jillian suddenly went all out, only to learn the old man was actually holding back and eager to continue. More time passes with the protagonist failing to land even a single hit, while Jillian remains thoroughly satisfied with his performance. The session is interrupted by news concerning the audience with the king. A court official appears, and Jillian immediately suspects him of enjoying the delay while he was busy getting beaten around. The official reports that His Majesty is unwell and the audience must be postponed, which Jillian dismisses as a flimsy excuse. The official sharply warns the general to mind his words. Jillian answers that if he had ever wanted treason, he would have acted long ago, making clear he is not intimidated. He then drops the confrontation, apologizes to the protagonist for the wasted trip, and offers to keep sparring since the royal meeting is cancelled. The protagonist politely refuses, deciding that his priority should be leveling up instead. Jillian accepts that reasoning, but the refusal gives him another idea. Remembering that the boy wanted to train with a comrade, Jillian proposes that they join forces instead. The protagonist is stunned by the offer. Internally, he realizes this would make him absurdly lucky, effectively gaining the best possible benefactor for free. Their next stop is announced by the roar of monsters as they arrive at a dangerous hunting ground. Jillian reveals the place as the South Ark hunting grounds, where their new partnership will begin in earnest. An old general brings the young man to a remote area that requires teleportation access, and the youth realizes the general does not stay in one place for long. The general explains that he guards the border because the neighboring empire of Jillian is famous for aggression, so this frontier must be protected. Studying him, the general is surprised the young man is still only level 43 and has not even reached a second profession yet. Elsewhere, someone urges Drac to inform the king because the descendant of the legendary Sorcerer King has appeared for the first time in 8 centuries. Drac refuses to make it public, insisting the Sorcerer King legend is restricted to the imperial family, and that spreading it would attract dangerous outside attention. Though he agrees to handle things discreetly, Drac is already irritated by how troublesome the situation is becoming. He privately admits the Sorcerer King's descendant is far less grand than expected and simply a very odd person. Back at the border, the The young man waits to see what this eccentric veteran is getting at. The general explains that the former sorcerer king once used these lands to raise and experiment on Southarks. Seeing the dragon-like beasts swarming the field, he concludes the old experiments likely caused them to multiply and that the area was neglected afterward. The young man jokes that he is used to being treated like a nuisance, but the general hints the place is actually useful rather than merely dangerous. The youth is caught off guard when he senses the general's real intention. The general suddenly plants himself, preparing to act instead of just talk. He reveals the point of bringing him here. This monster-infested ground is an ideal training field for soldiers. With clear excitement, the general draws his sword and readies himself for battle. He throws himself into the middle of the Southarks alone, treating the pack as a challenge rather than a threat. The young man watches closely, realizing the old soldier is far sharper than his age suggests. The general unleashes a blazing sword strike with practiced speed. His attack cuts through the monsters cleanly, and the young man immediately receives level-up progress from the kills. That absurd efficiency leaves the young man shaken, and even his companion can only gape at the old man's madness. Laughing like this rekindles old memories. The general tells the youth to stay back if he wants more levels. He keeps charging through the hunting ground, mowing down more Southarks in a frenzy. The companion explains that the general always acts on his own whims, and the best response is simply to accept the free leveling. Growing bored with merely watching, the young man decides to join the fight himself. A Southark notices him and turns aggressive. He steps forward calmly, deciding to have some fun on his own. The beast lunges at him with a roar, trying to overwhelm him head-on. He bursts into motion and counters with a fast, forceful strike. His blow staggers the monster but fails to finish it in one hit. Rather than retreat, he keeps pounding it, deciding he will just beat it down until it dies. The Southark finally collapses, proving he can handle the monsters himself even if less efficiently. Panting, he complains that these enemies are tougher than expected and need repeated hits, while his companion reminds him this is a high-level hunting ground. The young man starts to understand just how absurdly strong the old general must be if he can clear this place so casually. Meanwhile, the general continues carving through multiple Southarks at once without slowing down. As the youth looks on, a system notification appears. He reaches level 45, earns a low-tier skill pack, and learns he can now carry out quests for a second profession, though myth-rank profession quests are harder. The companion is stunned that the general's rampage pushed him this far so quickly, since gaining even 2 levels here should normally take days. The young man is even more shocked because he thought a second profession only unlocked at level 50. His companion explains that myth-rank professions can begin at level 45, though in his previous life he reached one only by taking a different, high-level route. That means the young man's hidden path is actually faster than normal, and he cannot help feeling smug about how special his growth has become. Instead of fearing the difficulty spike, he becomes excited for the demanding quests ahead. He eagerly calls for his second profession quest, ready to take it on immediately. Nothing happens, and the silence makes it clear the system will not respond the way he expected. When he demands the quest, his companion bluntly tells him not to bother. He explains that at level 50 a player normally receives a profession quest from their patron spirit, not directly from the system. Depending on how that quest is completed, the patron spirit then offers 3 third profession options. Since the young man got his current profession through the hidden NPC Drac instead of a patron spirit, the normal process does not apply to him. Realizing that, he concludes he will have to find Drac again if he wants to advance. His companion adds a warning. Once someone reaches the level threshold for a second profession, failing the profession quest leaves them stuck at that level. The young man realizes he is now trapped at level 45 until he clears Drac's quest, while the old general keeps happily slaughtering monsters, completely unaware he has created a new problem. The young man is briefly dazzled by signs of rapid progress and realizes his level and experience have risen. A blade plants into the ground as the training bout comes to a stop. The veteran warrior enjoys the sparring and makes it clear he had fun pushing the younger man. When asked, the young man confirms he did level up, while the older fighter notes he gained several levels himself. The young man explains he also received a second profession quest and wants to investigate it through Drac, but the general urges him to leave the hunt and return quickly. Back in the palace, the search for answers shifts to a formal audience in the royal archives or hall. An official apologetically admits he knows nothing about the young man's second profession. The young man is stunned because he had expected this man to hold the key to that mystery. He realizes he has been chasing the wrong lead and that his assumption about who could help was mistaken. The official can only promise to report any clues he finds to Anna, leaving the young man with no immediate answer. After thanking him, the young man is left frustrated and scratching for a next step. Jillian notices his mood and presses him to explain what is wrong. The young man admits he is stuck because he knows nothing about his second profession either. He reflects that the profession quest was always going to be difficult, but he did not expect to hit a wall from the very beginning. Before he can sink further into worry, Jillian physically pulls him out of it. Jillian dismisses useless brooding and insists there is plenty of other work to do in the meantime. With a knowing look, Jillian hints that the next step should be obvious. The young man immediately senses this obvious answer is probably going to be unpleasant. His fear proves justified when Jillian launches straight into brutal training. The sparring turns explosive, with Jillian overwhelming him through sheer force and speed. Afterward, the exhausted young man thanks Jillian, who notes that he is improving at a remarkable pace. Jillian laughs at how unusual the outsider is, clearly impressed by both his growth and endurance. Even after spending all this time with Jillian, the young man admits he has learned nothing useful about the second profession NPC. Still, he realizes he has learned important things about Jillian himself by getting closer to him. He pieces together that Jillian is at least 160 years old, a highly respected general who has protected the royal family since the former king's reign, and far busier than he first appeared. Their conversation is interrupted when a soldier rushes in with an urgent matter for Jillian. Jillian excuses himself, and the young man lets him go without complaint. Left alone, the young man sees how useful it is to have someone as influential as Jillian helping him. That advantage still is not enough, however, because Jillian returns with bad news. The king has denied the young man's request for an audience yet again. The refusal infuriates him, since he needs the king's permission to obtain the third relic and cannot understand why he keeps being shut out. Jillian suggests the king is afraid of him, which catches the young man completely off guard. Seeing his confusion, Jillian decides it is time to reveal the truth he has withheld from the descendant. He begins with Ramark's history. The kingdom once had 2 princes, and Cryan, the current king, was only the second son and never meant to inherit. The elder prince surpassed Cryan in every way, and nearly everyone, including the former king, expected that first prince to take the throne. Jillian reveals that Cryan grew increasingly withdrawn and blames himself for failing to address that change. After the former king died, a shocking disaster changed everything. The timid Cryan suddenly seized power in a coup. The coup was bloody, leaving slaughter in its wake. In the end, Cryan secured the throne and ruled by force. The young man absorbs the implication with grim focus. He starts to connect himself to the story, while Jillian explains he had been away fighting on the front lines and returned too late to stop what happened. Because Cryan lacked true royal blood, he had no right to be acknowledged as king under the old royal line. Jillian then points to the young man's sudden appearance as the answer to that unresolved crisis. The young man insists he does not care about the throne, but Jillian already knows that is not the point. Jillian explains that this land was once Akram, and that a true heir of the ancient empire has now appeared. That means the question of legitimacy has returned, and by bloodline the kingdom may belong to the young man rather than Cryan. Before the young man can fully respond, a messenger arrives with the king's reply. Hoping at last for an audience, Jillian instead learns the message is even worse. The insult enrages him instantly. The king refuses to acknowledge the descendant's existence at all, making clear that any audience or request will remain blocked until he chooses otherwise. The king coldly declares that advancement will only come if the protagonist completes the task he assigns. A system notice reveals the second profession quest. The king of Ramark refuses to recognize him as the sorcerer king's descendant unless he clears 12 royal trials. He is stunned to realize that the NPC tied to his second profession is the king himself. Seeing the opportunity, he immediately senses a lucky break and starts thinking fast. Jillian fixates on one crucial word and realizes the king's approval might be the real key to everything. The old general erupts in outrage, furious that the king would demand impossible feats from someone who has already done so much for Ramark. A retainer relays the king's added condition. Only 3 of the 12 tasks actually need to be completed. Because Jillian's favor is already maxed, the system sharply lowers the quest difficulty and reduces the requirement to just 3 trials. Delighted by the turn of events, he arrives to meet Jillian again and is warmly received. He comes to confirm the quest status, while Jillian still grumbles over how unfair the king's demands are. Jillian insists the trials are petty nonsense meant to stop him from helping directly, even though he wants to. The revised trial list appears: obtain the White Nightmare's leather, eradicate the Black Plague, and defeat the centaur in the underground maze. Jillian protests that 2 of those targets belong to ancient myth and openly questions the king's sanity. When warned that others disapprove of his behavior, Jillian dismisses them and dares anyone with a complaint to confront him openly. The protagonist calms him down and accepts the burden without complaint, assuring Jillian he can handle it. That quiet confidence only deepens Jillian's admiration, convincing him even more that this young man is Ramark's savior. Privately, the protagonist is just as confident, because he already has a hidden advantage. He reveals that his cheat ability, Supreme, gives him prior knowledge. The White Nightmare is really a monster in Meow Forest, and the Black Plague is an elder snake living near Ramark. Before he leaves, Jillian stops him to offer something in return for the days they spent sparring together. Trying not to make it sound like assistance, Jillian awkwardly frames the reward as a personal gift. The protagonist is caught off guard, but Jillian firmly urges him to accept it. The gift turns out to be a high-tier skill pack containing abilities ranked from 4 to 8 stars. The sudden reward leaves him baffled by how generous and unusual it is. Even Carpe confirms that nobody should be getting a high-tier skill pack this early, making the gift even more extraordinary. Realizing how rare it is, he decides to test the lower-tier pack first before risking the better one. The first pack gives him the 4-star skill Wind Cutter, and since he already knows it, he chooses to reinforce it instead. The reinforcement succeeds, boosting Wind Cutter and adding a bonus that lets its bleed effect work even on enemies normally immune to bleeding. He is thrilled, reasoning that duplicate pulls are the least painful outcome when Supreme guarantees the same skill from a pack. Encouraged, he finally opens the long-awaited High-Tier pack. He braces himself as the golden pack opens with far more tension than the first. Several cards burst out at once, turning the opening into a chaotic gamble. His excitement crashes immediately when the first revealed card is just Wind Cutter again. The duplicate shocks him, and dread sets in that the whole pack may be wasted. His fears are confirmed as the second, third, and fourth cards all turn out to be the same 4-star Wind Cutter. Buried under useless duplicates, he can only despair while Carpe enjoys watching him suffer. With one card left, he desperately begs for the pack to redeem itself. At last the final reveal gives him a 6-star skill card called Ride. Relieved to escape the flood of duplicates, he accepts that it is not the best possible pull but still a major upgrade. A familiar voice suddenly recognizes the skill and reacts with intense emotion. He realizes the skill is exactly what Tina needs and turns to her with satisfaction. The system confirms he received Ride, and because familiar Tis Tanya the Radiant Knight meets the requirements, he can pass the skill on to her. Tina learns Ride immediately, gratefully vows to repay him, and eagerly offers to carry him anywhere he wants. With Tina's upgrade settled, he refocuses on the quest and decides to prepare for the White Nightmare and the Black Plague by visiting the general store first. Carpe is confused by the detour, prompting him to explain his real target. He reveals he actually wants to defeat the Elder Snake, a hidden boss that only appears under specific conditions. With that plan in mind, they head out without delay. As they travel, he explains that their destination is Meow Forest, one of Ramark's famous hunting grounds. He warns that the monsters that look harmless and cute, which makes them deceptively easy to underestimate. In reality, those creatures are vicious, fast, and dangerous enough to shred a careless hunter's health in moments. He sums up the forest as a beginner trap full of players who ignored the danger signs and got wiped out by its hidden boss. The dark-haired man notes that this situation mirrors a previous encounter, implying he already knows how to handle what comes next. Something heavy drops into the clearing, signaling the start of his plan. With a practiced gesture, he activates an inventory-like ability to produce what he needs. A large empty box from the general store appears on the grass as bait. While Carpe reports that he placed the lid as instructed but still does not understand the purpose, the other man tells him to wait and watch. A predator approaches the setup from the brush. Carpe realizes too late that a dangerous beast has answered the trap and panics. A system alert identifies the creature as the Great Tiger, hidden boss of Meow Forest. The tiger advances on the box while Carpe can only stare in alarm from a distance. Instead of attacking, the tiger pauses at the box, leaving Carpe baffled. The beast simply settles into the box, confirming the absurd trap works perfectly. The dark-haired man smugly reveals that this is the easiest way to deal with cats. He immediately orders Carpe to finish the immobilized boss. The tiger is defeated at once, and they collect its leather, meat, and bone as rewards. He explains that the tiger's meat can lure the Elder Snake, and Carpe realizes his companion had planned this whole detour in advance. Before hunting the snake, he decides they should first gather materials for a room upgrade, and Carpe readily agrees. They receive a large stock of stone eyes, a room upgrade material also called dragon's eyes. As they move deeper into the forest, the air turns colder and more remote, and they infer the Elder Snake must be nearby. Reaching a specific tree, the dark-haired man tells Carpe to place the tiger meat there and simply wait. Carpe asks what kind of enemy they are facing, and the answer makes clear the Elder Snake is a troublesome monster. The Elder Snake, known as the Black Plague, is revealed to use petrification and poison, resist magic, and inflict status effects at a high rate. Even so, the dark-haired man hints that Carpe may be uniquely suited to survive it, leaving him confused. To test that theory, he hands Carpe the bait and puts him directly in the snake's path. Carpe drops the meat as instructed, unknowingly becoming the lure. The Elder Snake appears towering over him, and the hunt begins in earnest. The snake strikes first with a plague curse, and the system warns that Carpe's resistance to magic and poison is being heavily challenged. It follows with petrification, and Carpe is turned to stone. Frozen in place, Carpe finally understands that his supposed exception means he can endure these effects. The snake's attack shatters the petrified shell around him instead of killing him. The monster recoils in confusion when its sure-kill tactic fails. Carpe emerges unharmed and realizes the fight has suddenly become easy for him. He confidently beckons the snake closer, taking control of the encounter. The snake hesitates, no longer certain it has the advantage. Carpe unleashes a poison skill of his own, surrounding the snake in toxic force. As the status takes hold, he calmly observes the effect while the snake begins to wither under deadly poison. He grins and declares that the monster's status tricks are useless against him. His special immunity activates and removes the deadly poison from himself as well, proving the snake cannot win through attrition. The Elder Snake grows visibly unsettled as its entire strategy collapses. Recognizing the mismatch, it starts to retreat. Carpe mocks the monster for trying to flee so quickly. He catches it with a heavy blow, even scolding it for wrecking the forest in the process. The snake lashes out desperately in response. Its counterattack is swallowed by a burst of force and mist, failing to turn the battle around. The dark-haired man steps in, having prepared something decisive behind the scenes. He equips a powerful frosted wind essence suit of haste, satisfied that the earlier effort was worth it for this moment. Now shielded and empowered, he faces the snake head-on while icy wind gathers around him. The snake's bravado breaks completely, and it tries to plead for mercy with pitiful, sparkling eyes. Carpe nearly gives in, complaining that such shamelessly cute begging is unfair. But he hardens himself, reminding the snake that fairness has no place in games or war. He ignites power in his hand and promises to end the fight quickly. He rushes in and accepts his companion's push to make him the bait, diving straight at the giant snake. The attack lands decisively, and the Black Plague Elder Snake is defeated. With the monster down, he casually reports the fight was easier than expected and receives the snake's fang as proof of the kill. Instead of celebrating, he immediately turns to checking what loot the snake dropped. One reward is a unique weapon, Piercing Fang, whose poison-focused effects make it far better than an ordinary drop. His companion points out that although he cannot equip it because of his gauntlet, it could still be sold or saved for situations where poisoning an enemy matters. Satisfied, he asks what target they should hunt next. The next item turns out to be the Elder Snake's Poison Crystal, a dangerous consumable that boosts poison tolerance and magic if properly neutralized first. He recognizes it as the kind of internal crystal found in martial arts stories, and his companion confirms it. They decide to use the poison crystal as bait to draw out the white tiger. His companion explains that both hidden monsters carry opposite crystals, one aligned with light and the other with dark. Because either beast can safely digest the energy inside its own crystal, each needs the opposing crystal to neutralize the damage eating away at its body. That mutual need has driven the snake and tiger into a deadly rivalry over each other's crystals. So the poison crystal can convert light energy to dark and the tiger's crystal can do the reverse, making each the perfect counterbalance to the other. He realizes that simply carrying the poison crystal should be enough to attract the white tiger, even if the hunt is not tied to a formal quest. Encouraged by how quickly things are going, he jokes that he might reach his second profession today, while his companion dryly reminds him the tiger will not be easy prey. Even so, his training pays off, and he swiftly takes down the white tiger as well. The kill fulfills the remaining conditions for his second profession, and he collects the tiger's proof items, including its feather, bow, and crystal. Now holding both opposing crystals, he realizes he has the exact pair needed for something new. His magic engineering skill reacts to the contents of his inventory and alerts him to a special interaction. The system reveals the two crystals can be fused, reminding him of the attribute acorn mechanic. It presents both crystals side by side, confirming they are compatible materials for combination. He immediately orders the fusion to begin. The process starts as the two energies are drawn into a single synthesis. The red and blue crystals spin together, their opposing forces grinding against each other until they merge. The fusion succeeds with a bonus, and the system upgrades the quality of the result. Thrilled by the unexpected bonus, he celebrates the lucky outcome. The fused item is revealed as the Tegu Crystal, a legendary consumable that perfectly harmonizes opposing energies and grants broad elemental tolerance plus a chance to trigger latent potential. He is stunned to find that the fusion produced a legendary item. His companion confirms it is an exceptional reward but questions what the vague promise of triggering potential actually means. He explains that the effect is essentially a random beneficial awakening, sometimes boosting stats, and sometimes granting rarer gains like skill points. In short, the crystal can randomly raise attributes such as power, defense, or even luck. The item sounds incredible, but his companion warns that it will not actually benefit him. He protests that a huge increase in tolerance should still help, only to be told he is misunderstanding what tolerance does. Tolerance is clarified as resistance to status effects, not direct damage reduction. So the crystal would only lower the chance of suffering conditions like burn, freeze, or poison, which makes it redundant for him because his god-tier skill already covers that role. Realizing his own broken ability makes the legendary reward nearly useless to him, he collapses into despair. His companion tells him not to sulk, because someone else can still make use of the crystal. With a sly smile, he hints that one of the familiars is the real candidate. He is caught off guard by the suggestion. Before he can object, he turns toward his familiars as the issue begins to resolve itself. The two familiars are already fighting over the crystal, each trying to claim it. The system declares an unexpected event. A power struggle has broken out between his familiars, and he must settle it peacefully for a reward. The knightly familiar immediately stakes her claim to the prize. She argues that as his frontline defender, she faces the greatest exposure to attacks and status effects, so giving her the crystal would best protect him. He starts to agree with her reasoning and leans toward handing her the Tegu crystal. But the other familiar cuts in, insisting that as an infiltration-focused homunculus who enters enemy territory and gathers intelligence, she faces even greater danger and deserves it more. The two familiars descend into open bickering, and his companion remarks that familiars usually fight over their master rather than over items. Overwhelmed by the absurd dispute, he asks in panic how he is supposed to handle this. His companion tells him not to worry, explaining that this conflict is part of the quest and that once they exhaust themselves, they should return to normal. The observer decides not to interfere, trusting that the situation will resolve without his help. System notices confirm the familiar's bond has reached its limit, and that they will settle their conflict on their own. The two familiars stop fighting long enough to calm down and agree to talk things out instead. As the tension eases, one of them realizes the crystal they were fighting over is suddenly missing. The missing crystal is revealed to be in the paw of a small black and white pet. The thief turns out to be Inky, who proudly shows off the crystal she snatched. Inky immediately absorbs the Tegu crystal, earning a major stat reward and taking possession of the item for herself. Further system messages announce that Inky has risen to the top familiar rank and gained broad stat growth, leaving her master wondering what exactly changed. At first glance, he thinks Inky looks mostly the same despite all the notifications. Then he notices something unusual beginning to happen. A warning sign appears above Inky, signaling a new development. The system identifies it as her latent potential manifesting. That potential is clarified as an evolution, shocking her master with the realization that Inky has met the conditions for it. An explanation follows that pets can evolve in ways ordinary familiars cannot, gaining powerful benefits and extra rewards. Unlike profession-based growth, pet evolution depends on special hidden conditions that vary by species and become harder at higher ranks. In Inky's case, feeding her a legendary rank crystal was the trigger, which leaves her master stunned that anyone would ever use such a treasure on a pet. His companion points out the upside. Because Inky was already at epic rank, her evolution will raise her by one full tier. While trying to calculate what that means, he looks down at Inky as the answer clicks into place. He realizes the jump is all the way to myth rank. His companion adds that evolution also grants a large package of rewards, especially because Inky already had an 8-star expansion skill pack. That means the final payoff will likely include a 9-star reward, pushing him into outright disbelief. He is warned that the crystal only unlocked the process, and completing the evolution will require many related quests. The warning grows harsher when he learns this is an epic rank evolution, meaning the trials ahead could be extreme, though he accepts the challenge. The system opens Inky's evolution quest, requiring him to defeat 12 named beasts and 10 monsters above his own level, while Inky eagerly pledges herself to him. He and Inky celebrate their new bond so enthusiastically that even the others tell them to get a room. The scene shifts to Ramark. There, a nobleman excitedly reports that the monsters from Ramark's legends are real and praises the successful delivery of proof. A quest update confirms the progress, and the protagonist receives thanks for his work. With only the centaur left to deal with, he assumes the final target should be easy to find until he hears where it lives. He is jolted when he learns the centaur resides in the castle's basement labyrinth. The basement is explained to be an ancient laboratory where the old sorcerer king conducted experiments during a losing war centuries ago. Remembering the bizarre hunting grounds outside, he reflects that this kingdom's ruler never stops surprising him. He is told the labyrinth was designed by the sorcerer king himself, so its traps and treasures are impossible to predict, and legend says the centaur guards that treasure. Because the entrance has been sealed for so long, even the king does not know what remains inside, though a return spell is carved into the inner walls. Advised to prepare thoroughly before entering, he agrees. The king leaves the matter in his hands and tells him to return when he is ready. Back in a shop or storage room, he gathers what seems like enough equipment for the expedition. His companion reminds him to add an evasion-boosting potion, and he accepts the suggestion. While registering their haul, he notices among the items a dagger and a bow. The unexpected weapon choices make him pause in confusion. He opens his friend list and contacts Hanzo, who is currently online. He offers Hanzo a newly acquired high-grade bow, but Hanzo immediately sounds suspicious of such generosity. Hanzo refuses, saying he just bought excellent gear a few days earlier, and the protagonist pretends to accept that answer. Instead, he sends over the item information to tempt him into reconsidering. Hanzo reads the details with calm confidence. Then the value of the item sinks in. His composure breaks instantly as he erupts in reverent panic at being offered something from the god of war. He hurriedly agrees to take it, and the system transfers 40,000 gold in payment. The protagonist is stunned by the amount Hanzo paid. He can only stare at the transaction in disbelief, realizing he just made an enormous sum of money. After spending heavily on weapons, he privately wonders how she can treat so much money so casually, while the masked smith proudly assures him the purchase was worth it. As the work wraps up, he checks on Hanzo, who reports that Korea's moving system is almost finished and running efficiently. Hanzo gratefully returns the weapons and vows lasting loyalty, promising to come immediately if the god of war ever needs help again. He accepts the thanks, thinking Hanzo has already done more than enough since the money solved his financial problems. Hanzo departs with dramatic reverence, eager to meet the god of war again, leaving him to watch in awkward silence. Back in the present, his companion notices him laughing to himself, and he admits he has been caught reminiscing. Pressed about whether he really met her in person, he hesitates and tries to explain. When he refers to her as the god of war, the title sounds absurd in an ordinary cafe, making bystanders assume he is talking about a model or rehearsing a play. Before he can smooth it over, someone interrupts him by name. Reina Castle arrives and bluntly reveals that she already knows his real identity. He confirms it with a smile, having found her disguise painfully obvious from the start. That recognition takes him back to the day he first met her outside school, where she had become the reason his schedule changed. At that time, He was distracted by thoughts of his ex-girlfriend when a girl called out to him. Watching them together, onlookers immediately jump to the wrong conclusion and decide the god of war is romantically involved with him. Embarrassed by the misunderstanding, he tries to steer the conversation back to the real issue. She wanted his help finding a house. She admits she has never handled something like that by herself and needs guidance. She explains that she had been staying with a friend who suddenly left for America, and now the landlord is reclaiming the place for family, leaving her close to homelessness. In desperation, she bows so hard in gratitude for his help that he has to beg her to stop acting like they are still in a fantasy world. She thanks him again, still unable to drop the formal tone. When she tells him to follow her home, he feels as if he has been transported into another universe. Instead of a modest place, she leads him to an absurdly luxurious residence, making him realize her idea of needing housing is far from ordinary. Inside Ramark Castle, Jillian is already waiting and notes that everything is prepared. He steels himself, and Jillian answers his resolve with approval before leading the way. They descend together into the depths beneath the castle. Jillian explains that below lies the Ramark underground labyrinth, a top-secret prison known only to a handful of vassals, and says they arrived just in time. He realizes this is the place he has been brought to. At the threshold, he understands he is standing before the labyrinth's entrance. Jillian activates the mechanism sealing the place. Chains and magic formations surge into place as the entrance responds to his command. The moment it opens, the atmosphere changes so sharply that he can feel the danger in the air itself. Looking down into the structure, he sees stairs leading deeper and understands he will have to descend into it. Jillian is thrilled by the prospect, his excitement making clear that this place is no ordinary dungeon. Before sending him in, Jillian warns that once he enters, the door will be closed behind him. He also promises to keep searching for the relic outside, so the mission inside will not be for nothing. The two pause for a final parting gesture before he goes. Jillian turns a farewell into a promise to celebrate his return with a drink served on the rocks. He takes in the meaning of that confidence and prepares himself. He answers with matching resolve, promising to return before the ice in that drink can melt. A system message confirms he has entered the hidden dungeon, the Ramark Underground Labyrinth, identified as a unique descendant of the Sorcerer King dungeon. Knowing the darkness would be absolute, he opens his inventory and summons a light lantern. With the floating lights illuminating the chamber, he notes that his preparation paid off. He starts forward into the maze. Very quickly, he realizes the labyrinth is literal, not metaphorical, and that he is inside a true maze. His blue-haired companion suddenly appears beside him, mocking any thought that this would be easy and startling him in the process. The companion explains that survival here depends on adapting as they go, then remembers this is his first time in such a place. He narrows the immediate objective to a single target. They only need to bring down the centaur. He adds that if luck is with them, the fight may end faster than expected. That hope is interrupted by heavy footsteps closing in from above or ahead. A massive horned beast emerges, radiating red menace and announcing itself with a low growl. Seeing it clearly, he notices this monster is not the coral-colored version he expected, which makes the encounter feel even more ominous. As he resolves to strike first, the fight begins with a sudden break in the standoff. He bursts forward, committing to an opening attack before the enemy can react. A wind blade is unleashed at the charging minotaur, turning his first move into a ranged assault. Using the impact and confusion, he leaps in to keep pressure on the monster at close range. The minotaur tries to answer with its axe, but the exchange is already slipping out of its control. Grinning, he channels more power and refuses to give the monster any chance to recover. His enhanced wind cutter lands cleanly, inflicting bleeding and knocking the minotaur off balance. He follows with a lunging pursuit, staying on the offensive as the enemy reels. The battered minotaur can only bellow under the barrage as the beating continues. With growing confidence, he shifts into a fire-infused attack and prepares a stronger finisher. A fiery strike crashes down and ends the fight decisively. Afterward, he admits the unique level dungeon had made him nervous, but the easy win proves he had little reason to be. His companion, already focused on rewards, marvels at how overwhelming his fighting style is. The fallen monster leaves behind a fragment of energy filled with resentment, and they decide to keep it for later use. He turns to the quest interface to see whether the drop connects to any objective. The current task is to defeat monsters far above the player's level, and he notes that this also advances Nikki's evolution quest. With that confirmed, they move on and open another chest in the labyrinth. He is pleased to find this chest is real rather than another trap. Mimi explains the dungeon's rules, starting with the fact that many treasure chests here are actually mimics. She adds that 4 kinds of monsters inhabit the labyrinth, including those mimic chests among its threats. He realizes that if mimics can imitate treasure, there's a chance to obtain the same item from killing one as from opening a real chest. Mimi continues her explanation by stressing how suspiciously many treasure chests are scattered through the dungeon. She also reveals that the resentment crystal they found is a unique crafting material formed from condensed negative force and potentially processable. His companion concludes it is probably just an ingredient item tied to some future collection quest. Since they still do not know what else the labyrinth holds, they decide to keep exploring. He agrees readily, clearly enjoying the hunt. As they walk, he admits he is still disoriented by the maze, while his companion points out they have already looped around before. The labyrinth's layout leaves him increasingly frustrated and confused. Even so, he instinctively keeps finding the right path, impressing the others with a sense of direction they cannot explain. Before anyone can dwell on it, his companion notices something ahead. A sudden scream tears through the cave and instantly changes their priorities. He recognizes the cry as a plea for help coming from deeper inside the dungeon. Without hesitation, he runs toward the sound. He arrives to find several gargoyle-like monsters closing in on a small girl. The girl is desperately fighting them off with crackling lightning while begging for rescue. His companion treats the situation lightly, but he immediately understands someone is in real danger. The little girl urges them to save the woman, and he accepts the call without question. Then he recognizes the child, which makes the encounter far more significant. The monsters turn toward the newcomers, but they are already too late to keep control of the scene. A burst of lightning wipes out the attackers in an instant. With the threat gone, the red-haired woman reassures the child that she is safe now. The woman thanks them sincerely for intervening and is startled to have met anyone here at all. As he brushes off her gratitude, he notices something strange about her. He realizes the woman's body is transparent, as though she is only partly present. Seeing his confusion, she apologizes for not explaining her condition sooner. She reveals that her appearance is exactly what it seems because she is the residual spirit of the dungeon. The revelation catches him off guard, forcing him to reconsider who they have just saved. The spirit reacts with surprise as another recognition dawns nearby. Mira identifies the little girl as Princess Tina, exposing that the child's identity is no ordinary secret. Stunned, he repeats the title to himself as the rescue turns into a major revelation. Tina is a princess. The tiny girl rejects the formal name Akram and asks to be called Tina instead. That name jolts the young man into reconsidering who she might really be. He connects the clue to an old truth. Every being tied to Akram once carried the name Tina. He realizes she is the Sorcerer King's daughter, and she casually admits she hid it because she thought it was unimportant. He immediately rejects that idea and demands to know whether the Sorcerer King turned his own daughter into a homunculus. Before the confrontation can deepen, the red-haired researcher urges them to relocate before monsters arrive. In the safer room, she formally introduces herself as Alice Cricket. Alice reveals that 800 years ago she served as the Sorcerer King's top research assistant. Tina proudly confirms Alice's brilliance, saying even the Sorcerer King praised her talent above his own. Alice explains that she had been developing a magic weapon with the king centuries earlier. When the patron spirit war brought the king down, she continued the work alone. Believing the king's vanished daughter had died, Alice says she kept pursuing the weapon to fulfill her friend's dream. Her work went wrong when she was sucked into a magic circle by her own mistake. The malfunction violently transformed her. She survived and continued her research, though her body was left in an abnormal state. Alice treats even that fate lightly, making the young man privately conclude she is unstable. Still, she declares her research complete in theory and says only a few final materials are needed to finish the weapon. The key ingredient, she explains, is spirit energy, which she has been trying to obtain. The young man realizes he already has spirit crystals that match what she needs, and Alice eagerly confirms it. A quest window appears, revealing that helping Alice forge Vasilas will reward him with a legendary magic weapon set item tied to the Sorcerer King's descendant. He is stunned by how valuable the reward is, especially so early in the game. After thinking it through, he suspects the set may be designed for him because he already carries another piece, and the same bloodline requirement. Alice presses him to secure the spirit energy so the project can move forward. He prepares to accept the task. The system confirms the quest, orders him to gather the materials, and notes that his spirit essence is filled with resentment. When he asks where to find the needed essence, Alice says the labyrinth's strongest creature holds it. She identifies that creature as a centaur and notes that defeating it would also clear his second-floor objective at once. As he gets ready to leave, Alice stops him with one more thought. She rummages through her things, looking for something useful. Alice finds what she wanted. She gives him a handmade map of the labyrinth, and his system updates to show it on the mini-map. He thanks her, and Alice warmly says she is glad to help. They part with a promise. She will wait and finish the weapon once he returns with the materials. Back in motion, his companion grumbles with envy over the legendary set while he brushes the complaint aside. He tells the companion to check the mini-map, which now marks 8 locations. They conclude one of those points must be where the centaur is hiding. He decides to begin with the nearest marked location. While walking, he considers using Alice's soul for the third relic, reasoning that her identity and acknowledged skill might make her a strong fit. Tina firmly objects to that idea. She argues that Alice's engineering genius is unmatched, but her combat ability is non-existent, so forcing her soul into Linda's body would likely fail unless the body's alignment happened to suit her. He reluctantly admits the relic system is more complicated than simply finding a capable soul. That reflection makes him look back at Tina with a new question. He asks whether Tina truly became a homunculus, and she agrees to explain. Tina recounts that at the height of the patron spirit war, exhausted humans betrayed Akram and sided with the patron spirits. As the war turned against him, the Sorcerer King responded by creating weapons that would obey him absolutely. Those creations were the 7 homunculi, made to annihilate his enemies. Tina says she was one of the souls chosen and that the homunculi were sent into battle. At the time, she was already dying from an incurable illness and had little time left. Because soul transplantation required the subject's consent, the king could not force that fate on anyone. Tina reveals that she accepted the offer immediately. He reflects that this was the moment his soul came to inhabit a new body. The aftermath leaves the onlookers uneasy, and the tension in the room turns awkward enough that someone urges him to smooth things over. Tina answers with complete devotion, declaring that serving her liege is her pride and the most fulfilling moment of her life. She goes further, admitting that even if given the choice again, she would choose this life without hesitation. Her liege accepts that loyalty with quiet admiration and tells Tina she is extraordinary. Their exchange ends as they arrive at a vast hall, and the focus shifts from emotion to whatever awaits them there. Before they can settle, the chamber begins to shake with the approach of something violent. A huge presence crashes down nearby, immediately putting him on alert. The intruder reveals himself as a cursed soul named Chironas, who mistakes him for Dreadsure and charges in with murderous hatred. Chironas keeps raging about Dreadsure and Akram, and the system confirms that a new cursed soul encounter has begun. The enemy attacks at full force while he tries to deny the mistaken identity, but the cursed soul is too consumed by vengeance to listen. Realizing this king somehow accumulated countless enemies, he watches Chironas unleash another curse-filled assault. The attack lands and piles multiple debuffs onto him, including despair and fury, while the damage pressure rises sharply. Chironas adds another curse that cuts his speed in half, trying to cripple him before finishing the job. Instead of panicking, he smiles and prepares a countermeasure through the system. He activates Unlock, stripping away the status effects and instantly regaining control of the fight. Freed from the curses, he rushes forward laughing, now fully confident he can end this quickly. His counterattack overwhelms Chironas, and the cursed soul is defeated almost immediately. With the battle over, the system showers him with rewards, proof of the centaur's defeat, quest progress, and resentment-filled energy essence. His companion complains that everything comes too easily for him, but he brushes it off casually. He explains that all he really did was gather the materials needed to create the magic weapon. 3 days later, he returns with the ingredients for Alice and gains another resentment-filled essence as he reports in. Alice is delighted by his success and warmly thanks him. The system announces that the quest is complete, awards him the magic weapon Vasilas, and confirms his second profession as the Sorcerer Monarch has been fulfilled, triggering multiple level-ups. More notices follow. He reaches level 55, earns a mid-tier skill pack, and officially completes his second profession with a new skill. Eager to see what he gained, he immediately opens the skill information. The new ability is the 8-star Dimension Gate, a portal skill that records coordinates and allows travel to previously visited locations, with stronger mastery increasing how many places and people it can handle. He is stunned to receive such a high-rank warp skill, and his companion is equally surprised. His companion explains that warp skills are extremely rare because most spatial mages only manage short-distance movement, making this kind of long-range travel ability exceptional. Even with limits on where it can send him, they agree the skill will still be incredibly useful. He worries that he has no coordinates worth recording yet, since he travels alone, and has only just left Luana. His companion points out that mastering the skill will lower the cooldown on his space-type abilities, giving him an immediate reason to train it. Remembering that benefit, he starts casting at once to raise the skill level. The system confirms he has already mastered Dimension Gate, and he excitedly connects that bonus to another spatial skill, Blue Dragon Gate, whose cooldown should now shrink as well. His expectation is rewarded immediately when Blue Dragon Gate reaches Master Level 2, and he notes that its cooldown has dropped from 10 minutes to 5. Alice then formally congratulates him on achieving his second profession. She presents the completed magic weapon and invites him to accept it. He takes it in, realizing this reward is something special. The system confirms that he has acquired the magic weapon Vasilas. Its details reveal a hidden-class legendary weapon built by the former Sorcerer King and Alice, one that boosts both physical and magical power, and can nullify magic through a stored anti-magic shell. He is shocked by how absurdly strong it is, especially the magic nullification effect. His companion compares it to a battlefield weapon made for crushing magic wars, while also noting the glove form that boosts both physical and magical attacks. As he imagines how powerful the set bonuses could become, his excitement turns into open greed. But when he looks at it directly, he is baffled that such a legendary item appears to be nothing more than a plain old robe. Alice explains that Vasilas is actually worn like a pauldron and manifests outwardly as a cloak. That explanation only confuses them more, since the item hardly looks worthy of its reputation. Alice clarifies that equipment in this world is divided into normal and special slots, with the usual visible gear covering the standard body parts. She reveals that hidden class gear also uses rare concealed slots, including pauldron, inner clothes, gloves, earrings, belt, and badge, which most players overlook. Because those hidden slot items are mostly attribution-bound and never appear at auctions, most users do not even know they exist. He is left staring at his prize in disbelief, realizing he obtained an unbelievably rare item almost as soon as he began. Carpe finishes trying on the new glove, and his companion approves of how it looks on him. He thanks them for the upgrade but admits one detail still bothers him. Carpe explains that the glove conflicts with another set item he already has equipped. He compares the two set bonuses and realizes the visible glove piece is tied to a lower rank set than the legendary one. That leaves him debating whether he should sacrifice a set effect or rearrange his gear, until Alice offers a solution. She reveals she modified the equipment and asks whether he can restore more energy with wind essence now. The change turns the outer glove into an inner glove, letting Carpe activate both the 2-piece weapon set and the wind essence 5-piece set at once. Delighted, Carpe gushes over how perfectly the workaround turned out and showers Alice with gratitude. His updated status confirms a huge jump in power, including tripled health and mana and a large pool of unspent bonus points. His ally notes that these are absurd numbers for someone who has only just reached a second profession, making Carpe realize how exceptional his growth has become. When Carpe worries about the unusually high bonus points, he is told this is normal for his class progression after gaining a second profession. The explanation continues. His myth profession grants extra stat points per level, and because he gained many levels at once, the total has stacked into a massive reward. Carpe takes the news in stride and immediately starts planning how to spend the windfall. He dumps 50 points into strength, stamina, and deftness in one go. Before he can finish, his ally reminds him that some of those points should go into skills he still has not mastered. That warning makes Carpe stop and check his skill list more carefully. He notices the mastery mark has vanished from permafrost, meaning the skill can be raised again. His ally explains that some skills gain a higher cap once a second profession is unlocked, so the old mastery was only temporary. Realizing he can invest even more into his build, Carpe happily decides to spend the rest of his points there too. While he celebrates his luck, Alice interrupts because she has something important to ask. Carpe jokingly assumes she is ready to pass on now that her quest is done, but she immediately shuts that down. Instead, Alice gathers herself nervously, clearly working up the courage to make a personal request. She asks if she can stay with him, wanting to follow him rather than disappear. The request catches Carpe completely off guard. He had assumed she would vanish after the quest, but Alice explains that she still wants to continue her research and has no need for food, sleep, or ghostly maintenance. As she presses the point with unsettling intensity, Carpe starts to feel less flattered than cornered. His ally reasons that she will need somewhere to conduct that research and wonders whether Carpe can make her belong in his personal space despite her being an ordinary NPC. Carpe decides to test that possibility immediately. He activates Dimension Gate, using the room coordinate tied to his workshop. The gate locks onto the recorded destination and opens a portal to his room. The system then reports that Alice is attempting to enter his room through the portal. Carpe hesitates, unsure whether the game will actually allow it. The answer comes at once. Because Alice is closely tied to his profession, the conditions are met for her to become his familiar. Carpe accepts without hesitation. Alice is bound to him as a familiar, unlocking her manager skill and granting a workshop bonus that improves item quality and slightly raises production success. Thrilled by her new role, Alice thanks him and promises to do her best. The scene shifts onward as their success opens the way to the next stage of Carpe's larger mission. A system notice confirms he has fulfilled the conditions for an audience with the Sorcerer King, and Gillen erupts with excitement. Gillen lists the rare materials Carpe has gathered and declares that the king can no longer refuse to see him. Unable to contain himself, Gillen decides he will personally deliver the news at once. Watching the old man rush off in delight, Carpe thanks him and notes that Gillen seems to be enjoying himself. A sudden summons calls Carpe over before he can settle. He is informed that his audience with the king has been approved, and the reality of it hits him immediately. With no more delay, he is ushered onward toward the royal meeting. As they walk, Carpe admits to himself that he is finally about to meet the king, and Gillen asks whether he is nervous. Carpe confesses that he is, since he has never met a king before. Gillen tries to calm him by downplaying the king's grandeur. He bluntly says the king is still just a man and that what matters is his substance, not the title. Another official immediately scolds Gillen for speaking so recklessly about the monarch, and the two old men fall into a familiar bickering match. Caught between anxiety and disbelief, Carpe braces himself for the audience ahead. Carpe arrives at the sealed chamber where the king is waiting. A guard confirms that the ruler is just beyond the door, making the meeting feel immediate and dangerous. Carpe steels himself, trying to suppress his nerves before entering. The pressure of the moment makes him feel as if he has somehow been thrust into the role of Sorcerer King. His injured companions remain behind and wish him well, while he thanks them before going on alone. An older general opens the way and asks if Carpe is prepared to face what comes next. As the doors part, Carpe braces himself for the royal audience. He is formally announced as the descendant of the first king and brought into the throne room. The king of Ramark greets him with a hesitant welcome. Carpe realizes at once that this uneasy man is the king he came to meet. The king reveals that he has been expecting Carpe's arrival. He studies Carpe with interest and asks for his name, confirming that the prophecy or rumor about the descendant has reached him. Carpe introduces himself respectfully, though he privately doubts the king's trustworthiness. His attention shifts to the queen, sensing that she may be the more important figure in the room. The queen greets him graciously, presenting herself with far more poise than the king. Carpe notices her sharp, calculating gaze, while the old general trembles with anger at this outsider being drawn into the imperial family's inner affairs. Someone nearby reacts with quiet amusement, signaling that the tension is being watched and enjoyed. That observer reveals himself as Sergei, who mocks the general for his cold reception. Sergei moves to involve himself directly, ignoring the hostility around him. Standing behind the king, Sergei claims the king himself permitted his presence, and the king nervously confirms it. Carpe objects that Sergei is an outsider and should have no place in such a meeting, but the king defends him as Ramark's vassal. The king abruptly shuts down all protest and insists that his decision is final. Even the queen is startled by the king's outburst, which exposes how strained the court has become. The general immediately apologizes for losing control, trying to preserve order despite his disgust. Still seething, he bows to the king's authority and begs forgiveness for his insolence. With resistance suppressed, Sergei takes over the discussion and announces that he will state the crown's position. He bluntly declares that Ramark will not hand over the kingdom in its current state without receiving something in return. The general explodes at Sergei for overstepping, unable to tolerate his arrogance any longer. Sergei silences him with a reminder that the general has no authority to interrupt him. He doubles down, presenting himself as the king's fully authorized representative, and refusing to tolerate further disrespect. The general is forced to swallow his anger under threat of arrest for treason, while Carpe watches the balance of power tilt away from the throne itself. Carpe accepts the premise of a bargain and asks what price they want in exchange for the kingdom. Sergei smiles, pleased that Carpe is willing to negotiate on his terms. He points to Tiztania and names her as the condition. Sergei demands Tiztania the Radiant Knight, framing her as royal blood who must become the king's concubine to preserve legitimacy. The proposal lands like a blow, shocking the room. The general erupts, horrified that Sergei would make such a demand. The king and queen recall as the court is thrown into open scandal. Tiztania rejects the idea outright and condemns it as disgraceful nonsense. Carpe initially considers solving the problem by force, but Tiztania steps in before he can act. She asserts her own claim, declaring that the kingdom and its relics belong to Dreadhire through her bloodline as the rightful descendant. Sergei accepts this shift without resistance, signaling that he was prepared for her to answer personally. Tiztania continues, making clear that lineage alone will not decide the matter. She sets her own condition before the entire court, refusing to be treated as a bargaining chip. Tiztania declares that she will never marry a man who cannot even wield a sword in battle. Her contempt leaves the room in stunned silence. The general breaks that silence with loud laughter, delighted to see the king humiliated. The mockery spreads as the king's embarrassment becomes impossible to hide. Later, Carpe reflects on the encounter, unsettled by something he cannot quite place. A companion reminds him of an old hidden quest in which he once saw the king at the height of his power, suggesting the man on the throne is not what he seems. Carpe realizes the king he encountered did not match the one he remembers and suspects someone may be impersonating him. Drac rejects the idea that Jillian would have allowed such a fraud before guessing that everything changed after Jordan became the Sorcerer King's descendant. That explanation leaves Carpe tense, sensing the situation around the throne is far more distorted than he thought. Drac apologizes for how long the third relic is taking to obtain, implying the normal route has failed. He admits the relic cannot be secured that way for now and asks after Jillian instead. Carpe learns Jillian has gone to speak privately with the king and Sergei, confirming Sergei's unusual influence at court. Noting that influence, Carpe presses to know who Sergei really is. Drac explains that Sergei currently holds the king's trust, though his origins were once obscure. He reveals Sergei was the lone supporter of the second prince during the old succession struggle, when the court favored the first prince. Drac then exposes the real danger. Sergei orchestrated the coup from the shadows and treated the king as a puppet. Carpe bitterly concludes he is dealing with a useless ruler and a manipulative schemer, then wonders how he is supposed to obtain the relic under those conditions. A quest notice confirms he was meant to obey the king to receive the third relic, but Drac offers another path to claim it. Drac asks whether Carpe is willing to hear that alternative. Carpe immediately accepts, committing himself to Drac's plan. Satisfied, Drac agrees to proceed. He leads Carpe away, warning that they are about to enter a highly secret place. As they travel by a hidden route, Drac apologizes for the detour. He explains that magical surveillance covers the area near the royal palace, so they must avoid being recorded by the magic agency. Carpe follows while privately wondering why a man equivalent to the finance minister is acting with such extreme caution. His suspicion sharpens as he studies Drac more carefully. They descend even deeper into the city until Drac passes through a concealed magical entrance. Carpe steps through after him, trusting the guide for now. Before opening the next door, Drac asks Carpe to keep whatever he is about to witness completely secret. He stresses one condition above all: Jillian must not hear about this. Though confused about where he has been brought, Carpe agrees to the secrecy. Drac approaches the hidden door and prepares to announce them. He knocks to request entry. A watcher inside checks them through a narrow opening. After Drac gives a password about truth being revealed, the door is unlocked. A guard invites the descendant inside, confirming Carpe was expected. Carpe enters a well-kept interior that feels less like a hideout than the base of an organized faction. One of the members formally welcomes him. When the greeter hesitates, Drac confirms Carpe's identity as the descendant they have been waiting for. The man is instantly thrilled by Carpe's arrival, treating him with almost reverent excitement. Carpe asks for Sir Roy, and learns he is upstairs. The admirer eagerly praises him while Drac moves the meeting forward and takes Carpe up. On the upper floor, more members notice their approach. They bow respectfully, showing Carpe that this group already recognizes his importance. Drac announces their arrival outside Roy's room and enters with Carpe. From within a room full of documents, Roy welcomes them without surprise. Carpe braces himself, sensing a major revelation is coming. Roy explains he meant to receive Carpe downstairs, but they reached him first. He greets Carpe warmly and makes clear he has long wanted this meeting. As Carpe struggles to place what feels wrong, Roy prompts him toward the answer. He reminds Carpe that the current king differs from the one Carpe remembers for a reason. Roy reveals the shocking truth: the man on the throne now is the original king. The weight of that statement lands as Roy steps forward to make his position plain. He introduces himself as Royce Ramark and welcomes Carpe into Akram, a secret organization. A new quest activates, explaining that the third relic is hidden where only the true Ramark king can reach it, and that Carpe must help this faction overthrow the current ruler and restore the rightful bloodline. Carpe is stunned that obtaining the relic now requires participating in a full-scale revolution against the kingdom. As Ramark sinks into guilt and panic over his country's collapse, the descendant realizes Sergei's sudden submission comes from blaming himself for failing his younger brother. Sergei explains that Harbor's loneliness let Chancellor Brian manipulate him, turning him into a puppet. He lays out how Brian enriched himself through crushing taxes and corruption, while ordinary people were driven into misery. At the same time, Ramark's defenses were gutted, with the border force reduced to less than half its original strength. Sergei warns that at this rate Ramark will be swallowed by the Empire of Gilean, but insists he cannot just watch his homeland die. Putting aside pride, he asks the descendant for help. The descendant considers the plea instead of rejecting it outright. He decides the request is reasonable enough, especially since the king's current vassal was clearly unfit. Sergei is stunned that the descendant agrees so easily. The descendant formally commits himself to assisting Ramark. A system notice confirms that he has accepted the quest. With that settled, Sergei immediately turns to the campaign map to explain the situation. He identifies the capital, the border fortress Alcanratra, and the revolutionary base at Puzan. Most of the revolutionary army is waiting near the fort, and their numbers have swelled to about 30,000, more than Ramark's total military strength. The descendant realizes the unrest is far broader than a small rebellion and reflects deep public anger at the way the country has been governed. Sergei points out the real obstacle in their path. The only route to the capital runs through mountains infested with monsters, so any army must pass the border fortress to get through safely. The descendant understands that this leaves them no choice but to confront the force guarding the fortress. Then he suddenly catches a dangerous implication in Sergei's explanation. He presses Sergei to confirm who commands the border fort. Sergei reveals it is the legendary Great General Jillian, Ramark's former protector and one of the continent's strongest figures. That name instantly tells the descendant this mission is far worse than it first sounded. The revelation leaves both men in a heavy silence. Breaking it, the descendant calls Roy over to weigh another option. They agree that trying their luck in the monster-filled mountains would be preferable to facing Jillian head-on. Elsewhere, in the Empire of Gilead, the focus shifts to a noble court already moving around the border crisis. Marquis Hunan asks whether God's angels will act as his sword. The answer comes back as an immediate yes. Evans, Vice Guild Master of God's Angels, says there is no need for the Empire itself to make a formal move against a small border nation. He offers to let the guild handle the matter instead. Pleased, Hunan grants them the right to form an attack unit and promises a noble title if they succeed. Evans accepts with open gratitude. But beneath that gratitude, he is already savoring the opportunity. He realizes this national-level quest could catapult his guild's influence and his own fame to the top of the rankings. He immediately orders his guild to mobilize every available member and every bit of funding, while planning to stream the operation for maximum attention. With preparations underway, Evans leaves the audience already thinking beyond the mission itself. He sees this as God's Angel's chance to rise above every rival. The Marquis dismisses him and says he will make contact again when the time comes. Evans departs, leaving the noble alone in the hall. Once the room is empty, Hunan drops the polite act and reflects in private. He summons a cluster of blue crystal shards into his hand as he considers what kind of tools these outsiders really are. Amused, he judges them fascinating precisely because they can be bought so easily. He asks a hidden subordinate for an opinion. The subordinate answers that outsiders are defined above all by greed. Hunan agrees, noting that he respects people willing to do filthy work if the reward is high enough, even when death is the price. He adds that such recklessness is only possible because outsiders are immortal. The discussion turns to politics. A peace agreement among the four great powers currently forbids arbitrary military mobilization, and Renedia is already using that treaty to justify intervention. Hunan points out the loophole that matters most: outsiders are not covered by the treaty. With that thought, he crushes the crystal in satisfaction, fully embracing the use of players as deniable weapons. Confident in the plan, he dismisses them as inexperienced fools, while still acknowledging they may prove useful. A schemer decides to provoke the old tiger by throwing enough lesser threats at him, and waits to see how Jillian will answer. As ominous pressure builds, the instigator looks forward to Jillian's reaction with amused confidence. Elsewhere, Carpe complains that he is being dragged into another dangerous mess, while his companion reminds him this kind of chaos follows powerful sorcerers, and he should be used to it by now. His companion stays relaxed and implies there is no reason to panic yet. Carpe worries that another major incident could erupt like last time, even if he cannot fully deny the point. Privately, he steels himself from meeting Jillian, troubled because gratitude makes him reluctant to oppose him. Remembering Jillian only makes that hesitation stronger, and he is called out for getting too emotionally attached. He denies it, but admits he needs to clear his head before dealing with what comes next. To distract himself, he opens his inventory and finds a mid-tier skill pack that cannot be traded. He immediately decides the best way to use it is a lucky draw, despite being mocked for acting like a gambling addict. The random selection begins. He commits to the second card from the left. The chosen card flips amid a burst of light. The result turns out to be an 8-star card, leaving him thrilled and his companion exasperated that luck keeps favoring him. The reward is Sharp Punch, a high-grade skill that pierces defenses, damages the enemy internally, disrupts acupoints, and weakens multiple forms of resistance. Even if the rest of the pack was worthless, Carpe realizes this one skill alone is an exceptional gain. Its broad defensive reduction and close-range power convince him he has pulled something genuinely top-tier. He spends a skill point to learn Sharp Punch immediately, and turns back to the real problem with renewed confidence. Having armed himself, he resolves to go persuade Jillian. The scene shifts as that decision leads into a private meeting. Jillian thanks Carpe for coming on short notice and invites him to drink, setting a calm and courteous tone. He explains that the drink is not fancy, but refined in its own way, and Carpe accepts the gesture. While drinking, Carpe notes to himself that recent duels and hunting have already pushed his level up significantly. The taste surprises him enough to break his focus. Jillian is pleased that Carpe genuinely enjoys it. Then Jillian reveals the drink was only an opening and admits he summoned Carpe because there is something important he wants to discuss. Carpe invites him to continue, though he is clearly bracing himself. Jillian quietly states that the Empire has been acting suspiciously and that Ramark is unstable, immediately turning the conversation toward dangerous politics. The implication hits Carpe hard, and he fears Jillian may already know about the revolutionary group. Jillian instead explains that outside affairs demand his attention, and with the army's commander absent he must return to the fort, leaving no time for duels or hunts. Relieved that his secret has not been exposed, Carpe quickly offers to occupy himself with other quests. Jillian reflects that the kingdom was not like this a decade ago and that the current king is losing the people's support. Carpe is stunned by how openly Jillian is criticizing the throne and begins to suspect where this is heading. Realizing the moment may pass, he forces himself to act before his nerve fails. He gulps down more drink to steady himself. Then he slams the cup down and directly raises Jillian's duty to the people. Carpe pushes further, asking why they should not simply give the people what they want this time. Jillian repeats the idea back to him, weighing the meaning of that challenge rather than rejecting it outright. He makes Carpe sit with the full implication of his own words. Carpe realizes he has essentially spoken treason and tenses for Jillian's response. After a long sigh, Jillian admits that if they speak for the people, Carpe has a point. But he immediately says they still cannot do it, forcing Carpe to ask why. Jillian answers that Carpe already knows. He once sinned against the king and cannot bring himself to repeat that cruelty. He explains that although the first prince overshadowed him, the second prince was intelligent and virtuous. Jillian reveals how deeply he believed in that prince by saying he gave him his own bloodline through marriage to his granddaughter. He clarifies that she is actually his great-granddaughter and recalls that she truly loved the second prince, tying his family directly to that lost hope. Jillian says he still believes the king may one day break free from Sergei's influence, and see clearly again, even if Jillian is no longer alive to witness it. All he can do, he says, is keep faith in his liege and remain at his side. Carpe understands that the revolutionary army may have its reasons, but Jillian is bound to a different path he cannot abandon. Left with that answer, Carpe drinks again, absorbing the fact that persuasion has failed for now. Someone slams a goblet down, signaling a sour turn in the conversation. A seated figure reflects that what once tasted great has now turned bitter, suggesting disappointment or resentment. 2 days later, the Empire of Gillant launches its invasion of Ramark. At Alcarnitra, the fort on Ramark's border, the invaders arrive and confirm they have reached their target. The green-haired commander realizes the long-awaited moment has finally begun. Confident in his preparations, he believes he has gathered enough elite fighters to pull this off. Their live broadcast setup is already running, and public chatter shows people are watching the Silver Angels closely and doubting their motives. He dismisses the criticism, deciding that even hostile attention will still serve their purpose. As he steps forward, he resolves to begin streaming the moment the spotlight turns to them. He fixes his attention on the fort ahead, ready for the confrontation to start. An older armored commander appears, bringing immediate pressure to the standoff. When his subordinate worries that the enemy already knows they are here, the green-haired leader reveals they have no reinforcements coming. He explains that a Gillant spy rose high inside Ramark's government and blocked any chance of outside support. Pleased with that advantage, he adds that their side is not the only hidden force on the field. Before the battle lines settle, another hostile presence erupts into action with a call to remove the incompetent king and his wicked vassal. A third faction suddenly charges the fort, throwing the battlefield into chaos and shocking the Silver Angels. Rather than force a direct clash with the fort, the green-haired leader recognizes this as part of Marquis Hunan's plan and decides to exploit it. He orders his men to attack the new arrivals instead of the fort itself. The attackers panic at the unexpected resistance and wonder whether the king is sacrificing his own people. An explosive strike crashes into them before they can regroup. The old commander furiously intervenes, refusing to let the mob harm the people under his protection. Power surges around him as he prepares a serious counterattack. He launches himself forward, vowing that no one will touch them. Seeing the battle ignite, the green-haired leader gives the order to start the stream. He shifts priorities at once, deciding the old commander will make a better target for their spectacle than the fort. An explosion suddenly erupts nearby, catching him off guard. Out of the smoke, a hooded player appears, and both sides are startled by this unexpected outsider. System notices announce that a war between Gillant and Ramark has officially begun and that players tied to either side will be affected, even as the newcomer casts Fireball into the fight. The hooded player continues channeling fire, making his presence impossible to ignore. Ramark's men recognize him as an enemy player and rush to stop him before he can do more damage. The player retreats with an ally, admitting he had hoped no one would actually show up but is glad they checked the LS community beforehand. Elsewhere, people notice the unprecedented national-level LS quest and find its timing suspicious. They wonder if the whole thing is just bait or trolling. A more informed observer rejects that idea and concludes the quest was likely triggered by something involving the Sorcerer King. He narrows the cause down further to the revolutionary event now unfolding. That realization excites them, because it means the chaos can be used to their advantage. They decide to prepare accordingly and give the unfolding event a very active welcome. Back at the battlefield, the hooded player darts through the fighting with a fast, cutting strike. The spectators and stream comments immediately recognize that this is no ordinary player, and that the Silver Angels may have badly underestimated the situation. The green-haired leader checks the flood of comments and realizes public opinion is turning against him. He had planned to use the stream to showcase his dominance, but now fears it will only destroy the guild's reputation. The hooded player lands a decisive blow and kills one of the Silver Angels' rankers, Hasane Sabah. As he skids away, his ally warns that even a guild full of rankers can die if they get careless against coordinated ambushes. The hooded fighter answers with confidence that he already has the right tactic in mind. He unleashes a burst of power and declares a hit-and-run strategy. That strategy becomes permafrost, a freezing attack that tears across the battlefield. The eyes snap shut around another victim, drawing out a scream. System alerts confirm that enemy players are being defeated and rewards are being earned, while onlookers realize only one person is known for using permafrost like this. The attacker is identified as Kate, rank 6 of the Sun Guild, the heavens beyond the sky. The revelation spreads at once, and witnesses understand why everyone fell so quickly under her wind cutter and ice attacks. A hooded young man realizes his pursuers have finally chosen to interfere directly and curses them for it. As enemies close in and try to stop his escape, he pushes himself into a desperate sprint. The chase drives him down through a vertical shaft, while his hunters scream for his death and keep gaining. He catches himself with a grappling line at the last moment and buys a breath of relief. Reuniting with a blue-haired ally, he admits he nearly ran out of mana because he had been firing skills recklessly, and the ally points out the obvious cause. He explains that in the confusion of battle, the enemy mistook him for someone named Kate. Apologizing for borrowing that name, he calmly decides to leave the Silver Angels to their fate for now. Elsewhere, a white-haired commander cuts through opponents in a brutal counterattack. A green-haired vice guild master sees bodies dropping and realizes something has gone terribly wrong. He understands the battlefield no longer matches the scenario Marquis Huinan had described. A superior confirms his fear, noting that the stranger who turned the tide is no ordinary tiger-ranked fighter and would have beaten him easily. Even while pressing the attack, the white-haired commander worries that the mounting casualties will let the Big Ten guilds exploit the chaos at full strength. The vice guild master begins to suspect Marquis Huinan deceived him and used him as bait. That suspicion hardens into fury as he realizes he may have been treated like a disposable pawn. Humiliated that an insignificant player outmaneuvered him, he urgently calls for the vice guild master. Before he can finish issuing orders, a mocking voice cuts him off and belittles him as a rookie. He turns to find Jillian standing before him, and the shock nearly drops him where he stands. Looking around at the corpses, he panics at how completely his side has been wiped out. His bravado collapses into pleading as he begs not to die yet. Jillian treats the plea with contempt, asking if that pathetic outburst is really all he has left. He judges the vice guild master utterly disappointing. Jillian kills him, and system notices confirm the guild leader has been defeated and the guild's abilities are being cut by 20% for an hour. As news spreads, spectators mock Evans and the Big Ten for losing despite their money and status. A surviving officer immediately orders the stream shut down so the humiliation stops being broadcast. The feed is cut, leaving viewers staring at access-denied screens and whispering over what just happened. With the enemy commander down, soldiers on the field seize the moment and charge under the general's victory cry. The battlefield erupts as the momentum swings violently. One orange-haired fighter notices the enemy suddenly turning on itself and asks what they should do. He quickly reaches a decision. A blade flashes free. He raises his weapon and orders everyone to arm themselves. Then he gives the real command: help the garrisons instead. When others hesitate, he reminds them to think about how the general protected them under enemy fire. That appeal forces the doubters to reconsider. Rain begins to fall over the battlefield. Under their nation's banners, they decide that even as rebels they cannot side with invaders and profit from their own army's defeat. The order goes out to all forces to strike down Jillian's opportunists. Realizing the situation is turning against him, the green-haired man tries to rally his side to destroy Jillian and drive out the enemy. But he immediately sees the effort is failing too fast. Close combat breaks out everywhere, and the chaos becomes dangerously uncontrollable. He realizes that if the war drags on, the kingdom will lose territory, civilians will suffer, and the country may never recover. To prevent that disaster, he orders a full retreat and tells everyone to run for the nearest warp point. His people obey and flee in a rush. Their enemies spot the retreat and raise the alarm. The pursuers are ordered to stop them and let none escape. Far away, the story shifts to the royal palace of Ramark. Inside, a bloody blade drips onto the palace floor, signaling violence has already begun there. A frightened witness recognizes Sergei and can barely get his name out. Guards rush in demanding an explanation for the scene. Their challenge is answered by someone calmly applauding and mocking their surprise. A smug intruder approaches with a laugh, admitting the situation is worse than it seems and savoring the moment. He reveals he has been waiting a long time for this chance, treating the arrival of royalty as the culmination of his plan. His entrance draws the attention of the court, where the king and queen are formally addressed. Sergei steps forward and coldly demands that the guards lower their weapons, asserting control over the room. The king, startled by Sergei's betrayal, can only ask what he thinks he is doing. Sergei answers with calm contempt, making it clear the royals still do not understand how completely they have been trapped. He openly mocks them as fools. Turning his back like a lecturer, Sergei says they should have investigated his past more carefully before trusting him. He begins laying out the truth behind his identity and motives. Sergei reveals he was raised as a spy in the Empire of Gilead, and his loyalty was never truly theirs. He explains that Gilead deliberately shaped a weak, dependent prince so the neighboring kingdom would be easy to control through him. With cruel satisfaction, Sergei says he manipulated the prince into becoming a substitute ruler, making the takeover nearly effortless. The king is shattered by the realization that the man he trusted has been mocking him all along. Overcome with shame, he collapses beside the queen and admits he was deceived. Sergei casually says conquering a small nation like theirs was only a matter of time, but one obstacle delayed everything. That obstacle is named as General Jillian, catching Sergei off guard only for a moment. He quickly recovers and praises the queen for seeing through the situation faster than the king did. Sergei singles her out as unusually perceptive, confirming that she understands the real danger. The royals ask in fear what he intends to do with them, and whether he plans to kill them. Sergei says he has no intention of repaying their kindness with death and claims he will spare them. But his mercy comes with a condition. He orders the king to accompany him to the Empire of Gilead, making the true price of survival immediate submission. The king realizes he is not being spared at all, but taken away as a hostage. Humiliated and weeping, he blames himself for ignoring Jillian's warnings and letting the kingdom fall this far. As Sergei turns away, the broken king can only ask forgiveness for his foolish brother. Sergei dismisses him as an idiot and shifts his attention to the final stage of the operation. He activates a magical device, announcing that they will now watch General Jillian meet his end. A glowing display opens before the king and queen, forcing them to witness what is happening elsewhere. Outside in the rain, a report reaches Prince Roy that the intruders have already fled. With only the garrison and revolutionary army remaining, his side asks what they should do next. Roy faces the battlefield in tense silence, weighing the situation. Nearby, his companions realize they will probably have to confront Jillian directly now. One of them studies Roy's condition, searching for any sign that he is faltering. The answer comes that Roy looks tired but is still holding himself together and remains dangerous. They recall that the enemy scenario was built to recreate the Sorcerer King incident, and that Nick's fragment is protecting Roy for only a limited time. Before anyone can act, the scenario itself activates a secret attack and locks out player interference. It goes further by forcibly dismissing any familiars unrelated to the scenario, stripping away outside support. Roy struggles against the restriction, furious that he is being prevented from moving freely. At that moment, figures close in on him from multiple directions. One masked attacker seizes Roy and warns him not to resist or reveal himself with the scene. The assassin declares they will leave as soon as they complete their objective, making clear Roy is only a means to an end. Elsewhere, the ground splits with sudden force, signaling the start of a violent confrontation. General Jillian notices the disturbance and immediately understands that something serious has begun. He finds himself surrounded by black-clad assassins who have come specifically for him. Their identity is revealed as the Dark Wings, an infamous syndicate known for killing even saint candidates a century ago. Their reputation is underscored by a long history of successful missions and overwhelming skill. They invoke orders from their hidden leader, the Dark King, whose authority they obey without question. Those orders are simple. Jillian is to face them alone. The assassins present the terms of the encounter as a forced choice between survival and death. They finally reveal the real threat behind the ultimatum. If Jillian refuses, they will unleash poison that will cause mass civilian casualties, forcing him to decide quickly. A powerful gust sweeps the battlefield as a final bargain is offered. If the old general chooses to accept it, the safety of the hostages will be guaranteed no matter how this battle ends. With enemies closing in around him, Jillian is pressed to make his decision immediately. He answers by drawing his blade, making clear that he will not submit quietly. The veteran warns his foes to honor their promise, even as he prepares to kill them if they betray it. He explodes into motion and tears through the surrounding assassins in a single violent surge. Blood and rain mix as his charge continues, overwhelming the attackers before they can regroup. The surviving Dark Wings realize too late that they are the ones being hunted. Even under a storm of blades, Jillian keeps cutting forward and turning their assault aside. Though slashed and bleeding, he forces himself onward through sheer will. The clash intensifies into a blur of impacts as both sides trade desperate strikes. Jillian drives through the chaos despite the punishment his body is taking. Another blade carves into him, showing that every step of his advance is costing him dearly. By the time he stops, he is drenched in blood and barely holding himself upright. He struggles for breath, his body clearly nearing its limit. Watching from nearby, one observer bluntly realizes that Jillian is dying. That same observer finally understands why players are forbidden from interfering directly in matters like this. He reflects that if the choice had been his alone, he would have saved Jillian at once, but doing so would have doomed the Revolutionary Army instead. Before the enemy can exploit Jillian's weakness, another attacker rushes in and strikes. Jillian meets the blow and sends the force of it sweeping away around him. The battlefield falls into a heavy rumble as the last exchange settles and the outcome becomes clear. Seeing his sword still raised, Jillian allows himself a grim, knowing smile. As his opponent is thrown back, Jillian recognizes that he has won. The enemy leader staggers in disbelief, admitting that Jillian wiped out his entire Dark Wings unit almost instantly. Jillian answers by telling him he should take pride in that feat. He declares that Jillian has become the first person in history to annihilate a full platoon of Dark Wings. Then the enemy leader collapses dead in the mud, leaving Jillian standing alone. With their commander gone, the remaining enemy forces receive the order to retreat and immediately withdraw. Jillian dismisses them with contempt, unimpressed even in victory. But the moment the danger passes, his body starts to give way. Roy rushes toward him in alarm as the general falters. The garrison erupts into panic, calling for healers and potions as they realize how badly he is hurt. Jillian roars for Roy to stay back, refusing help on his own terms. He declares that only one master has the right to command him, and Roy is not his king. Roy protests that this is no time for stubbornness, but Jillian refuses to bend. Instead, Jillian addresses the garrison and gives them his final order: join forces with the Revolutionary Army. He explains that the army exists to defend the people, not merely to preserve itself. A weapon meant to protect the innocent must never be used to place them in danger, so he orders them to go and keep the people safe. The soldiers beg him to come with them, insisting that this is exactly why they cannot leave him behind. Jillian can only apologize, already resolved to part from them. He says he cannot turn his back on the king again, and will remain at his sovereign's side until his last breath. Roy can only call his name, unable to stop him. At that moment, Carpe approaches through the rain, revealing that he had been waiting to see what choice Jillian would make. Carpe greets him with amused approval, having expected this stubborn answer all along. Facing him directly, Jillian asks the more important question now: how much time he has left. Judging from his own condition, he calmly measures the end that is approaching. He concludes that he has only about 10 minutes remaining. Carpe accepts that estimate and immediately begins thinking ahead. He shifts into a fighting stance, ready to act within the little time left. Jillian smiles, unsurprised by Carpe's response. With gratitude and full understanding, Jillian thanks Carpe as the two prepare for what comes next. In the rain, the old warrior thanks Carpe and insists he wants to meet death as a warrior, urging him not to grieve for him. Carpe tries to deny what the old man means, but his confusion already gives away how deeply the farewell is affecting him. The old warrior sees through him at once and points out that Carpe is crying. Carpe hurriedly wipes his face, trying to hide his emotion behind the excuse of the rain. The old man laughs off the lie, accepts the answer without pressing it, and keeps the mood steady between them. Knowing his time is almost over, he shifts from farewell to action and prepares Carpe for one last exchange. He tells Carpe to ready himself, making clear that this final moment will be settled through combat. With no more hesitation, he launches forward despite his failing condition. Carpe meets the charge head-on, summoning his strength for the clash. Their attacks tear through the air with lethal force as the duel begins in earnest. Carpe drives in close, turning the old man's momentum into a brutal close-range exchange. Steel and force collide, and the impact shakes the battlefield. The old warrior revels in it, delighted that his death will come in a worthy fight. Even as he accepts the end, he regrets only that he cannot savor this battle longer. Carpe presses the advantage and lands the decisive blow. The old man acknowledges the strike without bitterness, agreeing that the moment is indeed a mighty shame to lose. His body finally gives way, and he drops heavily before Carpe. Struggling for breath, he uses his last strength to call Carpe closer. Carpe, shaken and exhausted, realizes the end has truly come. He kneels at once, answering with the respect due to a master and elder. Carpe leans in and gives him his full attention for the final words. The dying warrior says he is glad they could cross blades at the end of his life and offers Carpe his sincere thanks. Carpe clenches his fist, struggling to contain his grief. He answers that serving him was an honor and thanks him for everything he has done. The old man gently returns the gratitude, saying it was his pleasure. He reflects that he has lived long enough and admits he has been tired for quite some time. As dawn rises, he notes the returning sun and addresses Carpe one last time. Carpe remains before him in silence, witnessing the final peace settling over him. The old warrior closes his eyes and says he would like to rest now. With the sunrise over him, Jillian Hilskane's long undefeated legend comes to its end. Elsewhere, Sergei exults over Jillian's death, treating the fall of the old legend as a triumph. Freed of that obstacle, he casually urges the queen to come with him, assuming resistance is pointless. When she refuses, he turns back in surprise, not expecting defiance. Her resolve hardens instead of breaking. The queen declares through tears that she will not follow Sergei to Gilead. Sergei dismisses her refusal, arguing that she is doomed either way and might as well submit. He then mockingly asks what future she thinks she has left as queen. With open menace, he offers her survival only if she abandons her king forever and binds herself to him instead. She rejects him outright, condemning him as a vile traitor already destined for ruin. Sergei accepts her answer coldly and drops any pretense of persuasion. He raises his hand, deciding that if she will not yield, he will kill her. As his guards move in, he frames her death as a regrettable necessity rather than murder. A lethal strike is unleashed toward the throne, but the queen reacts instantly, drawing a hidden blade instead of waiting to die. She bursts upward through the attack, turning the assassination attempt into her opening. In midair, her expression sharpens from royal composure into a fighter's focus. She cuts through the guards in a rapid flurry before they can contain her. Then she drives her blade into Sergei himself at close range. Reeling back and clutching his wounded shoulder, Sergei realizes she is far more dangerous than he believed. Staring at her in shock, he demands to know what she truly is. A blue-haired man recognizes a rapier and is stunned by what that implies. The memory reveals the swordswoman as Eleanor Hilskane, a knight of the Hilskane family. Eleanor had once declared with absolute confidence that no one in the kingdom could defeat her. Her opponent refused to accept that someone so young could have ruined his carefully laid plans. As his disbelief turned to outrage, Eleanor moved to end the confrontation herself. She struck him down in a single decisive blow. The man collapsed at her feet, leaving Eleanor standing over the failed plot. A blonde noble hurried in, confused by the scene, while another man begged the queen's forgiveness. He explained that his grandfather had secretly prepared a way to protect her, and that he had only just managed to use it in time. He reminded her that she had once saved him from a beast, and that he had devoted himself to repaying that debt ever since. Overcome, the queen realized he still remembered that old act of kindness. When she faltered, he gently reassured her and took her hand. He urged her to forgive her own past mistakes. Eleanor pledged that even if the people never stopped blaming the queen, she herself would serve her until death. Hearing that vow left the queen shaken and deeply moved. The two shared a quiet moment of trust and reconciliation. Back in the present, a system alert announced that the soul stone in Roy's inventory was reacting strongly, and he realized he had found what he was looking for. He recalled the rule that a soul can only be stored in a stone of lower level unless the target willingly consents. That made the situation clear to him. Jillian wanted to enter the stone. When the prompt asked whether he accepted Jillian's soul, Roy agreed without hesitation. Power surged around the old man as the transfer began. In a blinding flash, Jillian's soul was drawn into the stone. Roy emerged from the light holding the result of that choice. A red-haired ally thanked him as the soul transfer completed. He explained that Jillian could finally rest in peace because of Roy. The old warrior's body remained behind, emptied of the burden he had carried. His face settled into calm, as if death had finally become peaceful. Roy accepted that outcome with quiet relief, but he immediately sensed there was more he should not reveal yet. The soul stone resonated wildly in his hand, and Roy took it as Jillian's warning to keep silent. Satisfied that he had found the proper soul for the stone, Roy decided his task here was finished. He left believing the kingdom's remaining troubles would resolve without him. Elsewhere, the revolutionary army rallied the people to overthrow the tyrant and expel the evil army. A commander answered that call by ordering the city gates opened. His men obeyed at once. The gates gave way under the force of the assault. Jillian's garrison and the revolutionary army pushed into the capital, and the enemies were collapsed when the people saw the tide had turned. Once it became known that the revolutionary leader had been the missing first prince, surrender spread quickly. The revolution's banner rose over the city. That victory marked the end of the war, and the people openly celebrated it. Later, Calm returned to the palace. Roy and Carpe were formally welcomed back and thanked for everything they had done. Roy brushed off the praise, but his changed appearance drew notice. The former queen explained that she no longer held that title. She had been appointed commander of the border fort once held by her grandfather, because Gillian might attack again. Roy accepted the explanation, though the change carried obvious weight. She added that the former king had also been assigned to the fort, stripped down to the lowest officer rank. He had chosen to spend the rest of his life serving the country there. That image of humbled service replaced the authority he once carried. She then turned to one more unresolved matter. Sergei had been arrested. Carpe pieces together a dangerous connection and realizes the priest he met may be tied to a larger conspiracy. He is told that Gravekeeper Hayes was assassinated and that the priest likely serves Gillian as well, confirming the Empire's hidden involvement. The revelation hits hard enough to leave him reeling. The scheme becomes clear. The Empire of Gillian truly backed the Sorcerer King's scenario quest. Once the report is accepted, the exchange shifts from intelligence to reward. A sealed chest is produced, signaling that they are finally ready to show him what Ramark left behind. The court official presents the relic as Ramark's inheritance for him to inspect. What emerges is the true form of Linder of Darkness, not a person but an empty armored vessel. Carpe is prompted to claim it, and the relic responds to his authority. With a command, the dormant armor is activated. The construct surges to life and descends before him as if answering a new master. The attendants marvel that this is Linder's genuine form, a relic whose combat power surpasses even the others. Because Linder has no soul of its own, they ask Carpe to give the relic a new name. He immediately knows what to call it. Remembering the old king who guided him, Carpe draws on that bond to choose a fitting name. He names the relic Gillian, tying it to the king's legacy. With that settled, the officials move on to his next privilege, a contribution reward tied to his service to Ramark. The system is summoned to calculate what he can claim. A reward list appears and shows that Carpe has accumulated 3,871 Ramark contribution points. He scans the options and notices both a unique class weapon and a random gear box that can yield anything from rare to legendary. He quickly checks the cost of the weapon and sees that he can afford it. When told he need not hesitate over the list, he asks to see the weapon first. At that moment, the system recognizes his deeds and grants him the title Savior of Ramark, unlocking a hidden reward. As he steps forward, the hidden reward begins to reveal itself. He realizes the secret reward is Gillian's sword. The weapon is identified as Heavy Power Sword, Gravity Blade, a unique class sword with continent-level prestige and powerful gravity-based effects. The officials explain it was once meant to remain a national treasure in Eleanor's honor, but that decision was opposed. The princess argues that a weapon only has meaning when someone worthy wields it, and that her grandfather would never have wanted it left to gather dust. Carpe accepts the reasoning and understands why the sword is being offered. Now he faces the real dilemma. Take Gillian's sword or gamble on the random box. The choice weighs on him because either option could change his future. He paces in thought, trying to decide between certainty and chance. Even after long consideration, he still cannot settle it. His companion warns him not to get seduced by the random box, but Carpe's answer makes it obvious that gambling on luck is exactly what tempts him. The warning only reminds him how badly he wants the box, even if it is clearly a weakness. An official notices his hesitation and asks if he is struggling to choose his reward. Carpe admits that he is. The official reassures him that another path exists. Because his standing with the royal family and Drac is now maxed, a temporary quest appears. Attend the king's coronation to earn enough contribution points for both rewards. Carpe is startled to learn he can gain more points instead of sacrificing one option. He is formally invited to the coronation, where the kingdom's political transition will create that opportunity. The story jumps to the coronation itself, where the new king stands before the people in full regalia. As the ceremony concludes, Carpe slips away through the crowd, having secured both the gravity blade and the random gear box. Outside, he reflects that the long national-level quest tied to the third relic is finally over. His companion checks on him, and Carpe admits the ordeal was worthwhile because Gillian taught him a great deal. That thought makes him remember the farewell he never gave. He wonders if it was really alright to leave without saying goodbye to Gillian. The answer comes immediately as the newly named Linder of Darkness, Gillian, appears in armored form and cheerfully brushes off the concern. Carpe points out that the others will be heartbroken when they realize he is gone. But Gillian is already enjoying his freedom, standing beside Carpe as if he has chosen this new life without regret. As Gillian watches an old man celebrate retirement in the forest, he assumes the man must have been pushed to his limit by work. A companion warns Gillian that traveling with him will be unfamiliar territory. Gillian turns toward Lord Carpe, unsure what he is about to hear. The armored knight pledges himself as Gillian's new servant and eagerly welcomes the chance to fight beside him again. System notices confirm Gillian has recruited the Sorcerer King's third relic, gained its affinity, and earned contribution rewards, leaving him stunned by how much he has just acquired. A sharp command snaps someone back to attention. In an icy chamber, Kate wakes furious that the person screaming for help looked exactly like her. She complains that the resemblance is so strong it could fool anyone, while someone nearby tries to calm her down. Gunther brushes off the confusion over names and tells Kate she should be used to people mixing identities by now. He adds that the real problem is the public backlash, because people are already blaming their guild for the imposter. Kate reveals she considered proving her innocence with her play log, but doing so would expose the hidden quest she secretly took on, which she finds deeply unfair. Gunther realizes the scandal may actually benefit them. He proposes they simply accept the misunderstanding, leaving Kate baffled by his sudden opportunism. Gunther reminds her she has always despised the Silver Angels and argues this is their chance to wipe them out for good. Kate falls silent as she weighs what he is suggesting. With a weary sigh, she questions whether Gunther is seriously pushing this plan. Gunther denies being serious, but his evasive answer only confirms he is exactly the sort of person who would ask. He abruptly drops the subject and urges her to focus on finding the frozen flame instead. As they move on, Kate notes that whoever can use a skill like hers must be someone disturbingly close to her in ability or identity. Elsewhere, Jillian is about to speak when his body suddenly betrays him. He sneezes violently, and his companion jokes that he somehow caught a cold from an online game. Jillian plays along, embarrassed, while the other man laughs that it would be awkward to keep insulting him after what happened earlier. The conversation shifts to their next destination, and Jillian leans on flattery to get the answer. His companion smugly enjoys the praise before finally giving in. He reveals that their next stop is Zenonia. A new quest clue appears, directing Jillian to a villa in the kingdom of Zenonia where the Sorcerer King once lived and where the Fourth Relics Trail begins. They arrive in Zenonia, a large and prosperous city. The city immediately bombards them with eager merchants, including one pushing discounted potions. A blacksmith joins in, offering to restore Jillian's worn weapons. Amid the crowded market noise, Jillian's companion points out that Zenonia's wealth and scale make it one of the continent's great powers. Faced with such a massive city, Jillian wonders how they are supposed to locate a single hidden clue. He questions whether they can really find it here at all. His companion confidently says they do not need to search the whole city. He stops Jillian and tells him the clue is already right in front of him. Jillian struggles to believe what he is hearing. Then he sees it. The towering structure before them is the clue. His companion reminds him of their first meeting, when Jillian became the Sorcerer Monarch. He recalls meeting Drac during the junk shop quest, when Drac asked for the Sorcerer King's name. Because Jillian shared that information, his companion later built enough affinity with Drac to gain access to more secrets. Jillian suddenly realizes where this explanation is leading. His companion confirms he learned the answer on the very day they arrived in Zenonia, leaving Jillian baffled at how quickly he solved it. With a grin, he explains that he already entered the tower himself. He recounts discovering a hidden door while climbing the Red Tower stairs. Inside, he found a room packed with books. Searching through the dusty archives, he uncovered something important. For the first time, he found the Sorcerer King's true name, Dreadsure. He admits the tower had seemed ordinary before, but suggests it may change once the Sorcerer King's descendant appears. The implication is clear. The tower itself may react to Jillian's presence. Accepting the point, Jillian turns his attention to the tower and wonders how many floors it contains. As voices murmur nearby, Jillian senses something and looks up in alert confusion. In the crowded plaza, the young mage steels himself as someone points out a famous player's arrival. Eden appears, and the crowd's attention shifts immediately to the celebrated swordswoman. Her admirers swarm her with praise, making it clear she is a major celebrity among players. The mage learns that Eden wields Heavenly Sword, a weapon usually seen only in the Spearhead ranking event, which surprises him because elite players normally avoid low-level zones. His companion explains that this area is different because the Red Tower's surroundings are a non-PK zone, making it an exception. With that explanation, the mage starts to understand why someone of Eden's level would be here. He is also reminded of the tower's structure. Every 4th floor is a safe zone, and every 10th floor holds a boss. As climbers go higher, the difficulty rises enough to break parties apart, forcing abandoned players to regroup with whoever remains. Those temporary alliances often ignore guild lines, with battered survivors from different guilds joining together just to keep climbing. His companion adds that some players can carry several missions at once on certain floors, though that detail should not matter to him yet. Before he can dwell on it, Eden's attention suddenly turns toward him. She walks straight over, making it seem for a moment as if she has singled him out. The unexpected approach leaves him completely flustered. Eden closes in with calm purpose while he struggles to understand what is happening. Instead of showing interest in him, she simply tells him he is blocking her path. His romantic panic collapses into embarrassment as he realizes he misunderstood everything. He hurriedly steps aside and lets her pass, trying to recover his dignity. His friend immediately mocks him for imagining there was something special in the encounter. As Eden moves on, her icy ring reacts sharply, as if warning her away from the mage. The spirit-bound weapon flares with cold power, signaling that it has sensed something unusual in him. Eden continues forward, but both of them are left unsettled by the brief contact. She quietly questions what exactly her weapon just detected. The answer lies in Snowstorm, the highest level ice spirit sealed in her sword, which only trembles like that when it feels fear. Eden concludes that the mage carries something extraordinary if even Snowstorm reacted to him that way. One of her teammates notices her pause and asks what distracted her. Another teases that she must have slowed down because she was interested in the man. Eden dismisses the joke and tells them to keep moving. Privately, though, she admits the encounter caught her attention. She decides that if they meet again inside the tower, she will question him about Snowstorm's reaction. As she walks away, the mage glances back, sensing that the moment may not be over. He watches her leave, still affected by the strange exchange. The crowd keeps calling for Eden, reinforcing how famous and in demand she is. Even bystanders remark on her celebrity, while the mage and his companion turn back to their own business. They decide to stop watching and focus on entering the tower, starting with a random gearbox. The mage abruptly halts his companion, having thought of a better opportunity. With a grin, he says he has found the perfect place to try something. He approaches the tower entrance and activates a glowing interface. Reaching into the system window, he attempts to enter the ancient tower. The interface warns that another player is already inside and explains that the dungeon's difficulty scales with party size, then asks whether he still wants to enter an unknown tower, and he agrees. When nothing happens, he is baffled that the entry did not work. He assumes it might just be a glitch as the portal flickers strangely. Instead, the system recognizes a special mana signature, authenticates him, and announces that he will be transferred to a special stage under the authority of the Tower of the Sorcerer King Dreadshur. Caught off guard, he protests as the teleportation begins before he can stop it. In an instant, he is warped into an ornate chamber deep within the tower. Dazed, he complains that the system could at least have given him time to brace himself. As he looks around, the room's grand machinery and magical architecture make it clear he has arrived somewhere far more important than a normal floor. His companion appears with him, and realizes they may have stumbled into the hidden backstory of the tower's owner, Dreadshur. The mage turns, confused by the sudden mention of a story. His companion confirms it, and begins recounting the legend. Long ago, an evil mage lived on the continent. That mage, Dreadshur, ruled with overwhelming power, setting up the dark history behind the tower they have just entered. A figure recalls the old mage's belief that humans are inherently weak. Driven by that contempt, the mage resolved to surpass mortality itself and rise to godhood. To pursue that ambition, he raised a colossal tower and poured every resource and years of labor into it until it dominated the world. But the gods rejected his challenge and declared that a mere mage could never rival divine authority. Their answer was immediate judgment, a radiant punishment descending from above. The divine strike obliterated the tower's heights in a single catastrophic blast. The mage was sealed deep underground, while the tower's upper floors collapsed back to earth. Afterward, his empire fractured into many nations, and even its common language splintered, leaving people divided by the same ruin that ended him. When the tale ends, Carpe reflects that it resembles the myth of the Tower of Babel. He wonders how people in this world would interpret a story like that. He turns to the others for their view on what the legend really means. Tina and Mirage conclude that it likely refers to the patron spirit war and that the victors probably shaped the story to suit themselves. A knight agrees and notes that the pattern fits other distorted legends, including stories about a king and a woman from Ramark. Carpe accepts that history is written by winners and realizes the Sorcerer King's image may have been deliberately altered. That only deepens his curiosity about the tower's true purpose, and he is told the answer lies inside. A hand points him toward a specific place hidden within the room. Following the direction, Carpe approaches and reaches out uncertainly. A sealed doorway responds with magic and opens a path forward. Carpe steels himself and steps through despite his nerves. The mechanism gives way, confirming he has entered something long concealed. He emerges alone into a hidden chamber beyond the wall. Before he can orient himself, an unseen voice addresses him like an expected guest. The familiarity of that voice unsettles him, and he immediately senses something recognizable about its owner. A presence stirs nearby, drawing his full attention. A silver-haired man appears and casually admits he was getting bored waiting for Carpe. He welcomes Carpe as a descendant and reveals himself as the master of the tower. Outside, Tina and Mirage are stunned to realize the legendary Lord Dreadshur is involved. The man greets them warmly, amused that they still act the same despite the absurdity of meeting a young version of Dreadshur. Their confusion only grows as they try to make sense of him. A knight cuts through the misunderstanding and states plainly that this is not Linder. The figure explains that Linder died after exhausting his mana, though he remarks that Carpe's new darkness seems strong enough to inherit what remains. He laughs off the compliment and shifts the conversation toward proper introductions. Calling himself Dreadshur Akram, he acknowledges Carpe must have many questions but asks for Carpe's name first. Carpe faces him directly, still wary but ready to engage. After introducing himself, Carpe immediately asks what Dreadshur is doing here. He explains that he had heard Dreadshur vanished after sealing the patron spirits at the end of the war, making this encounter impossible to ignore. The man clarifies that he is not the original Dreadshur at all, but a fragment of his character and memory left behind. He was sealed in the tower as a surviving consciousness because the real Dreadshur had nearly spent all his power during the war. Even someone unrivaled could not preserve his mind for centuries without mana, so only this remnant endured. That remnant says he awakened as soon as Carpe's mana pattern was confirmed and is pleased Carpe arrived so quickly. He urges Carpe to act before the remaining restraints disappear, drawing attention to the ropes that still bind the tower's authority. Then he makes his true offer. He intends to hand operational control of the magic tower over to Carpe. He presses Carpe for an answer, asking whether he will accept. Carpe instantly grasps the scale of the opportunity, realizing the tower is one of the most valuable assets in the world. The sheer magnitude of that inheritance leaves him briefly overwhelmed. Then his hesitation vanishes, and he eagerly accepts, convinced no one else is better suited to take it. Dreadsure approves of that spirit, and invites any final question before they proceed. Carpe uses the chance to ask the one thing that still bothers him most: why Dreadsure built such an extraordinary tower in the first place. Dreadsure pauses as if considering a profound answer. Instead, he bluntly admits he built it out of boredom, leaving Carpe stunned that the truth is really that ridiculous. Dreadsure casually explains that the magic tower used to be his playground, and now that humans own it, he is amused to see them treating his former home as a game arena. With a smug laugh, he ends the tour and tells them to follow him if they want to know more. They are led deeper into the tower, into a grand magical chamber tied to its core functions. Dreadsure steps onto a magic circle and prepares to transfer authority over the tower. He begins a formal spell, invoking the tower's systems through an old chant. As the incantation continues, the magic circle responds and the transfer ritual takes hold. The ritual surges outward in a violent rush of power as the tower recognizes its new arrangement. The recipient is caught off guard by how abruptly the process unfolds. The first delegation of rights is completed, granting access to basic information about the tower. The new authority holder learns the tower currently contains 73,114 parties, that the highest progress reached is the 29th floor, and that fuller control requires secondary rights. Dreadsure mocks the idea that he would hand over everything at once, and teases the new owner for shamelessly expecting more. He immediately sets a condition: to earn secondary rights, the new owner must defeat the sorcerer King Dreadsure in a challenge, and success would grant control over the first 10 floors and the 4th rule. He points out a back door and explains that taking it will send the challenger to the tower's first floor, where the trial begins. The challenge is identified as a subjugation quest, and the protagonist accepts it without hesitation. Before moving on, Tina stops Dreadsure with a question about her lost memories. Dreadsure turns to hear her out while she presses for answers. Tina explains that both her own memories and mirages were damaged, leaving only a fog where important parts should be, and asks whether he knows why. Dreadsure considers the question instead of dismissing it. He admits he does know the cause and reveals that suppressors were placed on most of the dolls, including the 2 of them, under a specific regulation. Tina immediately demands to know why such a thing was done. Dreadsure says he cannot answer that yet, suspecting the original body had a reason but lacking any way to verify it now. He adds that his only purpose is to pass the tower's rights onward, and that the main body erased whatever information it considered unnecessary. A companion tries to comfort Tina by saying her memories may return as she grows stronger, but the reassurance lands poorly. Dreadsure cuts the discussion short, saying he has explained all he will for now and promising more only if they clear the 10th floor and return. He warns that the coming trial will not be easy, especially since he personally shaped this tower. The protagonist accepts the warning with dry confidence. They head toward the first floor route, and Dreadsure explains that the monsters between floors 40 and 49 grow stronger the higher one climbs. The protagonist judges that difficulty manageable at his current level and keeps moving. Without warning, a trap triggers ahead of them. Hostile creatures burst out in a sudden ambush, turning the staircase into a kill zone. The protagonist answers instantly with a blazing counterattack, cutting through the threat before it can close in. He follows with a fireball that wipes out the remaining monsters in one sweep. As the smoke clears, he notes that the monsters are stronger than those on the lower floors, matching Dreadsure's warning. He pauses, noticing something else nearby that may be more valuable than the fight itself. Remembering Supreme's navigation guidance, he works out which brick conceals a mechanism that can disable the next volley of arrow traps and reveal a hidden reward. Pleased that the navigation system is still useful, he follows the clue. He reaches the hidden spot and realizes the reward is an old chest left from the tutorial clear reward. The chest begins to break apart with age, showing how long it has been left untouched. His companion complains that the chest is so rusted it hardly seems worth opening, mocking how far his standards have fallen. The protagonist suddenly remembers that tutorial rewards could include items whose value was hidden until appraised. He identifies the chest's contents as an unappraised item and decides to unlock it anyway. The seal breaks, and the tower system reveals the item's true identity. He obtains a unique weapon, Charging Lance, La Mancha, a ride-restricted spear with strong physical stats, increased damage based on movement speed, and a chance to destroy a target's armor on impact. He is thrilled by the rare find, while his companion bitterly predicts that such absurd luck will cause trouble someday. Tina then addresses him respectfully, drawing his attention. She sincerely congratulates him and admires the lance, clearly captivated by it. He notices her interest immediately. Seeing that the weapon suits her better, he offers to give the lance to Tina instead. But he makes it clear that the gift comes with a condition. His condition is simple and forceful. If she takes the lance, she has to charge into battle with it. A kobold is caught in a violent red force as something powerful closes in on it. The creature is swept away with a panicked roar before it can resist. Tiana focuses coldly, unleashing controlled radiant power. Her Radiant Knight ability wipes out the nearby monsters while boosting her allies' strength. Watching from below, the administrator is stunned that a simple lance turned her into a floor-clearing force. Elsewhere, Jinhyuk races upward through multiple floors at once, crediting Tiana and the others for making the climb effortless. He arrives at the first shelter, a quiet hall marked by monuments. Stepping inside, he enters a place crowded with players and tension. The shelter is full of anxious talk about assassins and a plan to survive long enough to bring down the boss. Jinhyuk notes that the crowd makes sense since this is the first shelter everyone reaches. His attention shifts to a stone monument standing in the hall. He studies it from a distance, recognizing its purpose. He realizes the monument resembles the one in Nuzi where he defeated the Hell Beast. That memory brings back the image of the flaming monster from that earlier battle. A system prompt appears as he reaches toward the monument. It confirms his ranking for clearing the 10th floor, and he is pleased to be first there as well. Satisfied, he immediately decides to alter the record instead of leaving it as is. He reaches out and resolves to rewrite the monument's entry. The system warns that the boss awaits on the 10th floor and asks whether he wants to enter. He accepts without hesitation. A teleportation light engulfs him and sends him onward. He enters the 10th floor boss stage. Inside, he finds an empty arena and recognizes the setup as another special boss floor. Remembering the Hell Beast encounter, he assumes the boss simply needs to be drawn out and defeated. His companion explains that many boss floors have unusual conditions, though not all of them work like this. He learns that some boss stages are designed as special missions meant to pressure challengers, but his own power should make this manageable. A red summoning field suddenly spreads through the arena. The system announces the appearance of the Kobold Chief. Jinhyuk answers the threat with a confident grin rather than concern. As the boss and its minions rush in, the system signals the start of battle. He judges the level 60 boss to be weaker than the white tiger he faced before and decides this is the perfect place to finish Hyang's evolution mission. The mission condition appears: defeat 3 bosses stronger than the player without the player personally joining the fight. When asked whether there is at least a time attack reward, he learns there is no prize beyond having the result recorded on the monument. With no extra reward worth chasing, he drops any thought of handling it himself. He turns the battle over entirely to Tiana and Hyang. The two eagerly accept, thrilled to be entrusted with the fight. The Kobold Chief charges in aggressively, expecting an easy kill. Jinhyuk stands his ground and lets the monster come straight to him. At the last moment, he calmly calls it closer, utterly unafraid. The fight ends almost immediately with the Kobold Chief defeated, bonus points awarded, and Jinhyuk amused that being carried is so efficient for leveling. A new system notice reveals that the player is now a sub-administrator of the tower, and can move freely to any floor he has cleared. More magical circles flare up as additional progress is registered, including the opening of the 9th and 11th floors. Jinhyuk decides his next priority is to meet Dretch again. To do that, he chooses to head for the 9th floor first. He teleports to the 9th floor in a swirl of purple magic. There, the system confirms the 10th floor quest is complete, and grants him facility placement rights for areas below the 10th floor. Reviewing the options, he sees that the 9th floor can host a magic shop or a healing spring, with the first installation free, and a prompt teases him about becoming rich. That suggestion instantly locks onto his greed. He chooses the magic shop, already imagining the money it will bring as the installation begins. At the same moment elsewhere in the tower, players feel a sudden tremor and realize something major has just changed. A strange sign appears, and the group realizes something new has manifested nearby. They decide to investigate the source instead of ignoring it. The door is opened, pushing the search forward. Inside, they discover a shop packed with potions, suggesting an unexpected resource point in the tower. One of them immediately checks the goods more closely, sensing an opportunity. The prices turn out to be absurdly high, far beyond what basic healing potions should cost. While the others hesitate, Carpe quietly decides to exploit the situation and tells his companion to wait. He heads deeper into the shop with a plan already forming. Approaching the customers, he casually confirms they are buying potions and inserts himself into their decision. He frames the purchase as practical for surviving future fights, making the overpriced stock sound useful rather than suspicious. His target starts to doubt the pricing only after Carpe plants the idea, but the hesitation comes too late. Impatience wins out, and the customer decides to buy first and worry about fairness later. Others rush in as well, turning the hesitation into a buying frenzy. Carpe smugly notes that his scheme is working exactly as intended. The system records multiple potion sales, and Carpe earns silver from the shop while tax is deducted to the tower administration. With the immediate cleanup done, the focus returns to the artifact quest that matters most. Carpe agrees, recognizing that the artifact remains their real objective. At that moment, the trial is officially cleared, marking a major milestone in the tower. The administrator acknowledges Carpe's rapid progress and promotes him from sub-administrator to main administrator. But the promotion comes with a warning: the title alone changes little, and true authority must still be earned by climbing the tower. He explains that even clearing every floor would not grant absolute control, because recognition from the other administrators is also required. Carpe is caught off guard to learn that he is not the only administrator tied to the tower. The answer is obvious to the administrator. A structure this old could only have endured through multiple overseers. Carpe turns his attention fully to this larger system, realizing the tower's power structure is far more complex than he assumed. A special quest appears, revealing that to inherit the magic tower properly he must gain recognition from several ancient beings within it. The administrator clarifies that there are 5 administrators in total, and Carpe must secure their approval because strength alone will not replace them. Seeing Carpe drift into thought over the enormous rewards, the administrator calls him back to the conversation. Carpe is stunned by how valuable the quest rewards are and can barely process what is being offered. The scale of the possible gains overwhelms him, and he realizes he could claim all of it for himself. His companion dryly points out that the rewards are fair compensation for what the climb demands. He reminds Carpe that conquering all 100 floors is an extreme challenge, so the prize only looks excessive at first glance. That explanation only makes Carpe more bitter about how brutal the tower was in the past and how little support earlier climbers received. The administrator cuts through the rant and redirects him to the urgent matter, the next artifact. He reveals that the 4th artifact is connected to floor 22, though even he does not know more than that clue. The quest updates, confirming that the Demon King hid the 4th artifact on the 22nd floor. The administrator advises Carpe not to burden himself with duty and to pursue the mission only on his own terms. He adds that inheriting the Demon King's power and artifacts will likely isolate Carpe, making the road ahead even harder. Carpe accepts that reality and answers with resolve, making clear he has no intention of passively enduring whatever comes. Satisfied, the administrator says his role is finished and that Carpe must now handle matters himself. Before leaving, he entrusts 2 children in his care to Carpe as his final request. He plainly asks Carpe to look after them. Then he departs in a burst of magic, ending his guidance. Carpe thanks him as the farewell closes that chapter. Afterward, Carpe resumes climbing and cuts through floor 11 with ease using wind magic. He follows by blasting through floor 14 with fire, showing how quickly his combat pace is accelerating. Repeated victories push him to level 59, and the system rewards him with bonus points. Even so, he knows the easy stretch is ending and warns that the real difficulty begins at floor 21. From that point onward, the monster's levels rise past 80, making the climb far more dangerous. That threshold reminds Carpe of another concern, and his thoughts shift to a rival party. He wonders whether the party led by Heavenly Sword has already managed to clear floor 30. Seeing another guild clear a much higher floor, Carpe admits the gap in level is real, but instead of discouraging him it only sharpens his resolve. He treats that difference as motivation rather than defeat. On the 15th floor, he follows his companion through the dungeon, while considering how to gain an edge. His companion calls him over and points out a suspicious wall. He is told to break it down, suggesting there is something hidden behind it. To make sure it works, his companion urges him to use a strong attack instead of holding back. Carpe hesitates at the sudden order until he is tempted with the promise of a hidden piece. The mention of secret loot instantly wins him over, and he eagerly prepares to smash the wall. He gathers power into his strike, committing fully to the attempt. His blow caves the wall in with overwhelming force. The barrier collapses, opening a concealed route. Even Carpe is startled by how absurdly effective the attack was. A system notice confirms they have uncovered a secret passage leading to a treasure goblin hideout. With the hidden path revealed, they move into the newly opened space. Carpe immediately wonders whether going deeper will lead to even greater rewards. He advances carefully into the secret area. Before long, he spots the target at the end of the passage, a treasure goblin carrying a bundle. Realizing the goblin is already loaded with loot, Carpe sees it as a perfect chance for a big payoff. His companion quickly explains the trick. The real prize is the bundle, not the goblin itself. If Carpe attacks the bundle first, the frightened goblin will panic and lose control of its haul. As it runs around, items will spill out, letting him collect multiple rewards at once. Carpe understands this is essentially a bonus stage unique to the tower, and prepares to exploit it. But the moment he reaches toward the goblin, another system response triggers. The tower identifies him as its main administrator, and the treasure goblin is forced to recognize that authority. The goblin is temporarily granted intelligence so it can properly respond to the administrator standing before it. Instead of fleeing, the goblin drops to the ground and greets Carpe with extreme reverence. Carpe is left completely confused as the easy loot run turns into something far stranger. The goblin excitedly insists its judgment is correct and treats Carpe's presence as undeniable proof. It gushes that only the tower's administrator could possess such a distinctive magical signature and eagerly flatters him. Once it calms down, the goblin explains its role. It gathers treasures left behind by dead players and redistributes them through the tower. In other words, treasure goblins are part of the tower's built-in treasure management system. Carpe's companion notes that this must be a special function unique to the magic tower. Carpe then realizes the implication that the tower's rights may now belong to him. That thought leads him to the obvious question of whether everything inside the tower is effectively his property. The goblin immediately shuts that idea down and says it has no authority to hand over everything. It explains that it is only a worker and cannot act freely without permission from its direct superior. When Carpe asks who that superior is, the goblin hesitates. The answer comes with dramatic weight. Its direct superior is the Great King. That king appears furious, raging at someone named Dretch for abandoning the tower for centuries and then daring to return. System notices identify him as the tower's financial manager treasure and reveal that ages of stress have left him deeply resentful. Carpe instantly recognizes he has stumbled onto another unstable figure burdened by old grievances. He recalls that this king once served under a previous master whose magic was so repulsive it made obedience miserable. Sensing something different, the king pauses and realizes Carpe does not carry that same nauseating magical pattern. He concludes Carpe is not Dretch but likely Dretch's successor. From there, he reasons that Carpe must have inherited the rights to the tower. The king jumps to the possibility that Dretch is dead and reacts with delighted disbelief. Far from mourning, he is thrilled by the idea and openly celebrates the downfall of his former master. Carpe explains that after inheriting the tower's rights, he learned there were sub-administrators here and came to meet them. He adds that if possible, he would also like to be acknowledged as the tower's owner, and the king is impressed by his boldness. The king admits he likes Carpe's confidence, but warns that proving him a legitimate administrator is a separate matter. A voice challenges the protagonist to earn recognition through proof rather than inheritance alone. He immediately counters the treasure goblin king's fear aura by stacking resistance and dispelling its effect, showing he can bypass a level gap that should have crushed him. He notes that a normal fight against an enemy over 200 levels above him would be suicide, so he needs another approach. Confidently, he reveals he never intended to follow the obvious method in the first place. The Goblin King sees the fear effect cleanly removed and admits the newcomer is more capable than expected. He concludes the protagonist possesses an unusual hidden card, since resisting that pressure at his level should have been impossible. Even so, the Goblin King accepts that a Drake descendant may have special qualities, while the protagonist keeps his real advantage to himself. Satisfied, the Goblin King grants him a formal test and promises ownership of the tower if he succeeds. The protagonist accepts at once and asks for the rules. The Goblin King begins to explain the trial. The condition is simple in principle. To win, the protagonist must defeat the Goblin King. A line of goblin attendants appears as the challenge takes shape. They bring out a set of treasure chests for the contest. The Goblin King presents the chests as the true arena of the test. He frames the trial around the goblin race's greatest talent, opening locked treasure chests. The protagonist is left baffled by the idea that chest opening is being treated as a supreme racial virtue. The Goblin King lays out the match, 15 chests of increasing rarity, and whoever opens all 15 first wins. The protagonist hesitates, wondering if this absurd setup is really the test, while the Goblin King mistakes his pause for fear. The Goblin King grows smug, convinced that defeating him in this field is impossible. The protagonist recalls Carrick's hand, a top-tier skill specialized for opening chests through probability-based mastery. He recognizes it as an exceptionally efficient chest-opening technique, especially powerful against high-grade locks. A goblin referee formally calls both sides to prepare, making the contest feel absurdly official. Meanwhile, the Goblin King reassures himself that even Carrick's hand would have terrible odds over 15 straight openings, so victory should still be his. As the referee announces the start, the protagonist stays calm despite finding the whole event ridiculous. The match begins, and the Goblin King already pities the human for the humiliation ahead. For a brief moment, everyone waits for the first move. Then a sudden burst of force and smoke leaves the room confused about what just happened. The protagonist acts instantly, unleashing his skill across the entire set of chests at once. Instead of opening them one by one, he spreads the effect broadly and overwhelms the challenge in a single sweep. He enjoys the spectacle as lock after lock gives way under his control. The treasure chests all spring open almost simultaneously. The goblin side is stunned that anyone could open so many chests at once. With the contest effectively over in an instant, the protagonist apologizes for ending it too quickly. The Goblin King desperately tries to salvage the situation by switching to an item identification challenge. He convinces himself the first result was luck and expects the descendant to finally struggle here. That hope collapses immediately when the protagonist finishes the identification just as effortlessly. The Goblin King can only call the outcome impossible. Shaken and defeated, he concedes the human's victory and acknowledges the result. He formally recognizes the protagonist as the tower's owner and swears to assist him for as long as their contract lasts. The protagonist accepts the oath without ceremony. System messages confirm that he has passed the sub-administrator's tests, gained stronger authority over tower finances and facilities, and unlocked a hidden quest tied to the treasure goblin clan. With the transfer complete, the Goblin King says there is something important the new owner must understand about the treasure vault and asks him to follow. As they descend, he reveals the tower has been operating at a deficit for 2 months and warns that its functions will begin breaking down within a few years if nothing changes. When the protagonist questions how that can be possible with so many visitors, the goblin explains that mortality has dropped sharply, so fewer people die and fewer goblins are needed to supply goods. The protagonist realizes the tower's strategy guides have made survival too efficient, and that he may have inherited a failing business. The Goblin King then says there is one thing he wants from the new owner. He opens the way to a sealed chamber below. Inside, he presents Carrick's divine artifact, a chest no treasure goblin in history has ever managed to open. The protagonist is thrown off because the chest's appearance does not match anything he expected. Seeing its strange dark color, he realizes this may be a kind of chest that should not even exist. Confronted with an unfamiliar chest color, the protagonist realizes he has found something outside his prior knowledge. He compares it to his experience in Lays, where chests usually stop at legendary grade, making this discovery feel even more abnormal. As they discuss how a special guest quest can contain another special reward, he recalls that exceeding quest completion standards can upgrade the class change result. He thinks back to the Junk Dealer quest, where the Hidden Demon King class was originally only meant to become an epic grade profession. Because he cleared it far beyond the intended threshold with the spell, he was able to surpass the normal requirements. That exceptional completion let him advance one step further and obtain the Mythic Grade Demon Lord class instead. The Goblin King confirms the chest's color means it is epic grade, leaving the protagonist stunned that this crude-looking box ranks so highly. The Goblin explains that the chest was crafted directly by the great god Carrick and has been treasured by goblins for generations, yet no one has ever managed to open it. Even so, the Goblin believes the protagonist might succeed, and the protagonist decides it is worth trying despite doubting an epic chest will open easily. To persuade him, the Goblin offers everything inside the chest as payment if he can open it. That promise shocks him, because it means being handed a divine artifact without even knowing what it contains. He questions whether the Goblin should really give away something so valuable so casually. The Goblin reveals that the contents are irrelevant to him. What matters is the chest itself, because he wants to study its construction. The protagonist is baffled that the Goblin is giving away the contents for free just to examine the box, though he accepts the arrangement. After a brief pause, he commits himself to the attempt. He places both hands on the chest and prepares to use his skill. With confidence, he activates the spell on the sealed artifact. Power pours from his hands into the chest as the unlocking attempt begins. The spell takes hold, and the chest responds to the skill. The seal breaks open, astonishing everyone because even Carrick's chest yields to him. He immediately notices the cost was enormous, losing 2,000 MP, and concludes that epic-grade objects are far harder to effect. While he focuses on the result, the Goblin is entranced by the chest's meteor iron interior and flawless ancient craftsmanship. Watching the Goblin obsess over the box instead of the treasure, he realizes no one there truly cares about the contents. He steps closer to inspect what the long-sealed chest actually holds. Expecting some mysterious treasure, he peers inside to see what could justify such reverence. Instead, something red suddenly lunges out and grabs him before he can react. The attack turns bizarrely intimate as he is caught off guard rather than harmed. The Goblins stare in disbelief as the figure inside clings to him and calls him by name. In the next instant, the scene is swallowed by a burst of light and they are transported away. When the flash fades, he can only wonder how opening a chest turned into this situation. System messages reveal he has been taken to Carrick's Garden, a special realm where familiars cannot be summoned, and he also gains a title tied to one who receives an ancient god's attention. As more notices explain that ancient god's favor toward him has increased, he realizes the chest was actually a warp device leading to a forgotten divine realm. He recalls that in Lays, gods included both general background spirits and more active divine beings tied to the world's structure. Among them were hidden figures known as forgotten or ancient gods, beings with important roles who had faded from ordinary awareness. He understands that these gods were written as deities who lost influence, and now live in hiding, while his companion remarks that even he never knew such a path existed inside the Red Tower. His companion then notes that familiars are blocked here but he himself remains unaffected, likely because he is in irregular existence. The protagonist adds that the system may not even properly register him because of his anomalous status. A radiant woman finally addresses them, mildly chiding them for talking so freely at someone else's home. She appears in full divine splendor, making it clear that the one from the chest is no ordinary being. The protagonist quickly identifies her as Carrick. She confirms it, introducing herself as the god of treasure chests, thieves, gambling, disguise, and even pranks. He pieces together that she hid a warp device inside a fake treasure chest and passed it off as goblin heritage so it would eventually bring someone to her realm. Now understanding the setup, he asks directly why she summoned him. Carrick brushes off the alarm and says she simply wanted to present him with a gift in a memorable way. The gift turns out to be forgotten ancient nectar, a legendary divine drink that permanently raises all stats and skill points while increasing physical and magic attack and defense by 1%. Seeing several bottles of such a rare item, he is stunned by the sheer value of what she is offering. Carrick stops him before he can celebrate, making it clear the reward will not be handed over so easily. She proposes a bet instead, saying there is no fun in simply giving the gift away. When he asks what kind of bet, Carrick cheerfully says the rules are simple. She lays out the game. 4 skill packs will be presented, 2 containing skill cards and 2 being duds, and his reward depends on the outcome. The challenge is set. He must identify the packs containing skill cards, and the game begins with her gleeful approval. She adds one concession, allowing limited skill use instead of pure guessing. She explains the options and limits. Clairvoyance can inspect inside the packs, flame magic can test them, but because she made the packs herself, they cannot be damaged. When she tells him to find his own method, he realizes the game is really an excuse for her to toy with him. Sensing his hesitation, she softens her tone and assures him she is not as harsh as he fears. She even offers him more time, but he refuses and chooses to proceed immediately. The two face the challenge in a tense pause before the trial truly starts. She is startled by how quickly he accepts, while he insists he simply wants to begin without delay. He commits himself, and the event officially starts. The special bet with Carrick is announced as the forest fills with dazzling magic around them. She begins shuffling the card packs and warns him to keep up if he can. With a snap of her fingers, she drives the shuffle into motion. The packs whirl in a blur of light and information, becoming impossible to track by ordinary means. He watches calmly, studying the movement instead of panicking. The shuffling ends with several glittering packs suspended before him. She declares the shuffle complete and waits for his attempt. He tests the obvious approach first, firing a flame arrow at the packs. The attack lands without revealing anything useful. He immediately judges that this kind of straightforward skill is worthless here. She confirms his conclusion, reminding him that ordinary attacks will barely work and that he needs something more clever. Privately, she is delighted that he arrived at all and urges him not to give up on using skills yet. When he seems ready to stop already, she protests and even offers to lower the difficulty if that is the problem. He dismisses further effort as inefficient and decides he will simply guess. She accepts his choice with forced composure and wishes him luck, expecting him to fail. Her calm breaks at once, because his mention of luck sounds like a threat rather than surrender. She accuses him of quitting too fast and laments that she had hoped to keep him around longer, while he remains unmoved. He prepares his move with quiet confidence. The system records his selection of the first pack and warns that, by the Ancient Lord's covenant, the choice cannot be undone. She smugly assumes he has trapped himself, and that she still controls the outcome. Instead, he activates a 7-star skill called Target Transfer. Blue energy links the chosen pack to another target as his skill takes hold. The selected skill pack opens under the effect. She declares his defeat too early, convinced the open result proves he chose wrong. He calmly asks what penalty she intends for the loser, then invokes another skill, Repeat. The open pack reacts again, overturning her certainty. She realizes the open pack has reverted to its original state and is shaken, having never heard of a skill that can reset a skill pack itself. Before she can stop him, he chooses the second pack and continues the sequence. He triggers Target Transfer again, and this time she is visibly alarmed. He follows with Repeat once more, chaining the trick while she can only protest in disbelief. A bystander cheerfully notes that he succeeds on the third try, confirming his method worked. He beams while the attempt is effectively judged legitimate, leaving her speechless. She finally understands the logic. If the first two open packs were empty, the remaining unopened choice had to contain the skill. The result exposes his reasoning completely, and he pointedly frames it as deduction rather than cheating, especially for someone meant to be a lord. Defeated and flustered, she admits that he has won. He receives 2 forgotten ancient nectar as the prize and thanks her. After learning her name is Carpe, he asks how she used a skill capable of working even against the Lord's covenant. He starts to answer that he would also like to know the proper method behind it. Inwardly, he reflects that he possesses Dispel and Repeat but still does not truly understand the principle that makes them function. He realizes that if he grasped the underlying rules of those skills, he could wield them far more effectively than he does now. Before that thought can settle, Carpe abruptly shifts the power dynamic by asking him to become her apostle. After defeating Carrick under hidden conditions, Carpe is offered an epic hidden class change to become the first apostle of the Lord of Games. Carrick eagerly pushes the offer, trying to tempt Carpe into accepting apostleship. Carpe hesitates and politely resists, making it clear he is not ready to agree just because Carrick is enthusiastic. Before that exchange can settle, another presence rushes in and interrupts the negotiation. Estelle arrives furious, accusing Carrick of trying to snatch a promising apostle first. The newcomer's power surges into the scene, forcing attention away from Carrick's sales pitch. He demands to know whether Carpe truly felt the blessing that had already been placed on him. The intruder identifies himself as Estelle, ancient lord of dwarves and smiths, and claims Carpe as someone he has already favored. Carrick protests that Estelle has barged into his domain and risks drawing the notice of higher gods. Estelle brushes that aside and argues that Carrick only started searching for an apostle after seeing Carpe's value. Carrick fires back that a human entered his own land, so he had every right to scout him there. Caught between them, Carpe interrupts to ask when he was ever blessed, and who these two even are. Both lords are stunned that the mortal they are fighting over does not recognize them at all. Estelle reminds Carpe that he empowered his very first act of creation, pouring his strength into that beginning. Carpe connects the claim to the moment his workshop function first unlocked. A system memory confirms that a mysterious blessing had indeed been granted to the one walking a great path. Carpe realizes Estelle was the source of the crafting bonuses he received long ago, and Estelle confirms it. Estelle formally offers Carpe another epic class change, this time to become the first apostle of the Lord of Smiths. Carpe is shocked to find himself facing a second apostle class offer on top of the first. Carrick immediately pressures him not to accept Estelle's proposal. The two gods turn the choice into an argument over values, with Carrick praising ease and luck while Estelle defends labor and craftsmanship. Their rivalry escalates into a direct clash of ideals, each dismissing the other's way of life. Unable to endure the bickering, they demand that Carpe settle the matter at once. Cornered, Carpe is forced to answer which path he wants more. He begins carefully, first acknowledging that he appreciates both offers. Then he reveals that his real answer is either of them. Carpe declines both apostle positions outright, leaving the two lords speechless. The system confirms that he has cancelled both epic class changes, deepening their shock. Carrick desperately asks what exactly Carpe found unacceptable about the offer. Carpe tries to explain diplomatically, knowing most players would consider this an unbelievable opportunity. Privately, he admits the problem is that both jobs seem worse than the class he already has. Realizing blunt persuasion has failed, Carrick proposes a truce and suggests letting Carpe test their power directly instead. Estelle immediately agrees, praising the idea as the smarter approach. They call Carpe back before he can leave the matter behind. The two lords tell him they will respect his decision, but ask for one last chance to prove themselves. Estelle offers a compromise. Carpe can temporarily receive apostle authority and judge the experience for himself. The system grants Carpe temporary titles as First Apostle of the Lord of Games and First Apostle of the Lord of Smiths, along with small stat boosts and specialized effects. Carpe is stunned that he has somehow been handed two free apostle trials at once. The gods explain that the arrangement is temporary because their damaged divinity prevents them from giving permanent blessings right now. Carpe assumes a brief trial would be manageable and casually agrees to sample it. Then he asks the crucial question of how long temporary actually means. The system answers that the maintenance period for the titles is 20 years, and Carpe is horrified by how absurd that sounds. Carrick and Estelle decide they cannot remain in the mortal world any longer, so they prepare to send Carpe back while keeping his temporary apostle status active. Before parting, Estelle presses an item into Carpe's hand. Carpe asks what it is, and Estelle admits it carries no special power. Estelle explains that it is simply a token to show any dwarves Carpe may meet on his travels. With that emblem, Estelle promises dwarves will treat Carpe well. Carpe accepts the gift with gratitude and agrees to make use of it. The two lords finally take their leave, promising to continue this contest the next time they get the chance. They send Carpe away through a magical transfer, already talking as if they will meet again over drinks after this strange arrangement runs its course. Carpe is abruptly called back by someone addressing him as their lord. A blonde knight and a white-haired child rush toward him in alarm inside the cavern. Carpe calms a distressed companion and reassures it that he has returned safely. The Goblin King welcomes Carpe back and immediately asks where the divine artifact led. Carpe hesitates, clearly unsure how to explain what happened. Before he can continue, a sudden realization or interruption shocks him. The Goblin King excitedly pieces it together, realizing Carpe met Lord Carrick and even gave up the chance to become Carrick's first apostle. Carpe brushes that aside, insisting he is already walking in the Demon King's footsteps. He adds that the apostle's place should belong to the Treasure Goblin King instead of himself. The Goblin King is deeply flattered and instantly won over by Carpe's gesture. As Carpe promises to recommend him in the future, the Goblin King's favor toward him rises sharply. Carpe drinks the forgotten ancient nectar he obtained there. The nectar boosts his abilities across the board, and he happily notes that it tastes excellent too. When the Goblin King asks if he is leaving, Carpe says he plans to head to floor 22 first. His goal is to pick up the trail of the fourth artifact again. Hearing that, the Goblin King decides to help him. The Goblin King begins casting a spell to open a path forward. He creates a warp gate for Carpe. The gate is set to send Carpe directly to floor 22. With a blessing in Carrick's name, the Goblin King urges Carpe to travel safely. Carpe thanks him sincerely, knowing this shortcut will make the search much easier, and parts with him for now. On floor 22, Carpe explains to Eden that the environment is harsher than the lower floors, which is only natural now that they have passed floor 30's threshold. Eden warns that the monsters here are probably above level 15 on average, so they should focus on finding clues about the Demon King rather than fighting everything. Carpe has no intention of playing it safe and reminds Eden that he knows exactly what kind of person he is. Since he already drank the elixir, Carpe wants to test how much stronger he has become. He immediately unleashes his power to draw out an enemy. A massive earth dragon answers the provocation and emerges. Eden quickly identifies it as a wingless poison-using earth dragon built for close combat, with high physical resistance and a toxic magical attack. The dragon roars and prepares to strike. It charges straight at Carpe across the cavern floor. Carpe meets it head-on with excitement, treating the fight like a hunt. His attack tears through the dragon in a violent clash. By the time the dust settles, Carpe is already counting another kill. He notes that this monster gave him some trouble, but the battle ended far faster than before. Eden reflects that what once took over half an hour now ends in 5 minutes, proving Carpe's combat ability is far more frightening than his harmless face suggests. Continuing onward, they arrive at a glowing blue area in the cavern. Carpe recognizes it as a healing spring. He declares they have reached their first destination and suggests they recover here before moving on. Carpe kneels by the spring to drink. The water fully restores his health and mana. It also removes harmful effects, confirming that the Floor 22 healing spring is exactly as described. Eden explains that the spring is essential for drawing out hidden pieces and tells Carpe to fill an empty bottle with its water. Carpe does so, though he still does not understand what the water is for. A system notice reveals that once removed from the spring, the water loses its healing effect and becomes ordinary water, which only confuses him more. Eden tells him to keep filling the bottle anyway, saying the reason will become clear on Floor 23. After moving up to Floor 23, Carpe asks where the clue is supposed to be. Eden stops and tells him they have already arrived. Carpe looks ahead and sees what appears to be a statue. On closer inspection, the statue seems strangely familiar to him. He realizes he may already know whose figures have been turned to stone. He realizes the statue they found is just another self-glorifying likeness of Dretch and is briefly stunned by how vain the Demon King must have been. The guide confirms that Dretch modeled the tower's statues after himself while building it. He explains that each statue represents one of the Demon King's specialties, and Carrie prepares to reveal how to deal with this one. Carrie tells him to use the healing spring water by pouring it into the statue's mouths for a few seconds, and he confirms he has it. Following the instruction, he takes out the bottle and approaches the statue. The water touches the statue and immediately triggers a magical reaction. Carrie warns him to brace himself, but he has no idea what he is supposed to be preparing for. Before he can finish the thought, the chamber erupts with hostile energy. A system alert announces that the boss statue has awakened from its long sleep and is now testing his strength. The statue surges to life in violent red magic and launches its attack. Its first strike crashes down with overwhelming force. He barely manages to meet the attack and is shocked by how suddenly the fight begins. The collision blasts the ground apart around him. Carrie jumps in and fires a burst of blue magic to support him against the assault. Their combined attacks slam into the animated statue from both sides. Even while pressing the attack, he realizes these statues are far tougher than expected. He decides to end the fight immediately and unleashes a stronger finishing blow. The statue finally stops functioning, and the system rewards him with a level up, bonus points, and a jump to level 60. More notices appear about new workshop upgrades and job-related rewards, while he reflects that the Earth Dragon's attacks made the process rough even if the fight itself was manageable. He pieces together that the warrior and mage versions of Dretch had opposite immunities, and that only by combining his own abilities with Tina's had they solved that earlier challenge. Annoyed, he complains that this absurd mechanic never should have been placed in a solo mission. As he vents, a red orb and a blue orb appear and begin to resonate with each other. He immediately recognizes the new phenomenon as an orb. The orbs activate a magic circle, and the system announces that a warp gate to an unknown secret library has been created. A prompt asks whether he wants to enter the secret library, leaving him staring at the unexpected portal. Realizing this tower hides yet another concealed route, he chooses to enter. He is transported into a brilliant hidden library filled with books, machinery, and signs of careful preservation. Taking in the impossible room, he remarks that the tower had another hidden place after all, and braces himself for whatever surprise comes next. He reaches for a book to investigate the library more closely. As he flips through it, he recalls that his first visit here revealed little beyond Dretch's name. He admits that if artifacts were mentioned back then, he probably missed it because even he could not remember everything among so many books. Before he can continue, a new magic circle suddenly forms nearby. He startles as the library itself responds with another burst of magic. The system identifies the room as the visitor to the secret library, confirms him as a descendant of Demon King Dretch, and begins playing a recording. A preserved figure opens his eyes, signaling that the recording has taken form. The apparition addresses any descendant who can hear him, and the listener is stunned to realize he is looking at Dretch himself. The recording explains that reaching this point means the trial was passed safely and that no reply is expected because this is only a stored message. He studies the figure and notes that, despite the familiar face, Dretch somehow looks worn down rather than imposing. Dretch welcomes him to the tower and says he will explain the fourth artifact directly, since there is much to say and little time. He introduces the fourth artifact as Lord of Steel, the largest of the puppets he created, built to serve as a shield. The listener is briefly impressed by the scale of what Dretch made. Dretch immediately corrects that reaction, implying admiration is the wrong response and that regret would be more fitting. That wording makes the listener uneasy, because Dretch is already speaking as if something has gone wrong. Deciding explanation is not enough, Dretch moves him beside the library wall so he can show the truth directly. He obeys, watching cautiously as Dretch prepares another spell. Dretch places his hand against the wall and channels blue magic into it. A hidden compartment opens and a sealed red case descends from within the wall. He realizes the object is an artifact case and expects the puppet to be inside. But the moment he looks closer, confusion replaces that expectation. Inside the case there is no puppet at all, only a soul stone, forcing him to ask where the puppet went and why only the stone remains. The blue-haired king begins to admit that something has gone wrong. He bluntly confesses that he destroyed it. The protagonist realizes the king means the soul stone, but is told it was removed beforehand, so the loss is supposedly manageable. The king casually explains that his attempt to over-enhance the third puppet backfired, blaming human greed for pushing things too far. He treats the disaster lightly and offers a breezy apology for his mistake, which only makes the situation more absurd. The protagonist pieces together that the third puppet had been left without the soul stone, and now the whole arrangement has been reversed in a way he cannot make sense of. The king laughs off the confusion, boasting that only someone as reckless as him could have once unified the continent. When the protagonist worries that this means he can never obtain the fourth puppet, the king hints that the path is still open. That answer forces the obvious question of how such a thing could still be possible. The king reveals the key point: the soul stone itself still exists. He explains that creating artifact-level puppets requires his unique craft, magic engineering, meaning only he could originally make them. Since the current him can no longer do it, the protagonist is left wondering who possibly can. A system response appears as if answering that question directly. The protagonist receives the magic engineering blueprint for the Demon King's fourth artifact, along with conditions that let him forge it himself if his crafting skill is high enough. The king declares that the protagonist is now the only person in the world capable of making his puppets, and tells him to create the fourth one personally. Satisfied, he entrusts the future to his descendant and offers his blessing before departing. The protagonist tries to stop him, frustrated that the king is leaving before hearing anything he has to say. Even as the king fades away, the protagonist keeps calling after him in disbelief. Left behind again, he bitterly notes that the mad king has run off once more, abandoning him with gratitude but no guidance. A small white-haired girl apologizes for the king's behavior, remarks that age has not made him any less troublesome, and asks to see the soul stone. The protagonist hands it over, still surprised that she wants to inspect it here and now. She studies the stone closely and notices something unusual about Lloyd's condition. The soul stone suddenly reacts with a strong pulse. The protagonist feels it trembling and suspects it is resonating with mirage. The girl recalls that a doppelganger can awaken objects if it grants them consciousness, and that possibility immediately intrigues her. Asked whether he will keep climbing the tower, the protagonist decides not yet. Instead, he chooses to return to the workshop first and think through how to build the fourth puppet properly. He judges that floor 30 is still far beyond him, no matter how much his stats have improved. Remembering how hard even a top party struggled there, he concludes he cannot leap 2 whole tiers of difficulty at once. He sets a practical plan: clear floor 20 first and establish a shop on floor 19 before pushing higher. Before they leave, his companion stops him and asks him to wait. He points out a specific bookshelf in the room. Hidden behind those books is an old safe, and he is told to take everything inside before going. The mention of free loot instantly overwhelms him with greed and excitement. He showers his companion with shameless praise and affection until the man tells him to stop acting like that. The safe yields valuable equipment, including a hero-grade gauntlet and a Hero Plus staff. Later, back in the Goblin King's domain, the goblin welcomes his treasured customer and notes that he has finally returned. The protagonist confirms he beat the floor 20 boss and opened the floor 19 shop, though the cost was painfully high. When asked about the clue Pretch left, he says the goblin's teleport helped let him handle that task comfortably and thanks him for it. The goblin brushes off the thanks and asks whether he plans to leave immediately. Before letting him go, the goblin says he wants to make a proposal. He asks for a private moment because he has something urgent to discuss. The goblin leans in and whispers his idea directly into the protagonist's ear. The proposal shocks him at first, then instantly strikes him as brilliant. He puts the idea into action at once by addressing merchants and declaring a new policy. As tower owner, he establishes trade taxes inside the tower, taking 30% from all transactions. With the new income and gathered materials, he meets the conditions to upgrade the workshop and orders the process to begin. The upgrade expands the mine shaft, allowing access to better ores. The workshop gains more space and functions, hiring capacity increases, and the world tree grows as part of the expansion. The sequence ends with the workshop fully upgraded, marking a major step in his preparation for what comes next. He checks the new upgrade and is mildly disappointed that its effects are useful rather than dramatic. He moves outside to inspect what the upgrade has changed in the workshop grounds. A small world tree has begun growing there, recognized as a blessing target tied to the workshop. The system explains that this sacred tree strengthens the workshop, boosts workers and allies, improves recovery and production, and will keep growing along with his title. He confirms the tree has already raised several effects and slightly increased his HP and MP. Satisfied that the tree is developing steadily, he relaxes until he notices Jillian keeping her distance. When he asks why she is staying so far away, the issue is immediately treated as serious. Jillian admits she cannot come any closer to the tree at all. A familiar explains the reason before he can worry further. He is told the world tree embodies life itself, while Jillian is a death knight who rules over death. Because their natures are complete opposites, the two reject each other on contact. He learns that if Jillian approaches the tree, she would vanish instantly, so he realizes the arrangement is unacceptable. Leaving that problem for later, he heads back into the workshop. Elise eagerly welcomes him as soon as he arrives. Their reunion is warm, and she reports that her situation has improved greatly thanks to his help. She adds that someone named Alan has been assisting her research, which catches him off guard. The mystery is resolved when he discovers Alan is not a person at all, but a group of squirrels. The squirrels immediately organize themselves with military seriousness. Under a clear chain of command, they formally present themselves as Elisa's diligent helpers, leaving him stunned by how established this arrangement already is. He finally explains that he has found the next artifact, though the situation around it is complicated. Elise listens as he lays out the full story. Once she understands, she is shocked that Lord Dretch destroyed Lord Lloyd. She bluntly calls the act insane, while he awkwardly admits events moved too fast for him to stop it. After venting, she reins herself back in. She concludes that, given Dretch's personality, the destruction is believable and shifts to solving the problem instead of dwelling on it. Elise reveals that the workshop's recent upgrade has unlocked puppet creation, giving them a way to help. Since he already received the blueprint, she leads him deeper into the workshop to begin. They enter the crafting area prepared for building weapons and constructs. Elise instructs him to sit at the central table and focus on mentally unfolding the blueprint. She tells him the design should appear directly before him once he concentrates. He follows her instructions and activates the process. The system enters puppet creation mode and confirms that the registered blueprint available is Lord of Steel. He is informed that anything outside registered blueprints would require his own original design, so he chooses to load Lord's blueprint. A massive holographic model of the intended puppet manifests in front of them. Seeing the scale, he realizes the golem blueprint is far larger and more imposing than he expected. Elise is impressed and prepares to analyze what materials and adjustments will be needed. Then Lord Soulstone unexpectedly begins voicing complaints about the current appearance, starting with open dissatisfaction. The system warns that ignoring these demands will lower Lord's favorability, even as the requests become increasingly specific and vain. More messages pile up, making it clear Lord wants a deep voice, smoother joints, prominent horns, and above all a large red body. He is baffled that a soul stone can actively express aesthetic opinions at all. He is told that if a soul stone strongly desires something, those wishes can indeed surface and influence the build. When he tentatively accepts this, the soul stone immediately reacts with emphatic approval. Resigned, he agrees to try drawing what Lord wants, while asking not to be judged too harshly for his artistic skill. He takes up a drawing tool and prepares to redesign the puppet. Getting carried away, he dramatically throws himself into creating what he believes will be a masterpiece. Alan returns mid-process, confused to find him sketching instead of doing ordinary workshop business. Rather than objecting, Alan, Elise, and even the Soul Stone all start enthusiastically suggesting flashy upgrades, turning the redesign into a collaborative vanity project. The moment the design matches Lord's taste, the Soul Stone's favorability rises sharply. But Elise takes one look at the result and flatly declares that the design cannot be used. As he mourns his rejected masterpiece, Elise insists practicality matters more, while Lord Soulstone also expresses renewed dissatisfaction, and she moves on to explain how the build really has to proceed. Lord's giant puppet design is immediately criticized as impractical, with its needs and required materials making the concept unrealistic. The researcher considers the criticism instead of dismissing it. She decides to revise the design herself to make it workable. After some adjustments, the protagonist confirms the soul stone can now be safely removed from Lord. He explains that what they are seeing now is the list of materials needed to build the new body. Even with the design improved, gathering everything will still be a major undertaking. When he warns that some items are especially troublesome, he braces himself for what that will mean. He reveals the real issue: obtaining certain materials will put him in conflict with the top 10 guilds. That danger is unavoidable because some required items only appear in territories controlled by those guilds. He treats that as acceptable, arguing that guild status means little after everything he has already accomplished. Still, he says the first priority is finding out whether anyone can actually stop him. At that moment, a new video is uploaded to Heavenly Demon TV and draws attention. They realize it is footage from the Silver Lion Guild War, but its sudden appearance feels suspicious. Their suspicion deepens when they notice the recording is shown from a first-person perspective. The mystery breaks when a woman calmly opens the broadcast. She identifies herself as Kate of the Sun Guild, shocking everyone watching. The room is thrown into confusion because Kate should not be the one appearing in this context. Kate explains that personal circumstances kept her from speaking sooner, but she is now addressing the uploaded video directly. That claim overturns what they thought they knew, because the attacker who used Eternal Permafrost was assumed to be Kate. She clears herself of the attack, thanks Heavenly Demon TV for exposing the truth, and even reaches out in admiration to the one behind it. The implication lands hard. Heavenly Demon TV has just dealt with a rancor-level problem alone. The protagonist is left trying to process what kind of person could be behind something this outrageous. He abruptly presents himself as that person, turning the stunned speculation into a blunt answer. With that settled, he returns to the practical matter of Lord's reconstruction and lays out the 4 core materials. He names them as a unicorn horn, Pegasus wings, red mithril for the body, and a magic core to regulate output. He chooses the unicorn horn first in theory, but warns that the beast lives in Zenonia and is far stronger than expected. Because of that, he decides it is smarter to grow stronger while collecting easier materials before attempting that hunt. He notes that red mithril and the magic core are also in Xenonia, making them the best immediate targets. So the first concrete objective becomes securing the magic core. Before leaving, he remembers the commemorative reward for reaching level 60 and decides to open it. Two gods immediately announce that they both want to give gifts to their temporary apostle. Their eagerness makes it obvious they are competing for his favor. The rivalry escalates into an outright contest, and both upgraded gifts are delivered to his inventory. He accepts the challenge and prepares to inspect the rewards. The two gifts turn out to be a unique bundle from Carrick and a unique box from Estelle, both specially prepared after unusual deliberation. To avoid favoring one god over the other, he decides to open both at the same time. He places both gifts together and commits to a fair comparison. Ignoring the god's agitation, he opens them simultaneously. Carrick's gift reveals familiar exclusive equipment and a memory spring that can boost a familiar's growth. At first glance, the main item seems plain, until he realizes it is tailored for familiars rather than himself. That makes it valuable, because raising familiars is notoriously difficult and experience-boosting items are rare and expensive. When he hears it grants a full 20% increase, he recognizes it as a major reward and turns to Estelle's gift. Estelle's box reveals a bracelet of experience alongside the same memory spring. He quickly notices that aside from swapping physical and magical stat bonuses, the options are otherwise identical. The two gods are startled to discover they independently prepared nearly the same gift. He understands exactly what both of them were trying to do and judges the situation with amusement. His verdict is that the gifts are effectively identical. Using that conclusion to his advantage, he declares the contest a draw and claims both rewards. Carrick is flustered while Estelle is left stunned by the outcome. Pleased with himself, he says he will compare their superiority another time and casually ends the broadcast. The Lord suggests BJ should just become a streamer instead, but BJ puts the idea off for later despite being acknowledged as talented. He first settles his obligations, planning to deliver spring water to Winter and arrange marriages for Bracklet and Tiara, while his companions eagerly support him, and he wonders what to give Jillian. Back in Lamarck, he prepares to offer a modest gift. An elder presents the descendant with a cloak of experience, hoping it will be well received. He also receives familiar compatible spring water and is left thinking the old man's generosity has somehow become even more excessive than before. The scene shifts back to the field, where he finishes off the Lizard King boss in a violent blast and clears the encounter. With the victory, Mukyan levels up and a beginner pet exclusive skill pack is awarded as a reward. He notes that Hyang's mission has been completed as well. The pet exclusive pack appears, promising a random pet skill between 1 and 7 stars, and Mukyan stares at it with interest. He explains that ordinary pets get one skill pack every 10 levels, but Demon King puppets receive them every 15. Even so, he complains that Hyang only reaching level 30 is painfully slow, exposing how absurd his own standards have become. The difference is that normal players can barely raise one pet, while he has 4 familiars sharing his experience, and tamers or necromancers only get limited compensation because their main bodies are too weak. When that hypocrisy is pointed out, he shamelessly brushes it off and refuses to feel guilty about how unfair his setup is. Dropping the argument, he decides to open Hyang's skill pack before moving on. He activates the summoning magic to draw the cards. With a command, he opens the pack. Most of the revealed options are comically weak and cute, making the draw look almost tragic. Still, one final card remains, so he pushes on and opens the last reveal. The last card turns out to be Beast Breath, a 6-star Fire Breath skill for beast or dragon-type familiars that partially ignores defense and scales upward with level. He recognizes it as a genuinely strong pull, noting that its restrictions lower the rating even though its real power is close to 7-star. The result only reinforces his addiction to gacha luck. The system confirms the 6-star card fits Mukyan's conditions and asks whether he wants to spend a skill point to learn it. He accepts immediately, unwilling to pass up a skill that valuable. Afterward, they head into the Kairoha desert in search of the next material. As they travel, BJ judges that they are almost at the destination. He points out a rock ahead and directs them to move about 100 meters north from there. Following the route, they approach the marked area. He becomes certain that one of the required materials is hidden here. But when he looks around, all he sees is empty sand and he cannot tell where the material is supposed to be. He steps forward cautiously, testing the ground. BJ reveals that the entrance should be opening soon. Not knowing what to expect, he hesitates over what he should do next. A sudden change catches him off guard. The sand begins spiraling into a massive vortex in front of him. The whirlpool deepens into an opening, exposing a path below the desert. BJ explains that Xenonia has 2 major dungeons. One is the Red Tower, a stage-type dungeon where players enter separate instances without level penalties, and the other is this place, End Hell. End Hell also has no level penalty, but unlike the tower it is not instanced. Instead, it is an open-type dungeon where all players share the same space, which immediately alarms him. BJ adds that hidden pieces are scattered throughout the area and asks if he understands what that means, leading him to realize high-level players can interfere without limit. That possibility reminds him of the Wind Cave incident, and the danger of powerful guilds preying on weaker players. BJ clarifies that despite Anhel's scale, no single guild controls it, which surprises him. BJ says there are several reasons for that, starting with the biggest one. Just as Eden is attacking the front lines of the Red Tower, another force is assaulting the front lines here. That force is the Sun Guild. He concludes that if the undisputed number 1 guild is already digging in, the others have no reason to provoke a pointless conflict. BJ adds that Gunter, who could dominate this dungeon, is unusual enough to choose not to control it. He briefly mistakes that restraint for admirable character before doubting his own conclusion. BJ brings the focus back to their goal, explaining that the engine core material they need is inside this dungeon. He then realizes the material is currently being targeted by the Sun Guild, meaning he is about to clash directly with the strongest faction and has become the one creating the conflict. A pink-haired attacker lunges in with murderous intent the moment the party arrives. The caped man avoids the rush and treats the ambush as an almost playful greeting. He turns the surprise attack around immediately, welcoming the enemy while seizing control of the exchange. His counter lands hard enough to stop the assassin's momentum at once. The attacker is thrown down and neutralized before the fight can develop. With the threat gone, the caped man remarks that entering this place is chaotic from the start. They inspect the loot and identify a unique assassin weapon, Silent Gladius, a level 95 dagger with high physical attack and agility. The white-shirt man notes that the dagger is an excellent upgrade and potentially worth a fortune. The caped man jokes that such a valuable drop feels like a generous contribution to the Magic Tower's decoration fund, then claims it for himself. He continues sorting through the drops, dismissing lesser items until a brooch catches his attention. The brooch turns out to be the Mark of Black Wings, a certification item tied to the secret assassination group Black Wings and a warning not to get involved lightly. That name reminds him of the assassin organization connected to the enemy he fought at Lamarck's border fortress. Seeing the same group appear here, he concludes their influence has reached this dungeon as well, which fits if that earlier opponent was only a low-ranking member. He realizes the brooch may become useful later, so instead of discarding it, he decides to keep it for now. Before they can move on, a new vortex suddenly opens nearby. He recognizes it as another passage leading downward. His companion asks whether they should simply follow it. The caped man stops him and explains that these whirlpools only look identical from the outside. In truth, each vortex in the dungeon leads somewhere different, so the route changes completely depending on which one they enter. His companion grumbles that even navigation here feels like random chance. The caped man smirks, already having a plan. He points out a wall and tells Carpe to go stand there. Carpe hesitates, unsure what he is trying to do. The caped man calmly calls him into position. Then he manipulates the vortex's pull, making it surge toward the chosen spot and startling Carpe. Carpe is unnerved by how effortlessly he has memorized and exploited the dungeon's mechanics, but gets ready when told they are heading to floor 15. At the right moment, the caped man orders the jump and commits first. They plunge through the passage and crash into a new level. He lands in a crouch, arriving cleanly despite the violent descent. After taking in the surroundings, he warns Carpe to stay alert from here on. He explains that monsters on this floor start at level 90 at minimum. Carpe is shaken by the danger, and the caped man bluntly tells him this is exactly when luck matters. That warning proves immediate as an enormous ant appears the instant they land. A system alert identifies it as Floor 5's boss monster, the large soldier ant. The boss closes in at once, leaving no time to settle. The white-shirt man grins and tells Carpe to prepare for a hard fight, making clear he expected this kind of battle. Elsewhere, Jillian refuses to sit idle and rides in with Huang to join the fight herself. The large soldier ant unleashes War Cry, boosting the attack and defense of nearby soldier ants by 20%. A heavily armored knight dismisses the swarm as insignificant despite their numbers. Jillian charges alongside Huang, declaring that she will take the insects head-on. Huang answers with a fiery assault as the attack begins in earnest. The strike exploits the ant's weakness, briefly cutting its defense in half while the riding skill sharply increases Huang's mobility. The armored knight follows up by gathering purple power for a finishing blow. He slams that energy down in a devastating vertical strike. Back with the caped man, he recognizes the incoming danger and prepares a movement technique to intercept. He bursts upward into the ant's space before it can press the advantage. With perfect timing, he snaps his arm forward to release a spell. He casts Demon Flash Piercing Mirror, concentrating bright energy into his hand. The spell detonates against the ant in a blinding impact, halting its advance. A voice identifies Kishin as he arrives in the cavern. Kishin advances with calm confidence, already treating the encounter as manageable. His smirk makes it clear he has a solution ready. He unleashes Eternal Permafrost, freezing the ant enemies in a single overwhelming sweep. The ice storm finishes the fight so completely that the battlefield is locked down around him. With the threat gone, Kishin casually remarks that the mob was troublesome but still beatable. Carpe explains it only felt easy because Kishin's combat style happened to counter the twin statue ants well. Kishin accepts that, but notes that a boss enemy should have paid out better. The reward turns out to be royal jelly from a large soldier ant, and he is unimpressed by how little they received. Carpe tells him the item is actually valuable enough to sell for a high price. He adds that beyond being edible, royal jelly is prized as a key ingredient in elixirs. When Kishin asks what kind of use that means, Carpe prepares an awkwardly specific example. The answer is hair loss treatment, complete with the claim that eating it restored hair growth. Kishin is baffled that a game would bother simulating something so absurdly specific. Carpe explains that Lei's avatars mirror scan real bodies, so real-world baldness can carry over into the game. Moving on, Kishin starts giving Carpe a fuller explanation of the place they are exploring. He reveals that this underground route leads to a hidden world called the Spirit Realm, which is tied to the Supreme Flame Spirit core they need for their engine. The core is hidden near the 20th underground floor and protected by a guardian from the Spirit Realm. When Carpe asks how strong that guardian is, he tries to estimate their odds. Kishin admits the win rate would be only about 10% even with all their familiars, which makes the challenge severe. They continue descending through the fire-filled lower floors toward the objective. As Kishin fights through the flames and enemies, he even gains a level from the grind. Still, he complains that the ant swarms feel endless and are draining his skills and mana potions. Carpe reassures him that floor 17 will differ from the repetitive ant-filled stretch. Kishin says they only need to push a little farther before they can head straight to floor 20, and Carpe agrees to keep going. At last they reach their destination. Kishin confirms they are on underground floor 20, while grumbling about how confusing the route was. When he cannot find the way forward, Carpe points him toward the correct wall. Carpe directs his attention to a spot straight ahead. Kishin notices a strange diagram drawn across the wall. Carpe explains that the drawing marks the route to the Spirit Core's location, but entry requires meeting several conditions. One condition is possessing the energy of nature or an item that carries it, which makes Kishin doubt he qualifies. Carpe immediately challenges that assumption. He reminds Kishin that he himself embodies nature, so the requirement is already satisfied. Following Carpe's instructions, Kishin places a hand at the center of the wall. He braces as the mechanism begins to respond. The contact triggers the seal. A red magic circle blooms across the wall and activates the hidden passage. System messages confirm that Flame Spirit's shelter is accessible, that only those with nature energy may enter, and that Kishin has fulfilled the conditions through the World Tree's blessing. Kishin assumes they can go in immediately, but the system blocks them because the area allows only 4 entities at once. He realizes the party size limit is a problem, since their side already counts as 5 if familiars are included. As he wonders who should be left behind, another notice changes the situation. The system reports that 2 entities are already inside Flame Spirit's shelter. Carpe instantly understands what that implies. He concludes that someone else entered before them. Kishin tries to remove the restriction by dispelling the barrier, but the seal does not respond. He accepts that brute forcing the entrance conditions will not work. Instead, he identifies the intruders from the pattern of the situation. He names them as the Sun. When asked whether those people are also after the Spirit Core, Kishin decides they are probably just following a job quest rather than targeting the core itself. The guide explains that even after entering the shelter, the Spirit Core is hidden deep inside, so the people outside likely still do not know its exact location. The nobleman is not alarmed by that uncertainty, but he senses that something about the situation is off. He points out the inconsistency and starts questioning the shelter's current state. Since the place only allows 4 occupants yet already contains 2 entities, he cannot understand why only 2 people were able to enter. Unable to determine the reason from theory alone, they decide to go inside and confirm it directly. The system registers him and his familiar Mukyan as the only 2 confirmed entrants, and announces their arrival in the Flame Spirit's shelter. The moment he crosses over, the shelter erupts with violent fire energy and heat around him. He is immediately forced to acknowledge that the environment itself is dangerously intense. System warnings explain that the area is saturated with fire energy, and that ice-type familiars will be adversely affected. More restrictions pile on, with the heat lowering stats for anyone lacking resistance, and sharply increasing the risk of being burned. Rather than retreat, he treats the penalties as an inconvenience and prepares a countermeasure. He casts the spell to strip away the harmful effects imposed by the shelter. The status ailments are removed, Mukyan's ice power activates, and he is pleased that a god-tier dispel works reliably even here. His companion explains the dungeon structure. Passing through iron doors repeats similar rooms until they eventually reach the boss chamber. The nobleman doubts it will be that simple and suspects there is another catch. The guide agrees that the real issue is how long it will take to get there. Before they can discuss it further, hostile fire energy suddenly surges nearby. Flames burst up in front of them, signaling that the shelter has begun reacting to their presence. A mechanical warning identifies them as unauthorized intruders and marks them for elimination. Fire spirits begin spawning at once, including both lesser and intermediate types, turning the room into an ambush. He is startled that so many intermediate spirits appeared, since creatures at that level were treated as bosses in a weaker dungeon he knew. His surprise quickly hardens into irritation as he decides to stop enduring the nuisance. He drops low and launches himself forward to take control of the fight. Using rushing dragon step, he accelerates into the swarm with overwhelming speed. He intercepts the first attack head-on before the spirits can press their advantage. His counterstrike lands cleanly and destroys one of the fire spirits in a single blow. At the same time, cold energy from his equipment and familiar surges through him, reinforcing his offense. He instantly reads the next attack pattern and shifts to exploit the opening. Another system notice confirms that a lesser fire spirit has already been defeated. The remaining spirits panic at how easily he erased one of them, realizing he is far stronger than expected. He notices a new reaction from his gear and pauses just long enough to register it. The ring on him begins to glow, drawing his attention in the middle of combat. Its hidden effect awakens. The mark of the Ice Emperor is being suppressed by the shelter's flame energy, but in exchange his attacks now heavily weaken lower and intermediate fire spirits and drastically reduce their cold resistance. The guide concludes that this must be a concealed item function triggered only under special conditions, which explains why the artifact's normal description seemed underwhelming for an epic item. Prompted to inspect the item details, he checks the ring more carefully. The full description reveals newly unlocked abilities tied to meeting powerful ice and flame spirit conditions, and he notices that an unexpected second option has appeared. He is confused because one unlocked condition claims he already encountered a supreme or higher ice spirit, something he does not remember doing. Deciding the mystery can wait, he accepts the benefit and focuses on using it. With the ring's bonus active, he gleefully turns the fight into effortless target practice. He starts enjoying himself as he crushes the fire spirits, almost playfully. System messages stack up as his title boosts his opening damage, and another lesser fire spirit falls. He finishes off the intermediate fire spirit as well, ending the ambush decisively. Once the room is cleared, they continue deeper into the shelter. As they walk, he learns they have already passed about 5 doors, and he casually explains that his real-time item use works through clever manipulation rather than brute force. He brushes off the question with a smug answer and keeps moving ahead. At the next doorway he notices a change. This iron door is a different color from all the previous ones. His companion confirms that this entrance leads to the 6th stage and follows different rules. Beyond it, there is nothing at all, meaning no monsters and no rewards await inside. Instead, clearing that empty room guarantees that the boss chamber will appear afterward. So the 6th stage is effectively the final safe place where they can briefly rest before facing the boss. As they move deeper through the ruins, they reason that the people who entered ahead must be nearby because there are only a few rooms left. The cloaked man immediately realizes that meeting those intruders will likely turn into a fight. He weighs the danger and doubts whether he can win if that confrontation happens. After a brief silence, he steels himself instead of retreating. Choosing to press on, he restores his mana and commits to moving forward. With his decision made, he opens the heavy door and enters. Beyond it, he steps into a cold, frost-filled chamber. The sudden chill catches him off guard, and he starts to assess the strange air. Before he can continue, a woman halts him and warns him not to come any closer. Her abrupt appearance shocks him, and she immediately demands to know what he wants. She presses harder, asking how he got inside and making clear that he owes her an explanation. Caught off guard, he hesitates and struggles to answer. Instead of explaining himself, he blurts out his own question, trying to identify who she is. His companion recognizes her at once as Kate, the Ice Queen, one of Laze's top figures and the Sun Guild's Vice Guild Master. That revelation hits him hard, especially when he realizes she is the wielder of eternal permafrost. Kate politely asks him to step aside because she has come a long way for something important, but he refuses. He answers with a grin that he has business here too and has no intention of yielding. Kate studies him in silence, measuring the kind of opponent he is. She finds his response unsurprising, already understanding that he will not back down. He shifts the conversation and asks about the others who supposedly entered this place. Just as he points out that only one person seems to be present, a violent blast erupts elsewhere in the chamber. The explosion interrupts them both, and he turns in alarm to locate its source. He spots another sealed door and realizes the disturbance came from beyond it. The noise continues from that direction, confirming activity on the other side. Kate, annoyed by the commotion, coldly tells whoever is fighting beyond the door to keep it down. She then returns her attention to him and declares that if he will not move, he will have to face her. She makes her position explicit. She cannot allow anyone to interfere with her guild master. He accepts that a peaceful passage was never realistic and prepares to force his way through. He launches the first attack, rushing her with explosive speed. Kate is startled by how fast he closes the distance. She instantly raises a chilling shield to block his charge. Even while defending, she judges that his combat style directly counters hers and that a prolonged fight will put her at a disadvantage. He recognizes the gap in rank and levels between them, but trusts his superior build and battle suitability to make up for it. Deciding to confirm her condition before committing further, he activates a detection skill. The skin reveals Kate's current health and mana, her ice-based abilities, and the unique frost equipment empowering her. The information comes so easily that he is briefly surprised, while his companion reminds him that his luck is the truly abnormal factor. He immediately calls Hyang into action. Using the familiar's support, he enchants his weapon with lightning to sharpen his offense. With the buff active, he uses Rushing Dragon's Step to slip past Kate instead of trading blows head-on. Realizing he is trying to break through, Kate angrily moves to stop him and throws up another chilling shield. He drives a lightning charge strike into the barrier with full force. Following through, he unleashes Demon Flash Piercing Mirror to punch through her defense. The attack tears into the shield and overwhelms its protection. Kate is stunned as her barrier shatters under the impact. He instantly uses Blink to capitalize on the opening and reposition at close range. Kate counters by forming a massive ice weapon in a burst of freezing power. She seizes control of the battlefield again, raising the conjured weapon to strike back. Calling forth Ice Javelin, she sends a devastating frozen attack crashing down toward him. The blow catches him in a storm of ice and debris, forcing out a pained grunt. As the frost surges across the chamber, he faces Kate again from mid-range, the fight now fully escalated. Kate opens the fight by combining Blizzard with Laser, launching an ice-based attack at the hooded intruder. The spell slams down in a burst of freezing force, trying to overwhelm him before he can respond. Instead of retreating, the man begins casting through a summoned familiar, revealing he can use magic as well. His counterattack tears forward through the icy barrage, cutting into Kate's assumption that she held the advantage. Kate realizes too late that her opponent is not just a close-range fighter, but someone hiding far more versatility than expected. He accepts the compliment, and calmly warns her that she still has not seen everything he can do. To prove it, he conjures fire, shocking Kate with the revelation that he can wield magic despite his reputation. Kate reacts instantly, throwing up a defensive barrier before the flames can hit her directly. Her chilling shield collides with the fireball and neutralizes the attack in a violent clash of heat and frost. When the impact clears, Kate is still standing, but the exchange has forced her to reassess the man in front of her. She starts to identify him as a rare magic fist mage, someone who mixes physical combat with spellcasting. Watching from nearby, the others are equally unsettled and try to understand what kind of opponent he really is. Kate suppresses her confusion and forces herself to focus on the immediate battle instead of the mystery. She reasons that the steam and shattered visibility should be disrupting both sides, creating a brief opening. Deciding this is her moment, Kate unleashes a wide-area freezing technique to seize control of the battlefield. The hooded man recognizes the skill at once as eternal permafrost and understands the scale of what she is attempting. Kate is caught off guard when he reacts too quickly, realizing her surprise attack may not have worked as planned. The frozen field erupts around them, encasing the area in ice and turning the entire space into her domain. As the frost settles, Kate waits for the result, expecting the terrain itself to pin him down. Instead, she begins analyzing him more seriously, noting that he fights recklessly despite knowing he is facing one of the top guilds. The fact that he can also use eternal permafrost pushes her toward a troubling conclusion about his identity. The possibility becomes hard to ignore, and she starts to suspect he may truly be Magic Fist. She voices that suspicion outright, trying to confirm whether the legendary player is standing before her. The ice surges higher around them, but the man remains unbroken inside the frozen zone. His ally observes that he has been pushed back, yet not nearly as badly as someone with such a level gap should have been. The explanation turns to mechanics. Physical skills scale with strength, while magic skills scale with magic power, along with level, gear, and other stats. By rank and level alone, Kate should possess overwhelming magical stats, making her damage output far beyond ordinary opponents. As a pure damage mage, most of her build is concentrated into magic power, which should make her spells devastating. The observers compare that to Carpe and begin calculating why he can still endure her attacks. Even after accounting for his own invested magic power, his raw stats should still be far below Kate's. Under normal circumstances, he should not be able to compete, so the reason must lie somewhere other than level and base attributes. They identify one major factor as his gear, including a legendary ring that greatly boosts ice damage and doubles freezing effects. His main weapons also amplify his combat style, further narrowing the gap between him and stronger opponents. On top of that, his titles, workshop growth bonuses, and ancient nectar effects make him superior in almost every category except pure level and stats. There is still one advantage Kate's side lacks, and it turns out to be crucial. The battlefield itself is filled with intense heat, and without flame resistance that environment reduces all stats by 10%. Kate realizes too late that she has been suffering that debuff the whole time, and her eternal permafrost is already ending. With the truth laid bare, she can only admit how absurdly stacked the situation is against her expectations. The man approaches and formally reveals her status as the Sun Guild's Vice Guild Master, making clear he knows exactly who she is. He immediately invites Magic Fist to join his guild, but the answer is a flat refusal before he can even finish. He presses forward anyway, insisting his real objective is not Kate's group and asking her to step aside. Kate rejects him again and raises her power, choosing force over negotiation. She fires Blizzard Laser once more, trying to end the standoff with a direct magical strike. This time he catches the attack with his weapon's special option, revealing a tool designed to counter spells. An anti-magic cell activates, absorbing magic of that level or lower and storing the energy instead of letting it hit him. He immediately turns Kate's own attack back on her, sending the stored power crashing down in return. The reflected blast catches her hard enough to stagger her, forcing her into a desperate escape. But he had already predicted where she would reappear, making her teleport attempt useless. Using haste and rushing dragon step, he closes the distance in an instant to keep her from resetting the fight. Cornered at close range, Kate hurriedly tries to raise Chilling Shield again before his follow-up can land. The hooded fighter reveals his counterattack was already in motion and tells his opponent she reacted too late. He unleashes Demon Flash-piercing mirror and drives a violent strike into the blue-haired woman before she can recover. The blow smashes her down hard enough to crater the floor and seize control of the fight. Reeling in pain, she realizes he is using an abnormal power that feels unfairly overwhelming. Furious and cornered, she decides to resort to a trump card she had hoped not to use and vows to remember Gunter for forcing her this far. She opens her skill card and prepares a desperate new move. When he looks up again, he finds her standing at a distance with a changed, guarded posture. He is startled that she mastered a new skill so quickly, then activates Dragon's Eye to inspect it. A magical eye opens, letting him analyze the threat in detail. The reading identifies the technique as the possessed skill 7-star Holy Sacrifice. He understands that Holy Sacrifice is an explosive attack whose damage scales with the user's maximum mana. Its raw destructive power is so extreme that it can rival even 9-star skills as a last resort attack. He also learns the price is permanent loss of a skill point, making it a move used only in absolute desperation. Instead of panicking, he is almost amused that he gets to see such a reckless skill again. As the spell swells, he notes that reflection-based defenses are useless against it, cutting off an obvious answer. The woman commits fully, deciding this blast will end everything. Holy Sacrifice detonates in a blinding eruption meant to erase him outright. The cathedral-like space is swallowed by the blast as she watches for the aftermath. Breathing hard, she convinces herself that even Gunter could not have survived that explosion. Her certainty breaks the moment she senses something impossible. He steps out alive, shaken but intact, and admits he genuinely thought he might die. A companion calmly addresses Carpe and begins explaining why overwhelming magic alone does not guarantee victory. Using this fight as an example, he points out that even a supposedly unbeatable opponent can be answered if you understand the attack. His first lesson is that Holy Sacrifice has a slight delay before it actually goes off. That delay creates a window to escape with room transfer before the explosion can catch you. Once the blast ends, you simply return and finish off the now-spent opponent. He adds that this option fails in places like Flame Spirit's Shelter, where warp-type skills cannot be used. As the woman prepares another blast, the obvious question becomes what to do when escape is impossible. Gunter stays calm and reaches for a different answer. Golden light gathers as he calls up a defensive power instead of fleeing. A radiant guardian-like force manifests to shield him. He activates the 8-star command of Radiance, which massively boosts both physical and magical attack and defense for 30 seconds. The first Holy Sacrifice hits, but the enhanced defense lets him survive with most of his health still intact. When the second blast comes immediately after, she expects it to finish what the first could not. Gunter answers by triggering Master of the World Tree. The effect restores his recoverable resources and fully heals his health and mana, resetting the battle in his favor. Her follow-up explosion crashes into someone who has already recovered, wasting the advantage she thought she had. He dryly sums up that this is how he barely survived, even as his system warns that his health had dropped below 60%. A healing orb rune begins restoring him further, and he concludes that without her borrowed magic stat and this skill, she would never have pushed him so far. The woman is left stunned, realizing someone exists who can endure Holy Sacrifice twice. Unable to understand it, she rushes him in frustration and disbelief. She closes the distance, preparing to settle things directly. Gunter abruptly yields, saying he has lost. She accepts the outcome with irritation, deciding to end the mess here rather than drag it out. The moment her guard drops, Gunter moves first and throws a sudden close-range punch. The strike lands cleanly and snaps her backward before she can defend herself. Dazed and off balance, she struggles to process the cheap but effective reversal. Her confusion deepens as she realizes he was never truly surrendering. He stands over her fallen body, having stolen victory through timing and deception after surviving her strongest attacks. With the fight decided, he leaves her with a casual remark that he enjoyed himself. A blue-haired opponent accepts death with surprising calm as a finger snap is aimed at her forehead. Instead of dying outright, she dryly notes that being killed by a finger snap would have been a first for her. As she fades away, she parts on almost friendly terms and addresses her victor as Magic Fist. Back with his allies, the hooded man admits the fight was dangerously close, and that only preparation and luck kept him alive. He tells his injured companion to drink potions while he checks what the rank 6 enemy dropped. Among the glittering loot, something unusually flashy catches his attention. He immediately senses this drop is not what he expected. Bending down, he realizes the reward is more than ordinary skill cards. That thought jolts him, because the implication is far more valuable than it should be. He discovers a 7-star skill Holy Sacrifice, and is stunned that anyone would casually carry such a rare card. With the loot secured, he turns to the final task and opens the massive door ahead. Beyond it, only one person remains inside. He identifies that last person as Gunter Rauhel. The door opens into a chamber engulfed in intense heat and fire. As he dispels the lingering status effect and complains about the heat, his companion points him towards someone deeper inside. Seeing who it is leaves him momentarily speechless. A red-haired man walks away from the flames as if the inferno belongs to him. The man notices them with easy composure. He explains he had planned to investigate after defeating the boss, but Kate has already been taken out, though the hooded man's gear was nearly destroyed in the process. They exchange names, confirming that the newcomer is Magic Fist and the man before him is indeed Gunter Rauhel. Gunter accepts the introduction with a relaxed smile. Then the name Magic Fist triggers his memory. He realizes this is the same Magic Fist Kate talked about, the one who wounded her pride by using eternal permafrost. Gunter adds that Kate was furious to see someone else wield what she considered her exclusive skill. That revelation shocks the hooded man. Gunter regrets that the timing is bad. He says it is unfortunate to meet such an interesting opponent when he is no longer able to fight, because his body is already disappearing. He admits the boss's guardian was stronger than expected and that a special burn skill left him beyond the help of burn cures or recovery potions. Even while fading, Gunter warmly suggests they meet again if fate allows it. The hooded man can only stare as Gunter vanishes into light. He pieces together that the boss and Gunter must have destroyed each other. His companion points out that this conveniently removes two major threats at once. The hooded man agrees in principle, but the outcome still leaves him dissatisfied. He admits he had wanted to test himself against those powerful figures instead of losing them to reckless circumstances. His companion tries to cheer him up and shifts his attention towards something else in the chamber. He directs him to inspect a nearby wall. The hooded man notices something embedded there. Looking closer, he realizes the wall contains jewels. His companion explains that one of them is a sealing stone hiding a secret passage. He tells him to press it. The hooded man hesitates, surprised by how simple the solution sounds. He reaches out and touches the red stone. The sealing stone shatters instantly. When nothing more dramatic happens, he asks if breaking it really was all that was required. His companion confirms it, then casually reveals there are not many more to break, only around 77. That number crushes the hooded man's patience, while his companion laughs at his misery. A surge of blue energy suddenly sweeps through the area. The hidden mechanism activates and the floor or passage shifts open beneath them. Now inside the revealed stone corridor, the companion jokes that 77 was excessive but asks whether the challenge was still enjoyable. The hooded man starts to dismiss the idea of fun, then cuts himself off as something catches his attention. Seeing a treasure chest in the chamber, he immediately focuses on claiming it. The chest turns out to be sealed with magic, promising something valuable inside. Pleased by the challenge, he uses the spell to break the enchantment. The chest yields an essence of Supreme Flame Spirit, a unique grade magic material with immense fire power and dangerous energy. His companion recognizes it as the highest grade of magic material. They realize it can grant extra flame abilities to weapons or fire resistance to armor if used in crafting. He adds that it can even raise an item's overall grade, making it a prize craftsman would fight over. Instead of selling it, they decide it is exactly what they need to build the puppet. That conclusion leaves him openly thrilled at finally obtaining a proper core. As soon as he takes the flame essence, his engineering-related synthesis ability reacts and informs him he has compatible materials in storage. The sudden system response catches him completely off guard. He realizes he can synthesize again, reviving a function he thought was unavailable. He quickly checks his inventory to see what other material might match it. The system points to a legendary white ice crystal, a rare frozen magic material he had been carrying. He remembers earning that crystal from the fragment of the Ice Emperor in the Elf Forest, and never expected it to matter here. When the system asks whether to proceed with synthesis, his companion hesitates, worried about the risk. Even so, the warning only makes the uncertainty feel more dangerous than persuasive. He reasons that the flame spirit was never the only possible core, and that any condensed mana entity strong enough should work. Deciding he can replace it later if necessary, he commits to the gamble and orders the synthesis to begin. The fire essence and ice crystal are drawn together as the process starts. Their opposing energies collide violently in a burst of heat and frost. The fusion succeeds, and a new combined material is born. The result is harmony of frost and flame, a legendary catalyst where both elements coexist in perfect balance, and would attract the interest of supreme flame and ice spirits alike. Overjoyed by the outcome, he thanks the system while marveling at how absurdly useful this hidden function is. With the treasure secured and no more business on that floor, he decides they are done there. His companion suggests it is time to leave. Instead, he notices his companion's unease and asks what is really bothering him. The answer is blunt: he needs to grow stronger, not just in level but in equipment as well. He points out that even with all his familiars, his odds against the Flame Golem Guardian are only around 10%. Compared to Gunter, who defeated it alone, that gap in strength feels humiliatingly clear. He admits he is still far behind that standard. His companion tries to soften it by noting Gunter is rank 1, but the comparison still stands. After confirming he is currently level 63, they start planning the next step. The decision is to reach level 65 and then head to the capital, Louis-Ceylon. There they intend to find Fergus and begin serious upgrades. That reminder brings back Fergus's request that they look for him in the capital while he continues training for his benefactor. He suddenly remembers Fergus and folds that promise into the plan. They also decide to collect red mithril for lawyers' materials while they are upgrading in Louis-Ceylon. With the route settled, he agrees without hesitation. They leave the chamber with a clear goal: level up first, then pursue their upgrades. Soon after, he begins grinding by launching a fireball at the monsters ahead. The spell detonates in a towering blast, overwhelming the target with raw flame. The creature roars as it burns, showing the attack is highly effective. As they move through the rocky area, he identifies the enemies as dark clay and notes they are easier than expected. He explains that these monsters are weak to magic but highly resistant to physical attacks, so brute force is inefficient. That makes the area especially favorable for mage-type hunters. Still, he warns that mages are not the only ones drawn here, because another class benefits even more. He begins to explain why assassins favor this place. Before he finishes, sudden flashes erupt in the darkness like a stealth attack being demonstrated in real time. He concludes that the terrain is ideal for PvP against fragile mages, because low HP spellcasters are especially easy to target here. The protagonist launches into another kill with ruthless momentum, intent on finishing the fight immediately. He cuts through the enemy in one clean motion, ending the battle without slowing down. Pleased with the grind, he reflects that hunting monsters with his familiars is an efficient way to gain both experience and loot. The rewards confirm it. He reaches level 65, earns bonus points, and receives an intermediate skill pack to open later. He credits his familiars for making the leveling much easier and openly thanks them for their help. One of the familiars proudly reports reaching level 30 as well, which catches his attention. Another familiar reveals the same result, suggesting this is not an isolated case but a shared pattern among them. He realizes with surprise that all of his familiars have somehow risen to the same level. That coincidence immediately suggests a hidden exploit, and his shock turns into anticipation. He excitedly concludes that every summon pull now multiplies his gains, since each familiar can bring its own blessings, titles, and rewards. After the burst of excitement, he steadies himself and decides to handle the opportunity carefully. He entrusts Hyang with helping manage the process, treating the familiars like a team he can organize for maximum benefit. Even his companions are baffled by how seriously he is taking the order of opening the reward cards. He starts with Testania's card, only to find a 6-star writing skill she already knows, so he chooses to convert it into an enhancement instead. The enhancement succeeds, raising that existing skill rather than wasting the duplicate. He opens the remaining rewards and pulls several high-grade abilities, including Elemental Shield, Weapon Replication, and Call from the Netherworld, leaving him satisfied with the haul. Tistania celebrates the windfall, while he basks in the idea that his growing stable of familiars can keep producing this kind of prosperity. With the rewards settled, the story shifts as he leaves the dungeon grind behind and prepares to pursue his next objective. He heads to Xenon, the capital of Xenonia, to use its warp gate for travel. At the gate, he arrives before the official in charge of intercity transport. The gatekeeper recognizes him as a messenger of the lords and asks where he wants to go. He requests transport to Lysilon, the capital of the Ruindiria Federation. The system informs him that the trip costs 10 gold, forcing him to approve the fee. Once payment is accepted, the warp gate is activated. He steps into the portal and is sent off with the customary blessing for a safe journey. A moment later, he emerges in the new city. Traveling with his companion, he grumbles that 10 gold for a single warp is steep, and they note that cross-national movement is effectively taxed. The explanation is political. Xenonia and the Gilliant Empire have been enemies for over a century, making direct travel between them impossible, while neutral Ruindiria remained accessible to both. By standing between rival powers, Ruindiria grew rich off warp fees and also profited by selling arms, technology, and mediation services to both sides. That history made the Federation the wealthiest nation on the continent. A level of world building his companion dryly notes feels unusually realistic for a game. The protagonist quietly connects that wealth to what he is seeing around him. The city's oversized, uniform architecture confirms it, flaunting the prosperity Ruindiria accumulated from its position. Remembering Fergus's request, he asks where he should look for him in this capital. He recalls Fergus as the grateful craftsman who once promised to repay his help. That promise included improving himself until he could be useful to his benefactor. Fergus had specifically asked to be sought out if the protagonist ever came to the capital. Now the protagonist remembers the practical reason clearly. He needs Fergus for equipment enhancement. His companion reassures him that Fergus's profession makes him easier to track down, since he worked as both a blacksmith and an enhancer. Drawing on another city they know, the companion explains that craftsmen like that usually gather in a dedicated workshop district, and Lysilon should have the same kind of area. From that, they infer Fergus is probably somewhere in that district. The protagonist agrees and decides to head there at once. Their immediate goal becomes finding Fergus. When they reach the district, they are met by a noisy, chaotic crowd of customers, flirtation, complaints, and business all piling together. The protagonist is taken aback by how packed and disorderly the place is. He pauses, trying to make sense of the unusual commotion. Looking ahead, he spots a dense crowd gathered around one particular building. The concentration of people in a single spot makes him suspicious that something unusual is happening there. He wonders if that building is the district's main enhancement hotspot. But the scene feels off even for a popular shop, so he decides to ask someone directly. Before he can investigate further, a pink-haired woman notices his confusion and asks if this is his first time in Lysilon. A man in noble attire asks what the commotion in town is about. A pink-haired woman explains that an enhancer NPC has appeared inside a nearby building. She adds that people are gathering for enhancement services even though the building stands in an area that should be inaccessible. To jog his memory, she reminds him that some users recently helped this NPC and received an enhancement as a reward. The key detail is that they pushed an item all the way to +9 in a single attempt, making the NPC instantly famous. Hearing that, the nobleman starts to suspect exactly who this enhancer might be. As he tries to recall the name, the crowd suddenly erupts because the NPC has come outside. The door opens, drawing everyone's attention. The crowd confirms that the enhancer NPC has appeared. People immediately swarm him with offers, requests, and bribes, leaving the supposed NPC confused by the sudden attention. He tries to refuse because he is not actually available for work, but one word from the crowd stops him cold: benefactor. The nobleman recognizes that title at once and realizes the crowd is talking about him. The red-haired enhancer greets him like a long-awaited patron, making it clear he has been expecting this reunion. Rather than explain himself in public, the enhancer hurriedly ushers the nobleman inside. The onlookers are left stunned and wondering who this important visitor is. Once indoors, the nobleman calmly recounts how he ended up in the capital, and the enhancer receives him as an honored guest. The nobleman explains that his family name has nearly faded from memory, so he intends to restore it. From what he has heard outside, he believes that rebuilding his standing may actually be possible. The enhancer awkwardly admits he is embarrassed by the misunderstanding around his reputation. He clarifies that he is still only training as an enhancer and came to the capital because special enhancement materials can be found nearby. He downplays his own ability as still weak, even though his earlier feat makes that modesty hard to believe. Still, he draws a line between his personal skill and the extraordinary quality of his benefactor's equipment. He then invites the nobleman deeper inside to continue properly. There he reveals the workshop where he has been carrying out his enhancement work. With enough special solution on hand, he offers to enhance all of the nobleman's gear for free. The nobleman is overwhelmed with gratitude and affection at such generosity. The enhancer begins the process by handling the equipment directly. He starts forging in earnest, throwing himself into the work. The enhancement surges through the weapon in a burst of heat and force. System messages confirm a string of successful upgrades, including the nobleman's gravity blade reaching +9. After finishing, the enhancer says he will stop there for now. He explains that pushing the item to +12 would require more special solution and materials than he currently possesses. Even so, he says that with enough supplies, attempting +13 would not be out of the question. He asks his benefactor to gather the necessary materials if time allows. The nobleman eagerly agrees to obtain everything needed, delighted to be useful. The scene shifts to a mine, the source of the materials they need. When asked where they are, the nobleman identifies the place as Humor Mine. He explains that it is Luzeland's most famous dungeon, rich in high-quality ores and popular with parties seeking DPS and tanks, though not thieves. He adds that the mine's enemies are mainly golems and that there is a route here for obtaining red mithril. He then turns the discussion to the workshop district, noting that the enhancer received many quests there. He recalls one in particular from Workshop Association Manager Elton, who praised the enhancer's talent and asked for help. That request was to supply ore from Humor Mine to the workshop district, with rewards scaling by performance and favorability with the manager increasing on success. The next major quest involved investigating why the mine's worker golems had suddenly gone berserk. The nobleman explains that clearing these quests raises standing throughout the workshop district and can even earn a small title discount when using its facilities. He also reveals that another quest line exists there, known as the Blue Mithril Quest. That quest centers on Bison, an old blacksmith living in a shabby corner workshop. No matter who approached him, Bison would only repeat a single obsession: blue mithril exists. The nobleman explains that blue mithril can be obtained by meeting special conditions on the mine's last floor, and bringing it to Bison earns his treasure, a hammer with crafting probability correction. Bison will also give an accessory made from blue mithril, making the whole chain an exceptional reward. He concludes that Humor Mine contains 3 major quests tied to Fergus, and hints that there is technically one more detail he will explain later. He decides to ignore the lesser concerns for now and deal with the immediate threats first. Standing over the mine, he identifies the monsters below as the first obstacle that has to be cleared. As the creatures roar up from the pit, he calmly prepares to confront them. He calls on Jillian to use the new skill he just learned, and Jillian eagerly agrees. Purple energy gathers at Jillian's hand as he begins the activation. He unleashes the 8-star skill call from the netherworld, summoning something far beyond an ordinary spell. The magic tears through the area as armored figures begin materializing from the underworld. A squad of Death Knights answers the call, identifying themselves as the 7th Army Special Strike Force under Lamarck. The undead soldiers pledge themselves to their general and await his orders. Their absolute obedience catches Jillian off guard, making the summoning feel far more real than expected. Recovering quickly, he orders the entire unit to charge. The Death Knights rush the monsters in the mine and crash into them head-on. Their assault immediately overwhelms the creatures and smashes through the front line. The monsters are driven back under the force of the undead charge. Watching the devastation, Jillian is stunned that the skill works this well even though he has barely learned it. He basks in the success while pretending it is nothing unusual, even as everyone around him is amazed. One knight explains that this elite force is old, with an average age of 82. Jillian is startled to learn their commander is around 90 years old. The knight admits they may seem aged but implies that age has not weakened their worth. He stresses that their real strength lies in their teamwork. To prove it, the knight launches into a coordinated combat maneuver. The Death Knights move as one, surrounding the enemy with disciplined, swirling attacks. The monsters can only snarl as the formation closes around them. The unit finishes the fight in a rapid, crushing sequence that leaves the mine secured. With the danger gone, Jillian notes that the mine is full of useful ores and magical metals worth collecting. He tells his companion to gather the materials for the quest, and system rewards begin appearing as they do. After obtaining more ore, he mentions there is another nearby quest with a good reward. His companion immediately pushes them to go after it. Jillian agrees without hesitation, seeing no reason to refuse an easy opportunity. They move deeper through the mine's wooden passages toward the next objective. At the entrance to another chamber, Jillian stops as something unexpected catches his attention. His companion reacts first, sensing a strange situation ahead. Jillian edges forward carefully to see what is happening. They find a group of dwarves, and his companion urges him to keep going since they worked hard to reach this place. Jillian assumes they are close to the quest target and looks ahead for the reward. But instead of treasure, an angry voice denounces him as a greedy human. The accusation stops him cold. He looks around in confusion, trying to understand who is speaking. The dwarves confront him, furious that humans have exploited them and made them suffer even more by chasing them here. They demand to know why he is tormenting them when all they want is to find someone named Mikhail. Realizing the situation is volatile, Jillian tries to calm Estelle while taking in the dwarves' anger. He notices one dwarf has a badly injured leg and begins reassessing the scene. Seeing the wound, he understands the dwarf needs treatment more than a fight. He concludes the dwarves are not naturally hostile quest givers, but their current fear and anger make any approach dangerous. His companion explains that to receive the real quest, Jillian first has to earn the dwarves' recognition. When he asks how, the unhelpful answer is simply to do it through a quest, which only frustrates him. Trying a gentler approach, Jillian says he is not their enemy and points out that the injured dwarf needs a healing potion immediately. The dwarves reject the offer, asking why they should trust a human remedy after what humans have done to them. Jillian realizes their distrust is already at rock bottom, likely because another human once poisoned dwarves while pretending to help, so he apologizes and starts searching for another way in. As he thinks it over, he suddenly feels he has stumbled onto an important clue. The protagonist recalls that when he first met Estelle in the Divine Realm, she entrusted him with a seemingly ordinary divine artifact. In the present, he reaches for that item and politely asks the dwarves whether they recognize it. As soon as he reveals the star-shaped artifact, its significance becomes unmistakable. The two dwarves are horrified, realizing he is holding something far beyond an ordinary trinket. The revelation immediately changes their attitude, and they drop their resistance. They bow deeply and address him as the apostle of the ancient god, begging for mercy. He asks them to calm down, while the system notes that the artifact is performing far better than expected. The dwarves conclude that the apostle of a god absent for centuries has appeared in human form. Once convinced he is not an enemy, they let him treat one dwarf's wound, and his standing with them surges to the maximum needed to trigger a dwarven quest. A new quest begins, leaving him bitterly aware that his earlier suffering in the game had all been building toward this hidden route. With the tension eased, he asks what trouble has driven the dwarves into such desperation. They introduce themselves as JIS of the Red Anvil tribe and Mikhail, then prepare to explain. JIS warns that the story behind their plight is long and painful. He begins with events 5 years earlier, when their tribe chose its next chief. That chief was a brilliant craftsman whose leadership promised prosperity for the entire tribe. But his greatest strength was also his flaw. His curiosity and hunger to explore were impossible to restrain. Believing their people had grown stagnant, the chief insisted the wider world had to be studied if the dwarves were to keep advancing. He left for the human lands to learn their techniques, and JIS now regrets that no one stopped him. Years passed without any word, and the chief never returned. At last, JIS and Mikhail traveled to the human nation, the Ruindiria Federation, to search for him themselves. There, a high-ranking human recognized who they meant at once. The man claimed their chief had indeed come there, and was now conducting research somewhere inside the mine. Yet he refused to let them enter, citing danger, and instead promised that his subordinates would bring the chief out to them. Looking back, JIS realizes that kindness was a lie meant to keep them passive. While they waited at the lodging and even repaid the hospitality with their craftsmanship, no news of the chief ever came. Whenever they pressed for answers, they received only the same evasive excuse that the chief had gone too deep to be found quickly. Unable to wait any longer, the two dwarves finally entered the mine on their own. Inside, they were attacked and driven into hiding, so they now begged the apostle to save them. The protagonist realizes this account differs sharply from what he knew from the game, suggesting the situation has changed. A quest window appears, revealing an epic raid mission tied to the dwarves and warning that failure would permanently turn Ruindiria hostile. The scale of the quest shocks him, especially when the system warns that epic quests can drastically alter the world depending on their outcome. He pieces together that this event was originally just a search quest, but his presence has transformed it into something much larger. The reason becomes clear to him. He had already raised dwarf favorability to the absolute maximum. He reflects that such trust should have been nearly impossible to earn, especially with dwarves, which explains why this route almost never occurred. Because of that bond, and because he currently bears Estelle's authority as a temporary apostle, this has become a quest only he can trigger and resolve. He is stunned to learn just how difficult the hidden condition really was. That realization makes him wonder whether unseen administrators are monitoring the game world as well. His companion admits the management side has not been revealed, leaving the suspicion unresolved. Even so, the protagonist worries that being flagged as abnormal might bring consequences. His companion reassures him that such a risk may exist, but it is not worth panicking over. He adds that he has acted just as abnormally before and nothing happened. The protagonist remains uneasy, unable to tell what kind of beings are truly controlling this world. The dwarves interrupt his thoughts and timidly ask whether he will accept their plea. He reaches out, signaling that he has already made his decision. He formally accepts their request. Then he reassures them with warmth, promising to help as much as he can. The dwarves say they would be grateful even if he only recovered their chief's belongings, not wanting to demand too much. That detail makes him realize the original quest objective was probably to retrieve the artifact, implying the chief may already be dead. He soberly admits that after so much time, expecting the chief to still be alive would be difficult. Even though the mine spans 5 floors and the chief's location is completely unknown, he accepts the challenge, and the dwarves entrust the apostle with the search. The apostle is shown a strange emblem and realizes it may be important. The dwarves explain that their clan has inherited 2 sacred marks, the mark of the hammer and the mark of the anvil, and they entrusted him with the anvil. They add that the marks are not powerful by themselves, but they mystically draw their bearers toward each other. From that, the apostle concludes the missing chief must possess the other mark. The dwarves confirm it and say the mark will react more strongly as he approaches the chief. Even though they want to help, their injuries make them a burden rather than support. The apostle agrees, noting that Mikhail has only been stabilized and still has a serious wound. He decides the dwarves should take Mikhail and leave the dangerous area, and they gratefully accept. Before departing, the quiet dwarf hesitates as if remembering something important. He stops the apostle long enough to offer a final gift. The gift turns out to be a unique bracelet that boosts strength, vitality, and physical damage, and the dwarves ask him to make good use of it. They leave the apostle to continue alone while promising to wait outside. As the injured dwarves withdraw, he watches them though and prepares to move deeper in. He is struck by their generosity, especially giving him a rare item before leaving. Trusting the dwarf brothers, he equips the bracelet and commits himself to finding their chief quickly. As he proceeds, he gathers materials from the area, including an intermediate iron ingot and a worn ruby fragment. A faint metallic echo carries through the cavern and interrupts the search. The sacred mark reacts, making him realize Jillian must be close. At first he assumes Jillian is still fighting bronze golems. But the sound is wrong, and his companion points out that it is steel striking steel, not monsters. That observation makes him realize Jillian and the others were attacked the moment they entered this place. He recognizes the noise as the clue that ties the situation together. He rushes toward the source of the battle without hesitation. He arrives in the middle of a violent clash of blades. The fight is already desperate, and Jillian is in immediate danger. Jillian warns that these are no ordinary enemies and urges his comrades to hold on against foes fighting in a similar style. One of Jillian's allies calls for Yang and pushes for a decisive response. The embattled group unleashes everything they have while crying out for help under heavy pressure. A blue-armored fighter drives through the melee with a powerful strike. The apostle reaches Jillian and demands to know what happened. Jillian explains that while he and his comrades were hunting golems, unknown attackers suddenly engaged them. The apostle questions the motive, unwilling to believe the ambush was random. His companion immediately agrees that the attackers must have had a reason. He reasons that the killers either meant to wipe out everything inside the mine or silence anyone connected to the dwarves. That possibility makes the apostle focus on the dwarves as the true target. Jillian confirms it, adding that the attackers even had black wings and were clearly trying to kill the dwarves. The apostle recognizes the style as matching Laza's assassination group and wonders why such an organization would be after dwarves. He concludes the situation is tied to a major quest and decides to search the area more thoroughly for any remaining enemies or clues. A sudden surge of magic interrupts that plan. The sacred mark abruptly flares, signaling that what he seeks is very close. He tests the mark and realizes it is pulling toward a point nearby. Following the reaction, he determines the source lies underground. He summons Hyang to help him uncover whatever is hidden below. Hyang immediately answers the call and starts digging. In moments, the ground is torn open and something buried is exposed. The apostle discovers a hidden bag and is surprised that it had been concealed beneath the earth. The sacred mark vibrates intensely in response to the bag. He realizes the mark is reacting directly to it, which means the bag likely contains the dwarven treasure they valued above their lives. That leads him to suspect the chief's ultimate objective is tied to this hidden property. Before drawing further conclusions, he decides to collect the belongings first and examine them carefully. After finding the Red Clan chief's belongings, he learns the quest still continues because returning them to the dwarves only offers a minor reward. Realizing the mission has not cleared, he concludes something important must still be hidden among the chief's effects. A closer look makes him suspect the bag contains more than ordinary loot. He searches through it carefully, feeling around for whatever was overlooked. What he touches feels soft and unusual, immediately setting it apart from the rest. He pulls out a glowing item and receives confirmation that he has obtained the dwarf chief's secret key. The discovery shocks him, and he instantly realizes the key may be a warp item. The key activates and transports him straight to the hidden treasure vault of the dwarf chief. Arriving there, he is left speechless by how impossible the situation seems. He understands at once that this is what an epic raid quest truly leads to. Surveying the vault, he sees rows of unique and legendary treasures laid out before him. Among them, he spots something of even higher value, epic raid loot. He uses the spell to break the protection sealing the treasure. With the barrier removed, he begins collecting powerful weapons, skills, and rare items in rapid succession. One item stands out as a Supreme Demon Lord artifact tied to Galtia, with overwhelming stats and a special power that activates in crisis. His companion congratulates him on an absurdly lucky haul, calling it a true jackpot. Instead of celebrating normally, he fixates on how impossible this luck is and starts comparing it to the monstrous standards of demon lords. He addresses the presence inside him directly, already suspecting who is responsible. He explains that the appeal of gacha lies in uncertainty, risk, and enduring disappointment without knowing what will come. He goes on that the real thrill comes from finally winning after all that tension and failure. So getting jackpots every single time is, to him, a violation of the entire point. Acting on that conclusion, he grabs his companion and accuses him of being the heavenly demon bro. The startled companion blurts out a panicked admission, confirming he guessed right. He points out that the real heavenly demon bro would never sincerely congratulate a jackpot, and would have cursed the result instead. The exposed dream demon admits his disguise was pierced, but warns that the protagonist has crossed a forbidden line. That line, the demon declares, is gacha itself, and he lashes out in outrage. Unfazed, the protagonist turns the confrontation around and prepares to expel the intruder from his mind. He shatters the dream demon's illusion by force, earning recognition for breaking the dream with his own power. Back in reality, he wakes with a pounding head from the aftermath. His real companion confirms he is finally regaining his senses, though still dizzy. He curses the dream demon for even faking system notifications well enough to fool him. Still disoriented, he briefly worries he may have only awakened into another dream. A ridiculous fantasy about free epic rewards convinces him this time that he is actually awake. He is relieved to find he was not the only one trapped by the dream attack. Looking around, he realizes the others were affected as well. The rest of the party lies asleep in harmless but revealing dreams, including childish scenes that show their private comfort fantasies. They decide to wake everyone quickly before the prolonged sleep drains their vitality. His companion explains that weaker dream demons are easy to deal with, but this intermediate level one requires a different method. To save the others, he must enter each person's dream directly and wake them from inside it. He kneels beside the sleepers and prepares to use the method on them one by one. He starts with Mukyang, making physical contact with the sleeping familiar. Focusing on that target, he activates the command to enter the dream. The transition begins as the skill takes hold. A system window appears to guide the process. After confirming he wants to visit Mukyang's dream, he is drawn into it. Inside, he immediately feels awkward and defensively insists he was not trying to pry. Mukyang's dream turns out to be an innocent memory of everyone living happily together, which only deepens his embarrassment. Once that rescue is done, he notes that only one person remains asleep. He steels himself for the final dive, deciding it is Tina's turn. Seeing Tina sleeping peacefully, he wonders what kind of dream she is having and notes that she looks genuinely happy. A man intrudes on Tina's sleep and prepares to rouse her from a peaceful dream. With a knowing smile, he makes clear he is only waking her for the moment. He deliberately enters Tina's dream to pull her out of it. Inside that dream, the scene opens on a battlefield scorched by war. Someone urgently directs Hyang toward the approaching threat. An orc warns that radiance is coming, and panic spreads through their ranks. Their leaders try to steady the soldiers by insisting the enemy is only one person. They cling to numbers as their only advantage while the attack closes in. Radiance arrives in full force, activating a power that floods her body with energy. The blessing massively amplifies her allies' offense and strengthens their defenses. Empowered, she charges forward with absolute intent to crush the enemy. Her strike tears through the orcs and shatters their formation in an instant. The aftermath leaves the battlefield overwhelmed by smoke and destruction. One surviving orc abruptly begs for mercy, trying to halt her execution. He points out the hypocrisy of condemning him for killing 10 humans while she slaughters countless orcs. Radiance looks down on his plea as cowardly and contemptible. She rejects his accusation and declares this is not revenge but punishment for murdering 10 humans. The orc insists he was only obeying his lord's command and offers his victim's head as ordered. That answer shifts her attention toward the unseen lord behind the massacre. She dismisses the question as obvious, yet the certainty begins to falter. A sudden unease overtakes her as her confidence gives way to confusion. She realizes she cannot even remember who her own lord is, exposing a terrifying gap in her identity. The orc seizes on that weakness and warns that Radiance herself is being deceived. Offended and threatened, she treats his words as a petty attempt to mislead her. She answers by striking him down, deciding he should pay with his life. With the enemy silenced, the battlefield falls still around her. Her hostility vanishes as she warmly greets Tina's arrival and addresses her as her lord. Tina sees the figure she had been waiting for standing behind her. That lord praises Tina for earning great merit once again. But the face and words remain obscured, leaving only the sense of authority and approval. Tina is shaken by the fact that she cannot remember this crucial figure at all. She reflects that ever since becoming a soul stone years ago, her memories have often been blurred, perhaps because of the demon king who created her. The dream shifts again, carrying her into an older memory marked by fire and unrest. She appears as a princess in a royal setting, standing before a decisive moment from her past. She recalls her resolve to create a weapon that would never betray her and could drive out the wicked gods. In that memory, she turns to her father. The demon king, her father, vows that he will at least protect her and tells her she does not have to bear this burden. He gives her a final chance to step away from the path she has chosen. Instead, he asks whether she is truly certain about sacrificing herself for it. She answers that everything is for the nation and its people, and begs to be made into a puppet. The memory jumps to the public aftermath, where the people celebrate the emperor for driving out the wicked gods. Tina wakes from the dream to find her father beside her, gently noting that the pilgrimage must have exhausted her. He observes that she seemed to be having a pleasant dream. Still disoriented, she covers her unease by saying she must have simply fallen asleep again. When asked what she dreamed, she realizes her thoughts are already becoming hazy. Before she can dwell on it, a disturbance interrupts the moment. A servant reports to the emperor that someone has pushed the princess, causing a brief commotion. Tina is startled that she is apparently the one involved and demands to know what happened. Her father brushes past the incident and turns the conversation toward her beauty and the need to find her a marriage partner now that the empire is stable. He casually begins suggesting noble candidates, starting with the second son of the Denning Duchy. Titania resists her father's push toward marriage, insisting she has not even begun to think about it. Her father dismisses her feelings and makes obedience to him the only thing that matters. The rebuke unsettles her, and she realizes he is showing a harsher side than usual. She forces herself to submit and apologizes instead of arguing further. Trying to steady herself, Titania reminds herself to calm down and endure. She recalls how humanity once suffered under merciless monsters until a hero defeated the demon king and brought peace. Against that grand history, she reduces herself to a dutiful imperial daughter who should simply follow her father's commands. By the next day, reports arrive again about the same intruder, and she coldly orders him turned away. But the man keeps returning day after day, lying in wait for a chance to meet her. Even her father grows irritated, wondering how long this persistent nuisance will continue. His frustration shifts toward the royal guard, and he considers intervening personally. As he moves to handle it himself, Titania follows in silence. She suppresses her thoughts and falls back into the habit of saying nothing. Even so, the pressure inside her keeps building as she clutches at herself to stay composed. Her father reassures her that he will personally remove anyone who threatens her. But Titania knows that is not the real issue, because something deeper has already pushed her to her limit. For some time, she has been hearing something faint reaching her little by little. That whisper gradually became a voice desperately calling her name. The call finally convinces her that she must meet whoever is trying to reach her. Even knowing her father would never understand, she decides she cannot ignore that pull any longer. Her father senses her wavering and presses her about the voice that is influencing her. When he grabs at her, the confrontation turns physical and breaks the last of her hesitation. He tries to bind her with guilt, claiming that everything she enjoys exists only because of him. He reframes her ideals of peace and happiness as reasons to remain obedient at his side. As he urges her to stay and promises her a false eternal happiness, she fights to remember who is truly calling her. She rejects his control, insisting that this is not the happiness she wants. At that moment she remembers Lord Dretch and recognizes the source of the voice. With that memory restored, she declares that she is not her father's puppet but a knight. The dream demon's illusion collapses as her will breaks free. Someone is violently thrown out of the shattered dreamscape and crashes into the real world. The victim reels in confusion, unable to understand what just happened. It becomes clear that Titania's dream was harder to invade than expected, but the rescuers finally forced their way in and pulled her out. A tiny restored Titania checks on her lord, confirming that she heard their voices. The blue-haired ally immediately orders Carpe to stop dawdling and get ready. He explains that dream demons become furious when the dreams they create are destroyed. Worse, they try to erase from reality anyone who escapes those dreams. So the group realizes the true fight is only beginning and that the boss is about to appear. A warning confirms that the enraged intermediate dream demon Chaos is descending and will not forgive their interference. Chaos manifests as a towering spectral monster and denounces the humans who ruined his work. Carpe is briefly thrown off by the demon's unexpectedly cute female form, but the danger is real. Chaos immediately launches a dark cannon attack. The blast tears through the area with explosive force, blasting apart the ground. Carpe avoids the strike and watches the attack's path as debris rains down. He identifies the spell as a 6-star dark cannon designed less for raw damage than for inflicting blindness on contact. Instead of fearing instant death, he focuses on what the attack is really meant to do. He concludes that the spell's strength lies in status effects rather than overwhelming firepower. With that in mind, he decides he can afford to take a hit if necessary, despite being told he could simply dodge. Carpe reveals he wants to test something and prepares to act on that gamble. Another dark cannon surges downward toward him in a concentrated beam. Chaos bears down over the battlefield, unleashing the full force of the descending attack. The red-caped fighter is struck head-on by a dark blast as the battle in the cavern intensifies. The attack inflicts temporary blindness, but he quickly judges that he can endure it despite the sharp drop in his combat ability. His companion watches the exchange, gauging the enemy while the blinded fighter keeps pressing forward. The observer notes that dream demons are not especially dangerous in direct combat, and wonders what his ally is really trying to verify. The answer comes immediately when the fighter triggers Dispel to test its limits. Dispel clears the blindness at once, confirming that the skill can remove this debuff in the middle of combat. When his companion questions him, he explains that he was checking whether Dispel truly removes all negative effects. He adds that it has even broken charm before, suggesting it may also protect against mental interference. Satisfied with that result, he decides they should stop theorizing and finish off the dream demon first. He unleashes a high-rank technique, committing to a decisive attack. Hell Judgment crashes down in a violent burst of power that tears through the cavern. He follows with Basilisk, layering another deadly strike to keep the demon from recovering. The chained assault lands cleanly and overwhelms the enemy. As the demon lashes out in frustration, he brushes off its insults and keeps control of the fight. He ends the exchange with eternal permafrost, freezing the area in a final crushing blow. The demon can only mutter its irritation as its defeat becomes inevitable. Its dark form breaks apart and dissipates, leaving the fighter standing over the aftermath. A system notice confirms the defeat of the intermediate dream demon, and the victor reflects that the creature became reckless once its disguise failed. With the threat gone, he turns to the reward and suggests checking the loot before leaving. Among the drops, he obtains a wind sword and a mysterious orb identified as a quest item tied to demon summoning, matching something he had seen in the dream. His companion is surprised by the quest item, but he immediately recognizes it as proof that the larger story is still unfolding. The quest updates, revealing that the missing chief's belongings were found, but more importantly that traces of a demon from outside the human world are involved, turning the case into a hunt for demonic evidence. He recalls seeing the same kind of object in Wind Cave and starts linking it to the earlier Rana incident. Rather than force a conclusion, he decides to let the quest reveal the truth while he checks the rest of the chief's bag. Searching the belongings, he finds something unexpected. The discovery is animal carcasses, a grim clue that immediately changes how they read the scene. His companion identifies them as materials from the demon realm that dream demons often use as mediums, meaning the creature must have handled the bag directly. That leads them to conclude the chief was deliberately targeted, and that anyone tracking him, including the dwarves, would have been in danger too. Comparing this to an earlier run of the quest, he notes that the story used to end with simply returning the belongings, so the dream demon's appearance is a new escalation likely tied to the epic version. He suspects that difference also explains why Dispel failed to solve the deeper problem. Pressed to explain, he admits he is working from theory rather than certainty. He lays out the logic. Major quests reshape the world more heavily as progression rises, and Demon King-related stories are especially sensitive. Because the game allows great freedom, it still needs boundaries to keep one player from destabilizing everything. So quests tied directly to the world's structure include safeguards, especially forced events that ensure key storylines continue. His companion realizes the dream itself may have been one of those forced events. He agrees, reasoning that for the epic story to advance abnormally, something special had to happen inside the dream. Still, he stresses that this remains only an informed guess, and the uncertainty bothers them both. Rather than dwell on speculation, he decides they should gather clues from the demon realm rat and move on. The scene shifts to the chief's people grieving and thanking the apostle for recovering what they could in his place. He is received with gratitude for finding the chief's belongings, even if not the man himself. The red-haired dwarf studies the evidence, and is troubled to learn that demons may be involved. He admits he can sense demonic traces but cannot follow them further because demons are outside his expertise. Instead, he offers to take the apostle to someone more knowledgeable if he is willing to continue the investigation. The apostle accepts immediately, eager to pursue the truth. He promises to see the matter through, and the epic quest updates again as the investigation advances. Later, at Fergus's workshop, attention shifts back to practical matters as the materials they gathered are laid out for use. Fergus is amazed that they managed to bring back every required ingredient, including rare mithril and the enhancement solution. The apostle downplays the effort and says they now have enough to proceed. Fergus agrees and asks him to bring out the equipment he wants enhanced so they can begin the work. But just as the process is about to start, Fergus suddenly stiffens, interrupted by something unexpected. The benefactor notices a sword in the workshop that Fergus did not have before and realizes it is new equipment. Fergus explains he brought the sword back from the mine dungeon, and the benefactor immediately takes interest. After inspecting it, he judges it an excellent weapon with room to be improved despite its current grade. He regrets that he is already committed to using gauntlets, since a weapon item cannot be used alongside them. While considering that upgraded gear becomes bound to him, he starts searching for another use for the sword and glances toward Tina. He remembers that Tina originally fights with a sword, and the idea clicks into place. He asks Fergus whether the sword can be transferred to Tina, meaning the puppet knight. Fergus says it should be possible if he lowers the sword's performance enough to fit Tina's level restrictions. Satisfied, the benefactor eagerly approves the plan and leans on Fergus to make it happen. Fergus moves at once, deciding to test the transfer through enhancement work. The sword is reforged and reclassified into a lower-level legendary weapon suitable for Tina, with its stats and restrictions rewritten. The benefactor immediately designates the finished weapon for Tina's use. Tina accepts it with absolute devotion, vowing to treasure the gift above her own life, and he turns to the rest of his equipment. A series of enhancement results appears as multiple magic weapons are pushed up to plus 12. He counts the progress. 5 weapons, including the gauntlets, have reached plus 12, while armor and accessories remain lower. Fergus warns that going past plus 10 consumes special solution, so further enhancement has to be handled carefully. The benefactor decides his next target is a plus 13 weapon, but agrees to pause armor upgrades for now to conserve resources. He confirms that plan, noting he did not intend to rely on the wind set forever and can upgrade other gear once his level rises more. With the decision made, he places the gauntlet for the next enhancement attempt. The system interface opens above him as he prepares for the risky upgrade. Fergus gives a final warning that the success rate for plus 13 is only around 30% and asks whether he still wants to proceed. The benefactor answers with calm confidence instead of hesitation. He treats a 30% chance as more than enough and orders Fergus to begin. Even the observer nearby is taken aback by how fearless he is. At that moment, the ancient Lord of Smiths grants his apostle a blessing that temporarily raises enhancement success rates. Empowered by the blessing, Fergus throws himself into the forging process with renewed force. The benefactor, now visibly invested, desperately wills the attempt to succeed. The blessing pays off, and the gauntlet is successfully enhanced to plus 13. Fergus is stunned because it is the first time he has ever succeeded at reaching plus 13. The benefactor takes that result as proof that they should keep going. He immediately proposes pushing the weapon to plus 14, his excitement overriding any caution. Fergus and even the smithing authority behind him recoil at the idea, warning that plus 14 is far too uncertain and likely below 10%. The benefactor refuses to back down. He faces Fergus with complete certainty, making clear that he expects obedience. He tells Fergus to trust him for now, offering conviction in place of explanation. Then he presses for exactly one more attempt. Fergus reluctantly accepts and braces himself at the forge. He steadies his body and pours the enhancement solution into the process. With the ritual underway, he commits to the plus 14 attempt. The forging violently backfires, knocking him off balance as the process collapses. The enhancement fails, the plus 13 gauntlet is destroyed, and Fergus blurts out a panicked excuse. Instead of despairing, the benefactor reacts with a strange, knowing composure. A new system event triggers automatically, repeating the enhancement on the destroyed item. Fergus realizes the broken gauntlet is reassembling itself and understands there is still a chance to remake it. Seeing that opening, the benefactor immediately prepares to seize it. He takes the hammer himself and declares that this time he will succeed. Putting everything into the strike, he forces the restoration and enhancement through by sheer will. The system confirms the impossible result. The gauntlet has been successfully enhanced to plus 14. Fergus can only stare in disbelief at what just happened. The benefactor stands amid the aftermath, astonished that they truly managed to reach plus 14. Carpe admits he never expected to reach plus 14 by his own hands and sincerely thanks Fergus for making that possible. Fergus downplays the praise, credits his own skill, and explains that the dragon vein needs a few months to refill before he can work at full capacity again. He adds that he will keep honing his craft in the meantime and asks Carpe to return around then, which Carpe readily agrees to. When Carpe jokes about pushing for plus 15 next time, Fergus first doubts it, and then brushes the concern off with humor. Carpe smiles, but the joke leaves him thinking more seriously about the limits of what just happened. A new concern interrupts his satisfaction as he realizes this success may not be endlessly repeatable. He reflects that even a broken repeat skill cannot work forever, especially once the process starts demanding things beyond ordinary skill grades. That thought leads him to focus on the missing requirement hidden among his titles, something beyond grade itself. His companion points out that one of the 3 firsts is still unresolved. Carpe reviews the title conditions and narrows the final missing one down to obtaining a 10-star background spirit. That realization confirms the last requirement, but it also makes clear that the goal is far beyond anything he can currently secure. His companion can only fall silent at how absurd that condition sounds. He finally admits he has absolutely no idea how to obtain a 10-star background spirit. Carpe notes that despite that, his companion is still the closest person he knows to ever reaching such a thing, then raises a more personal concern. He asks what would happen if his companion really did gain a 10-star background spirit. The question sends his companion spiraling into a comic fear that Carpe would abandon him for a better partner. He blurts out the title he fears losing his place as Carpe's chosen ally. Carpe immediately reassures him that he would never leave him behind and that not even a vastly superior option would make him switch. The promise shocks his companion, who realizes Carpe's attachment to him runs much deeper than simple utility. Carpe explains that even if he gained stronger spirits, his companion's role would remain unchanged, leaving the other man oddly relieved and embarrassed. With that settled, Carpe decides it is time to leave before the situation outside worsens. As he prepares to go, he quietly vows to make full use of everything Fergus helped him improve. Fergus warns him to use the back door instead of the front. He explains that too many people are waiting outside for him, and leaving normally would create a crush. Carpe offers one last bit of help before Fergus steps out. The moment Fergus appears, the crowd erupts and surges toward him. Buyers and petitioners immediately start shouting over one another, each trying to claim Fergus's attention first. At that exact moment, Carpe triggers a public enhancement success notice tied to the shop. The crowd is stunned to see that someone has just pushed an item from +13 to +14 in Lizalin. The impossible result convinces them that a historic enhancement streak is happening elsewhere, even as Fergus stands right in front of them. That contradiction makes them suspect the real action is not here after all. The mob instantly abandons Fergus and rushes off to find the supposed enhancement shop instead. From hiding, Fergus watches the crowd scatter while another success notice confirms Carpe's bait worked perfectly. Carpe reveals that he used the system's continent-wide announcement option to redirect everyone the moment Fergus came outside. He explains that once people believed the miracle was happening somewhere else, they would disperse and leave Fergus in peace. Fergus understands that this was Carpe's way of helping him and thanks him sincerely. As they move on, Fergus remarks that Rundaria has been consumed by enhancement fever ever since Carpe sent out that earlier success message. His companion mocks the obsession, unable to understand why anyone would enjoy listening for enhancement results all day. Carpe answers that the trip was still worthwhile because they learned much more about how repeat actually works. System notices appear confirming hidden conditions were met, and that the description of repeat has now been updated. Carpe realizes the skill had secret progression requirements, and the newly opened legendary reward box caused the information to refresh. He opens the updated details for repeat, now at level 65. The new description reveals that repeat can redraw skill cards and retry failed enhancements, with daily uses limited by equipment grade and improved further as the skill levels up. Satisfied that they gained more than expected, Carpe says their business in Rundaria is finished and they should keep moving. Before leaving, he reminds his companion to collect every quest reward available in the city. One reward leads them to a blacksmith overwhelmed with emotion at finally receiving blue mithril. The old craftsman triumphantly declares that his long-held belief was right and that blue mithril truly exists. He gratefully tells Carpe that no one else ever fulfilled this request and that he can now die without regrets. In return, Carpe receives the court blacksmith's hammer, a blue-labeled artifact with strong enhancement and crafting-related bonuses. After thanking him, Carpe also passes his previously equipped Naja's full bracelet onto Mirage, wrapping up the reward exchange before they depart. The workshop official praises him for bringing back all the required materials alone and hands over the promised reward. He receives a large completion bonus, unlocks a follow-up quest, and is asked to investigate why the golems in the mine went berserk. He accepts the new assignment without hesitation. Since the quest has no time limit, he decides to save it for later and combine it with other travel when convenient. With the Luisilon journey nearly finished, he turns his attention to the remaining ingredients for Lord's body. Lord's soulstone grows restless, pushing him to hurry and gather the last materials. Reviewing what is left, he narrows the search to a unicorn's horn and a pegasus's wings. His companion judges the unicorn to be the easier target and suggests they head to Saint Trujo first. He agrees to that plan. He immediately opens a dimension gate and transports them away. They arrive in Zenonia's Great Forest, a vast wilderness known as the continent's lungs. Faced with the forest scale, he focuses on the immediate goal of finding the unicorn. He explains that the unicorn is a hidden field boss that appears only one at a time and at random within a specific zone, normally requiring tracking skills to locate. When that limitation is raised, his companion dismisses the concern. He reveals they have something better than tracking. The protagonist remembers a special item and pulls out an FB radar. The consumable scans for field bosses within a 1-kilometer radius. Using that advantage, they decide to start by searching near the lake. They set off through the forest. The long trek irritates him, especially after realizing it took 2 full days just to reach this area. His companion reminds him that he bought something useful at the general store and tells him to use it now. He follows the advice and prepares the item. A cloud of golden particles spreads over him as he applies it. The item turns out to be an earth scent potion meant to hide human odor. He learns unicorns are extremely sensitive to the smell of humans, so masking that scent is essential to keep them from fleeing. As they continue, a signal suddenly reacts nearby. A new alert appears, indicating they have found something. He is startled to discover the radar has picked up not one field boss, but 2. The system confirms that this part of the Great Forest can spawn multiple field bosses at once, though only their locations can be marked. His companion explains that bosses in this zone can even fight over territory, creating chances for an opportunist to collect the spoils if one kills the other. With that in mind, he asks which marked boss they should investigate first. He chooses the closer one by the lakeside. That decision pays off immediately when they stumble onto the unicorn almost at once. The creature is calmly resting by the glowing lake when they spot it. He warns that the real challenge is not defeating the unicorn but getting close before it notices them and runs. After a brief pause, he decides on an unconventional approach. Instead of advancing himself, he sends the small black creature ahead toward the unicorn. The unicorn notices the newcomer and hesitates rather than fleeing. Its confusion shifts into curiosity as it studies the tiny creature. The little beast charms it with an innocent, friendly appeal. The unicorn is completely thrown off by the unexpected encounter. Rather than panicking, it edges closer and begins interacting with the small creature. Watching the plan work, he admits he dislikes relying on such a ridiculous method. Even so, he decides this is their best chance and starts casting a spell. He launches the attack while the unicorn is distracted. The spell manifests as eternal permafrost, surging in with freezing force. The unicorn is struck and partially frozen, but it is not subdued. It counters instantly, unleashing a violent magical attack that catches him at close range. As he is thrown into the clash, he bitterly realizes the unicorn regards humans with contempt. Before the creature can press the advantage, he answers with Demon Flash-piercing mirror and detonates a powerful counterattack. After obtaining the unicorn's horn, the group notes that disarming the unicorn guard was the right move, leaving only the Pegasus wings to secure. Their banter is interrupted by a companion who pushes them to stop lingering and deal with the next objective. They decide not to repeat the same trick on the Pegasus, since that target is too self-absorbed for it to work, and instead plan to confront it directly after collecting their hidden guest. A new epic quest sends them to Saint Truhel, where someone knowledgeable about demons may be able to trace the energy left in the black orb. Success advances the chain, while failure will turn Ruindaria permanently hostile. With that in mind, they set their destination as Herat. They choose the city because it is a major Saint Truhel hub and also close enough to a canyon where the Pegasus can be hunted. Herat also has one of Saint Truhel's largest churches, making it the best place to investigate the demonic clue, so the party agrees to leave immediately. That plan is abruptly derailed when Tashin is confronted by someone who should not have been there. The intruder turns out to be Hanjo, who greets Tashin with theatrical delight and treats the encounter as a remarkable coincidence. Hanjo refuses to explain too plainly, but hints that he came because of a secret connected to Tashin. He reveals that he received a special guest-related objective tied to an item Tashin had left behind through his background spirit. Hanjo explains that background spirits can strongly affect growth, and under the right conditions they grant special quests like this one. A system notice confirms that a background spirit quest appears only for players who share the same spirit, and Tashin realizes Hanjo has benefited from that connection. Hanjo adds that players usually build around their background spirit, so knowing one's identity can expose a person's fighting style, which is why such information is normally kept secret. Even so, he offers Tashin a small hint out of their supposed bond, while Tashin makes clear he never asked for one. The hint is that the item Hanjo obtained from the quest was a belt. Satisfied with delivering that clue, Hanjo departs dramatically and leaves Tashin to puzzle over it. Tashin cannot shake the feeling that the belt should mean something important, but because Hanjo is leaving, he tries to dismiss the mystery for now. He decides that uncertainty is good enough for the moment. Trusting that the answer will come later, he refocuses the group on finishing the Pegasus hunt. Their search leads them to a dungeon called Cradle of Divinity. The idea of a Pegasus living inside a dungeon strikes them as absurd, but they press on anyway. They accept that the setup is simply how the game was designed. Soon they arrive at the entrance. The place is confirmed to be Cradle of Divinity. They learn the Pegasus is this dungeon's boss, and that the dungeon is mostly hostile flying monsters, which makes Tashin uneasy because he has little experience fighting that type. Before entering, Tashin notices that the party finder atmosphere around the dungeon feels unusual. His companion then remembers the reason for that oddity. This dungeon only allows a male-female pair, leaving Tashin stunned by the bizarre restriction. There is no point questioning the developer's logic, and the only way in is to form a valid party. That creates a problem for Tashin, who has been playing solo and has no idea where to find a partner on the spot. While he worries, he notices Hanjo nearby. Hanjo starts to speak up. Realizing what Tashin needs, Hanjo awkwardly offers himself as someone seeking a party. Tashin immediately takes the opening and asks Hanjo to team up. The system registers Carpe and Hanjo as a party and grants them entry into Cradle of Divinity, a vast cavern large enough for the boss to move freely. Inside, they infer that the dungeon is popular enough for strategy information to be readily available. Tashin recalls that the monsters here are around level 65, roughly his level, and reassures himself that they only need the Pegasus wings anyway. He moves to clear the dungeon quickly, but a sudden surge interrupts him. System alerts announce that because a party member is on a special quest, the dungeon's monsters will grow stronger, and its rewards will improve. Tashin immediately realizes Hanjo is the cause of the change. Hanjo admits he is indeed on a special quest, and Tashin reflects that legendary grade objectives were never going to come without complications. Hanjo quickly apologizes when he sees Tashin react. He explains that his quest seems to have triggered the dungeon-wide enhancement, strengthening the monsters. Hanjo braces for rejection, but Tashin calmly tells him it is fine and urges him forward. Relieved, Hanjo checks whether Tashin is truly not upset, and Tashin makes it clear he has no reason to be. Once he hears that the danger has increased but the rewards have too, Tashin decides the trade-off is actually welcome. Even so, he wants to confirm that the special quest will not replace the Pegasus boss with something else midway through the run. He is told the change is only a straightforward power increase, since these effects usually strengthen a boss rather than alter its identity. With that reassurance, Tashin relaxes and confidently leads them deeper into the dungeon. The masked archer braces as a sweeping attack closes in, meeting it head-on instead of retreating. He unleashes a named bow technique, driving a powerful explosive shot through the clash. The fairy enemy reveals itself as an empowered fake angel and rushes straight into the attack. The collision erupts in a blinding blast that tears through the cavern. With the threat down, Tashin credits Hanjo's White Tiger Bow for making the second mid-boss easy and openly acknowledges the help. Hanjo accepts the praise with smug pride, insisting his upgraded bow still has plenty of appetite left. An observer identifies Hanjo's move as Blast Arrow, while the naming choice is treated as exactly the kind of dramatic flair expected from him. Before anyone can relax, another empowered fake angel descends, exposing that the fight is not over. Hanjo immediately moves to protect his companion, shouting in alarm as the little white animal is threatened. The fake angel answers with a vicious red beam, diving in to finish the attack. The strike detonates violently, swallowing the area in fire and force. Hanjo counters from above with a rapid barrage, cutting through the angel's assault and forcing it back. A towering pillar of impact slams down, ending the exchange with overwhelming force. After the battle, Hanjo tells Tashin to trust him and let him handle things from here. Tashin refuses to stand aside, reminding him this is a co-op dungeon and insisting they share the burden. Their teamwork draws teasing commentary from the others, who joke that Tashin is acting moved while Hanjo walks off in embarrassed silence. Hanjo stops abruptly, as if something about the situation has just clicked. Tashin notices the pause and waits for what Hanjo has realized. Hanjo studies Tashin from a distance, clearly reassessing him. He clenches his fist, struggling to contain a growing suspicion. That suspicion turns into a sudden impulse to test Tashin directly. Hanjo lunges with startling speed, forcing Tashin to react on instinct. The bystanders are left baffled by Hanjo's abrupt attack. Hanjo's thoughts race as he compares Tashin's current performance to the past and realizes the improvement is absurdly fast. Tashin slips away from the strike with ease, confirming Hanjo's doubts instead of easing them. Hanjo bluntly asks whether Tashin is connected to the recently famous Awakened Hunter from the channel. Tashin dodges the question with a non-committal answer, either confirming nor denying it. Hanjo instantly recalls Tashin praising his over-the-top bout talk earlier and connects the dots. Convinced now, Hanjo blurts out that Tashin must be related to that hunter. Tashin cuts off the awkward moment by announcing that this floor is cleared. When Tashin asks why Hanjo is acting strangely, Hanjo scrambles for composure. He hides his embarrassment behind fake humility, claiming he is reflecting on his past and learning to stay modest. Tashin lets the nonsense pass and redirects them toward the next objective, a door that should lead to the boss area. They discover there are 2 entrances instead of 1, suggesting a split challenge. The others infer it must be a paired dungeon mechanic that forces each member into a different route. Hanjo notes that this kind of mid-boss setup seems to have been newly added here, though apparently it also exists in the normal dungeon. Examining the doors, Hanjo explains that the carvings above them indicate what kind of monster waits inside. Tashin considers the information carefully before deciding how to proceed. He asks Hanjo to confirm the markings so they can assign rooms properly. Hanjo identifies the left room as a golem chamber, and the right room as one marked with a shield symbol. He concludes the rooms are linked, that they must enter separately, and that clearing the shield room first should break through the golem room. Based on common strategy, Hanjo says the weaker member is supposed to take the shield room. Tashin immediately applies that logic to himself, and says he should be the one to enter the shield room, though he leaves the final call to Hanjo. The two take their positions in front of the separate doors, ready to start the mechanism together. Tashin explains that touching both doors at the same time should activate the event, and Hanjo confirms he has memorized the briefing. With the plan settled, Tashin offers a calm farewell and wishes Hanjo luck. They exchange brief encouragement, and place their hands on the doors, triggering entry into the Saint Golem mid-boss area. Hanjo is transported alone into a blue-lit chamber, the split challenge now underway. Realizing he has arrived in the shield room, Hanjo prepares to deal with whatever support mechanic awaits him. Elsewhere, fairy-like figures drift around a shield emblem, hinting at the strange trial connected to Hanjo's room. Reina realizes the Saint Golem has appeared with Tashin inside, and remembers that destroying the gem is the key to dealing damage to it. She forces herself to stay composed and commits to acting before Tashin has to face the danger alone. With that resolve, Reina dives in at full speed to strike first. The others are stunned as the situation suddenly turns in their favor. Reina's poison attack lands cleanly, inflicting a status ailment on the fake angel and setting up extra damage. The follow-up damage bonus from the status effect tears through the enemy far harder than expected. Tashin is left staring in disbelief, thinking there was almost nothing left for him to do. The gem at the center of the golem remains in view, still glowing. As Tashin reaches toward it, he realizes he never actually destroyed the gem himself. System messages abruptly declare the Saint Golem defeated, award the party an impossible-sounding achievement, and grant a title proclaiming that nothing is invincible. Tashin freezes as the victory registers even though the core still appears intact. He cannot make sense of how the boss died before its supposed weak point was broken. The remains only deepen the contradiction, because this enemy was supposed to be an unbeatable boss. The group immediately starts mocking how underwhelming the dungeon's design looks if this was meant to be such a fearsome challenge. Among the loot, they learn the golem dropped a rare steel fragment tied to invincible power and useful for crafting strong defensive gear. Tashin decides to ask Elise later whether the material can be mixed into equipment, while Lord Soul Stone quietly reacts with interest. A sudden pillar of light interrupts the aftermath and signals that something new is activating deeper in the dungeon. Tashin rushes over to Hanjo, still demanding an explanation for the impossible kill. He admits plainly that he had not destroyed the shield gem, so the result should not have happened. Hanjo casually suggests the simplest answer: the boss may just have been weaker than advertised. Tashin is shaken that such an absurd possibility might actually be true. Hanjo then points out that the golem dropped items, brushing off the mystery and steering the conversation toward rewards. Tashin decides the title he gained is already more than enough compensation, so he offers to hand over all dungeon drops to Hanjo. Hanjo accepts, saying the spirit equipment available here is reward enough for him. With the loot issue settled, they move on through the cavern together. Tashin reflects that Hanjo seems unexpectedly decent and generous for a teammate. Their advance triggers another ominous reaction in the dungeon. They arrive before what appears to be the final gate and prepare for whatever waits beyond it. A violent red aura erupts, announcing that the dungeon's true threat has awakened. An enraged presence condemns the intruders for daring to come this far. The being declares that a human coveting this sacred ground is an unforgivable offense. A winged Pegasus appears and openly sentences them to death. Still denouncing humanity, it charges in to kill them itself. The Pegasus descends in a storm of power, forcing the party to face the real boss at close range. It begins another threat to crush them where they stand, but never gets to finish. Hanjo cuts in mid-speech, gathering purple energy and attacking before the monster can complete its grand declaration. He chains his techniques together in a brutal opening strike that slams into the Pegasus immediately. The Pegasus protests the dishonorable interruption, while Hanjo dismisses the complaint and treats the battle like exactly what it is, a fight, not a ceremony. Hanjo follows by locking the enemy down with eternal permafrost, coating the battlefield in ice. The Pegasus is horrified by how overwhelmingly strong he is and struggles against the impossible pressure. Realizing it will die if this continues, the Pegasus desperately breaks free of the frozen state. The escape blasts the area apart, but Hanjo holds his ground in the middle of the eruption. Assessing the situation, they note that as a boss the Pegasus resists status ailments heavily, but Hanjo believes his debuff can still work if the target is restrained long enough. Hanjo pauses to think through a better way to pin the boss down. Tashin steps in and asks for a chance to try something himself. He reveals a newly gained archery skill, boasting that one shot can pacify the world, though he dryly admits it actually requires firing 2 arrows. Tashin draws his bow and begins channeling blue wind-like power into the technique. The skill activates as renewed resolve, and Tashin commits fully to making the shot count. Hanjo recognizes that Tashin has just acquired a rare skill and immediately pays attention. He explains that among bow abilities this is one of the strongest pure damage skills, but its wind power makes the user's body shake violently before release, so its accuracy is notoriously poor. Hanjo realizes that to overcome the enemy's overwhelming accuracy, he needs a skill that can offset it. He unleashes a spirit beast to carry out that countermeasure. The attack tears open a dark rupture in the battlefield. A white bear spirit surges through the opening and sweeps toward the mounted boss while Hanjo supports from above. At the same time, roots and branches crash down to trap the target in place. Tashin commits fully, activating his binding skill Entangled to lock the boss down. The Holy Pegasus is enraged that a mere human would rely on such underhanded restraint. It tries to break free by rising into the air and forcing power outward. Tashin stays calm and insists the struggle is useless now. His eye confirms that the Pegasus is caught and cannot escape the setup. The trapped boss is struck with Hanjo's twin-headed serpent attack. The blow lands hard enough to make the Pegasus reel. Its confidence breaks, and it cries out in pain and alarm. The creature crashes downward as the attack overwhelms it. A final dark strike cuts through the chaos. Hanjo follows through with a fierce finishing assault while the boss is still exposed. The Pegasus panics, realizing too late that it cannot stop what is coming. Hanjo presses the advantage, declaring that the plan is working exactly as intended. A burst of blue force detonates, ending the fight. The last traces of the boss scatter away into the cavern. A system message confirms that they have defeated the dungeon boss, Holy Pegasus. With the battle finally over, Hanjo and Tashin acknowledge each other's contribution. Hanjo immediately turns their attention to collecting the reward. At first nothing is visible, making them wonder where the loot is. Then a treasure chest materializes before them. The system announces that the chosen one of the background spirit Hippolyte has safely completed the quest and may now claim the reward. Hanjo is thrilled that the long-awaited payoff has finally arrived. Toshin nervously volunteers to open the chest. He reaches in to claim what is inside. The first reward is a belt set with a gem. Toshin recognizes it as something important, and Hanjo asks to inspect it too. Hanjo starts piecing together what the item might be. The system identifies it as Hippolyte's War God Belt, a legendary background spirit item with massive stat boosts and powerful combat bonuses. Hanjo is stunned, remembering that Hippolyte is an 8-star background spirit, and realizing just how absurdly valuable the belt is. He can only conclude that the reward is ridiculously strong. Even among legendary gear, it stands at the very top. Toshin loses his composure over the unbelievable drop, and Hanjo quietly enjoys watching him melt down. Toshin suddenly notices there is still another item hidden underneath. He calls Hanjo over and points out the second reward. Hanjo leans in, unsure what he is looking at. Then he realizes it is another belt. The system explains that Hippolyte is pleased with Hanjo's performance, greatly raising her favorability, and that the quest partner also receives a reward. Hanjo immediately accuses Toshin of shamelessly benefiting from someone else's background spirit, while Toshin argues he earned some credit too. That complaint makes Hanjo pause and think more seriously about what this means. He remembers that in the Demon King's Tower setting, background spirits are ultimately enemies, and he starts questioning whether accepting gifts from one is wise. The second item turns out to be Hippolyte's Belt, a unique partner-restricted version that grants balanced defenses, small stat boosts, and bonus hunting experience and drop rate whenever Hanjo is logged in. Hanjo realizes this is effectively a hidden support item that passively improves Toshin's growth just because they are linked. Overjoyed by the unexpected benefit, Toshin all but vows to turn his life around. Elsewhere, a red-haired woman examines a wing with measured interest. She concludes that the wings are excellent, and that their magical energy is exceptionally strong. As the preparations begin, Lord Soulstone reacts with eager anticipation at the chance for a new body. Once every material is assembled, the crafting can finally start. The woman takes charge of forging Lord's replacement body. She instructs her master to place the red mithril and the other metals on the anvil first. She explains that the process itself follows ordinary blacksmithing principles. When she asks if he is ready, he confirms it, and a special blacksmithing ability activates to support the work. She adds that mixing in St. Golem's steel should create an even stronger metal than usual. Because the forging will require relentless hammering, she checks whether he can endure the strain. He decides that if they are making Lord a body at all, it has to be made as perfectly as possible. With that resolve, he begins hammering in earnest. A divine blessing from the ancient god of smiths answers his effort and empowers the forging. The blessing lowers the risk of failure, giving him a better chance to complete the impossible task. The work proceeds exceptionally well, and each successful strike pushes the body closer to completion. Piece by piece, the major frame is formed, from the limbs and torso to the head, wings, engine, and weapon systems. Once the core frame is done, the process shifts to handling the rare special materials. He realizes this is where the true challenge begins. The system confirms that the crafting difficulty has risen sharply. He throws himself into the harder phase without hesitation. Against the odds, he completes the high difficulty components, including the Red Comet engine wing, until every part is finished. The final product is born as Lord of Steel, and the system recognizes it as his first epic grade or better creation. With the achievement recorded, he feels that a life spent laboring like this may not be so bad after all. As the smoke clears, the newly forged red steel body stands before him in full. Seeing the result, he admits it turned out better than he had feared. The towering construct rises complete, confirming that his worries were unfounded. Now ready to awaken Lord, he asks Hyang to help by carrying the soul stone. The small creature accepts the glowing stone and becomes alert to the importance of the task. Hyang carries the soul stone up onto the new body. Reaching the proper spot, Hyang hesitates for a moment before placing it. The creature carefully sets the soul stone into position. The stone locks into the body with a bright surge of light. The system confirms that Lord's soul has settled safely, that body and spirit are perfectly compatible, and that his abilities can now be drawn out beyond their former limit. With activation initiated, the steel body comes to life. Lloyd awakens inside the construct and immediately recognizes it as a magnificent vessel. He reveals that after 800 years, he has finally attained the body he long desired. Overcome with relief, he marvels at how long he had endured without this fulfillment. He bitterly recalls the old body that made him feel like the ugliest among his peers and dismisses those past judgments as shallow. His master asks directly whether he truly likes this new form. Lloyd's pleased silence and softened posture make the answer obvious. He formally thanks his master for going to such lengths for him. He acknowledges that the request came from his own selfish desire, yet his master accepted it without complaint. Determined to repay that kindness, Lloyd declares that he will return the favor. He kneels before his master, turning gratitude into a solemn pledge of service. Lloyd swears by his soul and honor that until this steel body crumbles, he will remain his master's shield and obey him alone. The system fixes Lloyd's favorability at the maximum and confirms his absolute loyalty. The bond is formally established, and the system records Lord of Steel as a powerful epic golem now tied to the player, complete with exceptional defensive and combat abilities. Later, Lord proves his worth in battle by helping defeat a giant rhinoceros. The victory earns a level up and bonus points, leaving his master quietly satisfied. He explains that the rhinoceros was around level 60, and had been chosen specifically to test Lord's performance against a strong boss. When someone checks whether the results met expectations, he answers that they exceeded them. Even so, he hints that beyond the combat success, the greatest reward of all lies elsewhere. After defeating the boss, they review Lord's new Pegasus engine wing form and confirm it grants a dramatic burst of speed, power, and defense. The robed companion is stunned that the boss went down so easily, realizing just how overwhelming Lord's strength has become. That easy victory convinces him even more that Lord's power is far beyond normal expectations. The transformed familiar itself stands as proof that Lord can turn even a summoned creature into a formidable weapon. He marvels at how absurdly strong the familiar has become, and wonders what the Demon King would think of such a result. With the fight over, they start checking the loot, and identify a valuable rhinoceros horn among the drops. They decide the horn can be processed into crafting material, while the armor should be sold off for profit. Satisfied that Lord's field test succeeded perfectly, they turn their attention back to finishing the epic quest. Before moving on, Lord notices something unusual on Hyang's head and calls attention to it. A glowing mark appears on the squirrel familiar, signaling that something important has changed. A system notice confirms Hyang's evolution quest has reached stage 2, requiring stronger monsters to be defeated using only familiars, and the rhinoceros counted because it was above the boss's level. The companion quickly realizes this means they can immediately proceed with the next stage of the magic squirrel Tammy's evolution. The next notice reveals a rare hidden evolution path into a magic squirrel Tammy, a superior familiar type with more attributes and greater potential than ordinary Tammys. Lord is impressed by how elaborate the familiar caste system is, but notes the quest is at least epic grade, so there is no time limit pressuring them. Before committing, the companion raises a practical problem. They still need a way into the spirit realm. Lord calmly says he already knows how to get there, though his confidence only reinforces how abnormal his knowledge is. The companion warns that knowing the route is not enough, because Lord's current level is too low for the spirit realm's dangers. To make the threat clear, he compares it to the flame golem from the flame cave, explaining that even that monster was only one kind of higher spirit. They agree to postpone the realm trip, focus first on the quests they can handle, and head towards Saint Truhel. As they travel, the story shifts to explain Saint Truhel, a holy nation ruled under the authority of the Holy Emperor. Its creed is presented as compassionate to believers but merciless toward enemies, marking it as harsher than an ordinary church state. Even so, religion and politics are said to be somewhat separated there, and the nation does not force worship on outsiders. Once they arrive, Lord asks a pointed question about who Saint Truhel's god really is. The question catches the companion off guard, suggesting there is more behind it than simple curiosity. He begins recounting an old catastrophe from roughly 3 centuries earlier. During that era, the Hunan Demon War broke out and shattered the world's peace. For unknown reasons, gates to the demon realm opened and demons flooded into the human world. The nations united to resist, but they still failed to stop the invasion before a fifth of the continent's population was wiped out. At the center of the disaster stood a terrifying Grand Duke of the demon realm, a monster humanity could barely comprehend. As people sank into despair and helplessness, hope seemed to vanish. Then a young man from a rural village appeared and entered the war like a comet. Armed with only a single sword, he drove back the Grand Duke and eventually expelled the demons from the continent, saving humanity. Afterward, that hero gathered followers and founded a nation in the north. That nation became the present-day Holy Kingdom of Saint Truhel. Its founding emperor was the hero himself, later revered as the holy god Ruhel, the deity the people now worship. Lord dryly sums it up as a standard hero legend. Still, he notes the story feels uncomfortably similar to the Demon King's tale, except this time the hero one where Dretch fell. The companion explains that the city they entered is Saint Truhel's second largest metropolis after the capital and is always crowded. Its fame is boosted by a priest-exclusive 6-star skill unavailable in the capital, making the city a major destination for clergy. Given Saint Truhel's origin in a war against demons, the whole nation remains intensely hostile toward anything demonic. That hostility also makes it the ideal place to investigate the dream demon, since the locals are likely experts on demons and may know how to trace it. As they continue through the city, the companion starts to raise another matter with Lloyd. Lloyd interrupts to ask why the area around the main cathedral is packed with so many people. When told the crowding may be even worse than Rana, he suddenly asks what day it is, sensing a connection. The companion is startled by the question, as if the date alone explains the situation. A public cry announces that Lady Isabel has appeared, and the cathedral erupts with excitement. The source of the frenzy is revealed to be a radiant saintly woman presented almost as a living icon. Seeing her, Lord realizes she is a saintess and is struck by the possibility that she is another being like himself. The saintess notices him in the crowd and turns toward him with immediate interest. Their eyes meet, and her surprised reaction suggests she senses something unusual about him as well. Carpe receives a system update after discovering an NPC tied to demonic energy, marking a new lead in his quest. He heads toward the appointed place, aware that this clue may finally connect the dream demon to someone in the city. While waiting outside, he reflects that dream demons vanish as soon as their victims die and wonders whether his target will really appear. His companion insists they need more patience, confident the bait will work if they wait a little longer. A small sign of movement breaks the lull, suggesting someone has finally taken notice of them. The companion quietly points out that the person they were waiting for has arrived. A nun approaches them politely, making it clear she has come with a purpose rather than by chance. She relays that a high-ranking figure wishes to meet Carpe and asks him to follow her. At the threshold, she signals inward to announce their arrival. She informs Lady Isabel that she has brought the guests she requested. Permission is granted, but only Carpe is invited inside, so he thanks the nun and prepares to enter alone. As the nun leaves, Carpe realizes he will have to face this meeting without his companion beside him. He hesitates for a moment, uneasy about stepping alone into the Saintess's chamber. Deciding not to retreat, he announces himself and opens the door. Inside, he finds Saintess Isabel waiting in a grand room with no visible guards. Isabel welcomes him warmly and apologizes for summoning him so suddenly. Carpe is unsettled that someone as important as a Saintess would meet a stranger unprotected, but his companion reminds him she is far stronger than she looks. He is told that Isabel ranks among the continent's elite, making his concern for her safety almost absurd. Trying to recover his composure, Carpe introduces himself after Isabel gives her name. She invites him to sit and share tea, while he steadies himself by focusing on something familiar. He accepts the hospitality and joins her. As he struggles with the hot tea, Isabel moves directly to the reason she called him. She addresses him as brother, signaling both courtesy and her religious authority. Isabel reveals that among the things he carries, one object gives off a deeply unpleasant scent to her senses. She asks him to show her the item so she can examine it. Carpe quickly understands she must mean the suspicious object tied to demonic activity. He produces the dark orb he has been carrying and offers it to her. The moment Isabel sees it, she recognizes that it is no ordinary object. She confirms its significance and asks what exactly Carpe wants from her regarding it. Carpe explains that he wants to find the person who used the orb to summon a demon. He asks whether she has any way to trace that culprit. Isabel immediately takes responsibility for the task, showing confidence that she can help. Because demons are a top priority even in the Holy Nation, she offers to create a device capable of tracking demonic energy. She begins working on the orb with holy power, channeling magic directly into it. Sacred energy surges around her as she performs the purification and reshaping process. Her focus sharpens completely as she reads the magic embedded within the object. When the first stage is complete, Carpe learns the orb can already be used, though its accuracy is still limited. To improve the result, Isabel asks whether anything else was left behind with the orb. Carpe opens his inventory to search for any related clue he may have collected. He looks through his stored items while Isabel watches for something that might strengthen the trace. She notices a better lead and asks whether that item would help. Examining it, Isabel identifies it as something far more revealing than a random leftover. She determines that the item is a corrupt creature, a stronger source of contamination than the orb alone. Asking Carpe to wait, Isabel steps away to prepare a more complete purification. She raises her hand and invokes a larger holy working. Returning with the process underway, she holds the refined object with calm assurance. A powerful burst of sacred energy washes over the orb, cleansing and transforming it completely. The purification finishes, turning the orb into a quest item imbued with the ability to read lingering magic and track its source. Isabel instructs Carpe to take the orb to the place where demonic energy was strongest, explaining that it will lock onto the site where the dream demon was destroyed and begin tracing from there. A new quest opens that points Carpe toward the deep darkness of Ruindaria and hints that the culprit may have fled there. While Carpe thanks Isabel, knowing her help has made the investigation far easier. The Saintess regrets that she cannot accompany him herself because her position keeps her from moving freely. She explains that if this crisis were inside the Holy Nation, temple forces could respond, but the trouble lies deep in the Ruindaria Federation. Sending foreign troops there would violate borders and could easily trigger a diplomatic conflict. With no proof that a demon was truly summoned or that Ruindaria's orb was tampered with, they have no grounds to intervene openly. Still, because demons threaten the whole continent, she insists that the summoner must be found. He accepts the mission at once and assures her he will handle it. Privately, he is thrilled that this sounds like exactly the kind of epic quest he wants. The Saintess asks only that once he safely finds the summoner, he return to her. She speaks to him not just as a ruler of the Holy Nation, but as someone making a personal request. He listens as the weight of that request settles on him. She promises a reward worthy of someone who has dealt with a demon and sends him off with her blessing. He heads to Ruindaria Federation, arriving in the capital's workshop district to begin the investigation. There he meets Antaine, the workshop association manager, who has been expecting him. When asked whether he has learned why the worker golems went berserk, he admits the cause is still unclear and he needs access for a closer look. Antaine lends him a mine entry permit so he can investigate properly. Before he leaves, Antaine brings up another problem tied to the same incident. Sensing another lead, he eagerly asks what happened. Antane reveals that miners have started going missing. Because the golem rampage sharply reduced ore production, people kept being sent into dangerous areas to recover more. Soon even the workers entering the mine began disappearing, and the number of vanished miners has already reached 10. He first assumes the victims' families must be desperate, but Antane cuts that thought off. The missing miners are all orphans with no one closely tied to them. Antane frames that as a result of the guildmaster's generosity in giving the lowest class work first, trying to make the situation sound admirable. He gives a dry, unconvinced acknowledgement instead of arguing. Antane asks that if he goes into the mine, he also keep watch for the missing workers, and he agrees. At the mine, he confirms he has reached the last place the miners were seen. He takes out the purified orb to use it as a guide. The orb reacts to demonic energy, begins analyzing the area, and effectively turns the search into a formal quest. Seeing the orb point the way, he approves of the straightforward lead. He follows the signal deeper through the mine's rocky passages. Eventually he reaches the end of the trail and stops before a blocked wall. The path appears to be a dead end. Suspicious, he crouches to inspect the rock face more carefully. He notices a narrow gap, suggesting the wall is concealing something. When he touches it, the surface responds unnaturally. The false wall reveals itself as a sealed barrier rather than solid stone. A quest update identifies it as a tightly sealed rift and suggests returning to Antane for a way to open it, but he decides to try breaking the seal himself with dispel magic. For a moment, the system seems to hang in silence as if it cannot process what he just did. Then the seal actually opens, and he is delighted that the spell works so easily. He notes that the system window seems to have glitched from the unexpected result. A companion explains that this kind of lag happens when an unforeseen variable appears in the middle of a quest and says the system should correct itself soon. The correction arrives all at once. The quest resets, labels the situation as a variable sync, and upgrades the mission into a hidden underground space where he must uncover clues about demons and ruined area, with failure now carrying severe consequences. Both of them stare at the flood of broken updates, baffled by how badly the system is skipping ahead. He asks what variable tier means, trying to make sense of the new status. His companion explains that, as far as he understands it, variable tier measures how far a quest has deviated from its original route. He adds that this system was built to keep running even when unexpected variables replaced the intended progression. Taking that in, he decides not to dwell on it, and pushes forward. He steps through and enters a hidden passage inside the humor mine dungeon. The moment he arrives, patrol golems detect an unauthorized intruder and mark him as hostile. A black pillar golem infused with old iron erupts into action, and the hidden area immediately turns into a fight. Sensing strong demonic energy, the group concludes they have reached the right place and decides to answer the hostile welcome with force. They cut through the defenders in a coordinated rush, pushing deeper into the area without hesitation. Another demon is overwhelmed amid a violent burst, confirming they are still on the right trail. A system notice reveals the Horn of Plenty that consumed demons has begun to tremble, and the fight also grants bonus level up points. With the immediate enemies gone, they judge the area cleared and start taking stock of what they have found. The blue-haired player shifts attention from the battle itself to a clue tied to his companion's unusual equipment. He points out that the belt's effect comes from the absurd condition of someone having stayed logged into the game for over a week. The caped man checks the system window, taking in the implication of that hidden requirement. Before dwelling on it, he notices something nearby and directs Carpe's attention toward it. He turns and realizes they may have found something far more important than loot or monsters. A system message identifies the place as the laboratory of an unknown figure, confirming this room matters to the mystery. He pauses at the threshold, already suspecting the room may explain what happened here. As he takes it in, he recognizes the place as significant and troubling. Inside, the laboratory is devastated, suggesting a hurried collapse rather than an orderly departure. He observes that desks and drawers were left open and stripped, as if someone searched through everything before fleeing. The purified orb has also stopped indicating a direction, implying they may have reached the source of the disturbance. The blue-haired player reasons that the summoner stayed here for some time but abandoned the site once the contract-linked demon was caught. The caped man agrees the summoner likely noticed the succubus's capture and realized the hideout was compromised. With the target gone, they switch from pursuit to searching the lab for whatever evidence was left behind. He starts rummaging through the wreckage, unsure whether anything useful survived the cleanup. A sudden cry to master interrupts the search and signals that someone has found something important. The small white-haired companion struggles with a heavy book, drawing the caped man's attention to it. Recognizing it might be exactly the kind of clue they need, the child urgently presents the find. The caped man takes the book, treating it as a potentially decisive lead. He opens it in silence, immediately focusing on what it might reveal. A system prompt confirms the item is researcher Kren's journal, and he realizes the trail has surfaced faster than expected. The earliest entries describe a researcher proud of joining Albert Laboratory, then note unusual mine conditions and dangerous work involving golems and man-related instability. He notes that the journal is sparse and practical, with entries only when something significant happened. A major shift appears when a new director named Punatic takes over, bringing strange methods that leave the staff confused. Soon after, Punatic orders previous records discarded and pushes a new direction, while the writer begins to suspect Albert Golem is being forced down a troubling path. As the project advances, the researcher records growing fear that the golems are nearing a berserk threshold, and that Punatic is ignoring the danger. That fear becomes real when a nearby researcher named Georgia is horribly injured in an output accident, showing the experiments are already out of control. The Caped Man connects the account to the berserk golem incident they already knew about and asks whether it matches the old story. The blue-haired player confirms it does, explaining that the original lore blamed low-level mind mana cores for driving the golems wild. The Caped Man is struck by how a game explored for years can still hide major new revelations. He sharpens his focus, realizing the journal may be exposing the truth behind long misunderstood events. The next entry reveals Punatic's most disturbing idea yet, transplanting a human soul into a seedling to improve golem efficiency. Other researchers react with shock, making clear that even within the lab this proposal crossed a line. Georgia dies, but the research continues anyway, showing that human loss no longer slows the project. Worse, the golem's output rises after her death, and the writer recalls from what that likely means. Later entries say one golem becomes so powerful that Punatic elevates it above the others, while 3 unidentified men are brought in from the streets. The journal suggests those men were lured in with food and alcohol, implying they were selected as disposable material. The researcher senses the full horror of what is coming and records a deepening dread. Punatic and his followers then leave to mine a special ore said to suppress golems, and when they return, a foul smell and another jump in performance hint at further atrocities. By early April, another person has vanished. The writer is emotionally breaking down, and escape matters more than understanding the work. The final sequence of entries describes escalating deaths, a failed ritual, the director's madness, and a catastrophic demonic summoning that kills many, including Punatic. For the first time, the researcher sees an actual demon with his own eyes, confirming the lab's crimes ended in a true infernal disaster. In his last reflections, he condemns the place as hell, begs for salvation, and writes in desperation that this record may be the only proof left. He adds that the demon's pact was somehow broken, that the survivors plan to erase all evidence, and ends by appealing to a future hero to lift the deep darkness of Runduria. Closing the journal, the Caped Man is left holding not just a clue, but a buried confession of the lab's atrocities and the disaster they unleashed. The protagonist realizes the truth he has uncovered carries far more weight than he expected. He connects it to the Dwarf King's earlier hints and understands the missing homeless people were taken for this atrocity. A new epic quest confirms he has exposed Ruinduria's hidden conspiracy, and must escape the lab before tracing the demonic energy with the purified Punatic orb. Before he can act, the laboratory's security system declares him an unauthorized intruder who has overstayed his limit. He immediately realizes he has triggered the danger too late. As the facility begins collapsing, he orders everyone else to evacuate while he stays behind. His companions retreat as debris rains down around them. He sprints through the collapsing corridor, pushing deeper into the crisis instead of fleeing. The destruction closes in behind him, forcing him to keep moving. The passage is swallowed by dust and falling rubble. He reaches a chamber just as the collapse seals around him. A worried ally checks whether he is hurt, but he brushes it off. He warns that the real trouble is only beginning. Sensing an imminent fight, he orders everyone into battle positions. A mass of corrupted flesh and bone starts forming in front of them. The system announces the appearance of an event boss, Punatic's creation, Yonden's chimera, and marks it as openly murderous. The grotesque chimera fully emerges, radiating violent hostility. He is disgusted that something this horrific exists at all, and his companion agrees. He pauses as he notices the other's reaction is more than simple fear. They condemn Punatic for mutilating both body and soul, judging him as a creator without even basic decency. The familiars rage that he reached beyond his place, embraced madness, and committed an unforgivable sin. The protagonist realizes their fury comes from the fact that the Demon King's servants are artificial beings created by hand just like this monster. He identifies the chimera as a soul devourer driven mad by the many souls it has absorbed, its mind split between terror and hunger. The chimera lunges first, screaming for his death. A knight intercepts the attack before it can reach him. The knight's counterblow crashes into the monster and halts its charge. She braces and holds the line against the chimera's weapon. The monster shifts its focus, looking for another opening. Its next attack arcs toward the protagonist. A red mechanical familiar throws itself in front of him and refuses to let the chimera pass. The machine declares absolute loyalty and frustrates the monster by blocking it again. The facility AI judges the defenders too strong for basic containment and raises security to a higher level. A new automated attack whips toward the chimera from the lab itself. The strike detonates against the monster in a burst of force. Seeing the fight escalate, the protagonist activates a summoning skill of his own. He calls in undead reinforcements to overwhelm the field with numbers. A horde of undead surges forward to swarm the boss. He mockingly frames the battle as a pure numbers game and entrusts the mob control to Jillian. Jillian tears through the undead wave, cutting them down before they can reach the party. While the others engage, the protagonist calmly takes out a blue pendant to inspect the boss more closely. The skin reveals the Chimera of Chaos is overloaded with high-rank boss-exclusive skills and unique equipment, making it far stronger than a normal encounter. He notes it has the widest skill set he has seen so far, likely because multiple races were fused together, giving it terrifying balance and versatility. What unsettles him most is that this monster is still not the final boss of the quest. Even so, he decides the only way forward is to test its limits directly. He charges in, determined to see how much damage it can really take. The Chimera recoils and tries to keep him away. Instead, it activates Curse of Sloth, crushing nearby creatures under a sudden weight and pressure. The boss taunts its victims as the curse drags them down and prepares to finish them. It follows with a second skill, the Skull's Descent, calling down a new attack from above. The protagonist reveals the curse failed to pin him and prepares a counterattack with a confident grin. He unleashes wave-breaking sword flash straight into the Chimera. The blow lands perfectly on a weak point, strips away paralysis, lowers the boss's defenses, extends its ailment duration, and triggers multiple damage bonuses at once. His weapon's special effect further ignores a large share of the Chimera's remaining defenses. He follows through smoothly, keeping control of the exchange. Then he freezes the boss with permafrost as it cries out in panic that it does not want to die. Recognizing the opening, he calls for Tina to support the attack. Tina activates Radiant Command, massively boosting the physical and magical attack power of every ally around her. The Chimera's body begins breaking down under the assault, and even its own system starts reporting severe damage and retreat behavior. Reduced to fear, the monster can only beg to live. The protagonist answers that mercy means ending it quickly and commits to the kill. He finishes with Demon Flash-piercing Mirror, driving a devastating strike through the frozen target. The Chimera tries to resist for a moment, but its body gives way. The event boss is defeated. He levels up to 68, gains a bonus stat point, and learns that the Chimera's death has charged the demonic energy for the purified orb to analyze and eventually control. He takes out the orb, sees the analysis will take nearly 10 minutes, and decides to sort through the loot while waiting. The rewards include a cursed demonic knuckle called Gold Pascal and a purified Chimera's core that could become a powerful catalyst in the right hands. The final reward turns out to be an advanced skill pack focused on defense. He is pleased to finally get another skill pack after a long dry stretch. Since the orb still needs time, he decides to open it immediately. The first draws are mediocre, but after re-rolling he finds a 6-star defensive skill, Iron Skin. His companion admits that a 6-star skill is respectable, though not ideal. The protagonist refuses to settle halfway and insists on seeing the draw through to the end. He opens the last remaining card. It reveals a 7-star skill called Iron Bodyguard. He notices at once that this awkward-looking skill might actually suit him. His companion explains it is a tank skill that most tanks cannot use well because it burns MP instead of HP. To make it work, a user needs either an enormous mana pool or a way to recover mana continuously. That makes it perfect for the protagonist, whose mage-class mana and recovery are both exceptional, so he selects it without hesitation. The upgraded skill grants passive damage reduction and an active barrier that converts incoming magical damage into MP loss, and he immediately starts planning how to maximize it with future gear. Just as the orb finishes its analysis, it detects a faint trail of demonic energy and marks the final destination. With the path revealed, he decides it is time to confront the final boss. Following the coordinates, he realizes Punatic has been hiding in this place all along. He enters a vast inner chamber and advances cautiously. A forced event suddenly triggers and locks him in place, preventing any movement while it plays out. Unable to interfere, he can only watch and wonder what scene the game is about to force on him. A dying voice begs not to die, drawing his attention toward the floor. The victim calls out to Director Punatic in confusion and betrayal. The scene reveals Punatic standing over the wounded dwarf king in a blood-soaked chamber. Punatic greets the protagonist with amused delight, pleased that he followed the trail all the way here. He complains that the situation has become more troublesome than he intended. Blaming the protagonist for exposing everything, Punatic admits he still does not understand who he really is, but decides answers are unnecessary. He calmly accepts the silence and prepares to proceed without explanations. Punatic mutilates himself with manic enthusiasm, treating his own body like just another experiment. He declares that if the protagonist will not talk, he will simply kill him and interrogate his soul instead. Blood spills into the ritual floor as the chamber's demonic energy surges. The ritual wave sweeps across the room and engulfs everyone present. Only after the scene completes does the forced event finally release him. The system announces a new event boss, the dwarf king consumed by demonic energy, has awakened. A warning follows that this transformed dwarf king cannot be defeated by ordinary means. The protagonist is stunned by how abruptly the situation has escalated. The corrupted dwarf king erupts in agony as the demonic power takes hold. The protagonist recognizes something familiar about him. He realizes this is the dwarf chief Sis and Michael had been searching for. Punatic proudly presents the ruined king as the greatest masterpiece of his life, even if the final result is rough around the edges. The protagonist answers that boast with cold silence. Punatic shrugs off the lack of praise and keeps talking anyway. He promises to kill the protagonist along with everyone else in the chamber, and turn them all into research data. At the same time, he orders the corrupted dwarf king to quietly finish the job for him. The king vanishes from sight in an instant. Punatic is caught off guard when even he loses track of the king's movement. Before anyone can locate him, the king appears behind the protagonist and strikes. The protagonist barely survives by activating Iron Bodyguard at the last possible moment. Even with the shield, the impact is overwhelming and drives him back. He is hurled across the chamber by the force of the blow. The shield collapses as his MP is emptied, but emergency rune effects trigger to restore both health and mana before he can fully crash. His ally rushes to him in panic, and he reassures her while the system reports that he is briefly stunned and slowly recovering mana. A dispel effect clears the stun, and he realizes one hit nearly killed him despite all his new defenses. Worse, he still cannot understand the king's vanishing movement skill. The corrupted king charges again before he can solve it. The red familiar warns that the next strike will be fatal. The machine throws itself forward to intercept. It takes the blow meant for its master. The impact tears through the familiar's body. The protagonist watches in horror as Lloyd is critically damaged and all of its functions drop sharply. He realizes Lloyd can no longer protect him from another direct hit, and he cannot overpower the king head-on. With no better option, he falls back on the simplest survival tactic and reaches for a mana potion. Punatic notices the move and reacts in surprise. The protagonist instantly changes position with castling. The swap relocates him and Punatic in a flash of blue light. Using the opening, he swings a counterattack toward Punatic. The strike detonates against a barrier instead of flesh. Punatic smiles, having anticipated retaliation. The protagonist refuses to be passive, but his attack still fails to reach the scientist. Punatic reveals that the shield protecting him is made from dwarf mana. He explains the barrier will not disappear until his loyal subordinate, the corrupted dwarf king, is defeated, leaving the protagonist frustrated and out of easy answers. Even so, the protagonist rushes Punatic directly, gambling on brute force. Instead of breaking through, he is forced to resummon his damaged familiars, bringing back Lloyd, Tanya, and the others at a steep cost. The system immediately blocks any hope of cycling them again or escaping to another room, confirming he is trapped in this setup. His companion watches him realize the full shape of the trap. He identifies the situation as a dead event, a quest designed so the player is guaranteed to lose before the story can continue. As the barrier and the king close in, he sees just how near defeat has become. Rather than panic, he bitterly decides to accept this first forced death and see what event follows afterward. But when he looks more closely at the corrupted king, something about the scene feels wrong. His attention fixes on the crystal lodged in the king's eye and the blood running beneath it. He realizes the dwarf king does not look enraged so much as grief-stricken, as if he is crying through the corruption. That insight makes the protagonist hesitate and approach the king differently. The dwarf king, still conscious inside the demonic shell, begs the human to kill him and end his suffering. The protagonist understands the chief is still alive and in pain, while Punatic casually complains that even weakened test subjects can remain troublesome. Punatic orders the king to kill the protagonist anyway, treating his agony as just another experiment. The dwarf king resists the command and desperately begs for it to stop, revealing that his remaining will is still fighting the corruption. A warning reveals that the dwarf's ancient god has begun consuming the rage spreading through the battlefield, and Estelle is caught in the surge. As the power erupts around him, Estelle realizes something is going wrong. Carrick tries to stop him from taking in more power than he can bear, but Estelle insists he must continue no matter the cost. The process crosses a threshold, and the god's possession begins in earnest. In the middle of it, a divine voice reaches Estelle directly and identifies him as Carpe. A radiant figure manifests above the chamber, confirming that Lord Estelle has descended into the scene. The newcomer immediately apologizes for intervening so abruptly. He explains that he should have sought permission first, but urgency forced him to descend without ceremony. Estelle answers that his own condition matters less to him than how Carrick will react to this interference. The divine being admits the possession may greatly weaken him and delay a plan prepared over centuries, so he understands Carrick's anger. Even so, he refuses to stand by while the race devoted to him continues to be trampled. He resolves that if saving them costs him his divinity, he will still act. He offers Estelle his help and moves to take control of the situation. At the same time, Punatic, driven by manic desperation, gathers a violent demonic orb and lashes out because he sees no other option. He orders the orb forward as a killing blow. The demonic force turns on the dwarf host as well, pushing him to murder Estelle while he screams under its influence. Carrick tightens his grip on his hammer, ready to intervene if needed. But the orb is already tearing through Punatic's body and mind, leaving him staggering in pain. Estelle coldly points out that the power Punatic embraced is devouring both his flesh and sanity. Seeing Punatic collapse under that corruption, Estelle pities him more than he fears him. Punatic's agony spikes as the demonic energy overwhelms him completely. He clutches his head and convulses, no longer truly in control of himself. Estelle steps forward calmly, taking command of the end of the fight. He tells Punatic he is proud of him, not in victory, but for enduring this far. Estelle acknowledges that Punatic's body has once again been consumed by demonic energy and decides to grant him release. With that judgment made, Estelle's resolve hardens. Before finishing him, Estelle notes the quality of the dwarf's hammer. He asks for the weapon, claiming it for what comes next. Punatic, now lucid enough to understand his fate, begs Estelle for mercy in the form of a peaceful end. Estelle answers by promising eternal rest and brings down divine judgment. The strike lands, and Punatic is erased in a burst of dark and fading energy. The bystander in the white coat is left startled, unsure what Estelle intends next. Estelle simply asks him to return the dwarf's hammer to his tribe, and the man agrees. With that settled, Estelle prepares to depart, and decides he must also calm Carrick afterward. Before leaving, he addresses Carpe one last time and hints that this is their final meeting. When Carpe is confused, Estelle promises only one thing in return for everything that has happened. He vows that his blessings will remain with Carpe forever, even as system notices reveal the possession's backlash and severe fatigue. Once Estelle is gone, Carpe is left reeling because everything happened too quickly to fully grasp. He decides to recover first and sort through the aftermath, and rewards afterward. The system confirms Punatic's death, records the feat as extraordinary, and notes that major future events and lays are now shifting because of it. More alerts follow as one unique quest disappears and the legendary quest seed of the demon is postponed, making Carpe realize he has altered the story itself. Before he can process that, he senses a new presence and looks up in alarm. A radiant figure begins descending from above, drawing Carpe's full attention. The newcomer steps down lightly, arriving with calm authority rather than force. He reveals that he has been watching Carpe closely and openly praises his ability. The stranger presents himself like a holy being, remarking that it has been a long time since such a remarkable human appeared. Carpe stares up at him, recognizing that this is no ordinary visitor. He starts to identify the newcomer, stunned by who has appeared before him. The revelation lands. The one who descended is the holy god Rahul.